In the year 598 of the St. Luan calendar in a small village in the western part of the Zhan Kingdom. Xing, time to get up. How long are you planning to sleep? While I was in the midst of a pleasant dream, my forehead was suddenly struck by a headbutt. Ah! That hurts. Who hit me? I sat up half awake, my hand reflexively grabbing toward the direction the headbutt had come from. What my hand touched felt soft and springy. Huh? What is this? Still, it certainly feels comfortable to grab. Let me squeeze it again. A sharp slap rang out. Accompanied by a startled cry, I snapped fully awake, my hand jerking away from its target. What entered my sight was an exquisitely pretty girl, a delicate charming face, a waterfall of long purple hair, and a pair of large blue eyes like gemstones glistening with moisture. At this moment she was staring at me angrily, her face flushed as red as a ripe persimmon, and her hand, at some point, had already seized my left ear. You idiot, you lecher! How dare you, how dare you! Seeing her expression and recalling what had just happened, especially that soft springy sensation, I finally realized what I had just done. My mind spun in circles at high speed, and I quickly came up with a way to remedy the situation. Lunaji, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. I brushed back my own hair and struck a cool pose, speaking with a face full of earnest sincerity. Humph. After doing something that outrageous, do you think a couple of apologies are enough? It seems Lunaji is truly angry this time. What should I do? I thought to myself. After my brain spun another 200 laps, I finally unleashed my ultimate technique. Lunaji, I really didn't do it on purpose, I swear. If the beautiful, generous, considerate Lunaji, here 1,000 words of praise could be omitted, still refuses to forgive me, then I have no choice but to die. I dropped to one knee, pressed my long sword into Luna's hand, and pointed the tip at my own chest, speaking with a face full of sorrow. Sigh, forget it. I'll forgive you this time, but you're not allowed to misbehave again. Ha! Flattery never fails. Under my combined assault of vows, bootlicking, and mock self-sacrifice, Lunaji finally raised the white flag. Lunaji, thank you. I'll never dare do it again. Well, that might not be entirely true. Alright, hurry up. All you know is how to talk your way out of things. Grandpa Hill is still waiting for us in the forest to train. I packed up at lightning speed, then followed Luna as we headed toward the woods outside the village. By the way, my name is Yingyu Medis. I am 15 years old, 1 meter tall, with golden eyes and a head of long silver hair, a rarity on the Alan continent. Only certain high-level demons possess silver hair. If not for the fact that demons have black eyes, I might already have been slain by the people of the god race. In short, I am a textbook handsome guy. I have never seen my parents, nor do I know their names. Ever since I can remember, I have lived with Grandpa Hill in this small village. He is the person dearest to me. According to Grandpa Hill, he picked me up in the mountains. For some reason, however, there is always a trace of reverence in his attitude toward me. Grandpa Hill is a retired officer, and his swordsmanship is formidable. Since I was 5, I have been learning sword arts and the circulation of true chi from him. My talent is exceptional. By the time I was 12, I had already reached the level of a great swordsman, and at 14 I finally cultivated battle ki that only a sword master can unleash. Unfortunately, I cannot use magic. Although I understand magic incantations at a glance and never forget them once I see them, there is not a trace of magic power within me, so despite having a head full of spells, I cannot cast a single one. But I am not troubled by this. Becoming a sword saint would still be pretty great after all. Although Grandpa repeatedly warns me not to display my strength in front of others, it doesn't matter. As long as I myself know how powerful I am, that's enough, hee. As for Luna, she is the daughter of Uncle Cardi next door, 2 years older than I am. She has liked being with me since we were small and treats me very well. To me she is like an elder sister, though in many ways our relationship is not quite the same as that of ordinary siblings. Now she takes care of daily life for Grandpa and me and trains in swordsmanship together with me. She is also the only person besides Grandpa Hill who knows that I can wield a sword. Her talent in martial arts, however, is not high. She only began to learn in order to stay by my side. When we arrived at the woods, Grandpa had long since been waiting there for us. Curiously, over these past few days Grandpa has been teaching me many extremely profound sword techniques. Although there are many moves I cannot perform with my current strength, he still insists that I memorize them, saying that one day I will be able to use them. He also told me to memorize a magic book called the Dark Codex, which he supposedly found in a cave, and to burn it once I had finished committing it to memory. For reasons I cannot name, I am filled with a vague sense of foreboding, as if Grandpa is about to leave me very soon. Xing, have you memorized the Flying Star sword art I taught you? Yes, but I still can't execute the last few moves, I replied. That's alright. Once your inner strength has reached a sufficient level, you'll be able to perform them. Have you finished memorizing the Dark Codex? Grandpa continued to ask. Yes, Grandpa, and I've already burned it. Good, good. There is nothing more Grandpa can teach you now. From here on you must rely on your own slow comprehension. Grandpa seemed very pleased. And you, Luna? Have you mastered all those intermediate wind element spells I taught you? I've mastered them all, Luna replied obediently. Very good. There is one task I wish you two to undertake. Take this letter to Kaduan City, the capital of the John Kingdom, and deliver it to a man named York. He should currently be the principal of the Holy Light Academy. Alright. Then when will we set out? Luna and I asked at the same time. For us who had lived our whole lives in the countryside, the chance to go out and see the world was naturally as good as it gets. Right now? You are to leave immediately. What? Right now? Luna and I both found it very strange that Grandpa was in such a rush to send us away. Yes. Immediately. There is almost no time left. Grandpa appeared extremely anxious. Why hurry them off so quickly? Wouldn't going to hell together be better? A chilly voice suddenly rang out and 3 figures stepped out from behind the trees. Wouldn't you agree, General of Demonic Flame, Sierra? The man dressed as a swordsman at the front spoke with an expressionless face. Golden battle aura burst forth from his body, and the 2 warriors standing behind him also released golden chi, though their radiance was noticeably paler. They're from the god race. They're actually from the god race. Horror surged in my heart. Ha ha ha, to think I've hidden for 15 years only to be found by you in the end, Divine General Leos. Grandpa Sierra spoke with a bitter smile. Your god race is truly overflowing with talent. Within a mere 15 years you've produced 2 more experts of such caliber. In the next instant aura erupted from his body as well, battle chi of a pitch-black hue I had never seen before, its force even more overwhelming than that of the man called Leos. My heart trembled even more violently. Grandpa is truly of the demon race. You've truly surprised me, Leo said. Your strength has increased so much that even achieving a draw with you now would be difficult for me. But can you stand against the 3 of us together? Or do you intend to add those 2 little brats as well? Leo said coldly. Ganging up on the few with the many has long been the exclusive specialty of your god race, hasn't it? If not for that, how would our demon race have ever fallen to you? Enough nonsense, make your move. Grandpa Sierra said calmly. Then he added in a low voice, Xing, Luna, when we clash you 2 must seize the chance to escape. Run as far as you possibly can. No, Grandpa, we want to stay and help you. Luna and I cried out together. Trying to flee? It won't be that easy, came the cold voice. Leo spoke without a ripple of emotion, but when his gaze fell upon me he suddenly let out a quiet sound of surprise. Yingyu, no, that's not right. Could you be? No, he's merely a disciple I took in here, nothing like what you're thinking. Grandpa Sierra interrupted hastily. Ha, you've just confessed without being pressed. Besides that silver hair and those golden eyes of his, aren't they precisely the mark of mixed blood between the demon race and our god race? Others might not know, but I'm very clear about this. To think Yingyu and Lilith actually left behind a bastard child. A rare excitement appeared on Leo's face. Silence. You are not allowed to insult His Majesty and the Empress. Was not Empress Lilith also a princess of your god race? Grandpa Sierra too had grown agitated. A princess. From the moment she betrayed our god race she ceased to be our princess. She was expelled from the god race long ago. Since their bastard still exists in this world, let me completely eradicate him today? Inside my thoughts were already in utter chaos. Princess Lilith was supposed to have been forced by the Demon King. How could they now say she betrayed the god race? That man of the god race had claimed I was the son of Demon King Yingyu and Princess Lilith. Could that be true? I was clearly human. If it was, why was I unable to use even the slightest bit of magic? I had always heard that those of the god race and demon race were born with powerful magic. What in the world was going on? Boom. Just as I stood there in a daze, a thunderous explosion yanked me back to reality. At some unknown moment, Grandpa Sierra had already engaged the three from the god race. Seeking a swift conclusion, both sides unleashed their ultimate techniques the instant they clashed. That deafening blast had been the aftermath of Grandpa Sierra's flame dragon / colliding with Leosa's holy blazing fire charge. Though the move was the same flame dragon / in Grandpa Sierra's hands, it had a completely different effect. He compressed his battle chi to the extreme, concentrating it into a single point before releasing it. It lacked the flamboyance of my strikes, yet its true power was several times greater. That exchange alone toppled every tree within 10 meters. Had I not reacted in time to throw up a Batliki barrier before Luna, she would likely have met the same fate as those shattered trunks. I had originally wanted to charge in and help, but seeing the strength displayed by both sides made me realize just how laughable that thought was. My strength as a human swordmaster, when compared with these top-tier experts of the god and demon races who had surpassed the sword saint realm, was like that of an infant facing a mighty strong man, utterly unable to withstand a single blow. At this point there was almost nothing I could do besides maintaining a Batliki barrier to shield Luna and myself from the shockwaves. Luna seemed to understand this as well, otherwise she would have long since cast wind magic to assist Grandpa. The battle was not going well. Though none of the three from the god race could match Grandpa Onion, whenever one of them began to flag, the other two would instantly rush in to intercept Grandpa's onslaught in his place. Moreover, whenever Grandpa unleashed a sword technique or spell of particularly devastating power, the three of them would combine their strength in a clever formation to receive it. Though Grandpa seemed to have the upper hand on the surface, he was unable to inflict a truly fatal wound on any of them. Their offensive method was also highly unusual. When one attacked with martial skills, the other two would stand aside, casting light element spells in support, forcing Grandpa to expend extra battle chi defending against their magic even as he pressed his assault. At this rate, Grandpa's magic and inner chi would sooner or later be exhausted, and when that moment came, the consequences would be unthinkable. With things having reached this point, I had no choice left but to send Sister Luna away first. After all, she was just an ordinary girl. There was no need for her to be dragged into this feud between the god and demon races. As for me, even if I bore no so-called title of Demon Prince, the debt of Grandpa's care and upbringing over these past 10-odd years alone meant I had to stay and live or die at his side. In my heart, I had long since regarded Grandpa Sierra as the person dearest to me. Sister Luna, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave first. No. Luna replied with unwavering firmness. But it's very dangerous here. I don't want you to be hurt. Xing, don't drive me away. She suddenly grabbed my hand in agitation. No matter what danger we face, let me stay by your side and face it with you, all right? Looking at Luna, a feeling I had never known before welled up within me, a strange sensation I could not even name. I only knew that I was deeply moved by the girl before my eyes. If I survived, I would spend my entire life protecting her, cherishing her. Xing! What are you two dawdling for? Get out of here now! Grandpa roared at us. By now the situation on the field had changed. One of the god race warriors lay lifeless on the ground. Helios and the remaining warrior were both heavily wounded, yet still capable of fighting, far beyond what I could hope to handle. Grandpa Sierra, however, had several sword wounds to his chest and legs, blood gushing like a spring. Worse, I could sense that the inner chi within his body was nearly spent, barely a tenth of what it usually was. Luna and I did not move. We simply held each other's hands tightly. Our gazes met, and in each other's eyes we saw not the slightest trace of fear, only steadfastness, a quiet happiness, and the resolve to die. Why is it like this again? It is so reminiscent of the situation from 15 years ago. Is the tragedy about to replay itself on the younger generation? Sierra glanced at us from a distance, seemingly lost in thought, back in the Holy Demon Palace 15 years ago. No. My clan has already lost His Majesty Yingyu. I cannot allow his only bloodline to perish here. It seems this is the only way. Sierra finally made the last decision of his life, using a horizontal slash to repel the enemy, then drove his sword into his own chest. Luna and I were both stunned by this sudden action, and even the two divine clan warriors stood frozen in place. Great Dark God, please grant me the power to destroy everything. I, Sierra Wicca, am willing to offer my life as the price to burn my soul and turn my enemies to ashes. Great Dark God, please grant me the power to— As the incantation was completed, a bolt of black lightning fell from the void, striking Sierra. His pupils turned from black to blood red, and the fighting spirit within him surged exponentially. He swiftly pulled the sword from his chest and unleashed a forbidden move capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. A torrent of black sword energy surged towards his enemies. Ah, not good. Before Leo and the divine warrior could even shout, they were slashed into ashes by the overwhelming sword energy. After delivering this strongest and final strike of his life, a smile appeared on Sierra's face, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. Grandpa! Grandpa Sierra? Luna and I both shouted simultaneously, rushing to his side. At this moment Sierra's face was pale, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance, and his once half-black hair could no longer be seen. He lay on my lap, glancing at Luna, then at me. His lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something to me. I quickly placed my palm on Grandpa's back, continuously channeling my true energy into him, while Luna also cast a mid-level healing spell. No need, Luna. Grandpa was finally able to speak. My soul has almost shattered completely. The Void Soul Shatter Slash is a forbidden move of my clan, and no one who has used it has survived. He turned his gaze to me. Xing, I should address you as Your Majesty instead. You should have already understood my identity. In fact, you are not someone I found on the mountain. Your full name is Yingyu Medis, the only son of the Demon King Yingyu Medis, and your mother is Lilith Jest, the princess of the Kingdom of the Gods. What? Although I had already guessed most of it, hearing it from Grandpa's mouth still gave me a tremendous shock. Grandpa raised his hand, signaling me to remain silent. He continued, your parents truly loved each other. At first your father, His Majesty Yingyu, went on a quest for the Crimson Dragon Horn and the Fire Phoenix Feather to fulfill the trial of the new Demon King, where he met your mother. Both of them hid their respective racial traits and were drawn to each other's aura without knowing each other's identities, thus journeying together and developing feelings for one another. By the time they discovered each other's identities, they were already deeply entangled and ultimately broke free from the shackles of the mundane world to unite. After your father completed the trial, he returned to the Demon God Empire, with your mother crowning her as queen. However, this matter eventually came to the attention of the God King Gas. At first he was furious, but soon he sent envoys to inform His Majesty that if the Demon God Empire was willing to submit to the God King, the Divine Clan would no longer pursue this matter. Such an outrageous demand, of course, His Majesty could not agree to, and thus he outright refused. Subsequently, the Divine Clan spread rumors everywhere claiming that His Majesty Yingyu had raped and imprisoned their princess to incite public outrage. Although we also tried to explain the fact that the queen resided in the Demon God Empire was undeniable, and no one would believe that the Divine Clan Saintess would fall in love with the Demon King, thus the situation only worsened. Finally, when you were a month old, the God King allied with the three great empires of the human race to form the so-called Demon-Annihilation Alliance and launched an attack on my clan. As a result, the queen saw through her father's hypocritical nature and decided to live and die together with His Majesty Yingyu. The Divine Clan and my clan were originally evenly matched. Although my clan had the support of over 100,000 orc soldiers, it was still no match for the million-strong human army, and ultimately they breached the Holy Demon Palace. His Majesty Yingyu had wanted the queen to take you and escape, but she refused to leave no matter what, so he ordered me to escape with you before the city fell. You already know the rest. According to the soldiers who escaped, your mother died for His Majesty Yingyu's sake. However, since then the Holy Demon Palace seems to have been sealed by a strange force field, and no one has been able to step foot there, including the Divine Clan. I later returned to check, but I was also blocked outside by that strange force field. I never expected the Demon Extermination War to have such an underlying story, and I myself am such an important part of this great matter. Damn God King, how could he do something so despicable? Even if he is my maternal grandfather, I cannot forgive him. I thought to myself. But since I am of the demon race, why do I not possess any demonic power? Grandpa seemed to see the question in my heart and continued, humans must undergo training to store demonic elements within themselves, but the divine and demon clans are different. They are born with light or dark magical powers which combine with their true energy, allowing them to cast their respective attribute spells without the need for incantations. Especially those of royal blood who not only possess light or dark magical powers but also have one additional magical element. For instance, your father, His Majesty Yingyu, possesses both dark attribute and fire element magical powers, while your mother has light attribute and lightning element magical powers. Yet by a twist of fate you were born with all four attributes of magical powers, which is unparalleled among the divine and demon races. The lightning and fire elements are manageable, but light and dark are opposing attributes. If they were to combine with your true energy, which you cannot control, you would surely explode. Thus upon your birth your parents sealed your demonic power. They placed 3 seals within you, and only when you reach the level of a sword master can the first seal be unlocked, while the latter 2 will unlock automatically as your strength increases. Originally I wanted you to find York to help unlock the first seal, but I didn't expect the divine clan to arrive so quickly. Cough cough. Grandpa. What's wrong with you? Grandpa was coughing incessantly and his body was starting to fade away from head to toe. Ha, am I finally at the end? Grandpa smiled bitterly. Is this the consequence of using a forbidden spell? Cough. Xing, take this letter I give you to find York. He will help you. Also, when you become powerful one day, do not forget to help the orc race escape their suffering, for they suffered this tragic fate to aid my clan. Alright, I promise. I nodded repeatedly. If you have the chance, return to the Holy Demon Palace and take a look. Perhaps you will find. Cough cough. I nodded vigorously, indicating I understood his meaning. Also, Luna, don't forget the illusion I taught you. Grandpa's body had completely vanished. When I looked at Luna, I saw a girl with a pair of wings, black wings. Sister Luna, is that really you? This sudden situation left me astonished. I could hardly believe that the Luna I had lived with had a pair of black wings. Though the wings were large, spanning 3 meters, when fully spread they were not strong, instead they were soft and feather-like. This was very similar to the winged race, but shouldn't their wings be white? Yes, it's really me. I know my appearance must surprise you, but I am indeed a member of the winged race. Strangely, I was born with a pair of black wings, which is considered very unlucky for the winged race. Thus I was abandoned by my parents before I turned 1 year old. Fortunately, a couple from the demon race found me in the mountains and adopted me, but when I was 2 they died in the demon hunt war and I became an orphan again. It was later that Grandpa Sierre discovered me while escaping the demon god empire with you and took me along. He was afraid my wings would attract too much attention, so he sealed them using his magic. He brought us to this village to settle down and entrusted me to the care of the Carter couple, which is why Grandpa Sierre never hid anything from me. Star, you won't despise me because of this, will you? At this, Luna's eyes were filled with anxiety and expectation. Seeing her anxious expression, I placed my hand on her shoulder, gazed into her eyes, and gently said, how could I ever dislike you? No matter what Luna looks like, she will always be my favorite Luna. Really, Star? Joy and excitement filled Luna's eyes. Of course it's true. And Luna looks even more beautiful now. Luna said nothing, her face turning rosy. This was already the 2nd time she had blushed today. My leg brushed against something hard. It was the long sword used by Grandpa. Remembering his tender care for me, I felt a sharp pain in my heart at the thought that he was forever gone. After a long silence, Luna and I finally stood up, erected a stone tablet at the spot where Grandpa had just laid down, and took his sword, carrying it on our backs. Looking at Grandpa's tombstone, my heart was unable to calm down for a long time. For the first time in my life I felt an overwhelming thirst for power. Grandpa, I know this is not the time to be sad. Rest assured I will strive to strengthen myself in the future. Only by possessing overwhelming power can I prevent tragedies. I have already lost you, my dear family, and I will not allow anyone I love to be harmed again. I vow before you I, Yingyu Medis, will become the strongest in the world, using my life to protect those I love. In front of Grandpa Sierra's grave I silently made my first vow in life, a vow that would change the history of the entire continent. Sister Luna, what are your plans for the future? Me? Of course I want to follow you. Luna replied, her face flushed and somewhat stammering. I was overjoyed. Honestly, if Luna left me I wouldn't know what to do. Then what about Uncle Carter and Aunt Lon? It's fine, I'll just tell my parents that I want to go with you to the Holy Light Academy to study magic and they definitely won't oppose it. Luna said. But how will you face them looking like this? I voiced my concerns. Though Grandpa's seal has disappeared, he taught me another method to hide my wings, which also doesn't hinder my ability to use the wind elements within me. Look. Luna chanted a few spells and with a flash of white light her wings vanished. Note the combat skill level of the winged race is not much different from that of humans, but they naturally possess the ability to manipulate wind elements. They can use intermediate level wind magic without incantation, and combined with their superior aerial abilities they are a very powerful race. That's right, it's an illusion. How did I not think of that? I finally understood why Grandpa taught Luna the illusion technique. So Luna and I explained to the Carter couple as she suggested, and they quickly agreed, preparing many essentials and travel expenses for us. With the Carter couple's countless reminders, Luna and I finally set off on our journey to Curtain City. It had been almost 3 days since we left the small village. According to Uncle Carter's directions, we should reach Curtain City before sunset. These past 2 days had been quite boring, it was all about the journey. Sister Luna, how much longer? I'm about to starve. I complained. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Luna always smiled in response to my repetitive complaints. Suddenly a sound of fighting reached my ears and Luna and I exchanged glances, rushing towards the source of the noise. When we finally arrived at the scene, we saw 8 men in gray surrounding a girl, attacking her fiercely. The girl wielded a slender sword, thrusting and slashing. Her swordsmanship was primarily thrust-based and her movements were light, striking fast to counter slow. She had long fiery red hair and wore a purple swordsman's outfit, her delicate face filled with a murderous aura. Lying on the ground next to her were 7 people, 4 of whom were dressed as servants and 3 others wearing gray outfits similar to those of the 8 men, indicating they were from the same group. She seemed to be at her limit, panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat. At that moment one of the gray-clad attackers spoke up. Miss Schwanier, I see you can't hold out much longer. Why not just surrender? Our Lord Marquis Martin will not treat you poorly. Humph. Do you think I don't know he wants to capture me to threaten my father? Wishful thinking. At that moment a gray-clad man's curved blade struck her left shoulder and the other attackers seized the opportunity of her unsteady footing to launch a fierce assault, leaving her momentarily flustered. Stop. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, drawing my sword and walking over. The gray-clad men were initially startled, but when they saw I was just a teenage brat they immediately relaxed. A kid who hasn't even matured yet, looking for death, said the leader with a forced smile. The ones looking for death, are you daring to rob openly on the main road? Are you not afraid of the law? I glared at them coldly, exuding an imposing presence without anger. The leader seemed startled by my aura, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and said to one of his subordinates, the law. Who dares to meddle in Lord Martin's affairs? Sant, go test this kid's strength. If he's too weak, just finish him off. Just as he finished speaking, a gray-clad man swung his blade at me. Although his swordsmanship was strange, I did not take it seriously. I effortlessly countered his 3 attacks, and just as I was about to strike back I suddenly remembered Grandpa's warning not to reveal my swordsmanship in front of outsiders. Although I could kill all 8 of them, I couldn't bear to take the girl's life too. It seems I have to do it this way. I pretended to be exhausted and retreated, then accidentally tripped over a stone and rolled backwards, successfully escaping the melee. Luna clearly understood my intention and quickly cast a wind blade to repel the gray-clad man. The 8 gray-clad men were taken aback to 1 because Luna had cast the wind blade without incantation, and 2 because they never expected I would be so clumsy, unable to block even 3 attacks from a gray-clad man. My performance was drastically different from what I had shown earlier. Even the red-haired girl looked at me with a hint of disdain. Everyone attack together and deal with those 2 brats. No, leave the girl alive, the leader added. Before he finished speaking, the 8 gray-clad men abandoned the girl and charged towards us. Seeing him gazing at Sister Luna as if he were about to drown in his own saliva, I felt an overwhelming anger, nearly drawing my sword to slay him. Fortunately, Luna stepped in front of me, exclaiming, "Wind binding technique." She murmured softly, and the swirling currents of air immediately surrounded those gray-clad men, hindering their movements. Noticing this situation, the red-haired girl hurriedly retreated to a tree to cast a healing spell on herself. Meanwhile, the 8 men struggled to wield their weapons, attempting to break free from the range of the wind-binding technique. "You filthy girl, do you think a mere wind-binding spell can trap us? Watch how I deal with you." "Ah. No good." A few gray-clad men managed to reach the edge, but Luna had already unleashed the tornadic array. Dozens of small blades of wind spiraled down from the air. Due to the effects of the wind-binding spell, their evasion capabilities were severely reduced, and in an instant 6 of them were knocked to the ground, while the other 2, though not down, sustained significant injuries. "Let's go," the leader said, supporting the 2 still able to move, limping as they retreated. Before leaving, they couldn't help but throw out, "You will regret offending Lord Martin." As I watched them leave, Luna and I exchanged wry smiles. "Sigh, we haven't even entered Kaduan City and we've already offended the local nobility. It seems there will be plenty to watch for in the future." "Hey, I'm asking you. Why did you let those vile guys go?" At some point the red-haired girl had appeared in front of me, looking fierce as if I owed her money. "Are you kidding? We just saved you," I thought to myself. I had no fondness for this arrogant girl, especially after the hint of disdain I saw in her eyes earlier, which made me feel even more irritated. "What? If I don't let them go, should I keep them around as company?" I replied gruffly. "Humph. You didn't defeat them, so what are you so proud of?" "What did you say? Say that again." I was getting fired up. "Xing, don't be like this." Luna patted my arm and said, "This sister, I'm truly sorry. We let them go without your consent, and I apologize on behalf of Xing." "Ah. It's okay, sister. Thank you so much earlier. What's your name? Your magic is so impressive. Are you a wizard?" "My name is Luna Carter, and this is my brother Yingyu Medis. We're going to the Holy Light Academy in Kaduan City to study." "What's your name, sister?" For convenience, I still used the surname Dis. "My name is Xuanir Sharon. I'm 16 years old and my home is in Kaduan City. Why don't we go together? What do you think, Sister Luna?" Under her repeated calls of Sister Luna, Luna agreed without a second thought, completely ignoring my vehement objections. "Sure, I'm 17, so it seems I really should call you sister," Luna said happily. "By the way, why were those people trying to capture you?" "Of course, they were trying to threaten my father. Those guys are under Marquis Martin, and they want to use me to force my father to hand over military power. They also killed 4 of my servants," Xuanir said angrily. "We weren't interested in the power struggles of the Kingdom of John and didn't ask further." After taking care of the bodies on the ground, the 3 of us set off. "Sister Luna, your eyelashes are so long, they're beautiful. By the way, who did you learn your magic from?" "Sister Luna, is that guy really your brother?" "He doesn't look like it." "Oh. Really? That's questionable, hee. Xuanir seemed to hit it off with Sister Luna, chatting incessantly along the way, but upon seeing me she immediately puffed out her cheeks, either bickering or glaring at me. I couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. After more than 2 hours of travel, we finally arrived in Kaduan City. Although Xuanir eagerly invited us to her home, mainly Luna, we declined her invitation in order to find to lift my seal sooner. As we parted, Xuanir repeatedly reminded us not to forget to visit her if we had the chance, and she provided her home address. Kaduan City is vast, and we asked for directions several times before finally locating the Holy Light Academy. The Holy Light Academy is the largest academy within the Kingdom of John, offering not only magic and martial arts instruction but also courses in geography, history, literature and more. Moreover, the tuition is very low, allowing both nobles and commoners to attend. What? You want to see Director York? His laboratory is in room 03 on the first floor. When two people who looked like teachers heard we were looking for Director York, they gave us extremely strange looks as if we had horns growing on our heads. Ignoring their bizarre stares, we made our way directly to room 03. Excuse me, is Director York here? I asked cautiously while standing at the door. No sooner had I spoken than a loud bang echoed and my instincts sensed danger. I swiftly scooped up Luna and flew away from the door. Before I could steady myself, two flames burst from inside, accompanied by several bolts of lightning blasting a huge hole in the opposite wall. Cough. A hunched old man walked out of the smoking room 03, coughing. He wore a loose-fitting robe which had been burned halfway, his white beard charred, and his head still had some flames on it. Are you looking for something? You are Director York? You are one of the last 3 Grand Magisters in the world, York said. The old man nodded repeatedly. Luna and I exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Director. What happened? Several people dressed as magicians rushed over. It's nothing. Just a small mishap while researching magic. By the way, could you find someone to repair that wall? The old man said unhurriedly. Director. That wall has already been repaired 10 times this month. One of them lamented, their expression thoroughly helpless. No way. Luna and I thought simultaneously. This old man is really the Grand Magister York. The one who can lift my seal. I couldn't help but feel a sense of despair about my future. I dare say I was even more shocked than when I first learned about my own background. Well then, Director, we'll take our leave, the magician said. Don't forget to get someone to fix the wall. Yes, yes. The old man asked with a grin. Oh. Yes, I am the grandson of Grandpa Hill. He asked us to find you and told me to deliver this letter to you. The old man asked with a grin. Oh. Yes, I am the grandson of Grandpa Hill. He asked us to find you and told me to deliver this letter to you. As I spoke, I handed him the letter. Hill. He took the letter and a rare seriousness appeared on his face as he carefully read it. He raised his gaze to me and Luna, staring at me for a long while before finally fixing his eyes on me. You must be Yingyu, right? How is Hill doing? Grandpa has passed away, I said softly. Ah. I didn't expect this day would ultimately come. How did he die? His eyes were filled with sorrow and decline, entirely different from his previous humorous demeanor. I then recounted what had happened. Hill asked me to help you lift the first seal, right? York said. Note from here on, refer to the old man as York. Yes, I replied. All right then. Without even waiting for him to recite a spell, a crimson fireball shot towards me at lightning speed, nearly half a meter in diameter. Though it was merely a mid-level spell, the power unleashed from this Grand Magister surpassed that of certain high-level spells. By the time I realized what was happening, this deadly sphere was less than half a meter from my chest. I exerted all my strength to push Luna to the left away from the attack range of the blazing fireball, and using the recoil I flew to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack by mere inches, though my eyes were still stung by the heat, causing a few tears to escape. Just then something unbelievable happened. As the blazing fireball was about to collide with the wall, it suddenly turned at an extremely bizarre angle and flew back towards me. This time I was prepared. As the fireball approached within a meter, I swiftly dodged to the left, but the fireball showed no signs of stopping, circling in the air before chasing after me again, determined to strike me down. It seemed that evasion would be futile. I had to confront it head-on. I wasn't particularly confident in taking on such a large fireball, but at this point I had no choice but to give it my all. After all, one must dare to fight to win. I drew the longsword my grandfather left me, channeling all of my true energy in an instant, transforming it entirely into combat energy concentrated on the sword, which immediately turned a deep blue. I unleashed my most powerful flame dragon slash. The two forces collided, resulting in an immediate explosion that blasted away a significant portion of both walls. I was knocked back 3 or 4 steps by the shockwave before regaining my balance while York had erected a defensive barrier to shield himself and Luna, keeping them safe from the impact. You old fool! What are you doing? I seethed, flames of anger ready to erupt in response to the fireball that had nearly cost me my life. Hee hee, young man, don't be so hot-headed, that can easily lead to aging prematurely, York chuckled. I was merely testing your strength. You know it's quite dangerous to break this seal if your power is insufficient. Now there's no need to worry, your strength should have reached the upper tier of a swordmaster, so it should be fine. Really? I asked, my hand still gripping the sword hilt. Of course it's true. Do I look like someone who would lie? He turned to the innocent Luna for support. Luna, you believe in Grandpa York, right? Please trust him, Xing. Luna pleaded with me. Alright, I'll believe you this time, Grandpa. York. Given the sly grin on the old man's face, who knows if he was planning to use me as a test subject for his new magic. But since Luna was pleading for him, I decided to let it slide this time. Hee hee, this won't be a precedent, York said with a laugh. So Grandpa York, can we now break the seal for Xing? Luna asked. If it were that simple, anyone could do it, right? But for me, the great genius Mage York, it's a trivial matter. I just need one more item. There used to be some here, but we used them all up a few days ago. What item? I inquired. It's the tooth of the Thunder Beast. York replied. You can inquire about the specifics at the Adventurers Guild. Alright, we'll head back to the inn first. I will definitely get the tooth of the Thunder Beast within 2 days. After bidding farewell to York, Luna and I left the Holy Light Academy and checked into a nearby inn for the night. The next morning I was jolted awake by Luna, who insisted on getting to the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible to gather information about the tooth of the Thunder Beast. After a hurried breakfast, we left the inn and set off towards the Adventurers Guild. Although it was morning, the streets were already bustling with activity. Pedestrians were flowing in and out, and shops had opened early for business, creating a unique atmosphere that I had never witnessed in my years living in a small village. The first great city of the north truly lived up to its reputation. After crossing several streets, we finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Luna and I approached a counter, and before we could speak, the young waitress asked us, "What can I do for you two?" She looked to be in her 20s, dressed in a tidy uniform, smiling warmly and giving off a friendly vibe. We want to gather information about the Thunder Beast," I replied. "Are you both members of the Adventurers Guild?" the waitress inquired. "Does it matter?" I asked. "Only members can receive the guild's information for free. It seems you both are not members yet. Why not join us? Not only can you access various information for free, but you can also accept commissions to earn money through the guild. The guild takes only a 10% commission from completed tasks for maintenance, and many capable adventurers choose to join." The waitress smiled. "How do we join?" Luna and I asked in unison. "It's simple. You just need to fill out this form and pay a fee of 3 silver coins each." As she spoke, she handed us 2 forms. "By the way, do you two want to open a joint account? Note: 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins and 100 catters." "What do you mean?" I asked. "When you become members, the guild will open an account for you. Any commission earned from completed tasks will be automatically deposited into your account. You can withdraw cash at various branches using your credit card. It's very convenient. Seeing that you two look like a pair, we can just open one account and you can both use your credit cards to deposit and withdraw funds from it." At this point she glanced at Luna and me with a rather flirtatious gaze, causing both of us to blush. Then let's just open one account." I stole a glance at Luna, and seeing that she didn't oppose, I stammered, "Alright, let's fill out the form then." The waitress smiled as she said this. I picked up a pen and wrote Yingyu Medis, 15 years old swordsman. Luna filled in Luna Carter, 17 years old apprentice mage. In reality, both Luna and I had already reached the level of swordmaster and mage, but we hadn't gone to the notary to get certified, so we only filled in the basic professions. After completing the forms, we handed them over to her, and before long she returned each of us a crystal card saying, "This is your membership card. It not only allows you to withdraw cash, but also serves as proof of your identity." Please keep it safe. By the way, you wanted to know about the Thunder Beast, right? Let me check for you. She pulled out a thick book and began flipping through it. The Thunder Beast, a mid-upper tier magical beast, weighs about 300 kilograms, covered in thick scales, adept at using lightning magic, and has a fierce temperament. It lives in high mountains, is quite rare, and its teeth make excellent magical tools essential for certain magical arrays. Excuse me, where is the nearest mountain to Ketan City? I rushed forward in the direction of the sound, and at a distance of over 100 meters from my destination I saw two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce battle, the clashing of metal ringing in the air. From their size I determined that the large figure was certainly not human, and the smaller figure did not resemble Luna, for she was skilled in magic and could not possibly excel in close combat to this extent. As my thoughts progressed, I found myself within 10 meters of the battleground. I focused my gaze and saw a girl of about 17 or 18 years wielding a long sword, fiercely battling a massive creature. She was stunningly beautiful, truly deserving the phrase as beautiful as a celestial being, though in this world there are only deities, not celestial beings. I use the term just as a metaphor. Her skin was like cream and her long golden hair cascaded down to her waist, her tall figure standing at about 170 centimeters. Yet what drew my attention even more was the massive creature beside her. It stood over 2 meters tall, covered in green scales, with blood-red eyes the size of apples, and atop its head sprouted a fluffy long horn. It was the Thunder Beast I had been searching for. However, since someone else had taken the lead, I had no choice but to give up. After all, it wasn't just this one Thunder Beast, and I didn't want to reveal my dark martial skills in front of others. I decided to observe the situation first. In the arena, the girl continuously transformed her sword techniques. Her swordplay could certainly be described as clever and exquisite, with intricate moves emerging from her hands, repeatedly piercing the Thunder Beast's body, mixed with magical attacks that provoked furious roars from the creature. However, her internal strength was evidently insufficient, as the true chi within her could not be converted into combat energy, which was her fatal weakness. Without enough true chi as a foundation, even the most refined sword techniques would lose their potency. Although she appeared to have the upper hand, she could not inflict any substantial harm on the Thunder Beast, which was armored in scales. If that Thunder Beast were to abandon its defense and attack with full force, she would likely have perished long ago. Element of water, heed my plea, transform into a sharp arrow and pierce my enemy. She cast the intermediate water magic ice arrow, conjuring an ice arrow over a meter long that shot forth at incredible speed towards the Thunder Beast, striking it squarely in the forehead. The Thunder Beast seemed enraged by this strike, releasing a powerful electric current from its furry horn towards the girl, while it completely abandoned defense, wildly attacking her with its claws. The girl barely managed to evade the net-like electric attack, but her sword was knocked away by the Thunder Beast's claws, and the other claw shot towards her chest with lightning speed. Exhausted and devoid of her sword's protection, the girl could only close her eyes and await her fate, seemingly on the brink of destruction. Saving her was of utmost importance. I could not afford to hesitate. I drew my long sword, instantly channeling all my combat energy, and rushed towards her. Just before she was struck by the Thunder Beast, I appeared between her and the creature. I steadied her with my left hand while swiftly sweeping my sword towards the beast's neck with my right hand. The Thunder Beast was taken aback, quickly shifting from offense to defense, sweeping its steel-like arms towards my sword. Clang! In that life-and-death moment, we clashed with all our might. I retreated 3 steps while holding the girl, my right arm numbed from the impact. The Thunder Beast also did not escape and scathed, staggering back several steps, a deep sword mark left on its scaled arm, yet no blood flowed from the wound. I couldn't help but be astonished by the thickness of its scales. At this moment the girl had recovered from her shock. Seeing herself held in the arms of a stranger, she became flustered and subtly shifted her body. I noticed this and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly releasing her. She stole a glance at me and immediately lowered her head, her face flushing red. Understanding that this was not the time for dawdling, I politely said to her, "Miss, please stand back a bit, I will handle this beast." Perhaps realizing she could no longer fight, she obediently retreated to the side. At this moment the Thunder Beast also reacted, letting out a furious roar, opening its massive mouth to spit out 3 fist-sized high-pressure thunderballs that flew straight at me. I leapt into the air and the 3 thunderballs struck a giant tree, instantly incinerating it to charcoal. Simultaneously I landed behind the thunder beast. Flame Dragon Slash. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, my sword along with the combat energy struck the thunder beast, leaving a wound over a meter long on its back, green blood gushing from the injury. The thunder beast let out 2 pained roars, staggering forward 6 or 7 steps before regaining its footing. It slowly turned around, its blood-red eyes glaring at me frantically as if determined to tear apart the one who had harmed it. I could not help but be astonished by its robust physique. Despite being struck by the Flame Dragon Slash, it did not fall. Although it bled profusely, my instincts told me that it had not been wounded internally, as my sword could only penetrate a couple of inches before it could go no further. The thunder beast had completely gone berserk, abandoning all defense, continuously spitting high-pressure thunderballs at me while its claws rained down upon me like a tempest. I dodged left and right to evade the thunderballs and claw attacks, occasionally striking with my sword, but I could only leave superficial wounds on its body, unable to inflict any fatal damage. My stamina was rapidly depleting, while the thunder beast's assault showed no signs of slowing. If this continued, I would eventually exhaust myself. At that point, not only would I be in danger, but the girl would also be unable to survive. The situation was dire. It seems like I have no choice but to take a risk, I thought to myself, deciding to use the ultimate move from the dark martial skill Meteor Sword technique to strike it down. I leapt into the air, soaring several meters high, channeling all my internal power and fully condensing it into my sword. The entire blade immediately glowed with a blue luminescence. Dark Star Dragon Slash. I flew towards the thunder beast with a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye, like a shooting star in the dark night. Bang! The thunder beast's massive head was severed from its body, a spout of green blood shooting up over a meter high, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Having exhausted my energy, I squatted on the ground, gasping for breath, taking a while to recover. The girl seemed to be in shock from the fierce battle, standing there in a daze. Only after I had removed 8 thunder beast fangs did she slowly approach me, softly saying, "My name is Lapis. Thank you for saving my life, sir." "It's nothing, I only acted out of convenience, miss. Please don't take it to heart. Also, I am not a sir, my name is Yingyu Medis," I casually replied. "Then Yingyu, could you give me the thunder beast's horn? It is very important to me," Lapis said softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Alright, I have no use for it anyway." The thunder beast's fang was already in my possession, and though the horn seemed quite nice, it was of no use to me, so I agreed without a second thought. "However, I have one thing I would like to ask you for help with." "Sure, I will agree to anything," she said happily, but then quickly realized her words were inappropriate, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Seeing her embarrassment, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, yet I still said, "I just want to ask you not to tell anyone about what happened today, especially regarding my battle with the thunder beast." At this point I had already cut off the thunder beast's horn and handed it to her. "Ah, so it was this matter, I was so worried." She took the beast's horn as if receiving a reprieve, while also feeling amused by her earlier thoughts, her face turning even redder. I was pondering why this girl was so prone to blushing when suddenly I felt a cool sensation on my face. She had kissed me and ran off, leaving behind a simple, "Thank you." I stood there in a daze, reminiscing about the lingering sweetness on my cheek. This was the first time a girl had kissed me. In the past, Luna had only hugged me. "What a strange girl," I murmured to myself. "She seems to really like you." Luna had appeared by my side at some point, her tone tinged with jealousy. "Ah, Luna, you misunderstood. She was just thanking me for saving her life. I have no feelings for her at all," I hurriedly said. If there was only one person in this world who could capture my heart, it would be Luna. She was both like a sister and a lover to me, and I absolutely would not allow even the slightest rift to form between us. "Hee, I was just teasing you. Look how flustered you've become." Luna giggled playfully, poking my nose with her finger, burying her head in my chest as she said, "Seeing your face, that makes girls' hearts flutter. I knew you would never be content with just the status quo." Of course I understood what she meant by not being content with the status quo. Did I really have such desires as she mentioned? As I was about to say something, Luna continued, "In our world, having multiple wives is quite common. I am not a selfish woman as long as you don't. That way I want mine. Moreover, with someone as outstanding as you, many girls will surely like you in the future. I don't want you to make too many girls sad and weep for just me. Hehe, as long as you don't despise me then. I had never thought that far ahead, but I knew that as a ruler of a nation, of course I am a demon lord, although still a lone commander. Even if I only wanted one wife, circumstances would not allow it. Often, to win hearts or maintain peace with neighboring countries, kings would have to marry the daughters of important ministers or princesses of other nations. Though I did not agree with such practices, if one day a girl who deeply loved me confessed her feelings and I had feelings for her too, would I really have the heart to refuse her? I had never considered this issue before, as in the past my social circle only included Luna, and now that I think about it, I really couldn't bring myself to reject her. Perhaps Luna had already seen through this if she did not put on an elder sister's facade to control me, but instead, if she opposed, I truly would have no way to deal with it, for subconsciously I did not want to do anything that would make her sad. Her understanding nature moved me deeply. Luna, you are so wonderful. I embraced her tightly. I swear, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my top priority in my heart. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you until the end of time. Star. Luna called my name affectionately and initiated a sweet kiss. I leaned in and a tingling sensation spread throughout my body as our lips finally met. It felt as though a century had passed, yet it seemed like only a second had gone by when our lips finally parted, both of us gasping for breath, our faces flushed like ripe persimmons. After a long time, Luna finally regulated her breath and softly said to me, Star, we should go back. If we stay out too late, the city gate will close. I agreed. After packing the 8 Thunder Beast fangs, Luna and I set off on our way back. Kaduan City Royal Palace. Sando, how are things going? Reporting to His Highness, the princess has brought back the Thunder Beast's horn. What? Did I not instruct you to acquire all the Thunder Beast horns from the nearby cities at a high price? Early the next morning, just as the sun leaped over the horizon, I woke up. Even I was astonished at how early I had risen. Usually it was Sister Luna who dragged me out of bed. Sitting on the bed, I circulated my true energy within my body and felt that there was significantly more than before. It seemed that yesterday's fierce battle had contributed to this. I never expected that one's cultivation could improve so rapidly through life and death struggles. I couldn't help but ponder how to create more opportunities like that in the future. Creak. Luna pushed open the door and entered, intending to wake me up. She was contemplating whether to tug on my left ear or my right ear when she saw me sitting cross-legged on the bed. Oh my! When did our young master become so diligent? She exclaimed. I stood up, embraced her, and sat her down beside me on the bed, smiling as I said, Of course it's because my sister Luna teaches so well. Her hair brushed against my face, tickling me pleasantly. After what happened yesterday, the distance between us seemed to have shrunk significantly. She showed no displeasure at my affectionate gesture. Instead, she leaned comfortably against my shoulder. We remained silent, nestled against each other, savoring the warmth we offered one another. It felt as though we could hear each other's breath and heartbeat. Sister Luna, it's time for us to head out, I gently said, sensing our breathing quickening. Sister Luna seemed to realize this too. She slowly stood up. You should freshen up first. I'll wait for you downstairs. She turned and left my room. I quickly finished washing up, placing the 8 Thunder Beast fangs on me, and headed downstairs. After having breakfast together with Sister Luna, we set off for the Holy Light Academy. Upon arriving at the door of Principal York's laboratory, I saw 2 workers repairing the walls. Remembering the explosion from that day, I couldn't help but become more alert. I told Luna to stand a little farther from the door, raised my hand, and knocked 3 times while my legs were poised to run at any moment. Creak. The door opened and York poked his head out. His eyes were dark and the end of his white beard showed signs of being singed. Looks like this old guy has been working on some magical experiment all night, I thought to myself. Hee. You two are back, Yingyu Luna. Did you get the Thunder Beast fangs? He said with a sly grin, as if he was certain we had suffered quite a bit. That old man? I cursed in my heart but replied, Of course we got them. This little task is a piece of cake for us, hee. I certainly wouldn't give him the chance to mock me. Show them to me quickly, York urged. I handed over the 8 Thunder Beast fangs. Oh. I didn't expect you really defeated the Thunder Beast, and there are 8 of them. They must be middle-aged Thunder Beasts, York exclaimed in surprise. Is there an age distinction for teeth? Luna asked in confusion. Of course. Young Thunder Beasts are between 1 to 15 years old, and they only have 6 teeth. Since their bodies are not fully grown, the magical power within their teeth is pitifully small. Thunder Beasts aged 15 to 60 are considered mid-aged at their peak in both physical strength and magical power, making them difficult to capture, yet their teeth are the most useful. Thunder Beasts aged 60 to 90 are elderly, having grown all 8 teeth, but their internal magical power is depleted, making them of little use once captured, York said with great interest. Then why didn't you tell me this at the beginning? What if we captured a young or old Thunder Beast? I said anxiously. That's not an issue. I was already prepared for the Thunder Beast fangs. Sending you out was just to train you, York replied leisurely. What? I was a bit angry, and seeing my expression, Luna hurriedly grabbed me from behind. Didn't you say that this little matter was a piece of cake for you? York laughed slyly, looking as cunning as ever. Fine. You win. Although I knew I had been schemed against by this old man, I had no choice but to accept it. Moreover, my own strength had increased significantly, so I didn't press the issue further. Even so, I mentally cursed him countless times. Let's get started, he said, finally serious now that I had stopped talking. But first we need to detect the type of seal. Hill's letter didn't specify what kind of seal is within you. What should I do? I asked. Close your eyes and relax your body, York said as he gathered a considerable amount of magical power in his hand. I complied, feeling York place one hand on my forehead. A gentle energy flowed from his palm into my forehead, circulating within me before flowing back to his palm. You can open your eyes now. His hand left my forehead. I opened my eyes and saw York standing still, deep in thought. After a while he finally raised his head and said to me, from what I can tell, the seal that suppresses your magical power is the divine seal mark from the demon sealing magic. With my magical power and the amplification array, it should be easy to unravel. However, your situation is quite special. Generally, a skilled practitioner only needs one seal to suppress their magical power, whereas only top experts from the divine or demonic races require 2 seals. It is said that the 3rd prince of the 4th generation divine King Zhan Tian was sealed with 2 divine seal marks by his father after a failed rebellion. He is also the only person in history to have been sealed with 2 divine seal marks. Yet you have 3 divine seal marks within you. This is absolutely unprecedented. Theoretically, the first seal within you suppresses 1/6 of your magical power, meaning that after unraveling the first seal you would regain 1/6 of your total magical power. After unraveling the second seal you would regain 1/3, and only by unraveling all 3 seals can you regain all the magical power within you. However, this kind of seal can only have its first layer unraveled by external force, the others must rely on you alone. I already knew that. Let's begin now, I said to York. Although his theory was somewhat helpful to me, I knew that if I didn't stop him he might talk until tomorrow morning. Alright, but it might be quite painful, so be prepared, York said as he led me and Luna to another room. This room was smaller than his laboratory, but aside from the magic circle in the center there were no extra items, making it feel quite spacious. Shin, you will stand in the center of that magic circle and concentrate, don't think about anything else. And this, he handed a bag containing the Thunder Beast fangs to Luna. You should keep these, they should be worth a lot of money. This old man, though very cunning, has a good heart. I thought he would keep all the Thunder Beast fangs for himself. I thought to myself, marking this as my first praise for him since we met. I stood in the center of the magic circle, highly concentrating my spirit. York shouted, "It's beginning." He raised a magic wand high above his head. He usually didn't use a wand, muttering several unknown incantations. Suddenly the entire magic circle lit up, producing 7 beams of various colors at its edges. These 7 beams gradually shrank and concentrated, finally transforming into red, white, purple, brown, black, green, and blue lightning that fused into my body. I felt as if struck by lightning, my blood surged, seemingly rising dozens of degrees in an instant, and even my internal organs trembled. Each cell seemed to scream in pain, and my clothes were soaked with sweat. Under this extreme pain, my consciousness gradually began to fade. Suddenly the feeling of pain disappeared, and an enormous 4 streams of energy appeared within me. Could this be the 4 types of magical power within me? I excitedly thought, quickly shifting my entire focus inward, entering an internal viewing state. I saw that these 4 streams of energy were rapidly condensing, each displaying yellow, black, red, and purple colors. Based on my judgment, their attributes should be light, darkness, fire, and lightning. At this point, the 4 streams of energy had finished condensing and formed 4 high-density energy cores, which paired off and moved toward the Qi and Dantian. The fire and lightning attribute energy cores came to a halt upon entering the Qi, coexisting in a pure magical form. However, the light and dark attribute energy cores were not so docile. Once they entered the Dantian, they occupied their own sides, rapidly absorbing the true Qi within the Dantian. As soon as the true Qi came into contact with them, it immediately transformed into golden and dark colors, absorbing faster and faster, forming a vortex within my Dantian. In the end, they absorbed half of my true Qi and combined it into 2 energy masses that resembled both true Qi and magical power, very similar to the fighting energy used by Rios and Grandpa Hill, colored golden and dark, with each energy mass equal to the total amount of true Qi I originally had. But it didn't end there. These 2 energy masses were attracting each other, seemingly trying to pull the other to their side. However, the result was that they moved towards the center simultaneously, finally merging into a silvery gray energy mass that possessed both light and dark attributes, while also exhibiting the characteristics of true Qi. In terms of quantity, it should be about double the original amount, having at least reached the mid-level of a great sword master, and its speed of operation and recovery had increased more than 3-fold. Many sword techniques that I couldn't use before due to insufficient true Qi could now be executed with ease. However, most of the profound martial skills I had learned were dark attributes, so it seemed that to fully unleash the power of this true Qi, I would need to create some new techniques that possess both light and dark attributes. I slowly opened my eyes, and immediately a soft and delicate figure fell into my arms. It was Sister Luna. She buried her face in my chest, excitedly saying, "Xing, you're finally awake. You've been standing here for a whole day and night. You nearly drove me mad." "What? Has it been a whole day and night? Sister Luna, did you really stay by my side the whole time?" Luna gently nodded. My heart felt indescribably touched, and I could only hold her tightly. "By the way, Xing, what was that silvery gray fighting energy that just emanated from you? I've never seen it before," Sister Luna asked softly. "It's produced by the simultaneous combination of light and dark elements with true Qi. Let's call it Holy Demon Fighting Energy. I whimsically named this true Qi. It seems someone is coming." I gently released my hold on Luna. I didn't expect my hearing to have improved so much. I saw York enter holding a crystal ball, placing it on the ground. He pointed at it and said to me, "Xingyu, you're finally awake. Look. This is a crystal used to measure magical power. Let me see how much magical power you have now." "Ah. Really? Is there such a miraculous thing?" I almost asked, but I held back, thinking, if I ask like that, won't this old fellow laugh at my ignorance? I thought to myself. Yet I said, "I see, let's give it a try." "How do we test it?" "What? You don't even know how to use this magic crystal?" York exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, no, I meant who will test it first." Thankfully I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have really embarrassed myself. "You go first. Quickly place your hand on it," York said. Finally you revealed how to use this thing." I secretly chuckled and hurriedly placed one hand on it. Instantly the crystal ball emitted dazzling purple, gray, and red lights. "Oh! This is incredible. Your 1/6 of magical power has actually reached the level of a junior magic master, and it's gathering so quickly. Even I needed 3 times your time during my test. No wonder you are of divine and demonic lineage. By the way, what is that silver gray light? I don't recall any magic element having that color, York said excitedly. That should be a fusion of light and dark elements, and it has already merged with the true energy within me. I felt there was no need to hide this from Dean York. Although we had only known each other for a few days, the trust that Grandpa Sierra placed in him showed how close their relationship was. Although I appeared somewhat rude to him, in reality I held great respect for this humorous old man. Sometimes I even unconsciously regarded him as a stand-in for Grandpa Sierra. What? Light and dark are two mutually exclusive attributes. How could they possibly combine? Even if you simultaneously inherit the bloodlines of both gods and demons, as a human you can only possess one type of magical power. This is truly unbelievable. It seems I need to study this carefully. York scratched his head, looking contemplative. Luna, why don't you also test your magical power? I said to Luna. Sure. Luna replied, placing her hand on the crystal ball. After a moment the crystal ball emitted green light. Although not as bright as mine, it still reached a considerable level. The magical power within you should be of the wind element, and it has already reached the level of a magic apprentice. Achieving this at your age is quite rare. How well do you master your magic spells? York asked. I've completely mastered the intermediate and lower wind magic, but I haven't learned the advanced ones yet. I also know some healing magic of the light element, Luna replied. What? With your magical power you've only learned so little magic. What a waste. However, it's quite impressive that Sierra could teach magic to this extent. He doesn't excel in wind magic, so he might have taught you some spells he hasn't mastered himself. What about you, kid? I only know dark magic, I can't do anything else. I answered bluntly. I see, then you should study at the Holy Light Academy for a while. It might be helpful for your future, York said. But the enrollment period has already passed. Luna and I asked simultaneously. No problem, as long as I recommend you it's all good and you won't have to pay tuition, York said. At the Holy Light Academy the dean can recommend qualified individuals for admission at any time and tuition is waived. Many talented but impoverished students enroll this way. This is fantastic. Thank you, Dean York, old man. Luna and I said simultaneously. In fact, we had been worried about not being able to enroll quickly for the past 2 days. Hee. No need to thank me. It's nothing. York chuckled, but inside he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. I've really struck it rich with these 2 treasures. Especially that kid Yingyu, his true energy has great research value. You two prepare to return home for now and come to report tomorrow. After bidding farewell to York, Luna and I headed to the Adventurers Guild. Under the astonished gaze of a female attendant I took out 8 Thunder Beast teeth. She never expected that we had actually obtained the Thunder Beast teeth, and they were of high quality, leading her to reevaluate our strength completely. After depositing 1,600 gold coins into my credit card, the female attendant suddenly asked me, by the way, did you retrieve the Thunder Beast horn? Thunder Beast horn? Is that useful? I asked in confusion. Of course it's useful, it's even more precious than the Thunder Beast's teeth. It can sell for 600 gold coins here? I thought you wouldn't succeed, so I didn't mention it to you. I'm really sorry about that, the female attendant said. I've already given it away. Never mind, we have enough money now, so you don't have to apologize for that, I said lightly. Even if I had known the value of the Thunder Beast horn from the beginning, I would have given it to Lapis at her request. This is what they call a hero's struggle against charming women, right? Hee. Seeing me say that, she no longer felt guilty, and we chatted a bit more. During our chat we learned that her name was Kylan and she was a water magic user. She had only been working here for less than 2 years and chose this job because she liked the environment. After saying goodbye to Kylan, Luna and I strolled down the street. I suddenly remembered that Luna didn't have a weapon, so I said, Sister Luna, why don't we go to the weapon shop and see if there's something suitable for you? Without waiting for her agreement, I took her hand and pulled her into a weapon shop. Welcome. This is the largest weapon shop in Croton City with a full range of samples and reasonable prices. What do you two need? A salesperson said to us. Do you have any weapons suitable for female magic users? I asked. He glanced at Luna and said, is it for this young lady? What type of magic are you skilled in? Wind magic, Luna replied. Is there a difference? I asked. Of course there is a difference. A middle-aged man dressed as a merchant approached. Ah, boss, the salesperson exclaimed. Tom, go attend to the other customers. I'll handle this, the middle-aged man said. Yes. The salesperson replied and left. Hello, I'm Owen, the owner here. I heard that you don't know the principles of magic tools, so I wanted to explain it to you. He looked nothing like a merchant, he seemed more like a teacher, and he seemed to enjoy sharing his knowledge with others. Please go ahead, I said politely. Both Luna and I had a pitiful understanding of weapons, so I certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. As far as I know, except for some divine artifacts, all magical weapons only possess one attribute, meaning they can only accommodate one element. Only when casting spells of the same attribute can they exert their maximum enhancement effect. Although they can provide some enhancement when casting spells of other attributes, it's not much different from casting without them. For example, if this young lady specializes in wind magic, then you'd better choose a wind staff for her. I never expected there would be so much to say about magical tools. It seems this trip is truly worthwhile. So under Owen's guidance, we arrived in front of a display case filled with many wind attribute magic staffs ranging from low to high prices. It seems the #1 weapon shop in the royal city is indeed not just in name. I accompanied Luna in choosing for a long time, but it seemed none of them satisfied her. Then I suddenly remembered that Luna had once told me she preferred lighter weapons, so I asked Owen, do you have anything lighter? I mean something easy to use and carry. Alright, wait a moment. Owen pondered for a moment and walked into the back room. In a short while he returned holding a box about a foot long. He opened the box, revealing a dagger inside. The length of the blade and sheath was less than a foot. I picked up the dagger, removed the sheath, and it wasn't as sharp as I had imagined. Aside from the oval green stone on the hilt being somewhat eye-catching, it seemed no different from an ordinary dagger. Is this really a magical weapon? I couldn't help but doubt it. Miss, please hold it and infuse your magical power into the blade, Owen said to Luna. Luna followed his instructions and slowly infused her magical power into the blade. The oval stone immediately emitted a dazzling green light, and the blade itself changed color, shimmering with a green glow. It's actually a precious blade. Luna held it and felt a sense of connection as if it were part of her own body. That's great, finally found someone who can use it. Owen said excitedly with joy written all over his face. Boss, will buy this dagger. How much is it? Seeing how much Luna liked it, I decided to purchase it. No need. I'll give it to you. How can that be? We can't accept this. Luna and I said simultaneously. This precious blade must be worth a lot of money. We had only known Owen for less than half a day, so it was really awkward to accept such an expensive gift. This dagger is called Secret Blade Flowing Wind. A friend of mine who is an adventurer found it in an ancient relic. From the name it should be a wind attribute artifact, but my friend couldn't sense its magical power at all. Using it was no different from an ordinary dagger. Later he gave Flowing Wind to me, hoping I could find someone who could use it. However, I had not found anyone who could wield it for 10 years. I had almost lost hope, but unexpectedly met you. I believe many divine weapons recognize their masters. Since Flowing Wind has recognized you as its master, you should not refuse it, Owen said. In the end, after much persuasion from both sides, I still stuffed 600 gold coins into Owen's hands, but he forcibly gave me a magical robe worth over 500 gold coins. Luna and I repeatedly thanked him and left our names before leaving. After we left, an old dwarf walked in through the back door grinning as he said to Owen, Owen, you're not really cut out to be a merchant, haha. No matter how good you act, you can't compare to a genuine boss like you. Aren't you staying for a while? No. You're still the same, the old dwarf said. Jim, I'm taking my leave. Before Jim could respond, Owen walked out of the shop. On the street watching us leave, Owen murmured, Shadow Lilith, your son has finally appeared. The wheels of fate are starting to turn, aren't they? Whether he can become a king depends on his own abilities. For now all I can do for him is this. However, that girl beside him is quite special, being able to. I wonder if giving flowing wind to her is right or wrong. He murmured a few incantations and a magic circle appeared before him and he soon disappeared from the street. On the third day of the 5th month in the year 598 of the Holy Luan Empire, Prime Minister Owen Magri met Emperor Yingyu Medis and Empress Luna Carter for the first time, marking the beginning of their extraordinary lives. Historians refer to this day as the turning point of fate. By the time we left the weapon shop it was nearly noon, and all the stores on the street had already opened. Looking at the colorful storefronts and the dazzling array of goods, Luna seemed extraordinarily excited. She pulled my hand and dragged me through several streets, my legs nearly cramping up, yet she remained in high spirits, pointing this way and that. Women are truly strange creatures. As soon as they hit the streets they transform into agile wanderers, and Luna was no exception. They say women are made of water, but I would argue they are made of iron. At least Luna's feet were as strong as iron. It was only when our stomachs began to protest with loud growls that she realized we hadn't eaten anything for a whole day and night. She glanced at me apologetically and said, "Xing, are you hungry? Let's go eat something first." "I'm so sorry, I forget everything when I'm shopping." "Great. Let's hurry to eat." Though I had called it out 1,000 times, in my heart I still pretended to maintain composure on the surface. "Luna, I'm not hungry yet, let me accompany you for a little longer." "No, I'm very hungry too." "Let's go have lunch first," Luna said. Hooray! Just as I secretly rejoiced, the crowd ahead suddenly erupted in chaos, with pedestrians hastily retreating to the sides of the road. Amidst the swirling dust, a 2-meter-tall orc came running towards us, panting heavily. He was shackled with a collar around his neck that indicated his status as a slave. His deep brown hair was unkempt and his bare torso showed little body hair. If it weren't for the bear-like ears on his head, one might not even recognize him as an orc. He must be a high-ranking orc, I thought to myself. Just then 2 arrows shot from a distance, striking his left leg. He let out a painful cry and fell to the ground. 5 swift horses rushed over, surrounding him. A man in a yellow robe riding one of the horses shouted angrily, "Damn it! You worthless slave, how dare you escape? Making us chase you all this way? Beat him!" He swung his whip and struck the orc, while several others dismounted and began to kick and punch him until he was bruised all over. This was too much. They were actually beating a defenseless person in the street. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I let go of Luna and was about to confront them when suddenly a hand grabbed me. I thought it was Luna, but turning around I found it was an old man who leaned close and whispered, "Young man, don't act impulsively. He's just a slave, and an orc at that. The orc race were once the accomplices of the Demon King. They are not worthy of sympathy. Moreover, those men are under Rudolph, and they are not to be trifled with." "Who is Rudolph?" I asked. "Rudolph is the largest slave trader in the Kingdom of John, extremely wealthy, and he employs hundreds of henchmen. Furthermore, slave owners have the power of life and death over their slaves, and even the authorities cannot intervene," the old man stated. Although I had long understood that the orc race had become slaves due to their defeat, I was shocked by their treatment. Ever since learning about my own origins and the truth behind the demon-slaying war, I had developed a special feeling for the orc race. They had fallen to this fate to aid our demon race. How could I stand by and do nothing when they were in trouble? I would not allow such inequality to happen. Ignoring the old man's warnings, I charged forward. At this moment those slave traders had already tied up the orc with a rope, preparing to drag him away. I swiftly snapped the rope connected to the horse and positioned myself in front of them. "Excuse me, friends, is there a problem?" the leading man in yellow asked. Wearing the magical robe that Owen had given me, valued at over 500 gold coins, and knowing that most mages who could wear such high-end robes served in the palace or military, he didn't dare act too boldly without ascertaining my identity. "I want to buy him." I pointed at the orc lying on the ground and said expressionlessly, "He is a high-ranking orc worth 30 gold coins in the market, you see. Can I take him?" I casually pulled out 50 gold coins and tossed them to him. Yes, yes. Seeing my generous offer, a smile spread across his face and he quickly agreed, taking his subordinates and leaving while still chuckling, "You're lucky to be getting away." Watching this scene conclude so unexpectedly, many pedestrians dispersed in boredom. The old man gave me a puzzled glance before leaving, perhaps mocking my impulsiveness in spending 50 gold coins to buy an orc. I helped the orc up and together with Luna we walked towards the outskirts of the city. I pulled out the 2 arrows from his leg while Luna cast a healing spell on him. Since he didn't have any serious injuries, combined with the orc race's formidable recovery ability, he regained his mobility in no time. I untied the ropes on him using my holy magic to crush his shackles and removed the collar from his neck, saying to him, "You are free now." "Why are you freeing me? Don't you humans always treat us as slaves?" He seemed perplexed by my actions. "I don't care how others treat you, but I have never regarded anyone as a slave, especially not the orc race," I said firmly. He stared at me blankly, seemingly shocked by my words. This was the first time he had heard such sentiments from a human. Suddenly he placed his large hands on my shoulders and said excitedly, "Friend, please tell me your name. I Luden will surely repay this kindness. Since you consider me a friend, why speak of repayment? Just remember that I Yingyu D will always be your friend," I said sincerely. "Good. Brother Yingyu, you will forever be a friend to all orcs." He smiled and ran off, disappearing into the nearby forest in just a few moments. After bidding farewell to Luden, Luna and I returned to the inn in the city. After we devoured a hefty meal, mostly me, it was already nearing evening. Luna and I packed our luggage and went to rest. After all, we hadn't slept for almost 2 days. Early the next day, Luna and I arrived at the Holy Light Academy. First we went to handle the enrollment procedures with Old York. My major was fire magic, lightning magic, light healing magic, and military theory. Attack magic of the light type is not taught in human schools, and at my level I could only rely on my own cultivation to improve my martial skills. Thus there was no need for me to study martial arts here. Luna's major was wind magic, light healing magic, and geography. To facilitate my cultivation, I rented a single dormitory for 80 gold coins while Luna moved into the girls' dormitory. The dormitories for boys and girls are separate at the Holy Light Academy. Once everything was settled, we began our first day of studying at the Holy Light Academy. How boring. On the way to the cafeteria, I complained to Luna, "Luna, I can't take it anymore." Today, aside from military theory being somewhat interesting, the other magic classes were all about teaching methods to enhance magical power through meditation or basic magic like fireball and shock. You know, I can already absorb magical elements directly from the outside world. Why should I do such boring things? At this rate, I probably won't learn many intermediate spells even in a year. Luna seemed to share my sentiments, though she wasn't very good at expressing complaints. She pondered for a moment and said to me, "Xing, since you think the teacher is teaching too slowly, you can go to the library and see. You might find some advanced spell incantations." Right? The library? Why didn't I think of that? Luna, you're so adorable. I quickly moved to her side, gave her a kiss on the cheek, and dashed towards the library at lightning speed, leaving Luna blushing in place. There were many people around watching, haha. Thus I became a regular at the library. Apart from attending one military theory class each day, I was practically living in the library. Although the school set up barriers in the mid to advanced level magic library to prevent students with insufficient magic from misusing spells, for someone with the strength of a magic master like me, it was utterly ineffective. Within the short span of a week, I had read nearly all the military magic books. With my intense interest and photographic memory, I had learned almost all the fire, lightning, and light healing spells, and even picked up a few long-lost forbidden spells from 2 damaged books, transforming from a novice in military strategy to an expert. However, I also gained the contrasting titles of Bookworm and Truant King. One day Luna and I were having lunch when suddenly a female voice called from behind, "Luna, wait for me." I turned to see Xuan'er running towards us, followed by someone, Labisi. Compared to the fiery Xuan'er, Labisi radiated more maturity and tranquility, her beautiful face glowing with a sacred light, giving a feeling that was both warm and untouchable. Xuan'er reached us first and grabbed Luna's hand, saying sweetly, "Oh Luna sister, you really are studying here. I missed you so much. Also you promised to come find me, why haven't you? She bombarded Luna with a barrage of questions the moment they met, leaving even Luna momentarily stunned, but she quickly replied, it's Xuan'er. I wanted to come find you, but I've been so busy these days, I'm really sorry. It's nothing, we've met now, right? By the way, which department are you in, Luna? Xuan'er asked eagerly. We're all in the magic department, we just enrolled not long ago, Luna replied. What? He's also in the magic department? What's wrong? Can't you be a lousy swordsman anymore and now you want to be a dumb mage? That brat's mouth was still as sharp as ever. What did you say? Dare to say that again? I couldn't let her get away with it. Oh. I'm so scared. The truant king. She made a face and said. She even knew about the title I had just received, making me suspicious if she was sent by the Intelligence Bureau? Haha, just kidding. Xuan'er, you shouldn't say that. Labby C approached, speaking politely. Young Master Xingyu, hello. She glanced at me, perhaps recalling the last time, and her face turned a bit red. She turned to Luna and asked, and who is this lady? Luna Carter, Xing's sister. Actually, we've met before, just call me Luna, Luna said, giving her a teasing glance. We've met? Labby C asked in surprise, but then quickly responded, I'm sorry, I was in such a rush that day. Remembering that intimate scene from that day, her face flushed again. Young Master Xingyu, thank you so much that day. I truly don't know how to repay you. She quickly composed herself and said to me. It's nothing, besides you've already. I wanted to say besides you've already thanked me, but quickly realized the consequences of saying it out loud, so I abruptly stopped. But she seemed to have caught on to what I meant, and her face turned red again. Why does this girl blush so easily? Sister Labby C, how do you know each other? Xuan'er, who had been sitting aside, finally couldn't hold back any longer and seized the opportunity to interject. That day it was young Master Xingyu who helped me. Seeing me signaling her not to speak, she quickly changed her words, it was young Master Xingyu who helped me deal with a few pesky thieves. That was a close call, she almost forgot what she had promised me. I knew it. Did our swordsman lord rush in to fall on the ground and trip the enemies again? Xuan'er laughed loudly, not forgetting to pull a face at me, completely lacking a latticed demeanor. I really couldn't understand why this girl had such a grudge against me, always looking for trouble. Even if I had killed her father in my past life, it shouldn't be this bad, right? By the way, since you all study at the Holy Light Academy, why haven't we seen each other during classes? Luckily Luna appeared just in time to defuse the situation, otherwise I might have seriously considered strangling Xuan'er. We are in the Magic Swordsman department and we don't have classes in the East District, Labby C replied. Princess Labby C, oh my, we have Xuan'er here too, and this beautiful purple-haired lady. May I have the honor of dining with the three of you? A young man dressed like a noble approached us, speaking politely while his eyes roamed over the three girls. He had a tall and straight figure, a long sword at his waist, and a handsome face adorned with a cool smile. Behind him were four attendants dressed similarly, all bearing weapons. For some reason I instinctively detested him, feeling a visceral dislike. Perhaps it was his lecherous gaze, which seemed to have tentacles, as if he wanted to strip every beautiful woman he saw bare, making one uncomfortable to look at. A gentleman should be charming without being vulgar, he clearly belonged to the latter. The faces of the three girls immediately turned cold, even Luna, who seldom got angry, was no exception, especially Labby C, who looked extremely disdainful and coldly said, sorry, we've already made plans, goodbye. She cast a glance at us three and was about to leave. Wait. The noble youth blocked our way and glanced at me, saying, Princess, who is this filthy brat? Why are you with this lowly commoner? Lowly? I replied coldly. I hadn't wanted to conflict with him, but I could not stand those who looked down on others. Indeed, I am a commoner, but I am not lowly. I support myself with my own labor, unlike you noble offspring who only know how to ride on the backs of others with the little virtue your ancestors left behind. You are the parasites of the nation, useless trash. I couldn't believe I had spoken such righteous words. Everyone present was stunned by my declaration, looking at me in shock. Even Xuan'er, who often opposed me, showed an unusual expression, but many seemed more worried about me offending this noble. He did not unleash any fighting spirit, although his speed was fast, it was nearly fast. Given the distance between us, any moderately skilled magician would have enough time to chant their spells, which led me to ponder in a duel between swordsmen and magicians. One usually tries to close the distance quickly to ambush before the magician completes their incantation. If the distance is too long, one can only release fighting spirit to withstand magical attacks. Yet he did not release even a hint of fighting spirit and charged straight at me. Moreover, he was facing me, someone who could cast intermediate magic without chanting, which was tantamount to seeking death. However, considering what he had just said, I dared not be too arrogant. I waved my hands and tentatively released 2 lightning orbs towards him. He did not dodge at all, merely waved his sword lightly, and those 2 lightning orbs were silently disintegrated, dissipating into the air as elemental energy. What kind of technique is this? Even someone as strong as Grandpa Sierra or the Divine General Leo could not achieve such an effect, especially without using fighting spirit. Could it be that his sword, named Demon Breaker, truly has the ability to negate all magic? My heart was filled entirely with confusion and astonishment. Watch out! I heard someone shout, snapping me back to reality. I saw that my opponent was less than 3 meters away from me. That was a close call. If I had been distracted for a moment longer, I might have lost my life. It seems one cannot afford to be lax in battle, no matter who the enemy is. I quickly cast 2 walls of fire and retreated 7 or 8 meters. I knew those walls of fire could only slightly slow him down and could not block him completely. In fact, if I were to draw my sword, I could also push him back, but most of the sword techniques I learned were dark martial arts taught by Grandpa Sierra. Using them publicly would be tantamount to revealing my identity as a member of the demon race. At this point, my 2 walls of fire had already been breached, and he continued to charge at me. His speed significantly increased. However, I also discovered the weakness of the Demon Breaker sword. It could only disintegrate magic that came into contact with it, as only an area the size of a person was disintegrated when the fire walls were breached. Now let's see how you handle this, I thought to myself. With my hands at my chest, I released a series of over a dozen fireballs. Instead of directly attacking the opponent, they all flew into the air, each fireball splitting into 4 smaller fireballs surrounding the entire space. With a thought, over 60 fireballs simultaneously flew towards him from all directions. This move was inspired by York's tracking flame bullet, but I merely replaced the flame bullet with many fireballs. Although the power was significantly less, it had the characteristic of overwhelming coverage, making it impossible for his sword to block them all, no matter how fast he was. The nobleman also noticed this and shouted loudly as deep blue fighting spirit erupted from his body. The intensity was comparable to what I possessed before unsealing my powers, and many fireballs were blocked by his fighting spirit shield as soon as they approached. But this was merely to draw his attention. While he was focused on defending against the fireballs, I unleashed 2 fierce flame bullets, mixing them among the fireballs behind him, silently flying towards him. While fighting spirit could block the fireballs, it could not completely negate the power of the flame bullets. After penetrating his protective fighting spirit, both flame bullets struck his back simultaneously. Although their power was reduced significantly by the fighting spirit, they still sent him flying several meters away. He spat out blood and collapsed on the ground, while the back of his clothing had already burned away, leaving a charred mark where he was hit. Thus a mid-level swordsman was defeated by me without even managing to launch a single attack. Throughout the entire encounter, I had only used a few intermediate spells. It seems that magic also requires technique. It is not merely a contest of pure power as some people claim. My lord. Several of his attendants rushed over to help him up, one of them saying, "Quickly take the lord back to the estate for treatment." I did not stop them, as my goal was merely to teach this noble a lesson. I had been quite restrained, at most causing him to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. At this point the nobleman had regained some composure, and with the help of his attendants approached me bitterly, saying, "Kid, tell me your name. I do lay Martin will not let you off." However, he clearly lacked confidence, as he coughed up blood right after saying that. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. After fighting for so long, they still did not know each other's names. It was amusing to think about. Yingyu Medis, a first-year freshman from the Department of Magic. If you want revenge, I'm always ready. I said calmly. Good. Well, see. With that he stumbled away with the help of his attendants. Watching their departing figures, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Wow. I hadn't expected to offend two nobles so soon after arriving in the imperial capital. It seems my days ahead won't be easy. In fact, I have offended more than two nobles, but I am still unaware of it. Hey. You were amazing just now. You even defeated that Dulé guy. Shuai, shedding her usual sharp and cynical demeanor, praised me loudly. He is the #1 swordsman in the royal city, yet he didn't even get a chance to attack before you took him down. So your magic is this powerful? You must teach me one day. I could hardly believe my ears. I never expected this little girl to say so many compliments, and the one being praised was me, making me doubt whether she had some new trick up her sleeve to play on me. However, the words #1 swordsman caught my attention. What? #1 swordsman? His strength shouldn't have reached that level, right? No wonder I asked. The alien continent is a world that reveres strength, and the three great empires are all founded on military prowess. The strength of a country's military is often measured by the number of paladins or sword saints within its army. If a mere swordsman could become the #1 swordsman, then the military strength of Kaduan City would be too weak. If that were the case, the John Kingdom should have been destroyed a long time ago. You're right, La Baici interjected. Although his swordsmanship is formidable, it does not qualify him as the #1 swordsman. Although the John Kingdom has very few sword saints and paladins due to the demon slaughtering war, there are still many who have the strength of great swordsmen and golden knights, and there are several in Kaduan City alone. However, most of them are veteran soldiers serving in the military, while Dulé's father, Marquis Martin, is a powerful and influential chancellor. No one wants to offend him, so not many people question his claims of being the #1 swordsman in the royal city. However, given his strength, it is acceptable for him to be regarded as the #1 swordsman among the younger generation. Saying this, she gave me a meaningful glance. I of course knew she was referring to the sword technique I used while slaying the Thunder Beast. By the way, Miss La Baici, I seemed to hear him call you princess earlier. Listening to my words, La Baici fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Shuai and finally admitted, my full name is La Baici John, the daughter of the current emperor of the John Kingdom, Priest V. In fact, I would prefer to be an ordinary girl. As she said this, she fell silent for a while, her face showing a hint of sadness and helplessness. It seems that being part of royalty is not without its burdens, I thought, but am I not in a similar situation? It seems that being part of royalty is not without its burdens, I thought, but am I not in a similar situation? When La Baici was about to continue speaking, I suddenly interrupted her, speaking earnestly. La Baici. Princess, if there's something you don't wish to discuss right now, it's best not to say it. Please do not force yourself to do something you are unwilling to do. I had already guessed some of it. As a princess, unless there were special reasons, it would be impossible for her to venture alone into the mountains to battle thunder beasts. The internal affairs of the John royal family were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Then, will you still consider me a friend? La Baici asked softly, her face filled with anticipation. Of course. Haven't we always been good friends? I looked at Luna and Shuai. They both nodded simultaneously. She looked at me gratefully and said, thank you, but did not elaborate further. After a while she continued, young Master Xingyu, you can just call me La Baici from now on. There's no need to keep calling me princess. Alright, but you shouldn't keep calling me young master either. I'm not used to it, I chuckled, feeling that the tense atmosphere had eased considerably. Alright, you all needn't be so polite anymore, Luna said with a smile. Shuai, is there any connection between that Dulé and the person who attacked you that day? Of course there is a connection, Shuai said angrily. The people from that day were sent by his father, Marquis Martin. My father, Count Shalong, is the commander of the kingdom's second army and one of the few people in the imperial capital who dares to oppose Marquis Martin's tyranny. Because the father and son feared the heavy military force my father commanded, they did not dare to make a move directly and instead tried to force my father to relinquish his military power by kidnapping me. Fortunately, I ran into you. Through Law by Sea and Shuai-Nai's explanation I gained a rough understanding of the current situation in the Jiang Kingdom. The court was primarily divided into two factions. One faction led by the second prince included the first army and the influence of several local lords. However, the second prince was cruel and deeply unpopular. Although he was talented, he was not favored by priest V. The other faction led by Chancellor Marquis Martin included the third army and most of the ministers in the court. The overall strength of both factions was relatively equal and there had been no major conflicts, but small skirmishes were quite common. Recently Marquis Martin seemed to have realized the importance of status and was eager to arrange a marriage between Du Lei and the princess, hoping that one day his son could inherit the throne as a prince. However, this has not yet materialized due to the prince's opposition. There are also some neutral factions that only pledge allegiance to the king, mainly General Shaolang of the Second Army and a few civilian and military officials. These individuals have undoubtedly become objects of contention for both factions, and those who cannot be used must be eliminated by any means necessary, which led to the incident where Shuai-Nai was attacked. What puzzled me the most was that no one mentioned the eldest prince. It was as if this person had never existed at all. I bid farewell to Lao by Sea and the two girls. As it was getting late, Luna returned directly to the dormitory while I headed to the library alone. At midnight I was walking back to my dormitory, having become familiar with the old man who watched the library. I was not bound by closing hours, deep in thought about the introduction to compound magic I had seen today. Compound magic, which refers to the simultaneous use of two different elemental magics, can both cooperate for independent attacks and combine into a new magic. Both its power and hit rate are significantly stronger than the single elemental magic used to create it, making it an ultimate technique. It requires the caster to have a high level of both storage capacity and control ability over these two elements, which is theoretically very difficult to achieve. Thus, even among the divine and demonic races, those who master this technique are extremely rare. Even the book did not record specific cultivation methods. Suddenly a sense of foreboding arose in my mind, and my instincts told me danger was approaching. I quickly held my breath and heightened my awareness. The surroundings were eerily quiet, without a hint of sound, as if even the leaves on the trees had not stirred. Suddenly I felt a slight disturbance in the airflow ahead. Although it was only a moment, I sensed it. Instinctively I darted back, and a knife suddenly appeared in front of me, slicing through the air before vanishing. Had I remained standing just now, I might have been cut in half, and throughout the encounter I had not seen the hand that wielded the knife. What is this? A sense of terror washed over my heart. It was an unprecedented feeling. A powerful enemy is indeed frightening, but the most terrifying is an enemy you cannot see, not even knowing what they are. Without thinking further, I felt a disturbance in the airflow behind me and quickly ducked down. Similarly, a knife appeared above me, slicing through the air. This time I learned my lesson. Before the knife vanished, I released two lightning orbs towards the direction from which the knife came. Ah! A cry of pain resounded. Thanks to the bright flash from the explosion of the lightning orbs, I saw a faint figure flying backward horizontally, disappearing before hitting the ground. Now I felt somewhat relieved, for I had confirmed that the enemy was also human, merely using an invisibility technique to prevent me from seeing their form. Yet I still could not devise a strategy to counter them, and the enemy launched another attack. Unlike last time, three knives appeared simultaneously from my left, front and right. I leaped back swiftly, not forgetting to fire 3 fireballs as a countermeasure. Suddenly my right arm was pierced with intense pain. Blood gushed out, staining half of my long sleeve red. It turned out there had already been a knife lying in wait behind me, meaning I had essentially slammed my arm against the knife's edge. In a moment of desperation I kicked backward, but it did not feel solid. I had missed entirely. Only one of the 3 fireballs I had launched struck the enemy. However, I took advantage of the enemy's moment of evasion to complete my incantation, Fire Barrier. I shouted, and a 6-meter diameter barrier composed of high-density fire elements immediately enveloped me, preventing the enemy from approaching regardless of their angle of attack. After several unsuccessful attempts to break through, the enemy fell silent, but I knew they had not left. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I cast the intermediate healing magic, Light of Healing. My wounds slowly healed, but the area where I was cut still felt numb and itchy, spreading slowly. Could the knife have been poisoned? I cast another purification spell with detoxifying effects but still saw no improvement. I couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of poison is this? At this moment the enemy launched another attack, but this time they resorted to throwing water magic crystals towards my fire barrier. People use crystals capable of storing elements to easily attach various magics. Even those who do not know any magic can produce magical effects simply by throwing them. However, due to the difficult manufacturing process, these crystals are extremely expensive, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. At this time the enemy was throwing them at me like stones. These water magic crystals are the nemesis of fire defense magic. Under their overwhelming assault my fire barrier was gradually weakening. Although I continuously replenished it with magic power, it was far outpaced by the rate of consumption. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. It seems I will have to use sword techniques for a full force strike, I thought. However, when I raised my right arm to draw my sword, I found that my right arm had gone completely numb and I could not circulate my true energy there. This numbness was spreading towards my right shoulder. I never imagined I would reach a point where I couldn't even lift my sword. To prevent the poison from spreading further, I concentrated half of my true energy on my right shoulder, barely managing to contain the poison to my arm. Watching the invisible poison blades closing in on me, I felt the terror of death for the first time. At this moment I could not wield my sword. My left hand could still move, but I was accustomed to striking with my right. Those who could use either hand with equal mastery were almost non-existent. Even when wielding a sword with both hands or dual blades, it was always the dominant hand that led. Forcing the other hand to strike alone would unleash less than 2/10 of its usual power. Magic was also of little use. I was trapped in a deathly predicament. Yet in this moment of life and death my mind grew calm instead. A blank clarity filled my thoughts and countless images flashed through my mind as if time had frozen. Grandfather, you're too fast. I can't even see your shadow. Don't rely on your eyes, use your heart. Every living being has chi. If you quiet your mind and attune yourself, you can sense their presence. No matter how swiftly I move, my chi never vanishes. Once you perceive the chi within my body, you can track my position. Grandfather, I did it. I can finally feel the chi in you. Well done. Remember, no matter what danger you face, keep a tranquil heart. Only by seeing problems with an ordinary heart can you find a solution. Never give up until the very last moment. That is the essential condition for becoming a true powerhouse. An ordinary heart, an ordinary heart. I've got it. Though only a second had passed, I had attained a realm that others might take a year, or even a lifetime, to reach. My very mindset and courage had been reborn, ascending to a new level. This was no ordinary martial cultivation, it was perhaps what they called enlightenment at the brink of life and death. Yes, sense their chi. No matter how they conceal themselves, their chi never disappears. I thought, casting away distractions and feeling the surrounding aura. At last I detected 7 streams of chi. 5 had entered the blazing flame barrier and were approaching me, while the other 2 watched from a few meters away. Finally found the flaw. Let me give you a surprise, I said to myself. I suddenly retreated while secretly gathering fire elements, forming an oversized explosive flame bomb in my hand. As I neared the inner wall of the barrier, it split open at my will, creating a gap just tall enough for a person. I flashed through the crack, hurled the explosive flame bomb inside, and sealed the 2 openings in the blazing flame barrier. Boom! The barrier erupted in a blaze. With such a confined space, the explosive flame bomb unleashed several times its normal power. The cramped area brimmed with volatile free-floating fire elements, leaving the 5 invisible assassins no room to dodge. They were blasted to pieces. Finally, the blazing flame barrier, deprived of my magical support, could no longer withstand the internal explosive force and disintegrated. Nothing remained but a few lingering fire elements and some charred black cloth scraps. Even I was startled by the power of this move and scolded myself for such cruelty. Yet the enemy gave me no time for repentance. The remaining 2 streams of chi rushed at me from left and right. But their invisibility was now useless against me. I moved like flowing water between the 2 half-glimpsed poisoned blades, yet they could not even touch my clothes. And the occasional spell I cast kept them scrambling. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the two invisible assassins thought of retreat, leaping in opposite directions as I dodged backward. I swiftly chased after one and fired 3 fireballs at the other. He grunted but did not stop, vanishing from my perception range in a few bounds. But the one I pursued was not so fortunate. After running a few dozen meters, he was struck by my lightning, collapsing paralyzed to the ground, revealing his true form, a black-clad figure with only his mouth, nose, and eyes exposed. I drew my sword with my left hand and pointed its tip at his throat. "Who are you? Who sent you?" I demanded sternly. "Not talking? Don't blame me then." Before I could finish, black blood oozed from his mouth and nose, and his entire body rapidly decayed with a sizzling sound. In less than a quarter of an hour he had dissolved into a pool of blood, leaving only his black clothes behind. Such a lethal poison? Such extreme measures? To hide their identity, they would destroy the evidence of their own body? I marveled inwardly. Sheathing my sword, I straightened my clothes, ready to leave. Suddenly a numbing itch surged from my right shoulder through my entire body, laced with a chilling cold that made me shiver uncontrollably. I quickly channeled all my remaining true chi to my right shoulder, halting blood flow there and stopping the poison's advance. Yet inexplicably the icy sensation penetrated my true chi and seeped into my whole body. Startled, I also mobilized the fire elements in my dantian, hoping to expel the chill, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. I could not eradicate it. With no other choice, I dragged my trembling body back to my dormitory. At dawn, thump, thump, thump. "Xing, are you there?" Luna came to fetch me for class as usual, but I was already half-conscious, vaguely aware of someone knocking but nothing else. After a night of torment, my true chi was nearly exhausted and the fire elements that fought the cold were depleted. Barely protecting my heart and mind, the chill had seized the rest of my body and the poison had spread almost everywhere. All I could do was shiver incessantly. After a long while, hearing no response, Luna pushed the door open and saw me curled up on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. "Xing, what's wrong?" Startled, she rushed to the bedside and tried to help me up, but the moment her hand touched me, she flinched. I was as cold as a block of ice. Seeing me shiver so violently that my teeth nearly shattered, Luna was on the verge of tears. She looked at me, hesitated briefly, then shed her own clothes, followed by mine. In my haze, I felt as if I were trapped in eternal ice, my whole body frozen stiff. But just as I was about to give in, a fiery body embraced me, so warm, so comforting. Slowly I drifted into sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was shocked by the scene before me. I lay naked on my side while another equally bare body clung tightly to me, our limbs entwined, soft, fragrant, and wonderfully pleasant. And the pair of soft jade-like peaks pressed against my chest stirred a strange, unprecedented sensation that nearly made my blood boil. Just then a few strands of hair playfully tickled my nose, making me sneeze, and the one in my arms woke up. "Xing, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Her voice was gentle. It was Luna. I glanced at her face again to confirm it was indeed Sister Luna. I quickly pieced together what had happened after returning to my dorm last night, linking it with the hazy sensations, and grasped the situation. "Luna, thank you." I tightened my arms around her and spoke. Luna seemed not to hear, still holding me close. Earlier the circumstances had made us oblivious to each other's changes, but now it was different. Both of us felt our bodies grow hot. I couldn't help kissing Luna, and she met my lips. Our mouths pressed together and an electric jolt surged through us as we kissed passionately, as if trying to melt each other. This was our second kiss, but the time and place were entirely different and the moment held the potential for more. No, with my current condition I absolutely cannot. I thought knowing the chill in my body was only temporarily suppressed and could flare up again at any moment, but my body disobeyed me, holding such soft, warm, fragrant flesh. Even Confucius himself might have struggled to resist temptation. Many people in such a situation first think of pulling back, but reason rarely overcomes emotion, especially when facing the one you love most. Yet in the end reason prevailed and I stopped. Luna also realized this, gently pushing me away and sitting up, still panting softly. I took a dozen deep breaths to calm myself. For a while we sat in silence quietly dressing. Xing, what happened? How did you get such a potent poison? After a long pause, Luna fully recovered and pointed at my right arm. But when her eyes met mine, her face flushed crimson and I felt a burning heat on my cheeks. After all, we were young and inexperienced. I recounted last night's ambush in detail. At the thrilling parts, Luna gasped. It took me a full hour to finish the story. Xing, do you think that noble named Duri could have sent them? Luna asked after hearing my account. I doubt it. Though he's vengeful, I know he's the type who must personally settle scores with those who wrong him. In other words, he'd wait until he's fully healed and then come after me himself, not send assassins to kill me outright like last night. I said seriously. But in the capital you haven't offended anyone besides the Martin family, Luna said. Suddenly I thought this might be connected to Labby's, but then dismissed it. Though she was a princess, I had only saved her. No one would avenge a thunder beast, would they? Yet last night's attackers were peculiar. The water magic crystals they used to breach my blazing flame barrier alone were worth 1 or 2,000 gold coins, far beyond an ordinary noble's means. Finally Luna broke the silence. Let's set this aside for now and focus on curing your poison. But how? Even purification spells are useless, let alone ordinary healers. Just thinking about the antidote gave me a headache. Let's ask Dean York. He's over 100 years old, he might have seen this poison before, Luna said. That's our only option. We have no one else to turn to here. I hope he doesn't treat me like an experiment. The Royal Palace. Kuki, how goes the task? Reporting, Your Highness. I've identified the man. His name is Yingyu Medis, a freshman in the magic department of Holy Light Academy. What? Him? Does Your Highness already know him? Who wouldn't know the one who defeated the capital's top swordsman? You went after him? Yes, but what? Last night I sent 7 shadow ninja to kill him, but only one escaped gravely wounded. They say his magic is formidable, likely at the level of an archmage. An archmage? Still, I've already devised a way to eliminate him. Anyone who obstructs me must die. You may withdraw. Yes. Unbelievable. After examining me, York stared at me like I was a monster, shouting loudly. What's so strange? Luna and I were baffled. Of course it's strange, York exclaimed. This poison is refined from the venom of the ice scorpion beast, the king of all poisons. It kills on contact, even a sword saint would die instantly. Yet you endured an entire night without perishing? A miracle. Luna and I were incredulous, but he didn't seem to be joking. Do you know the antidote? I asked. I can't cure it, but if you can find the Beastman tribes. What do Beastmen have to do with this? I asked. Everything. This poison is extracted from the saliva of the ice scorpion beast using a special method. Before the demon-slaying war, only the Beastmen knew how to make and use it, mainly for coating the poison blades of their beast ninja. It was one of the main reasons so many human swordsmen and above perished in that war. After the Beastmen's defeat, the refining method fell into the hands of high-ranking human nobles who used it to strengthen their private armies. But no antidote was ever found. This venom is only used against those marked for death. Kid, your enemy is no small fry. He gave me a meaningful look. But are there any Beastman tribes left? I asked. Yes. They hide deep in the Chuyun Mountains. If you want to live, you must find them, York said. But reaching the heart of the Chuyun Mountains takes at least 2 days. I doubt I can hold out that long, I said dejectedly. That's no problem, I can teleport you there. But whether they'll save you depends on your luck. Then please send us both, Luna said. No, my magic can only transport one person. Sending 2 is too risky, you might end up in some unknown dimension, York said seriously. Fine, you'll go alone. No. You've lost almost all your power, it's too dangerous, Luna urged. It's okay, Luna. I can still use lightning magic. And going together is absolutely impossible, I told her. Reluctantly she agreed. I stood in an empty space as York instructed. With a few incantations a star-shaped magic formation appeared beneath my feet and after a flash of light I vanished. Rustle. Thud. I materialized on a tree branch but it couldn't bear my weight and we both crashed to the ground. Just as I was about to curse that old man, several giant swords were already pressed against my neck. I raised my head to look up only to see 3 hulking figures surrounding me wielding oversized swords over 4 feet long appearing to weigh over 40 pounds each resting against my neck. Upon closer inspection of their features I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. They were actually Beastmen. Although they made a deliberate effort to conceal their traits I was certain they belonged to the Lion clan. Since Beastmen were present here it was possible that the Beastman tribe mentioned by York was nearby. However, when I caught sight of their murderous intent in their eyes my heart sank. It was a gaze filled with immense hatred signifying the Beastmen's deep-seated enmity towards humans. Who are you? Why are you alone here? One of the Beastmen spoke up. Isn't it obvious? You look like a spy sent by that guy Phylan. Another chimed in. So they've sent a spy here. Do they plan to eliminate us all at once? The first Beastman looked extremely agitated. Yes, it's quite possible. We must inform the tribe leader at once, but how shall we deal with this person? The third Beastman spoke. Just kill him, one less human to worry about, the first speaker declared my death sentence. No way, I thought to myself, could they really be this brainless? To execute me without even questioning? Wouldn't I be cut to pieces by these 3 brutes before the poison even took effect? I had to think of a way out. My mind raced through various possibilities and then I had an idea. Hey! My 3 friends, you've misunderstood. I'm not a spy sent by the humans, I need your help with something. I spoke to them while secretly gathering lightning elements. Your life is already in our hands, why should we believe you? What if this is just a ploy to save yourself? Moreover, humans are known for their lack of credibility. The first Beastman spoke again and it seemed he was the leader of the 3. Is that so? Then let me show you my sincerity. Before his words finished a thin layer of electric net appeared around me. Although it didn't provide much defense against physical attacks, it was very useful for the current situation. The current surged through their swords causing the 3 of them to stagger backward and I immediately took the chance to escape their encirclement. However, their swords did not leave their grasp, making me secretly admire the Beastmen's strength. I wasted no time in launching a lightning bind to trap them, but they still struggled fiercely, indicating that this mid-level lightning magic wouldn't hold them for long. Do you see? You haven't captured me, but I can trap you at any moment. I said from the side. Is that all a mere lightning bind? It can't hold us, the Beastman leader sneered. Haha, of course there's more to my aim was simply to delay you, the real show is yet to come. I said casually while softly murmuring a spell. Great elemental god, grant me the power of lightning, transform it into indestructible red lightning and shatter my enemies. Red lightning? Dozens of bolts of red lightning descended from the sky like a stampede, instantly turning the trees within several dozen meters in front of me into charcoal, leaving deep craters on the ground and larger stones shattered into powder. The 3 Beastmen were left dumbfounded, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. If this strike had been directed at them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So do you believe my sincerity now? I released them from their bindings and said, if I were truly a human spy, eliminating you would not be a difficult task. But I do have something important to ask of you. Please take me to see your tribe leader. If you're still not at ease, you can bind me first. I took the sword from my back and handed it to them, then raised both hands. In truth, I understood that this was essentially surrendering my life to them, leaving no room for resistance afterward. But in order to remove the cold poison from my body, I had to take the gamble. I believed the simple-minded Beastmen would not be completely untrustworthy. Friend, no need for that. Since you trust us so much, if we still don't believe you, it would make us Beastmen seem too petty. My name is Dilu, please follow us. The leading Beastman said. I am Yingyu Medis, thank you for your trust. I replied. What? Your name is Yingyu Medis. Do you know a beastman named Luden? Dilu asked excitedly, his face full of surprise. Are you talking about big brother Luden? We met in Kaduan City a week ago, is he with you? I asked. Ah. So you really are big brother Luden's savior, he often mentions you, he said, gripping my arms excitedly. I was puzzled at the time. I had merely saved one of their brewers, why would it earn me the gratitude of the whole clan? Later I learned that beastmen, regardless of gender, are natural drunks. Since they learned brewing techniques from humans over 200 years ago, alcohol has become an indispensable food for their clan, and the few brewers became crucial figures among them. After some pleasantries, I followed the three beastmen deeper into the dense forest. After traversing a considerable distance along the mountain path, which couldn't really be called a path, we spent half the time climbing, we finally arrived at the beastman tribe. It was very secluded here, surrounded by mountains and trees forming a basin halfway up the mountain with a sizable lake in the center providing ample water. Surrounding the area were over 300 tents of various sizes with beastmen of all ages bustling about, mostly lower-class beastmen with heavy fur. It seems this tribe should have around 800 to 900 people, and considering the beastmen's custom of every citizen being a soldier, they should possess considerable combat strength. As I walked among the crowd, I sharply felt dozens of hostile gazes resting on me. I probably looked completely human right now, with some even mixed with curses. It was clear that the grievances between our two races could not be resolved overnight. We arrived at a larger tent and Dilu shouted, "Tribe leader! Dilu is back, I have something to discuss." The tent flaps opened with a rustle and a beastman in his 30s stepped out. He stood over 2 meters tall, strong and robust, exuding a powerful aura. Every visible muscle on his body was knotted as if filled with explosive strength. On his forehead near the temples were 3 grayish-yellow beast patterns, likely the mark of high-ranking beastmen from the tiger-leopard lineage. But what caught my attention the most was his extraordinarily fierce fighting spirit. Despite his efforts to conceal it, the pressure emanating from him was still palpable. "Dilu, you've returned. What's going on? Who is this?" he said to Dilu, but his gaze was fixed on me. To my surprise, his voice was not as rough as I had imagined, but rather a calm, commonly appealing baritone. "Reporting to the tribe leader, we haven't encountered anything unusual, just met this person." "Ah, Brother Yingyu. How did you find your way here?" Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed over and hugged me. It was Luden. "Big brother Luden. I didn't expect to see you again so soon," I said happily. "Big brother Luden, you still haven't introduced us yet." I gave the tribe leader an apologetic glance and spoke to Luden. "Oh dear. I forgot," Luden said, slapping his head. "This is our beastman tribe leader, Swift Wind. True to his name, he fights like a whirlwind, leaving chaos in his wake." "Haha," he said, placing a hand on Swift Wind's shoulder. It seems that the hierarchy in the beastman tribe was not as rigid as among humans, yet the casual banter between the tribe leader and ordinary beastmen made me recall the arrogant demeanor of Duryai in Kaduan City. "Tribe leader, this is my brother Yingyu, the one I often mention, who saved my life. You must treat him well," Luden continued. Of course, Swift Wind said with a smile. "Saving this brewer is equivalent to saving all of us beastmen. There are few who would help us now. Truly a promising young man." Haha. At that moment I had already learned from Dilu about the beastmen's fondness for alcohol, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At this time many beastmen gathered around, and upon hearing their conversation they completely changed from their earlier murderous intent to warmly greeting me, treating me as one of their own. During this, Dilu recounted the situation of encountering me to Swift Wind. "By the way, brother Yingyu," he said. "Tribe leader, you can just call me by my name. I'm only 15 years old." "What? You're just 15 and possess such skills?" Swift Wind exclaimed in amazement. "Truly heroes emerge from the youth." However, Luden usually refers to me as brother, and since you call him big brother, you shouldn't be so formal with me. Although I am the tribe leader, I never observe the trivial formalities of humans. Seeing that the beastmen were so generous, I thought that if I were to be pretentious it would seem too lacking in spirit. So I said, "Since tribe leader Swift Wind says so, then I Yingyu will be respectful and comply." After chatting for a while inside the tent, Swift Wind said to me, "By the way, Brother Xingyu, earlier Dilu said you came to us for something. What is it?" "I was poisoned and unable to detoxify myself, so I came to seek your help," I replied. "However, you don't seem to look like someone who has been poisoned. Moreover, human doctors should be much stronger than our beastmen," Wooden said, perplexed. However, Swift Wind was staring at me intently, clearly deep in thought. "I was indeed poisoned, but I temporarily suppressed it with my true energy. However, I can't hold on for much longer. Besides, I was poisoned by ice scorpion poison, which cannot be detoxified by humans." I added, "Ice scorpion poison? It's a miracle that you survived after being poisoned by it," Swift Wind mused. "Can you tell me about how you were poisoned?" Sure, I recounted the incident of the ambush, of course skipping over the part where I was intimate with Luna. After hearing my account, Swift Wind said to me, "Do you know why humans have only obtained the method to extract this poison? Because our beastmen have never used the antidote. Given the nature of this poison, we never use it against humans," referring to all humanoid races, only against magical beasts. At least it was so before the demon slaughtering war. No one, whether inside or outside the tribe, had ever been poisoned by it, and even if someone were poisoned, they would die instantly, leaving no time for rescue. Thus we had only heard about it from our ancestors, but had never used it. However, your case is quite special. It seems we can only take the risk. Please wait a moment." He walked outside and soon returned with a pouch. He untied the pouch and poured out 4 or 5 small catized spheres that glowed blue and were semi-transparent. He picked one up and handed it to me, saying, "This is the core of the ice scorpion beast, which only magical beasts of a certain age can produce within them. Although the saliva of the ice scorpion beast is highly poisonous, its core is harmless, and the detoxification method passed down in our clan is to consume it. But you must first envelop it with your internal energy, allowing it to be absorbed gradually, because this core contains extremely domineering extreme cold power and no one can absorb it all at once. After you swallow it, rest here. I will have people guard the surroundings." I took the core and swallowed it without hesitation. After all, not eating would lead to death, while eating offered a glimmer of hope. Why hesitate? Seeing me begin to meditate, Swift Wind dismissed the others and followed suit. Since my true energy was nearly depleted, I summoned all of it to absorb the core. Under the effect of my holy magic true energy, the core sank into my abdomen and gradually began to release cold energy, but it was completely different from the icy aura inside me. They seemed to be two extremes. The moment they touched, they neutralized each other, turning into pure water elements. As the core was gradually absorbed, the cold poison in my body also continuously diminished. Since I currently lacked the ability to absorb water elements, this substantial amount of water elements could only be expelled from my body, which was a bit regrettable, but as long as the cold poison was eliminated, I would be satisfied. I didn't know how long it had been, but finally the core was completely absorbed and the cold poison was entirely dispelled. My body was extremely fatigued, and as soon as I relaxed, I unknowingly fell asleep. When I opened my eyes, the glaring sunlight streamed in through the window. Looking in the direction of the sunlight, I was slightly taken aback. Had it already become the next morning? After meditating for a bit, I found that my magic power and true energy had recovered to nearly 70%, and the numb and cold sensation had completely vanished. Just as I was secretly rejoicing, I suddenly felt a faint aura slowly approaching me. Could those invisible assassins have tracked me down here? Since they made it this far, wouldn't the guards outside be? At that moment, the aura suddenly stopped about 3 meters away from me, intensifying several-fold. What a powerful aura! Compared to those assassins last time, this one was like a child. Even compared to my pre-sealed strength, he was much stronger. Could I really deal with him now that I had only recovered 70% of my combat power? I was on high alert, yet I had no confidence at all. Suddenly he circled behind me with lightning speed, as swift as a ghost. Hiss! The sword energy pierced through the tent, creating a small hole just as I expected. He dodged this strike and shifted to my left side. My left hand had already anticipated his move, striking downward with a knife hand, and as he landed, the arc-shaped blade of energy from my hand also slashed toward him. The timing of these two maneuvers was perfectly coordinated, making it seem as though he had crashed into my blade of energy himself. However, something unexpected happened. My seemingly certain strike actually missed again. His chi vanished into thin air, and just as I was astonished, he reappeared behind me like a specter. I had no time to turn around. I lifted my right leg and swept backward. Taking advantage of the gap while he was dodging, I darted toward my sword, which lay 3 meters ahead. In this close combat where speed was paramount, having a weapon or not would be crucial, especially when both sides were equally matched. He clearly noticed my intent and with surprising speed leaped in front of me, kicking my sword out of the tent and sending it flying over 10 meters. So fast! I exclaimed inwardly. In that moment I had already reached the utmost speed possible, but I was still a beat too slow, and he had started from several meters farther than me. But there was one more thing that puzzled me. We were fighting so fiercely inside the tent, especially after he had kicked my sword out, yet the people outside should have noticed by now. Why was there not a single sound? Could it be that they were all subdued? But that was impossible. Yet with the strength of the Beastmen, no one could silently incapacitate hundreds of people. Before I could think further, he attacked me again. Meteor sword rain? I called out, unleashing over 30 sword energies that covered a full 180-degree area in front of me. However, what followed almost left me gaping. He completely dodged my 30 sword energies with astonishing speed, and throughout the exchange he hadn't even engaged me once. Even someone of Grandpa Sierra's caliber couldn't dissolve this move without a single block. Could it be that he was stronger than Grandpa Sierra? But that was impossible. His chi was at most on par with mine, yet that extraordinary speed truly left me feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had also exhausted a considerable amount of energy from dodging my move and did not continue to attack me. Instead, he hid in a corner of the tent to catch his breath. I remained in place contemplating strategies to defeat him. In the past I might have lost my fighting spirit by now, but since the last ambush I had experienced a significant mental and spiritual leap. Therefore, even in this extreme disadvantage, I could still analyze strategies with a calm heart. Finally, I came up with a bizarre plan. Utilizing the swift nature of the holy magic True Chi, I temporarily infused the lightning element within it. As the True Chi circulated, the lightning element quickly spread throughout my body. At that moment the Invisible Man regained his strength and swiftly circled around me, searching for the best moment to strike. I simply closed my eyes, elevating the speed of my True Chi to its maximum, fully concentrating on sensing my opponent's movements. Suddenly he thrust his fingers like blades toward my back. I stood my ground, but the True Chi within me gathered even faster to my back, sealing the lightning element at my spine. At the moment his fingertips made contact with my back, the gathered lightning element surged into his body as if it had found an outlet. My back merely felt a slight sting due to the protection of the True Chi, but he was different. The sudden influx of lightning element stunned him as if he had been electrocuted. I certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. I reached out to seize his acupoint, tripping him with a sweeping leg, bringing him down to the ground, and then I mounted him using my other hand to grip his throat. Although this somewhat unscrupulous fighting style was not very elegant, it was extremely practical in this situation. The best way to deal with someone whose speed far exceeded my own was to trap them in close combat, preventing them from utilizing their strengths. But just as I mounted him, he let out a delicate cry. It was a woman's voice. My goodness! I was actually forced into such a tragic situation by a female assassin. A sense of revenge surged within me. I continued to press down on her, tightening my grip on her throat, and said, "Reveal your invisibility technique. Do not take poison." She surprisingly complied and deactivated her invisibility technique without resorting to suicide. Initially I had hoped for a stroke of luck. If she really did take poison like the last one, I would have had no way to deal with it, as I had long deduced that their poison was hidden in their mouths. With a slight tremor, a figure emerged before my eyes, still clad in black, her hair wrapped in black cloth, with only a pair of bright green eyes visible, resembling 2 gems. The black attire hugging her body accentuated her curves. Without thinking, I yanked off the black scarf from her face, revealing an incredibly beautiful visage. Her skin was as fair as snow, blushing with a hint of red. Her short golden hair fell across her forehead, slightly covering her delicate arched brows. Her similarly colored eyelashes fluttered gently, and below her petite, cute nose was a tightly pursed cherry mouth, making her an exquisite girl. What set her apart were the pair of snowy white cat ears perched atop her head, fluffy and adorable. But I didn't pay attention to these details, I merely regarded them as decorative accessories. The underlying desire for revenge led me to concoct an absurd plan. What is your name? Who sent you? How many of you are there? Before she could respond, I grinned maliciously, feigning the demeanor of a lecherous ghost. Hee, not talking? Well, let's ask your body instead. I loosened my grip on her acupoint and extended my fingers into a claw shape, shaking them in front of her chest to simulate an impending grab. At first she showed a hint of panic, but seeing that my hand was merely shaking without any intention of striking, she quickly regained her composure and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her face, as if to say, go ahead, try it if you dare. You dare underestimate me, girl? I won't hesitate to act. I thought angrily. Resolutely I raised both hands and pressed them down toward her chest. But I forgot that by doing so she was also regaining her freedom. Grasping my clothing, she executed a flip, attempting to pin me down. Of course I wouldn't let her succeed, and thus we rolled around on the ground entangled in a struggle. I completely overlooked the fact that someone had already lifted the tent flap and entered. Haha. Little sister, you are really impressive. I just called you to check if Yingyu had awakened, yet you two are getting quite cozy already. Suddenly a voice rang out, and it was Jifeng. I quickly got to my feet ready to grab the girl, but she had already darted into Jifeng's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and pouting, brother, why did you take so long to come? I almost got bullied to death. Hee, who is really bullying whom? Luden chuckled from the side. What? She is actually. My mouth dropped open in shock, forming an O shape. Seeing the astonished look on my face, Jifeng laughed, saying, Yingyu, I was rude just now. This is my little sister Shasha, the last inheritor of the cat clan bloodline in our tribe and the only current beast ninja. She heard from Dilyalu about how formidable your skills are and wanted to test them herself, but unexpectedly. He continued to laugh. Luden was also laughing, causing Shasha and me to blush. Note: the cat clan is a minority among beastmen, mostly females known for their beauty and speed. Due to their recessive genetic inheritance, a true cat clan member appears only every 2 to 3 generations in families with cat clan bloodline. Beast ninja is a profession exclusive to the cat clan, skilled in invisibility techniques and knife arts, a genius in assassination and reconnaissance. Their abilities far surpass those of human ninja. Shasha, are you convinced now? Luden asked. Shasha stole a glance at me but remained silent. I awkwardly said, actually I won by sheer luck and my methods were not very honorable. Yingyu, you are too modest. I saw everything that happened. You maintained your composure under those circumstances, identifying your opponent's weakness and winning unexpectedly. That is the mark of a true master. Using stillness to counter movement is the best way to defeat speed-oriented experts. Your ability to understand this indicates that your martial arts cultivation has reached a considerable level. To be honest, in terms of pure speed, even I called Jifeng am not her match. Jifeng remarked. At that moment a beastman warrior burst in, exclaiming, not good, chief. Phelan's people are attacking our tribe again. What? At this time? Jifeng exclaimed. Take me to see? He glanced apologetically at me before hurriedly leaving with the beastman warrior. Let's go take a look too, I said to Luden and Shasha. They agreed and followed me out. Punk, how many enemies are there this time? Gale asked an orc warrior wielding a massive battle axe. At least 2,000 human infantry with a considerable number of skeleton soldiers mixed in, extremely troublesome. Initially I sent out 200 axe-wielding warriors, but they were utterly routed and less than 70 managed to retreat. Punk replied. What? Skeleton soldiers? Faran shouldn't have any necromancers under his command. Gale muttered to himself. By now we had arrived at the front line, a narrow pass we had entered yesterday. Several hundred orc warriors were arrayed in tight defensive ranks, relentlessly firing arrows and hurling javelins forward. Looking out, hundreds upon hundreds of human soldiers surged toward us like a tidal wave. Yet confined to a space where only 6 or 7 could advance side by side, they couldn't fully leverage their numerical advantage. Under the hail of orc arrows, more than half fell before reaching our lines, and the rest were swiftly dealt with by the orc warriors. Even so, their human wave tactics inflicted considerable casualties on the orcs. The skeleton soldiers mixed in were especially troublesome. Arrows and javelins had little effect on them. Unless completely shattered, they could continue fighting even with their heads or limbs severed. This put even the formidable orc warriors at a disadvantage, with nearly every skeleton destroyed costing at least one orc warrior's life. At this rate, the remaining few hundred orc warriors would be annihilated. Seeing his kinsmen fall one by one, Gale let out a furious roar and charged into the fray. Wielding a massive broadsword over 2 meters long, he moved through the battlefield like a whirlwind. Wherever he passed, human soldiers crumpled, and even the tough skeleton warriors were shattered in a single blow. He was swift as lightning, fierce as a gale. But in a battle of this scale involving thousands, even the mightiest warrior alone could not turn the tide. Facing hundreds of skeleton soldiers and a tide of human warriors, the orc casualties continued to mount. Despite Gale's valor inflicting significant local losses on the human army, it could not alter the overall situation. At that moment, the rest of us, including myself, also joined the fray. Though I hadn't yet discerned the enemy's origins given my position, even setting aside the Demon Alliance, I couldn't stand idly by not when they had once saved my life. Considering the enemy's numbers, I opted for the most efficient and swift approach. I completely abandoned the highly exhausting powerful techniques and adopted a guerrilla style of rapid strikes targeting vital points, with each blow interspersed with minor magic, aiming to eliminate as many enemies as possible with minimal energy expenditure. Whenever I encountered skeleton soldiers, my holy light magic quickly neutralized them. Even the weakest illumination spell dealt significant damage to them. Perhaps the enemy had deployed skeletons precisely because orcs were generally inept at magic. In a few exchanges, I had already dispatched over 30 human soldiers and 6 skeletons. Despite it being my first time taking a life, I felt no discomfort. Even the scattered white bones before me seemed no different from mere wood. Perhaps it was due to the half-demon blood flowing in my veins, or perhaps I was born a warrior. But there was no time for reflection. The human commander, noticing how easily I dismantled the skeletons like toys, ordered the necromancers to divert all skeletons away from my vicinity and instead sent a horde of human soldiers to doggedly pursue me. Soon I had sustained a few minor wounds. I quickly assessed the battle. Over half the human soldiers were dead or wounded, while nearly 300 orc warriors remained combat ready. Given the orcs' ferocity, the remaining few hundred humans alone would be no match. However, the nearly 200 skeleton soldiers still posed a grave threat. If we could eliminate those skeletons, our chances of victory would exceed 80%. But the skeletons were scattered everywhere, and even a wide area holy light array couldn't destroy them all. Then I recalled a passage from the Dark Codex about skeletons. They are undead warriors summoned by necromancers, possessing high offensive and defensive capabilities but lacking consciousness. Their actions are entirely governed by the summoner's will. If the summoner dies, they lose all mobility and revert to ordinary bones. That's it. If we take out the necromancers, the skeletons become useless, I thought, as a risky plan began to form in my mind. I unleashed 3 consecutive sword rain meteor strikes, felling over 20 enemies surrounding me. Then, before they could reform their encirclement, I dashed at full speed to Shasa's side and whispered, "See those 6 figures in black robes on the hilltop? In a moment, use your invisibility spell and well charge together. They'll pretend to attack their commander, and you take the chance to kill them. Don't ask why now, just know that eliminating them will win us the battle." Though my voice was low, it brimmed with such confidence and resolve that she couldn't muster a single objection. Thus a single silhouette, actually 2, shot toward the hilltop like lightning. A dozen soldiers who tried to block our path were cut down in a single stroke before they even realized what was happening. When we were within a dozen meters of our target, the enemy finally discerned my intent and rushed toward me. I unleashed 5 sword strikes and 6 fireballs to drive back the nearest foes, then charged at a figure dressed like an officer. The enemy took the bait, believing I intended to assassinate their commander, and gave chase with all speed. I quickly reached the officer, but his 4 sword-wielding guards immediately intercepted me. Each possessed at least the strength of a swordsman, and their coordinated offense and defense were seamless. Unable to break free, I was soon surrounded by the pursuing soldiers. Having expended much energy during the initial charge and facing fierce enemies, especially the 4 swordsmen with their blindingly fast strikes aimed at my vitals, I sustained 2 serious sword wounds despite my magical support. But my objective was achieved. The enemy's attention was fixed on me, including even the soldiers guarding the necromancers. Only 4 guards remained with them. Sha approached from behind, effortlessly dispatched the 4 guards, and the 6 defenseless necromancers fell in an instant. Deprived of magical support, the skeleton warriors collapsed like logs and the tide of battle turned. Without the skeletons as their backbone, the remaining few hundred human soldiers crumbled under the orcs' fierce assault. They scattered in panic, but most were hunted down and slain. However, I was gradually being overwhelmed by the 100 or so enemies surrounding me. Gathering the last of my inner energy, I unleashed my final strike, Dark Meteor Slash. I roared as dozens of gray sword auras shot toward my foes like meteors. Though this attack lacked even half its usual power, it still felled nearly half of my assailants, killing one of the 4 swordsmen and severely wounding 2 others. But my strength was nearly spent. As the remaining enemies closed in, I lacked even the energy to cast a spell and could only await my end. How ironic. Though our side wins, I lose my life. Grandpa Hill, I cannot fulfill my promise to you, I thought bitterly. Sister Luna, I wish I could see you one more time. At that moment, 2 merciless swords thrust toward my chest like hooks, claiming a soul. No. I cannot die yet. I shouted in my heart. As a powerful being, one must never give up no matter what. Even persisting for a mere thousandth of a moment could usher in a new turning point. In a moment of crisis, I quickly came up with a plan, leaning back in the direction of the sword's thrust. As my back hit the ground, I rolled to the left 3 times. Though the blade still grazed my chest, leaving 2 bloody wounds, I managed to evade a fatal blow. Unfortunately, my enemies did not grant me a moment's respite. As soon as I stopped, 3 human soldiers wielding spears lunged at my prone position. I had no strength left to roll away, leaving me with no choice but to close my eyes and await death. Wait. At the last moment, the spears did not pierce my body as I had imagined. Instead, their owners, the 3 human soldiers, were cleaved in half from behind, their intestines spilling everywhere. A burly man wielding a great sword appeared before me. It was the leader of the orc tribe, Jifeng. He helped me to my feet and asked with concern, Xingyu, are you alright? Haha, I'm fine. Thanks to Brother Jifeng's timely arrival, otherwise I would have been finished. I owe you another debt of gratitude, my brother. I said joyfully, unable to express the elation in my heart. What are you saying? If it weren't for my little brother's ingenious plan and his reckless bravery to save our side, it might have been me who was in pieces right now. Haha. Jifeng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with gratitude. It seemed he had learned the details from Sha. Brother Jifeng, don't let the enemy's commander escape. I suddenly remembered something and told Jifeng. Don't worry, he won't get away. Jifeng appeared confident. At this moment, the enemies on the battlefield had been completely wiped out, and most of those who had just besieged me were also killed by the charging orc warriors. Only 2 human swordsmen leading a few remaining soldiers were retreating down the mountain with the officer. But they hadn't run far before they were overtaken by the orc warriors. The officer ordered 1 swordsman and the soldiers to hold the rear while he and another swordsman continued to flee down the mountain. Suddenly a gust of wind swept by, and the already exhausted swordsman didn't have time to raise his sword before his throat was cut. At the same time, a dagger was pressed against the neck of the human officer, and behind him emerged a slender figure, in the orc tribe's main tent. That Phylan is truly cunning, sending a decoy to command the battle, causing me to waste my efforts. Sha said angrily, looking at the trembling human officer kneeling on the ground. It turned out that the human officer was an impostor, and no wonder he was so incompetent. Haha, little sister, be grateful. If it weren't for my brother Xingyu, our tribe would have been flattened by this fake officer by now. Jifeng said with a smile, besides that Phylan has suffered considerable losses, his army now has less than 600 men left. Sha glanced at me, her cheeks turning slightly red. Meeting my gaze, she boldly held my eyes filled with affection. I couldn't help but sigh quietly. Orcs are known for their open-heartedness. I never expected the women to be no exception. Human women would never dare to confess like that in front of others. The others seemed to notice something, shifting their gazes towards us. Perhaps because orcs are a race that reveres heroes. Since they witnessed my performance on the battlefield, everyone looked at me differently than before. If their initial enthusiasm was born out of gratitude, now their attitude towards me was filled with genuine respect and admiration. Noticing the unusual gazes from others, I quickly shifted my focus elsewhere and asked Jifeng, "By the way, brother Jifeng, who exactly is this Phylan? And which power does the army we fought against today belong to?" I was so confused while fighting randomly that I still don't know who the enemy is. Haha. My brother rushed into battle without even knowing who the enemy is. It seems I, Jifeng, have not misjudged you. That Phylan is the governor of the mining area belonging to the Gaia Kingdom in the Chuyan mountain range, which has been famous for its rich gold mines since ancient times. The humans have long coveted this place but have refrained from acting rashly because it is our orc territory. Since we orcs were defeated 15 years ago, the mining area has been occupied by the three major human empires, divided into three parts, each belonging to one of the empires. Many orcs have been turned into slaves there, serving as miners and becoming one of their important sources of wealth. The mining area governed by Phylan is the closest to us. Since discovering us 2 years ago, he has frequently sent troops to attack us, hoping to annihilate us so he can eliminate future worries and gain many slaves for his mines. However, due to the defensibility of our position and the bravery of my kin, he has not succeeded. Does this mean that the invasion of the three major human empires against the demon god empire was just a pretext and their true goal was the gold mines of Chuyan Mountain? But on what basis do they assume that the orcs will definitely aid the demons? Could there be some conspiracy even Grandpa Sierra is unaware of? I thought, a chill running down my spine. But I knew this matter could not be concluded by my speculation alone. I would have to investigate further over time. Suddenly I remembered something else and said to Jifeng, "Brother Jifeng, you mentioned that many miners in the mining area are brothers from the orc tribe. Have you considered rescuing them to strengthen our tribe's power?" "Well, I have thought about it, but it's not so easy. The stationed troops in the mining area are not something we can handle," Jifeng replied somewhat helplessly. "In the past it was impossible, but now isn't there a huge opportunity?" I said mysteriously. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, the Gaia Empire's army has just been defeated by us. Their stationed troops in the mining area have less than 600 left and morale is low. Although we have only half their numbers, our momentum is strong. Moreover, the workers in the mining area are forced slaves, mostly orcs, who are certainly unwilling to submit to them. If we can send someone in to organize them and coordinate from within and without." I purposely elongated my tone here. "Yes, sending people in isn't difficult, but our tribe's current military strength seems a bit lacking," an elder of the tribe said. "That's not a problem. Elder, have you heard of the bloodthirsty curse?" I asked. "Of course I've heard of it. It's a high-level dark magic that can double the combat effectiveness of hundreds of people for a period of time if the magic power is high enough. It's a secret among the demon race and only a few high-ranking demons can cast it. However, since the demon slaughter war 15 years ago, no one has been able to use it again." As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia and sadness crept into his voice. "Of course I've heard of it. It's a high-level dark magic that can double the combat effectiveness of hundreds of people for a period of time if the magic power is high enough. It's a secret among the demon race and only a few high-ranking demons can cast it. What if I can use it?" I said, pretending to be mysterious. "What? You?" Everyone present was taken aback, including Jifeng and Luden, who showed skeptical expressions. I knew they wouldn't believe me without proof, so I said to everyone, "Which brother is willing to try it with me?" Jifeng, unwilling to dampen my spirits, called 2 orc warriors to come in. Since those who are affected by the bloodthirsty curse are in a state of near frenzy, it won't be much use against skilled fighters, but it has unparalleled effects for ordinary warriors. After half a day's rest, my magic power and true chi had recovered significantly. I activated the dark elements within the holy magic true chi. Although the light and dark elements in my body had merged into one and were contained within the true chi, I could still temporarily separate them to produce single attribute magic at my will, chanting, "O dark element of the universe, heed my request. Transform your corrosive dark power into boundless battle intent and bestow it upon this warrior before me." Dark prayer, bloodthirsty curse. Upon completing the incantation, a small black hole appeared above the two and a stream of black light shot out from it, enveloping them. As the light faded, both let out a beast-like howl, their eyes turning blood red, their muscles nearly doubling in size, exuding an astonishing aura. The entire tent was shrouded in a murderous aura. "Ah! This is the real bloodthirsty curse," several people exclaimed in shock. "What? Medis? Could it be that you are of royal blood?" Jifeng asked in astonishment. "Then you and Yingyu Medis was my father." I nodded and said, "Did you know my father?" No sooner had the words left my mouth than I realized how superfluous the question was. Given Jifeng's age, he must have participated in the Great War 15 years ago. Coupled with the alliance between the Beast and Demon clans, it was highly likely he knew my father. Moreover, only a close acquaintance would use a familiar address like Ying, just as Luna and the others always called me Xing. He stared intently at my face, scrutinizing it for a long moment before murmuring, "I should have recognized you sooner." No wonder I felt a strange sense of déjà vu the moment we met. Thinking back to those days, I never imagined the demon race still had descendants and that you are Ying's son. Ha! 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 He burst into hearty laughter. "It seems our race still has hope. Chieftain, were you very close to my father?" I had initially intended to call him Brother Jifeng, but realizing he might be an old friend of my father's and thus an elder to me, I quickly changed my address. Very close is an understatement. I met him when I was your age. Later we journeyed together to find the red dragon horn and the phoenix feather. It was during that time we met Lilith, your mother. We also encountered Owen and Carlos, and the five of us traveled together for quite a long time. We witnessed your parents' journey from acquaintance to understanding and finally to love. You know, Owen and Carlos once courted your mother too. Unfortunately, her heart already belonged to another. Who are Owen and Carlos? Although the name Owen was the same as the weapon shop owner who gifted me the sword, I didn't make the connection. They were two adventurers, very good friends of ours. Back then Owen was just an apprentice mage, but he possessed an astonishing talent for magic. In the art of spellcasting, even some royal archmages couldn't match him. Carlos was already a somewhat famous swordsman by then, hailed as the swordsmanship prodigy of the John Kingdom, Jifeng said. The John Kingdom? Was Carlos also from the John Kingdom? In my view, someone so renowned, if still alive, should be quite famous. Yet why had I never heard of him in Curtain City? Is the right word. Moreover, he was even a prince of the realm, Jifeng said. A prince? Do you mean he was the never-seen eldest prince of the John Kingdom? I exclaimed in surprise, but why has no one in Curtain City ever mentioned him? If not for knowing about the second prince, I wouldn't have even known this first prince existed. One could say people dare not mention him. Carlos was a man of deep emotion. Though arrogant in nature, he held immense respect for Ying. During their first meeting, Ying defeated him, a warrior of upper grand swordsman level, in just 3 moves. It was precisely for this reason that he became Ying's close friend, regarding him as his goal to strive towards. Later, on the eve of the Demon Extermination War, he secretly came to find me, warning that the divine race would ally with the 3 great human empires to attack our Beast and Demon clans. He left immediately after, never even returning to the John Kingdom. I didn't quite believe him at the time, but shortly after, the divine race sent envoys demanding the Beastmen join them in attacking the Demon clan. Their tone was extremely forceful. As chieftain, I naturally refused. So 2 weeks later they launched their attack on both our clans. You should know the rest. I heard that Prester V later issued a decree forbidding anyone from ever uttering the name Carlos again. But why? I couldn't help asking. I'm not entirely sure either, but I'm certain it's deeply connected to the Great War 15 years ago. Jifeng continued, by the way Prince Xingyu, how did you escape back then? You were barely a month old, weren't you? Prince. This title felt incredibly distant and foreign to me, even grating on my ears. I shook my head and said, Chieftain, let's drop that title between us. It sounds rather awkward. Besides, by seniority I should be calling you uncle. Haha, please don't call me uncle or my little sister will come after me. Let's just call each other whatever feels right. They'll just call you Brother Xingyu. Saying this, he glanced teasingly at Shasha, only to receive a glare in return. In that case I'll gladly accept little brother, I said. Faced with such a forthright person, being overly formal would make me seem petty. It was Grandpa Hill who rescued me and raised me. General Hill? TSK. I never imagined a man of such fierce temperament would willingly become a deserter just to protect you. Jifeng sighed emotionally. Is he well now? Grandpa Hill. He has passed away. Every time I think of this my heart aches, but another will surges forth like a maddened frenzy, the will to grow stronger, to become the strongest under heaven. It was this very will that allowed me to memorize the mountains of magic tomes in just 1 week. Many years later, sitting upon the Emperor's throne, savoring the exhilaration of wielding supreme power and strength, I finally understood. Grandpa Hill didn't have to die. He chose that path because he knew that under his wings I would forever remain a fledgling unable to grow. He used his own blood to ignite my will. What? How did he die? Jifeng and the elders asked simultaneously. They knew that although Hill was several hundred years old compared to the 600-year lifespan of the demon race, he was merely entering old age. Moreover, given his cultivation level, he could never have died of illness. He sacrificed himself to save me, I said quietly, and proceeded to recount the entire story from beginning to end. After hearing my tale, everyone was silent for a long time. Finally Rulton was the first to speak. Brother Xingyu, what are your plans from now on? First to enhance my own strength, and then I will seek revenge. I thought for a moment before replying. That's true, but have you decided on your target? The divine race? The human race? Or everyone who participated in the Demon-Annihilation Alliance? Jifeng mused. As expected of a chieftain, despite his rough exterior, his thoughts were meticulous, and he acted with prudence. No, I declared decisively. My revenge is not aimed at any single race, but at those ambitious individuals who deliberately instigate conflict. I believe the Demon Extermination War was never a simple racial war. It was a long-planned hegemonic war waged by ambitious people to satisfy their personal interests and desires. The soldiers who fought were merely sacrifices to their ambition. The true culprits are those power-hungry schemers. They are the ones I truly seek revenge against. The tent fell into silence once more, everyone pondering my words. For over a decade they had harbored hatred for the humans and divine beings who had oppressed them and destroyed their homes. Yet in the quiet of the night they couldn't help asking themselves, were all divine beings and humans truly the ones who brought this suffering upon them? If so, why were there also so many among them who suffered the same fate? Thinking this, they would inevitably sink into endless confusion. It was my simple and clear words that finally untangled the knot they had kept buried in their hearts for years. Brother, you really are something. Jifeng patted my shoulder, looking immensely relieved. I never thought the question that had stumped us for over a decade would be solved by a single sentence from you. I, Jifeng, truly admire you. The other elders nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Haha, you flatter me. I just happened to think of it and said it out loud, I said modestly. Brother Xingyu, although our Beastman tribe is now weak and few in number, if there is any way you need us, we will follow you to our deaths. Jifeng said seriously. His words amounted to a pledge of allegiance on behalf of the entire tribe. Although I was delighted to gain such a powerful ally, I still voiced my thoughts. While I am very grateful for your high regard, I am currently alone without wealth or power. Moreover, I might bring many enemies upon you. Am I truly worth your allegiance? Brother, you are mistaken there. What we value is not your wealth or power, but your unfathomable potential. On the battlefield you displayed the courage and decisiveness of an excellent commander. In the War Council you showed the foresight of a leader and the sharp thinking of a politician. Taken together this proves you possess all the qualities of an outstanding king. Our alliance is also for the future of our own tribe. Because only a good leader can lead our people out of suffering. You should understand now, Jifeng said solemnly. His words filled me with immense excitement, igniting my ambition and unwavering confidence. I said passionately, since you all trust me so much, I will gladly accept. I suddenly stood up, slashing my wrist with my sword. As the blood flowed freely, I declared loudly, I Yingyu Medis swear by the Demon King's blood that from this day forth I will share honor and disgrace, life and death with my Beastmen brothers. May I be like this cup if I break this oath. I formed my fingers into a palm and struck the table. A bronze wine cup was instantly shattered into powder by my palm force. No one expected me to make a blood oath publicly. Everyone in the tent was deeply moved. Jifeng then followed suit, swearing a blood oath of allegiance to me. On May 12, 598 of the Holy Luminary Calendar, in the Beastman tribe's settlement within the Chuyun mountain range, Emperor Yingyu Medis of the Holy Demon Empire and Jifeng the Beastman chieftain, later renowned as General Earth's Valor, forged the most unshakable alliance in history, known as the Chuyun Pact. This pact also marked the first step of the Holy Demon Emperor on his path to world-conquering dominion. After everything was settled, our conversation finally returned to the matter of attacking the Gaia Empire's mine. Meeting the inquiring gazes of everyone, I, already confident with a plan, smiled mysteriously and laid out my strategy in full. Standing in the central square of the tribe facing the biting north wind, I murmured, accomplices of the ambitious, let your blood commemorate the life and death pact between our two races. The next day I, along with Jifeng, led 200 orc warriors to the outskirts of the Gaia Kingdom's mining area. With Shasa's assistance we easily dealt with the scattered outposts, and since we had deliberately kept our movements discreet, we remained undetected even as we reached the forest less than a kilometer from the main mining site. Rather than calling it a main mining site, it resembled a fortress. The three empires feared that their rivals would seize their gold mines, so they fortified their main mining sites with walls and stationed a large number of soldiers. After over a decade of expansion, this fortress was now comparable to a medium-sized city, albeit without any residents. It housed only soldiers and a large number of enslaved miners. Originally there were 1,500 stationed troops here, but after yesterday's devastating defeat only around 500 remained. Even with the soldiers who managed to escape, there were at most 600. However, with the thick walls breaching, it would not be an easy task. Jifeng, are the infiltrators ready? I asked softly. Yes, everything is prepared. Once we begin our assault, they will immediately incite a rebellion, he replied. Alright, I will first cast the bloodthirsty curse on our side, and then we will charge towards the city gate together. Do not attack the walls, you wait until I blast open the city gate with magic before we rush in together. Remember, we must be quick as my bloodthirsty curse lasts only 1 hour. Preparations were made. Inside the fortress of the Gaia Empire's mining area, 2 soldiers were chatting on the city wall. Captain, have you heard? The troops we sent to encircle the orcs were almost entirely wiped out, with fewer than 100 returning. Yes, I heard. Lord Phylan is reportedly furious about this. Even the 2 squad leaders who escaped have been executed. The morale inside the fortress is quite low these days, isn't it? Oh dear, do you think the orcs will reach here? I heard they are quite savage, executing every prisoner they capture. I still have a wife and children at home to support. Don't worry. We are safe here. This fortress is as solid as a rock. Even if tens of thousands attack us at once, we can hold for a month. How many orcs could there possibly be? But Captain, look outside the city. What is that? Oh no. An enemy attack. Hansen, quickly notify the city and call for reinforcements. The others need to strengthen their defenses. True to his title as captain, he remained calm in a crisis, displaying the demeanor of a great commander. However, the next event left him agape. Report, Captain. The miners inside suddenly rebelled and the main hall cannot send out reinforcements. What? Just then a fireball over 3 meters in diameter flew in, crashing into the city gate, which was covered in thick iron, creating several cracks. This was the composite magic fire thunder bomb I had just comprehended. It was a high-level spell that possessed both lightning and fire attributes characterized by a powerful explosion upon hitting its target. Immediately afterwards 200 orc warriors under my and Jifeng's lead and under the influence of the bloodthirsty curse charged forward wielding massive axes and swords. The already battered city gate was swiftly hacked to pieces by the frenzied orcs. Like a storm they surged into the city indiscriminately slaughtering. Many human soldiers standing at the gate were cut in half before they could even react. Indeed, the power of the bloodthirsty curse was formidable. With its enhancement, the orc warriors' offensive and defensive capabilities were exponentially increased. Ordinary blades only left minor wounds on their bodies, while their casual strikes could send a human soldier to hell. At that moment there was only one word in their hearts: kill. The splattering of bright red blood on their faces further ignited their bestial nature. Some orcs even discarded their weapons to tear their enemies apart with their bare hands. In an instant severed limbs and flowing blood filled the fortress, transforming it into a scene of carnage. Fire! Shoot them with arrows! The captain shouted loudly, but he was soon silenced as a knife suddenly appeared in the air, slicing his throat. Sha! Well done! Jifeng, now bloodthirsty, shouted as he swung his great sword, decapitating a human soldier. In the almost one-sided slaughter, over 200 soldiers stationed at the fortress perimeter were wiped out in an instant. The goddess of victory had fully sided with us. Jifeng, take the main force to support the rebellious miners, while I and a few brothers will deal with that Phylan guy. To achieve a swift victory I decided to split our forces, telling Jifeng. Okay, he replied, let Sha accompany you. Sha is a master of assassination and tracking. With her around not even a fly could escape. I nodded and gladly accepted. Big brother, take care. You be careful too, Phylan is quite a tough opponent. Thus we split into two groups heading toward our respective targets. As I walked toward the governor's mansion, a sense of unease suddenly arose within me. Though sometimes stemming from my ridiculous intuition, past experiences had taught me that intuition is crucial. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor avoids shipwreck. I said to Sha, there might be danger ahead, so be careful. It's best that you hide for now and only reveal yourself in times of urgency. Yes, my lord, Sha replied, her figure flashing as she disappeared into the air. After 2 days of getting to know each other, we had become quite familiar. I found her to be a clever girl aside from being a bit mischievous, but she showed no mercy when facing enemies. Yet for some reason she always liked to call me my lord. I had no choice but to let her. I cautioned those orc brothers who were already bloodthirsty a bit more, and our group continued forward. Meanwhile, Jifeng and his team had arrived at the battle site. They encountered little resistance, mainly thanks to the miners' desperate charge. Even though they were all shackled and lacked proper weapons, their sheer numbers allowed them to take down half of the 300 soldiers. The remaining human soldiers, just as they were about to regain control of the situation, were completely wiped out by the orc warriors who followed closely behind. The battle quickly came to a victorious conclusion. In the governor's mansion. You are indeed quite capable. That the 30 guards I meticulously selected were dispatched so quickly by you. However, your luck ends here. Phylan said with a sinister smile. He whispered a few incantations and several black beams shot from his palms. It was the dark magic soul-devouring light. 2 orc warriors caught off guard were struck by the beams and instantly collapsed silently, quickly turning into pools of blood. Ha. Now you know the fate of those who oppose me, Phylan, but who will be next? Phylan laughed maniacally. Seeing the 2 orc warriors die tragically, I felt an intense rage within me. I fixed my gaze on Phylan, cold light shooting from my eyes. A dark sorcerer is it? Let me show you the true power of dark magic. Black arrow. I silently chanted, and 5 feathered arrows composed of dark elements immediately floated in a pentagram formation right in front of me. Although it was merely a basic spell, its energy was several times stronger than Phylan's intermediate spell, Soul-Devouring Light. Since I had already decided to take his life, the exposure of my identity became less significant to me, for a dead man cannot speak. Seeing my magical power was so strong, Phylan was also taken aback. Seizing the moment before I cast my spell, he quickly raised his right hand and murmured a few incantations, causing several beams of black light to shoot out from his palm towards me. Another soul-devouring light, I thought. Does he only know this one spell? But my subordinates dared not relax, for in battle one cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Even if the opponent seemed like an easy target, a moment of negligence could lead to death. This was the wisdom accumulated by millions. At that moment my black arrow flew out towards him just in time to meet his soul-devouring light. The two spells clashed together without producing any intense noise, instead halting in midair, locked in a stalemate, constantly emitting a sizzling sound. In a contest between spells of the same attribute, victory or defeat mainly depends on the amount of magical power. In the end, my black arrow finally gained the upper hand, completely devouring and absorbing the soul-devouring light, and continued to shoot towards Fei Lan with even greater momentum. From his aura I could tell that Fei Lan was a pure mage and had not yet reached the level of casting spells without uttering incantations. Faced with the rapidly approaching black arrow, he had no chance to cast any defensive spells. Defensive spells of any attribute are at least intermediate level, and it looked like he was about to be hit. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, as it was very difficult for a human to cultivate dark magic to such a level. With his talents, if he had trained in other types of magic, he would have at least reached the level of a high-level magus. However, what surprised me was that he neither dodged nor displayed any signs of panic. I saw him raise his left hand, and a black light shield immediately appeared in front of him. As soon as my black arrow made contact with the shield, it vanished without making a sound. It was actually a high-level defensive magic dark barrier? How is this possible? I thought in shock. Even among the demon race, those who can cast such powerful spells without incantations are rare. Moreover, as a human they cannot cast such advanced dark magic even with incantations. Who exactly is this Fei Lan? At that moment Fei Lan spoke again, chuckling softly. Kid, I didn't want to use it, but I didn't expect your magical power to be so strong. However, in front of my dark magic ring you are merely an ant. What, the dark magic ring? How could it be in your possession? It was then that I noticed the green ring on his left hand's middle finger, which had a triangular black crystal set in it, exactly resembling the dark magic ring described in the books. I recalled seeing an introduction about the dark magic ring in the library. The dark magic ring, a treasure of the Demon Empire made from purple-green jade and 10,000-year black demon crystal, contains immense dark magical power and has the ability to absorb surrounding dark elements, making it the ultimate equipment that dark mages dream of. 200 years ago it was bestowed by the Emperor of the Demon Empire Duanyue, my grandfather, to one of the three demon generals, Fian Shuangyue. Later Fian perished in the demon slaughtering war, and the dark magic ring has since gone missing. I never expected it to appear on this person. This. Fei Lan smirked. It's fine to tell you, since everyone who comes here today will die anyway. I found it on a slain demon officer 15 years ago. To bring him down we lost over 2,000 people, including a paladin. As he spoke he paused, and his flat expression slightly changed, seemingly recalling the nightmare from 15 years ago. I've said enough, prepare to die. 10,000 demons devouring heaven. An oval-shaped black sphere appeared above him, and then the sphere rapidly collapsed and expanded, ultimately transforming into a hollow with a diameter of 2 meters, continuously emitting a black aura of death. I was taken aback. He actually used a dark summoning magic. Although this move is called 10,000 Demons Devouring Heaven, it actually utilizes powerful dark magic to transport unreborn undead spirits from the underworld to the human realm, draining the enemy's life essence completely, and has a wide attack range. Moreover, those undead transported to the human realm cannot return to the underworld and thus are condemned to eternal suffering. This insidious technique is looked down upon even by the demon race, and others cannot cast it due to insufficient magical power. Yet he would use such a spell that violates the natural order for his own selfish desires. Furthermore, I also noticed that his primary targets of attack were a few orc warriors in the distance. Although Sha had used an invisibility spell, I could determine from her chi that she was standing right behind those orc warriors. These orc warriors, with their extremely low magical defense, would undoubtedly perish if hit. Not good. I called out inwardly, instantly gathering all my fighting spirit, forming a protective shield around my body, and rushed towards the orc warriors with the fastest speed of my life. But I was still a step too late. Hundreds of undead pouring out of the black hole surged towards them like a tidal wave, instantly devouring several individuals without leaving a single bone. Only Shasha, relying on her extraordinary speed, managed to escape the range of the undead's attack. However, the resentment of those undead seemed to remain unquenched, continuing to fly towards me and Shasha. Holy Spirit Light Array? I called out softly, and countless brilliant white lights shot from my palm, completely enveloping an area of over 100 square meters in the governor's mansion. This is a large-scale holy light spell specifically for clergy, an expanded version of Light of Redemption. It causes no harm to living beings but has a tremendous effect on undead creatures. As soon as those undead touched this white light, they turned to ashes, vanishing into thin air, and in an instant all the undead summoned by Fei Lan were eradicated. Who exactly are you? How can you simultaneously wield light and dark magic, which are opposing attributes? Fei Lan exclaimed. It's no wonder he was so astonished. The Holy Spirit Light Array I had just cast is a divine magic that only those above the rank of High Priest can use, and clergy cannot possibly study dark magic. Their bodies cannot endure it either. You are not worthy to know my name, I said coldly, and the white light in my hands suddenly vanished, replaced by a black sphere less than a foot in diameter, rapidly spinning between my palms, continuously absorbing the surrounding dark elements. It was crystal clear, resembling a black crystal. This was one of the dark techniques recorded in the Dark Magic Codex, the Dark Extreme Black Hole, which can only be used by a few high-level demon races because it requires the spellcaster's true energy to be highly integrated with dark elements, achieving a considerable level of quantity. Although it is called magic, it has actually exceeded the scope of magic. It should be regarded as a combination of magic and martial skills. Remember, blindly relying on magical artifacts will never achieve the highest realm of magic. I continued, dark magic represents not just corrosion. When practiced to the extreme, it can completely decompose any matter that comes into contact with it. At this moment the sphere stopped spinning and shot towards Fei Lan like a meteor. He attempted the same trick again, casting Dark Barrier once more, but the situation was different this time. The sphere collided with it, and instead of being devoured, it redecomposed the Dark Barrier into tiny dark elements and absorbed them, continuing its trajectory towards Fei Lan. Recalling the tragic deaths of my comrades just moments ago, a devilish smile appeared on my face. He shouldn't be allowed to die so easily, I thought to myself. Just as the sphere was about to strike his chest, I focused my mind and slightly adjusted the sphere's landing point downwards. Ah! A scream echoed as it struck his left leg, and the impact site was immediately enveloped in black light, turning to dust and disappearing into the air. However, the light did not vanish, but rather continued to slowly spread to other parts of his body. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood immediately turned to dust without a single drop of blood spilling. Kill me! Kill me! At that moment Fei Lan lay on the ground, shrieking like a slaughtered pig, with no strength even to roll, watching helplessly as his body gradually disappeared while enduring the excruciating pain of countless ants crawling within him. You have no right to die quickly, I said coldly. This is the retribution you deserve for slaughtering my king. At this moment Shasha also appeared and said resentfully. The screams continued for over 10 minutes, and finally Fei Lan's body completely vanished, returning to nature. I brushed off the dust from my body and was about to leave with Shasha when I suddenly remembered the dark magic ring still on the ground, so I walked over to pick it up. A demon's treasure certainly shouldn't be carelessly discarded. However, just as I was about to touch it, it suddenly shot up from the ground at an almost imperceptible speed, darting towards my forehead. This sudden turn of events left me with no room to react. Knowing I couldn't withstand it, I still released a trace of battle aura in the blink of an eye, hoping to slow its momentum. Yet just as it was less than half a foot from my brow, it suddenly halted, suspended in midair without any deceleration, defying all physical laws. What a false alarm! I thought to myself in relief. At that moment the 10,000-year-old black magic crystal suddenly shot out a beam of blue light. The instant my gaze met it, it felt as if my entire being was sucked in. Who are you? I stood in the boundless darkness addressing the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before me. He had glossy black shoulder-length hair, wore resplendent blue armor, and was fair-skinned, beardless, and exceedingly handsome. "Welcome, young Demon King," he said with a smile. "What? You know who I am?" I exclaimed in astonishment, for in this world, aside from the orcs and a few people extremely close to me, no one knew my true identity. Yet this stranger had called out my origin at our very first meeting. "Had no need to be nervous. If you knew my name you wouldn't be so surprised," he said, still smiling. "Your name?" "Indeed. My name is Fian Shuangyue." "Fian? One of the 3 great demon generals. Didn't you fall in battle 15 years ago?" "How?" I asked again in shock. "I am indeed dead. What you see now is merely my soul. When I died 15 years ago, I used the soul transfer curse to compress my soul within this 10,000-year-old black magic crystal," he replied. "Your soul? Then am I?" I was greatly alarmed, for under normal circumstances the living cannot see the souls of the dead unless they themselves have died. "Don't worry," he said with a smile. "I've merely temporarily drawn your consciousness into the black magic crystal. You will recover on your own before long." "But why did you do this?" "I mean sealing your soul into the black magic crystal. Because it suddenly occurred to me that if one's soul is sealed within an object and that object is destroyed, the soul would vanish along with it, not even leaving a chance for reincarnation." "And why did you recognize me the moment you saw me?" "Even if you had seen me 15 years ago, I was merely a month-old infant then. The reason I did this is that I still have some unfulfilled wishes," he said thoughtfully. "As for why I could recognize you at a glance, it's because your appearance bears many traits of both the divine and demon races, for instance silver hair and golden pupils. Although a few humans also possess such features, the innate aura you carry is something no human could ever have. Though you conceal it well, for a demon like me who has lived for centuries, it can still be faintly sensed, especially when you wield light and dark magic. Dark extreme black hole is beyond the ability of ordinary demons to cast. And to simultaneously wield holy light magic, surely no one other than the Demon God Empire's Crown Prince Yingyu Medis could do so, right? So am I truly the only one who can wield both light and dark magic? Because light and dark are opposing attributes. Since ancient times no one has been able to contain both energies simultaneously. Even the gods cannot do it, otherwise there would be no distinction between the god of light and the god of darkness. Of course that was before your birth." Fian shifted his tone, saying, "Half-breeds of gods and demons are rare, but you are not the only one. Yet others can only inherit one type of magic, and some, like humans, cannot control either. Your birth, however, broke this natural law. When His Majesty told me you possessed both light and dark energies within you, I scarcely believed it, until I verified it myself and knew his words were true. And this matter became a top secret of the Demon God Empire, known only to a few of us in the leadership." "I see," I nodded. Yet inwardly I was pondering methods to conceal my demonic aura, for if Fian could recognize it, it was hard to guarantee that human or divine experts wouldn't identify my presence in the future. That would be extremely dangerous, especially while my power was still immature. "But what kind of wish made you willing to take such a great risk?" I continued. "Your Highness, do you know what each of the 3 great demon generals excels at?" Fian asked. "Grandpa Hill is best at martial arts, General Dior is a magic swordsman but skilled in summoning, and you, General Fian, are most adept at elemental magic, right?" I replied. "Indeed. I have the highest magical power among the 3 great demon generals, and am also the most skilled in space magic and elemental magic in the Demon God Empire. I have created many unique spells, especially with profound accomplishments in composite magic." "Composite magic? Indeed. You know of it?" "Only a glimpse," I replied. "That's excellent. The reason I delayed ascending to the heavens is mainly my fear that my magical knowledge would be lost to the world. When I sealed my soul in the black magic crystal, I hoped to find someone to inherit my magic. But I never expected that despicable human to pick up the dark magic ring. He only knew to use its vast power for dark magic and became a bloodthirsty killer, slaying many orc brothers. For 15 years I never communicated with him. I had given up, for the energy sustaining my soul in this world was running low, until I met you, and you are the current Demon King? Truly the will of heaven. Fian said joyfully. With your unique magic warrior physique, you are the perfect candidate to inherit my legacy. From his words I gathered he intended to impart his magical knowledge to me, something I eagerly desired. So I asked, but General Fian, what must I do? You need do nothing. I will transfer my magical knowledge into your memory. However, after that I will vanish from this space. Before that I have one more favor to ask of you, Fian said. What is it? If it is within my power I will surely fulfill it. In truth, even if he hadn't taught me magic I would have helped him. I have a granddaughter named Mushu Shuangyue. 15 years ago, knowing I was doomed, I used space magic on the eve of the decisive battle to teleport her, then 5 years old, to the southern end of the continent. Space magic, since you are so proficient in it, why didn't you escape with your granddaughter? I interrupted, puzzled. Escape. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. To a soldier of the Demon God Empire, dying in battle is preferable to being a deserter. Fian said proudly. I never imagined dignity meant so much to a demon soldier. It made me think of Grandpa Hill, who made such a great sacrifice for me and for the continuation of the Demon God Empire. You want me to find her? I asked. Yes, and I hope you can take care of her. She may be the only surviving demon besides you. And with her abilities she should be of help to you. I hope you can support each other. Why don't you let your granddaughter inherit your legacy? I can help deliver the black magic crystal to her, I said. If I could have done that I would have 15 years ago. Though she inherited the bloodline of our Shuangyue clan, she is a born swordsman. She has some magical aptitude, but it is not high. So, alright. I promise you. I will take good care of her, I said earnestly. Then another thought struck me, but how will I prove my identity to her when I find her? You see, with my appearance, even if I claim to be a god, someone might believe it. Hey, don't worry about that. Under heaven you are the only one with both light and dark attributes. And Xiaoxua happens to be one of the few who know of this. Moreover, I will store a part of my consciousness as an image within the 10,000-year-old black magic crystal. You can give the dark magic ring to her then, and she will naturally understand everything. I see. Then let us begin now. Fian said. He raised his right hand and a white light shot from his index finger into my brow. I felt countless bizarre pieces of knowledge pouring into my mind like a spring, while Fian's figure grew fainter and fainter. Farewell, young Demon King. Fian's body vanished completely and I felt my consciousness snap back from the black magic crystal, returning to my physical form. Young Master Xingyu, what's wrong? You've been staring at the ring for quite a while, Shasha asked with concern. Oh, nothing. Looking at the dark magic ring in my hand, I knew it couldn't be explained in a few words, so I brushed it off. Really? Shasha was still uneasy. Of course. By the way, the matter here is done. We should rejoin Brother Jifun. I changed the subject. Alright. Shasa's greatest virtue was that she never pressed me about my secrets, a key reason I came to cherish her later. I carefully tucked the dark magic ring into my pocket, paid my respects to the fallen orc brothers, and then walked out of the governor's mansion with Shasha. What awaited us outside, I wondered. In Kiadon City within the royal palace, a cold voice inquired, Jiogoi, have you found any news about that person? Your Highness, ever since the last operation he has not shown himself and has been missing for 2 full days now. Could it be that he sensed something and is hiding? By the way, does he have anyone close to him? There is a girl named Luna who is always with him. It is said they came to the capital together. Is that so? That simplifies things greatly. Sando, send a few people to disturb that girl. I'm not worried he won't reveal himself. Your Highness, I have an even better plan. Sando said. Let's hear it. That scoundrel Dule has a grudge against this kid, and it seems he is also quite infatuated with that girl. If we can use him, wouldn't that be perfect? Excellent. No wonder you are my chief strategist. If this matter will be entrusted to you. Yes. I will obey. Ah. As I sat in the conference hall discussing the aftermath with everyone, I suddenly shivered, an intense feeling of unease washing over me. Is something wrong with Sister Luna? I thought to myself. Are you alright, little brother? Jifeng asked with concern. Oh, I'm fine, just lost in thought for a moment. Where were we? We were discussing the future direction of the tribe. Little brother, do you have any good suggestions? Due to my outstanding performance over the past few days, the people in the tribe regarded me as their advisor, believing that any problem they encountered could be solved by consulting me. At this point the battle had already concluded. Thanks to the bloodthirsty curse, the enemy was completely annihilated, while our side lost over 300 rebellious miners and less than 30 orc warriors who initially attacked the city. It was indeed a glorious victory. Due to their shared orc lineage, over 3,000 liberated miners eagerly joined Jifeng's tribe, and even more than 100 human slaves voluntarily joined our side, preferring to live freely here rather than return to the human kingdom to continue suffering oppression. Thus the number of people in the tribe increased several times at once, significantly enhancing our strength. However, the future direction of the tribe became a new dilemma. Due to the expansion, the tribe could no longer hide as it did before without being discovered, yet to restore the nation it felt that our strength was still lacking. How much wealth and provisions did we seize this time? I inquired. The food is enough for us for over a year, and there is even more money. Besides 100,000 freshly minted gold coins, there are also over 2,000 gold ingots, each weighing at least half a pound. Jifeng replied. Since this is the main gold mine of the Gaia Kingdom, it is not surprising that many coins were processed here before being transported out. That's good. Have the brothers prepare more vehicles to take all of this away. I declared confidently. What? An orc elder asked. Are we not leaving it here? This fortress is vast and easy to defend. Wouldn't it make a great stronghold for us? Why abandon it? Other elders except for Jifeng nodded in agreement, casting questioning looks at me. No wonder you are the leader of a clan. You truly have a different perspective. I thought to myself as I turned to Jifeng. Big brother, what do you think of this matter? Although the conditions here are good, if we occupy this place it may attract the attention of other nations. Jifeng mused. Indeed, while occupying this place superficially strengthens our power, in reality it plunges the entire orc race into a dire predicament. I interjected. What? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Even Jifeng was no exception. Although he disagreed with several elders, he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. What do you mean? I said, slowly surveying the room before suddenly smiling and throwing a roasted chicken from the table onto the floor. This. The crowd exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by my actions. What would happen if 3 hungry wolves discovered this roasted chicken at the same time? I asked the crowd. Of course they would fight to snatch the chicken for themselves, they replied. But what if none of them could overpower the others? I continued to inquire. They would divide the food among themselves, an elder answered. Correct. But if just after they finished dividing, one piece was picked up by a helpless child, they would all pounce on that child to eat him up, the crowd chorused. Well answered. I clapped my hands and said, do you all understand what I mean? Ah. The crowd suddenly realized. Jifeng happily said, little brother, I understand now. The 3 great empires are like those 3 hungry wolves, while our strength compared to theirs is akin to that of the child. Once we seize this meat, we will be besieged by them, and our demise will merely be a matter of time. But we have already encountered this piece of meat. What should we do with it now? An orc elder asked. We can cut a piece off without leaving a trace and escape, so they won't know who did it. In that way they will suspect each other, leading to disputes, leaving them no time to concern themselves with us, and we will also gain a good opportunity to recuperate. I said loudly. Good idea, but how do we do that? Jifeng asked. We will act now. Move the enemy's corpses to another place to bury them, then take all the resources and provisions here, leaving them without any clues in the future. I said, and we will disguise ourselves as slave owners, using this money to buy a large amount of land within the 3 great empires to establish farms and pastures. It is not uncommon to find wealthy landowners among the humans who possess 1,000 or 2,000 slaves. This way the brothers in the tribe won't have to hide anymore, and we can secretly train soldiers to strengthen our tribe's combat power. Little brother, you are truly remarkable. Let's do as you say. Everyone, let's get moving, Jifeng said, patting my shoulder. Seeing that everything was on track, I finally decided to bid farewell to Jifeng. What? Leaving now? It's nearly evening. Why not rest for the night before leaving? Jifeng said. I hesitated for a moment and finally expressed my unease and my relationship with Luna. Since that's the case, then I won't keep you. However, little brother, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you, Jifeng said. Big brother, feel free to speak, I replied without hesitation. Actually, this matter concerns Shasha. Although she doesn't say it, I can tell she likes you very much. So I hope you can take her with you. What? I did not expect this matter. Although I have a good impression of Shasha, it has not reached the level of love yet. Jifeng's words clearly indicated that he wants to betroth Shasha to me. While this would strengthen the bond between the beast and demon races, haha, little brother, don't feel pressured. I know you already have a girl you like, but we orcs do not care about such things. If you like her, just take her. I also believe that among other races, taking multiple wives is quite common. Even among your demon race, it's probably only your father, that wooden block, who would stick to just one wife, Jifeng said with a smile while demonstratively embracing the 3 orc women beside him, who despite being mid-aged could still be considered rare beauties. Facing Jifeng's teasing, they not only did not shy away but instead leaned comfortably against him. It was then that I noticed Jifeng actually had 3 tribal leaders' wives. Perhaps even more than 3. However, it is quite inconvenient to bring an orc girl to the imperial capital, I said, feeling troubled. I thought of that early on. You just need to tell outsiders that she is your slave girl. It is quite common for humans to have 1 or 2 slave girls. Wouldn't that be too unfair to her? I didn't expect Jifeng to come up with such an idea. Haha, it's not unfair. In fact, she thought of it herself. You can ask her if you don't believe me. Jifeng shot me a smile that only men could understand. At that moment, Shasha came in from behind the door and nodded to me generously. At this point I knew that if I continued to refuse, it would not only make Shasha uncomfortable but also make the boisterous Jifeng look down on me. So I said, alright, I will take good care of Shasha. Shasha, I hope you will guide me in the future. Yes, young master, Shasha replied, bringing out 2 bundles of luggage from behind the door standing beside me. One of the bundles was actually mine. Good girl, you even packed my luggage? Jifeng teased. On a certain day in the 5th month of the Holy Luan calendar, the Gaia Empire was attacked by an unknown force in the main mining area of the Shiyun mountain range, resulting in the disappearance of all personnel and a total loss of 600,000 gold coins. Due to the lack of any clues, the Gaia Empire's officials suspected it was the work of the other 2 nations. From then on, the 3 great empires began to distrust each other, and the tranquil Iron continent, which had enjoyed peace for 15 years, once again plunged into an era of unrest. After bidding farewell to Jifeng and the brothers of the orc tribe, Shasha and I headed towards the imperial capital together. Shasha's personality was very cheerful, without the coyness typical of other human women, so there was no awkwardness between us due to our special relationship. After a hurried journey, we finally arrived at Kiadan City the next evening. Worrying about Sister Luna's safety, I went directly to her residence with Shasha following me using invisibility magic. What? She hasn't returned since last night? I urgently asked. The door was opened by Luna's roommate Mary, who delivered this shocking news to me. Could it be that something has really happened to Sister Luna? Is it Martin? Or that unknown force that attacked me? I thought, no matter who it is, anyone who harms Sister Luna will pay a price worse than death. My body instantly exuded a powerful killing intent, enveloping the surrounding space as if it had materialized. Sasha suddenly appeared, sensing my overwhelming killing intent, and comforted me, saying, "Young master, do not worry. Miss Luna may not be in any danger, perhaps she is just staying at a friend's house. Think carefully, do you have any close friends in the capital?" Right, how could I be so irrational? Just because Sister Luna didn't come back last night doesn't mean she is really in trouble. Alas, where has my usual calmness gone? I thought to myself. My emotions gradually settled. I looked at Sasha with gratitude and said, "Sasha, thank you. I was too impulsive just now. If it weren't for your reminder, I truly wouldn't know what I might have done. Young master, you were quite terrifying just now. I've never seen you like that before." Sasha patted her chest and said, "You must really care for your sister Luna. I have heard from the elders in our clan that even the most composed person can lose their rationality when someone they care about is in danger. Perhaps I have shown only my calm and composed side these days, and in her mind I have already been defined as the most rational person. Perhaps this is what they call worry leads to chaos," I said self-deprecatingly, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, Sasha, we can go ask Dean York. He is the person we are most familiar with in the capital." "Okay," Sasha replied. I couldn't help but admire Sasha's ability to control her curiosity. She didn't even ask who we were going to see before readily agreeing to come with me. However, the more she behaved this way, the more she seemed quite well behaved. Perhaps most men do not like women who constantly ask questions. After bidding farewell to Mary, who was still stunned by my killing intent and standing at the door, Sasha and I headed towards York's residence. York's home was not far from the academy. After a short walk, we arrived in front of a two-story small building. The surroundings were nicely arranged, filled with colorful flowers and plants that occasionally released bursts of fragrance, but the house itself was not impressive as the walls were riddled with signs of repairs, perhaps due to the old man's frequent strange experiments. "What? The dean is not home?" I said anxiously while sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Yes, he left this morning for some business. He said he was going to visit an old friend and might not be back for 2 or 3 days. The one receiving us was York's butler, Lian, a short man in his 40s. What a coincidence. Of all times to be out," I said in frustration, but the last few words were spoken very quietly. "By the way, are you Mr. Yingyu Medis?" Lian suddenly asked as we were about to leave. "Yes, that's me. Is there something?" "Ah, that's good. Before leaving, the dean asked me to relay a message to you. If you are looking for Luna, please go to Earl Shalang's residence." "Earl Shalang? Isn't that the father of Zunir? Could it be that Zunir has invited Sister Luna to stay at her house?" I thought to myself, and since I had learned about Sister Luna's whereabouts and concluded that she would be safe at Zunir's house, the heavy stone in my heart finally lifted. After bidding farewell to Lian and leaving York's house, it was already bright moonlight outside. I decided to go back and rest for the night before visiting Earl Shalang, so I led Sasha back to my single dormitory. As soon as I entered, I realized a new problem arose. There was only one bed in the room. Although Sasha didn't mind much, I felt quite troubled. Despite my strong self-control, I was still a young man full of vigor. Sleeping together like this would inevitably lead to inappropriate thoughts. Although I could control myself, it would consume too much mental energy and prevent both of us from resting well. In the end, I decided to sleep in the recliner. Although Sasha insisted on giving me the bed, she couldn't persuade me and obediently went to bed. Lying quietly in the recliner, I reflected on the experiences of the past few days, and my heart could not calm down for a long time. In just a few short days, I had transformed from a bird that had never been on the battlefield into a fierce general commanding the battlefield. Moreover, after these life-and-death battles, my strength had also significantly increased, and I should have reached about 120 of my original power by now. However, what worried me most was still the issue of how to arrange for Sasha in the future. After thinking for a long time without coming to a conclusion, I decided to set it aside for now. I will deal with future matters later, I told myself in my heart. I closed my eyes and thought of nothing and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Sasha and I got up early. After hastily having breakfast, we headed to the Earl's residence together. Indeed, as a general with a strong military presence in the capital, the garden alone spanned several hundred meters. The house was even more impressive, far from York's modest 2-story villa. "Excuse me, I would like to meet Earl Shalang. Could you please relay my request?" I said politely to the guard. "Ah, I'm very sorry. The general went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs yesterday to handle some official business and hasn't returned yet. Is there any message you would like me to pass along? Previously I had learned that General Xiaolang had an excellent reputation in the capital, and indeed upon meeting him it was not unfounded. Although I did not see him in person, from the humble demeanor of his subordinates it was easy to infer that he himself must also be quite impressive, in stark contrast to the arrogant attitude of the Martin family. Is Miss Zunier at home? I continued to ask. In fact, I had come to find Zunier. I had just asked about her father out of courtesy. Upon hearing Zunier's name he looked at me closely for a moment and then said, "Are you perhaps young Master Xingyu?" "Yes, that's me." "Oh, that's great. The two young ladies have been waiting for you these past few days. Please come in," he said happily. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way," I said, following Sasha and the guard into the Earl's residence. I wondered who it was. It turns out our Lord Xingyu has returned. "Welcome, welcome." Zunier's voice rang out from behind me, and she emphasized the word Lord. She was wearing a dress, smiling, and appeared very cute and charming. At first glance one would not guess that she was such a spoiled girl. Before I could respond she continued, "Why did you take so long to return? Is your poison injury healed?" It seems you are fine now. You made us worry for nothing." It seemed Luna had already told her about my poisoning. At that moment she noticed Sasha, and after scrutinizing her for a moment looked at me and asked, "Who is this sister? Oh dear, how come after not seeing you for a few days you brought back another pretty sister?" I glanced at Sasha, signaling her not to take offense, and then said to Zunier, "By the way, is Sister Luna with you? I came to find her." "Why do you ask about your sister Luna as soon as you arrive? She is also very worried about you?" She pretended to look aggrieved, deliberately using my tone when she said Sister Luna. "It's just a minor injury, it doesn't warrant the young lady's concern, or else I'd die faster than from the poison." I feigned a look of nausea. "You? Humph." Zunier finally couldn't help but show her true colors, and I braced myself for the next round of verbal attacks. At that moment Luna appeared and exclaimed, "Xingyu finally came back. Is your poison injury healed? I've been so worried these past 2 days." She looked haggard with bloodshot eyes, clearly having not slept for a long time. Yet her expression at that moment seemed very happy. I couldn't help but feel a wave of affection, and unable to restrain myself I pulled her into my arms, resting my face against her hair, and said, "Sister Luna, I'm fine now. I was also very worried about you. Last night I heard you hadn't come back for 2 days and I nearly..." Ahem. Zunier deliberately coughed and said, "Please be mindful of your surroundings, both of you." Luna's face turned red as she gently pushed me away, and I also took a couple of steps back. "Oh Sister Luna, how come as soon as someone returns you forget about your little sister? We are about to become invisible." Zunier pulled Sasha over and said with a hint of jealousy, stealing a glance at me, "Let me introduce her." I timely diverted the topic, pointing at Sasha and saying, "This is Sasha, the sister of the orc clan leader. They saved me this time." "The leader's sister? Then she must be the princess of the orc clan," Zunier exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps because her father sympathized with the orcs she had no prejudice against them, and she kept staring at Sasha's cat ears, her eyes filled with curiosity. As for Sister Luna, there was no need to mention her reaction. I then pointed at Luna and Zunier and said, "This is the Sister Luna I often mention, and this is Miss Zunier." I deliberately emphasized the words Miss, which earned me another eye roll from Zunier. Since all three were girls, they quickly became familiar with each other, warmly greeting one another, and Zunier kept asking Sasha questions. "By the way, Sister Luna, why are you staying at Zunier's house?" I suddenly interject, "Ever since you left, someone has been spreading rumors that you defeated the capital's #1 swordsman Dule in one move. Almost everyone here knows your name. As a result, Dule couldn't help but want to duel with you. He couldn't find you, so he sent someone to me. Luckily Uncle Xiaolang saved me. Worried that he would cause me more trouble, I decided to stay here temporarily at Zunier's suggestion." Luna explained. "That's right. This matter has already stirred quite a buzz in the capital, even His Majesty the Emperor knows about it," Zunier added. Young master, are you going to duel him? Sasha asked. I had already told her about my encounter with Dule over the past 2 days. Xing, don't go. He knows he isn't your match but still publicly challenges you. He must be quite confident. What if? Luna said worriedly. Yes. Zunir also agreed with Luna's opinion, and I didn't know when she had started to care about me. I thought for a moment and resolutely said, I have made up my mind. I will accept the challenge. What? The three of them exclaimed simultaneously. I have thought it through. Although this could be dangerous if I do not put an end to this matter, that guy will always be a source of trouble. Moreover, running away is not my usual style. As I left the Earl's mansion, it was already noon. For convenience, I temporarily placed Sasha with Shui near. This way she could look after Luna, and it also spared us the awkwardness of the evening. Walking down the street watching the carefree people coming and going, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. They are truly happy living such a carefree life. When will I be able to live such a life? If one day I possessed great power and a vast army, would I really wage war against the human race and the divine race? Although my spear points only at those instigators who stir up conflict to satisfy their own ambitions, once war breaks out, it is the common people who will suffer the most, shattering their peaceful and tranquil lives, and many innocent lives may be sacrificed. But I have no choice but to do so, for I bear the lives of thousands of orc brothers on my shoulders. They trust me so much, completely entrusting their future to me, a so-called fallen prince who has nothing. Their only wish is that one day I can lead them to reclaim their homeland and live a happy and peaceful life. Do they not have the right to pursue happiness? I couldn't help but fall into confusion. Is this the anguish of being a king? Sigh. Let time decide what comes next. Who can truly predict the future? As long as I make a decision that I will never regret with a clear conscience, that's enough. Now I should think about how to solve the current problem. At that moment, 2 servants dressed as housekeepers blocked my path, and one of them politely inquired, Are you Yingyu DC? Indeed, that is me. What can I do for you? I replied casually. Our young master wishes to speak with you. Who is your young master? Baron du Lamating. So it has finally come, I thought to myself, but said, all right, please lead the way. After passing through several streets, we finally arrived at the entrance of a restaurant. The decor was quite upscale, clearly designed for the nobility. Under the guidance of the 2 servants, I entered a private room on the 2nd floor, where I found Du Lamating leisurely sipping wine. Upon seeing my arrival, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Though it was just for a fleeting moment, I still caught it. Welcome, he said with a smile that seemed more skin-deep than genuine, the kind of smile often seen in the bureaucracy. Your departure has made me think long and hard about killing you. Likewise, I haven't yet thanked Baron for your concern for my friend, I replied pointedly. May I ask what matter the Baron wishes to discuss with me? It's nothing much, just want you to sign something up there, he said, handing me a piece of paper. I picked it up and took a glance. It boldly read Life and Death Contract, and his name was already signed at the bottom. What is this? I feigned ignorance. Let me be straightforward. Dule said, ever since I was defeated by you last time, I have been thinking of sparring with you again. However, swords have no eyes and injuries and deaths are unavoidable, so I wanted to establish a written agreement first. No problem, I readily agreed, picking up the pen to sign my name. I didn't expect my promptness to make him so happy that he nearly laughed out loud. The way he looked at me was as if he were gazing at a dead man, leaving me puzzled as to why he was so confident he could kill me. Good. As expected of the enemy chosen by me, quite straightforward. He laughed heartily. Time. Location. The day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Royal Arena. Well then, I shall take my leave, I said politely. No funeral sending off. Leaving the restaurant, I headed straight back to my residence. Although I still couldn't fathom what kind of scheme Dule was planning against me, I knew that the only thing I could do now was to adjust my state and maximize my strength. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I reviewed all the magic and martial skills I had learned in my mind, gaining new insights into the use of many spells and techniques, especially the magical knowledge that Fian had transmitted to me, which I had yet to digest. It greatly enhanced my grasp of composite magic. By the time I finished it was already evening. I circulated the holy magic true chi in my body for 2 cycles, feeling refreshed as if I had endless energy. Just as I was about to get up to grab something to eat, there was a sudden soft knock on the door. "The door isn't locked, please come in," I called out loudly. No one answered. Who could it be? I wondered, getting up to open the door. "La Bai Si. How could it be you?" I asked in astonishment. As a princess, it was highly unusual for her to visit a single man alone at night. "May I come in?" she asked softly. "Ah. Oh, of course, please come in," I hurriedly replied, ushering her into the room. "What brings you to me so late?" "Xing. I'm sorry I have caused you trouble," La Bai Si said, lowering her head. She actually referred to me as Xing. "But you haven't troubled me at all. Why do you need to apologize?" I was somewhat puzzled. "Is it about the duel with Du Lei? That wasn't caused by you, was it?" Although my involvement with Du Lei had some relation to her agreeing to duel him, was my decision alone, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. "It's not just about that, it's also about the poisoning incident you encountered last time," La Bai Si continued, looking at me with eyes filled with regret. "It was Xuan'er and the others who told you, so there's really no need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you." My surprise was greater than before because I couldn't fathom how those invisible people related to La Bai Si. "Do you remember the incident when you saved me in the Chuyan Mountains?" "Yes," I nodded slightly. "That incident caused everything." La Bai Si said, "Perhaps you are wondering why a princess like me would venture alone into the wilderness to confront a magical beast. About half a month ago, the current Prime Minister Marquis Ma Ting suddenly proposed to my father, asking him to betroth me to his son Du Lei. Originally my father wanted to consult me before making a decision, but my second brother unexpectedly spoke highly of the Martin family, which he usually had conflicts with, repeatedly pushing for this matter, and my father also greatly admired Du Lei's abilities, thus agreeing on the spot. But I have always disliked that guy and firmly opposed it upon hearing this. However, my father insisted that once a decision was made it could not be changed, and thus we quarreled. At that moment my second brother suddenly proposed that if I could pass the royal trial I could decide my own marriage. For there is an unwritten rule in our Zhan royal family, whether prince or princess, as long as one can defeat a mid-level magical beast with their own power, they have passed the royal trial, signifying they have officially grown up and thereafter can make their own decisions in all matters, even leaving the royal family without objection. In my eagerness I agreed without a second thought. Later I realized this was merely a means for my second brother to eliminate me. "What? Your second brother actually wants to kill you? How is that possible?" After hearing so many strange things tonight, I couldn't even recall how many times I had said what. I and my elder brother are the children of my deceased mother, the former empress, while my second brother is the result of my father getting drunk with a palace maid, so he has never been favored by my father since childhood. Furthermore, my second brother is gloomy and not well liked, and my father does not hold him in high regard. After my elder brother left, my father intended to pass the throne to me, but I never wanted to inherit any throne. Yet my second brother sees me as a thorn in his side, trying every means to eliminate me. He had long anticipated that I would refuse to marry Du Lei and deliberately pushed for this marriage. Then he suggested that I pass the royal trial. He had tested my strength before and knew I couldn't defeat such a magical beast. He wanted to use the beast's hand to eliminate me. I was supposed to die for sure, but then I ran into you. She glanced at me, her face slightly reddening, and continued, "It was because you saved me that you hindered his plan, and he wanted to eliminate you quickly. The person who attacked you last time was sent by him. Only the shadow ninja led by my second brother possesses such invisibility skills. All this is because of me. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have faced such danger." At this point her eyes turned red and tears began to well up. "La Bai Si, don't blame yourself too much. I have never regretted saving you. In fact, anyone would have stepped up in that situation, and besides, aren't we friends?" "No. You are different from them," La Bai Si exclaimed urgently. Xing, promise me don't go to the duel, all right? My second brother has long conspired with the Martin family to put you to death, and he has even lent a royal treasure to Du Lei, reportedly chosen specifically to counter you. If you go you will undoubtedly die. If you die I. Her words were left unspoken but tears fell down. I'm sorry Lab I see. A promise I made cannot be taken back even if it means death. I will fulfill my vow. No. I don't want you to die. I don't. She suddenly hugged me burying her head in my chest speaking incoherently. We can leave together far away from here. We. Lab I see you. Shin, don't you understand my feelings? Lab I see pressed her cheek against my chest speaking dreamily. Do you know? Although I am a princess loved by many since childhood, my father, my mother and my elder brother have all treated me like a precious treasure, caring for me meticulously. Later my mother passed away and my elder brother left, yet I still have the love of my father. Gradually I grew up. Although everything around me remained unchanged, I began to feel lonely, always sensing a lack of something. I often asked myself, you have everything, what else could you possibly want? But I couldn't find the answer. Until that day I met you. She suddenly lifted her head unabashedly meeting my gaze and said earnestly, from your eyes I found the answer. Shin. I love you. I fell in love with you the first time you stepped in to save me from the clutches of the magical beast. Only when I'm by your side do I not feel lonely, only then do I truly understand what happiness is. I fell in love with you the first time you stepped in to save me from the clutches of the magical beast. Only when I'm by your side do I not feel lonely. I hadn't expected this princess who usually blushes easily to so actively express her feelings, leaving me momentarily stunned. After a while I finally said, Lab I see, do you know my true identity? And my past? I do not belong to the John Kingdom and will leave here one day. Moreover, I already have another lover. In my heart you are the most outstanding. I don't care who you are or what your past is, as long as I know that I love you, that is enough. The lover you speak of is Luna, right? I want mine. In our royal family every man has many wives. As long as I can have a place in your heart, I will not ask for too much. Lab I see said passionately, her body trembling slightly from excitement. I was deeply moved that this princess whom I had only met 3 times could be so infatuated with me. Was this what they called fate? I embraced her, kissed her forehead and said, Lab I see, I love you too. Trust me, I will definitely return alive. She lifted her head looking at me with excitement, her face filled with joy and deep affection. Xing, I believe in you. And initiated a passionate kiss. I stretched out my slightly trembling arms, gently wrapping around her. After all, her special identity gave me a significant sense of thrill and novelty. Although it was not our first contact the last time I was passively kissed by her, that sweet feeling still made us lose ourselves as we kissed passionately. After a long while we reluctantly parted. She seemed unable to stand still, leaning tightly against me, resting her head on my shoulder, allowing my arms to embrace her soft waist as her golden hair brushed against my face, making me feel a sneeze coming on. Lab I see, I should take you back, I said to her. All right, Lab I see replied obediently, lowering her head, the blush on her face still not fading. After escorting Lab I see to the palace gate, she kissed me once more before entering, and I turned to leave after watching her walk away. Walking down the secluded street, I thought to myself, I really have a way with women. I've quickly gained another girlfriend. If this continues, will I truly become as Ji Feng said? If you like them, marry them all. Ji Feng's words seemed to echo in my ears. I smiled wryly and continued walking forward. Suddenly I felt an immensely powerful aura surge towards me from behind. I instantly summoned all my strength and leaped forward 5 steps, narrowly avoiding its collision. I turned around to see a handsome middle-aged man standing before me, dressed in white with golden hair and a sword in hand, resembling a descending war god. Who are you? Do you seek me for something? I asked politely. Draw your sword, he said coldly. What? Oh, so you want to spar a bit? I'm just a mage, you'll use magic to compete with you, I said with a smile, but inside I dared not relax as his imposing aura pressed down on me significantly. Draw your sword. Otherwise you will regret it. He repeated his earlier words. Do you have such confidence in dealing with my magic? Then let's give it a try. I was somewhat irritated by his arrogance and casually launched 5 fireballs. Although this was merely a probing attack, it was not something an average person could evade. He remained rooted to the spot, swiftly slicing out 5 sword strikes, and the 5 fireballs were almost simultaneously split in half, flying in all directions and creating numerous shallow pits in the ground. Such swift swordsmanship! I praised inwardly. How about trying this move? I unleashed a more powerful flame bomb followed by 2 lightning balls attempting to encircle him. He still stood there casually slicing out 3 sword energies, once again neutralizing my magic. The 2 lightning balls were manageable enough, but the flame bomb was not something an ordinary swordsman could easily contend with. Even someone with swordsman-level strength would find it challenging to cope, forcing me to reassess his abilities. It seems ordinary magic will not work on him, I thought to myself. I silently recited a few incantations and a 1-meter diameter fireball formed in front of me. This was a modified composite spell, Flame Thunder Bomb. Although its size had diminished significantly, its speed had increased tremendously, making it more suitable for unknown combat. Driven by my will, it charged towards that man at high speed. Given the fireball's touch and explode characteristic, he surely wouldn't dare to slice it with his sword. However, just as my Flame Thunder Bomb was about to strike him, he suddenly raised his sword and drew several circles at an incredible angle. The airflow in front of him immediately shifted, forming a rapidly spinning vortex, seemingly distorting the surrounding space. "Reverse the universe!" he shouted loudly. My Flame Thunder Bomb halted upon contact with the vortex spinning rapidly in midair. Then it unexpectedly turned around and flew back towards me. I was taken aback, quickly unleashing 3 flame barrier spells to block it, but the powerful explosion created a large crater with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters in front of me. What a powerful technique! I exclaimed. Yet the situation before me left no room for further discussion. I immediately began reciting the next incantation: "Great Elemental God, please grant me the power of lightning," transforming it into indestructible red lightning to crush my enemy. Red Thunder Flash. I shrank the area of this spell to about a dozen meters, but the total amount of lightning remained unchanged, meaning the intensity of the lightning within the same area was enhanced several times compared to before. Such a large-scale magic was extremely difficult to dodge, and using the Reverse the Universe to deflect it was also impossible. Boom! He was instantly engulfed by the lightning, and a massive explosion erupted around him, raising countless dust clouds. He should be finished now. I thought to myself, even if he doesn't die, he will have no ability to fight back. Huh? What? Suddenly I felt his aura rapidly intensifying, strong enough that I could hardly imagine even the divine General Laos would not compare. As the dust settled, I saw him surrounded by a shield formed by fighting spirit emanating dazzling white light, his powerful aura almost completely suppressing me. White crystal fighting spirit. I was astonished. He is actually a sword saint. Yet that powerful aura is beyond any human sword saint's capabilities, but he is clearly a human. Seeing that he was not moving, I began reciting my next incantation, this time using a higher level dark magic. But before I had even finished half the chant, he charged to my front. Not good. I hastily drew my sword, but it was already too late. The cold long sword was already pressed against my neck. The icy voice echoed once more, "I told you, in my presence you have no chance to use magic." As I stared at the sword poised against my neck, a wave of regret washed over me. Knowing the strength of my opponent, how could I have attempted to chant a spell before him? Was I simply courting death? One should understand from the outset that no matter how skilled a mage becomes, they can never hope to match a warrior of equal rank in close combat. Even when reaching the level of casting spells without incantation, a mage must still resort to higher level spells that require chanting to inflict damage on a warrior of the same level, as the spells cast solely by thought cannot breach a warrior's chi barrier. Had I drawn my sword from the very beginning, I would not have triumphed, but at least I would not have been so thoroughly defeated. I might have had a chance to escape. Could it be that my astonishing breakthroughs in magic over the past few days had led me to harbor near blind confidence in my abilities? I scolded myself internally. What do you want? If you were sent by the second prince to kill me, then hurry up and make your move. Eventually I could no longer endure the excessive silence and spoke coldly, my face betraying no fear. The second prince. He hasn't the qualifications to command me. He sneered, withdrawing the sword from my neck. I can give you one more chance, draw your sword. You're not here to kill me. I was somewhat taken aback by his actions. Then let's see what you're capable of. If you're nothing but a buffoon, I won't hesitate to slay you. He spoke coldly, his tone extremely stern. Is this guy really just testing my swordsmanship? But why did he choose me? I thought to myself, but there was no time for further contemplation. To survive, I had to fight with my sword. I removed my magic robe and laid it aside, drawing the longsword hidden at my back and adopting a stance typical of any swordsman. Attention, I am about to attack. I instantly summoned the holy magic energy within me to its peak, and a silver-gray aura burst forth, enveloping me like a tangible shield. I understood that against a master like him I could not afford to hold back in the slightest. Even the slightest deviation could plunge me into danger, so I unleashed my full strength from the very start. The air around me seemed to surge with my aura, creating powerful currents that pushed the sand beneath my feet outward, forming a circle centered around me. Not bad. I didn't expect your internal energy to be so high, almost approaching the level of a sword saint. It seems her concerns were somewhat unwarranted. The white-clad man said, your peculiar aura is also a rarity in my experience. However, mere talent cannot prove anything. Prepare to receive my attack. Before he finished speaking, he charged at me with the force of a thunderbolt. Although it appeared to be a simple horizontal slash, it contained an overwhelming majesty that could shake the mountains. I had no opportunity to inquire who he referred to as she. I could only channel my inner energy into my sword and thrust it outward with all my might. Yet when our blades clashed, I felt no force at all. How could this be? This imposing strike turned out to be merely a feint. At that moment his sword suddenly spun outward, causing my blade and right hand to swing away, leaving me wide open, while his sword darted towards my chest like lightning. I certainly would not succumb so easily. I pushed off with my legs, leaping 6 or 7 meters into the air. To prevent him from continuing his pursuit, I unleashed a series of sword chi towards him. He did not raise his sword to block, but instead retreated. My sword chi struck the ground, creating several fissures in the earth. What an opportunity! I quickly concentrated my chi into the sword, surrounding it in a silver-gray glow. Dark Star Dragon Severing Slash. With my body and sword as one, I shot forward like a meteor toward him. This was the very move I had used to slay the Thunder Beast in the Xianyan mountain range. Now with my significantly improved power, it bore an unparalleled might, making it impossible to evade. It was as if I had carved a crack in the entire night sky. Unmatched slash. This time he did not evade, but instead leaped into the air, gripping his sword with both hands, unleashing a lethal strike to meet me. The speed of his motion was astonishing. To the ordinary eye it appeared as a golden light shooting up from the ground into the sky. Clang! As our swords clashed, there was little sound, but the energy released at the point of impact surged outward in all directions, forming an energy sphere with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, enveloping us both. Had we not been shielded by our respective auras, we might have been severely injured by that intense energy. In an instant we found ourselves locked in midair, appearing to be 2 waves of gold and silver colliding in the night sky, unleashing astonishing energy. Though his internal energy far surpassed mine, my holy magic energy's incredible recovery rate, coupled with my advantageous position, ultimately forced him to the ground first. Under my forceful impact he slid backward for several meters before regaining his footing. The hard ground beneath him gouged out a long trench. Finally I landed as well, but our swords remained locked together, both of us in a stalemate. Your momentum has waned like a bowstring that has lost its tension. Can you still withstand me? He said coldly, suddenly pushing harder against me. He was right. I had lost the momentum of my advantageous position, and relying solely on internal energy would not allow me to surpass him. Realizing this, I ceased to clash, heat retreating in the direction of his force, restoring the distance between us once more. Brushing off the dust clinging to my clothes, he remarked, "Very well, you are capable of recognizing the situation and adapting. Truly you possess the potential to become a top-tier master. Pay attention, I will be serious now." What was he just testing me before? But I had already exerted nearly all my strength. Such words. He left me no time for thought as he charged at me again, his speed nearly doubled. Just as he approached within 4 meters, he suddenly vanished. I felt his presence almost simultaneously appear to my right. Without a moment's thought, I executed the meteor shower attack. Clang! 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 In an instant our swords clashed dozens of times. I was astonished to find that he effortlessly parried my meteor shower, and shortly thereafter he transformed his swordplay, launching a rapid series of strikes at me. After receiving several of his attacks, I suddenly felt an eerily familiar sensation, as his movements bore a striking resemblance to those of Law by Sea, but executed with even greater finesse. Many of the advanced moves Law by Sea could not perform due to insufficient energy were fully realized in his hands. If Law by Sea's technique embodied gentleness and subtlety, then this white-clad man's approach combined gentleness with ferocity, subtlety with steadiness. Every move seemed like a feint, yet each feint concealed countless solid follow-up attacks, leaving no room for complacency in his opponent. It was truly a dance of reality and illusion, endlessly variable and supremely intricate. I exerted all my strength to counter his attacks, barely managing to withstand 20 of his strikes, but each one took a significant toll on my stamina. If this continued, I would soon be completely exhausted. I can't keep this up much longer, I thought to myself. I unleashed 2 powerful horizontal slashes, temporarily forcing him back, and took the chance to step back 6 or 7 paces, gathering all my chi. Behold my ultimate move, Dark Star Meteor Slash! I shouted, unleashing dozens of powerful gray sword energies that shot towards him like a meteor shower. This was the second time I executed this move, but this time it was at full strength, its power more than doubled from the last. Good, the white-clad man exclaimed. I never expected to experience this legendary technique again 15 years later. Watch my reversal of heaven and earth. Faced with such formidable sword energy, he dared not be careless, unleashing a move of unparalleled intricacy once more. This time he channeled all his strength. The swirling sword energies formed a vortex twice the size of what he had used to fend off the flame thunder bomb. However, the power of Dark Star Meteor Slash was far beyond that of the flame thunder bomb. The sword energy, possessing both highest and lowest extreme frequencies, was the nemesis of reversal of heaven and earth. The underlying principle of reversal of heaven and earth was to alter the trajectory of an opponent's magic or sword energy using high-frequency oscillating electromagnetic waves. Yet it had a limit. If the internal frequency of the opponent's attack exceeded this limit, it would be rendered ineffective. My piercing sword energy did not reverse as he anticipated. Although most was deflected from its course, and scattered 5 or 6 strands managed to break through his defenses. He was taken aback, slicing through several sword energies to block mine, but a few strands of his golden hair were still severed by the escaping energy. Ha! He chuckled bitterly, saying, I never expected that my painstakingly cultivated technique over 10 years would still be unable to counter your Dark Star Meteor Slash. If my internal energy were on par with yours, I might have already fallen here. You truly are impressive. Just as I was about to ask him why, he said that he preemptively spoke, if you can withstand my next move, I will let you go. Alright. Without hesitation I agreed, fully aware that while I had gained some advantage in the previous exchange, it was merely a matter of the holy magic energy. My true strength still had a considerable gap compared to his. If he truly wished to kill me with all his might, I might not even manage to escape. Thus, even knowing his next move would likely be difficult to counter, I still approached it with a sense of gamble, hoping to bring this pointless duel to an end. Be careful, he shouted, leaping lightly into the air, hovering 5 or 6 meters above ground. Then with a single hand on his sword he swiftly traced a few movements in front of him, his motions extraordinarily graceful. I could vaguely see that he had inscribed the character for rain. This all transpired in an instant, and the next moment he dove towards me, shouting, Night Rain Cutting Sword? With his shout, hundreds of sword energies simultaneously thrust towards me, none of which were slashes. To my eyes it seemed like a gentle drizzle. I concentrated my spirit, and at the fastest speed I could muster thrust out countless swords. Clang! 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 In an instant our swords clashed nearly 100 times. To my astonishment, his seemingly unremarkable thrusts contained innumerable soft forces. Each time my sword met his, I was spun off course, even leaving me wide open, unable to defend against the next thrust. In the end, when he ceased his attacks, I found my clothing pierced with over 20 holes. Had he truly wished to kill me, I would have surely already met my end. I lost, I said, lowering the tip of my sword to the ground, feeling dejected. It's nothing, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. He even tried to console me, saying, in this world there are perhaps only a few who can withstand over 80 of my strikes. You are already one of them. Why be so downcast? He paused before continuing, how about I teach you this sword technique? What? You want to teach me swordplay? I exclaimed in surprise, why might that be? Do you think you can use dark magic techniques in broad daylight? He retorted. Are you referring to my duel with Dule? I can defeat him using only magic, I replied confidently. Is that so? Then you are gravely mistaken. Do you remember Dule's demon-breaking sword? This time he has acquired an even more extraordinary piece of equipment, one that renders almost all magic ineffective against it. Is it the royal secret treasure the second prince lent him? What exactly is it? I inquired, unable to believe such a marvelous artifact could exist. I cannot disclose that. Just remember my words. May I ask who you learned your swordplay from? This. I hesitated as I could not easily disclose my background before understanding the identity of the other person, even though I had already demonstrated dark techniques before him. It's all right. If you prefer not to share, then so be it. In truth, I bear no prejudice against the demon race. To me they are no fundamentally different from humans. If there is any distinction, it is that the demon race possesses greater strength than humans. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you should also belong to the demon race, he said calmly. What leads you to such a conclusion? It's simple. Due to innate factors, it is impossible for someone as young as you to possess such formidable strength among humans. Although the chi you wield is not the dark chi of the demon race, it still harbors a dark aura. Coupled with the fact that your sword techniques are almost entirely dark magic, I concluded that you cannot be human, much less of the divine race. Therefore you can only belong to the demon race. He stated matter-of-factly. I suddenly recalled something Windblade had mentioned and exclaimed, surely not. Is it possible that you are Carlos, the eldest prince of the kingdom of John? You know Carlos? His expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, no, he is not your equal. Although he is considered a special case among humans, he only reached your level after turning 20. Even if you bear no prejudice against the demon race, why would you choose to help me? We are strangers. My life and death should bear no relevance to you. Having sensed that he meant me no harm, I addressed him as senior. Because of someone else, she does not wish for you to come to harm. Someone else? I suddenly thought of that eerily familiar sword technique. Could it be La Bai Si? Are you her master? You could say that, but it seems that even without her relation I would still assist you. Oh. I was somewhat puzzled. Because you remind me of a friend of mine. A friend. Indeed, he is also my most respected rival and the goal I have always sought to surpass. He said excitedly, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm but also tinged with a hint of sadness. However, that opportunity is no longer available. I suddenly recalled some things that Windblade had once said, and it dawned on me. You are Carlos. Upon hearing my words, his hand trembled slightly and his expression changed multiple times before he finally nodded and said, yes, but I no longer go by that name. My name now is Sokka. Sokka. I had merely guessed, but to my astonishment he truly was Carlos, and even more surprisingly he was the legendary first powerhouse of the human race, the Super Sword Saint Sokka. No wonder he was so powerful. I had read many introductions about him, Sokka, the mysterious swordsman who suddenly appeared 8 years ago challenging sword saints, and within just a year defeated all sword saints and paladins in the Alan continent, earning the title of Super Sword Saint and being hailed as the first powerhouse of the human race before vanishing and becoming an undefeated legend. As it turns out, many mysteries have now unraveled. The reason he holds no prejudice against the demon race stems from his past friendship with my father Yingyu. It was because his sister La Bai Si fell in love with me that he chose to help me. When he said I resembled a friend of his, wasn't he referring to my father? To date, more than one person has remarked on how closely I resemble my father. Yet there are still 2 points I do not fully understand: the reason behind his departure 15 years ago and why he has now reappeared in the imperial capital. Senior, why did you suddenly leave after reporting to the orc tribe 15 years ago? And why did you mysteriously disappear? I asked. What? You know about this? Who told you? Who are you really? This time it was his turn to be surprised, bombarding me with several questions. I knew he was referring to the incident of reporting to the orc tribe, so I replied, it was the orc chieftain Jifun who told me. He spoke a lot about you, and my real name is Yingyu Medis. Now that you know my identity, there's no need for me to hide any longer, and I calmly revealed my identity. Medis. Are you the son of Ying and Lilith? He said in surprise, looking me up and down again. Indeed. No wonder when I first heard your name from Labasai I felt it was somewhat familiar. It turns out you just dropped one character. I visited you once when you were just born, but I never went back to the Demon God Empire after that. By the way, I remember your parents placed 3 seals within you. How many have you unlocked? I just unlocked the first seal, the other 2 will have to wait until my power grows stronger. Oh. You've become this strong just by unlocking 1 seal? If the other 2 are also unlocked, I'm afraid even your father, the Demon King Yingyu, wouldn't be able to match you. Haha, truly the young will push the old aside. Carlos said, you just asked me about the reasons for my departure and disappearance 15 years ago, right? Actually, it's nothing much, mainly because of that hypocritical war. Hypocritical war? Yes, I think this term describes it better than the so-called demon slaughtering war. Carlos said, actually, when the divine race sent ambassadors to the 3 empires to form the Demon-Annihilation Alliance, I revealed the truth to my father, and I also indirectly conveyed it to the emperors of the other 2 nations, but none of them believed me, rather they were unwilling to believe. Because they could not resist the temptation of the massive gold mines in the Chuyun mountain range. At that time the orc tribe had already refused the request to join the Demon-Extermination Alliance. If they sent troops to the Demon God Empire, they would have a perfect excuse to occupy the Chuyun mountain range. Although I opposed my father's actions, I couldn't aid the demon race against my own country. After fruitlessly persuading my father, I had no choice but to evade the issue, ultimately severing ties with the John royal family. Now the only thing worth my nostalgia here is Labasai. Other than visiting her secretly every year, I spend the rest of my time hiding in the mountains with my sword. So do you know that Labasai is in great danger? How could I not be aware? If it weren't for the fact that I have secretly taught her many sword techniques and self-defense skills over the years, she would have likely been killed by my second brother long ago. Carlos responded, showing immense anger as he spoke. Perhaps he is quite dissatisfied with that treacherous and ruthless prince. However, he gazed deeply at me and continued, I shouldn't have to worry about her anymore. She has already found someone she can rely on, right? I will protect her well as long as I am alive. I said firmly, but suddenly thought of something and asked, but do you really not care about entrusting your only sister to someone like me, a member of the demon race? The reason why the divine race and the demon race are named as such is actually because they possess the powers of light and darkness, but the power itself has no distinction between good and evil. A light and darkness are merely 2 forms of power. The divine race is called divine, yet among them there are still some ambitious and evil individuals who instigate war for their selfish desires, causing great disasters for the world. Although the demon race is called demon, they have never actively waged war against other nations, they merely act somewhat extreme. If they had initiated a war of aggression back then, which of the 3 human empires would have been able to compete with them? He snorted lightly and continued, ultimately no race has an absolute distinction between good and evil. Good and evil depend on a person's heart. Listening to his words, I pondered for a long time. His arguments were surprisingly similar to my speech at the orc military meeting, even more insightful and profound. I couldn't help but admire this super sword saint even more. Alright, let me teach you the sword technique first. Carlos broke the stalemate and continued. Since you've said so, I have no objections. Thank you, Senior. May I ask what you plan to teach me? It's the 2 moves I just used. I think you should have some insights by now, he smiled and said. What? I said in surprise, suddenly recalling the move Shuoxiang Yeiyu sword and reverse the universe. They are indeed extraordinary techniques. Although reverse the universe couldn't withstand my dark meteor / I only took advantage of the Saint Demon true chi. If he possessed a unique true chi like mine, I would definitely not be able to counter that move. Suddenly I thought of something and couldn't help but ask, did you deliberately slow down the speed of your moves earlier so that I could clearly see the changes in the techniques? In my heart I couldn't help but raise my evaluation of Carlos' strength. I never expected he hadn't taken me seriously from the beginning. He was merely using the opportunity to teach me sword techniques. Carlos smiled noncommittally and said, your internal energy cultivation is already very close to that of the Sword Saint. In quality you even surpass the Sword Saint, but in overall strength you are still a bit distant from the Sword Saint. This is because you still have many shortcomings in the application of techniques. Although you have learned many powerful sword moves, you cannot apply them flexibly. Remember, techniques are dead while talent is alive. When engaging in combat, adaptability is the most important thing. If you only know how to copy the martial arts left by predecessors without knowing how to innovate, you will never become a true master. For example, your move Sword Rain Meteor after the first sword fails to strike the opponent can completely be transformed into a slash. By continuously delivering several horizontal slashes, your opponent will find it much harder to dodge. He suddenly drew his sword and executed my move Sword Rain Meteor. After delivering a series of stabs, he suddenly slashed horizontally and vertically, unleashing a dozen sword energies. This not only reduced the time needed to retract the sword for a second strike, but also increased the continuity of the attack, making the move even more difficult to defend against. Watching his execution, I was greatly inspired. From the variations of this move I recalled many new ideas, as almost all sword techniques could generate similar or entirely different variations, making me suddenly feel that my martial arts prospects had once again become vast and boundless. This laid a solid foundation for me to create ultimate sword techniques capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth in the future. Immediately after he demonstrated and explained the Shuoxiang Yeiyu sword and reversed the universe to me again until I completely comprehended them. So do you understand now? Carlos asked. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I Xingyu will never forget your teachings. I said gratefully. Don't thank me. The person you should thank is my sister. Furthermore, your father Ing has guided me before. Carlos said, however, I have one thing I would like you to help me with. Please, Senior, I will do my best. Next time you see me, be sure to kill me without mercy. What? I could hardly believe my ears, but he was not someone who would joke around. I suppressed my surprise and asked, could you tell me the reason for that, Senior? I have a duel with a certain being whose power is beyond what you can imagine right now. Previously I did not go to the appointment due to Labice's relationship, but now it's different. He glanced at me and continued, if I can return alive I will retire, but if I lose, remember. The me you will see again will not be the real me. You must not hesitate to kill the me you see then. If your strength is not yet enough at that time, just avoid it. I still couldn't understand. The specific reason is not convenient for me to explain. Just do as I say, he said calmly. Also, I still couldn't understand. The specific reason is not convenient for me to explain. Just do as I say, he said calmly. Also be careful of the divine race. They know the truth about your parents' union, yet they still started a war, and after the war they neither gained land nor acquired corresponding wealth, indicating they must have some ulterior motive. And do not underestimate the three empires, especially the high-ranking individuals who participated in the demon slaughtering war. Don't think that clarifying facts with them will turn hostility into peace. Senior, by telling me all this, are you not afraid that I will seek revenge against the human race in the future? Revenge. Carlos sighed lightly and said, if that day really comes, it can only be said to be the arrangement of causal law. Causal law. Yes, that is the absolute fate that transcends all destinies, which even the gods cannot escape. When they instigated war for their own selfish desires, they sowed the so-called cause, and your appearance today as well as your future revenge is the so-called effect. No one can escape the arrangement of causal law. What a vast mind! What a thought-provoking theory! My admiration for this unparalleled powerhouse increased by threefold. I thought for a moment and said to him, Senior, I can assure you that even if I really seek revenge in the future, I will never harm the innocent. My enemies will never be the entire human race. For Labice's sake, I will also show mercy to the John Kingdom. Good. Truly you are Ying's son? With your words I can rest easy. Carlos laughed heartily and said, By the way, do you know how to hide the characteristics of your divine race or demon race? Not yet learned. Does Senior know how? Although I learned from Grandpa Xiao that the divine race and demon race can hide their racial characteristics through a certain method, even the attributes of light and darkness in their true chi can be concealed. He died too suddenly and did not have time to pass that method on to me, and the memories imparted to me by Fian also do not contain any reference on this matter. Fortunately, I possess the characteristics of both the divine and demon races, so it won't be easy for others to identify me as a member of the demon race. However, hiding the true chi attributes is of great help to me, as my unique Saint Demon true chi can easily attract attention and cause many unnecessary troubles. Of course I know. This was taught to me by your parents back then, although it is of no significant use to me. Well, I will teach it to you. Actually, this can be considered a type of internal cultivation method mainly achieved through true chi too. I must leave. After teaching me this mental method, Carlos said to me, I hope we do not meet again. Remember, you must create martial arts that suit you. He flickered and instantly disappeared as if he had cast a teleportation spell. But I knew this could not be spatial magic, it was entirely the result of his extraordinary speed. Back in my dormitory, I practiced the two sword techniques taught by Carlos several times. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the move Reverse the Universe seemed tailor-made for me, as my uniquely high-frequency Saint Demon true chi matched its principle of high-frequency oscillation perfectly. Although my Saint Demon fighting chi could not compare in quantity to Carlos' white crystal fighting chi, the Reverse the Universe I executed had a similar effect to Carlos. If I could unlock the other two seals and greatly augment my internal power, this move Reverse the Universe could definitely become absolute defense. Moreover, during my duel with Carlos, I also learned the sword techniques used by Labice. Though I did not learn them all, I memorized many exquisite moves, and with my profound internal power as a foundation, I could fully unleash their subtleties. Lying on my bed reflecting on the various experiences of these past few days, I couldn't help but sigh at my extraordinary circumstances. Many things that others might not encounter in their entire lives I had experienced in just a few days. Perhaps I was destined for this extraordinary fate from the moment I was born. Unknowingly, I fell into a deep slumber. The next day outside Keton City, due to the upcoming duel, I did not attend class or seek out Luna and the others, but instead came alone to an open area 2 kilometers from Keton City. This place was very spacious with few trees around. Although it was adjacent to a main road, there were hardly any passers-by, making it an ideal training ground. I practiced the sword techniques I learned yesterday twice, and when I executed the moves I deliberately employed the heart method for concealing true chi attributes that Carlos taught me. Sure enough, my fighting chi transformed into pure purple crystal fighting chi. Although my true chi had not yet exceeded the level of a grand sword master, the quality of my Saint Demon fighting chi was already stronger than white crystal fighting chi. However, after removing the light and dark attributes, it could only exhibit the effects of purple crystal fighting chi, resulting in my sword techniques lacking much of their sharpness. But it should be fine for dealing with ordinary battles. Next, I performed all the magic I was familiar with. Although Carlos had warned me that magic could not secure victory, my stubborn personality still led me to try, as I had great confidence in my magic, especially after receiving Fian's full guidance. I couldn't believe that there truly existed artifacts capable of countering all magic. Although I had seen Doliai's demon breaking sword, it could only counter intermediate level magic. For some high level magics, especially when I employed certain techniques, it was also powerless. Moreover, the artifacts mentioned in books only appeared in ancient times. Whether they truly existed remains a mystery, and it is even less likely for them to appear thousands of years later. Thunderstorm strike. I silently recited a few incantations and unleashed this high-level lightning magic. Although it was also high-level magic, it was vastly different from red lightning flash. The latter focuses on area attacks while Thunderstorm Strike concentrates tens of thousands of volts of electricity within a 2-meter diameter with destructive power capable of pulverizing iron and stone. The rock struck by it instantly turned to ashes, leaving a bottomless black hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Not bad. I wonder if Dule can withstand this move. I thought to myself, let's try that magic. I haven't tested it since learning it from Fian. Flaming Thunder Hell? A hemispherical area with a diameter of over 20 meters formed around me. Within this range everything was filled with fiery thunder and raging flames which combined to create a violent explosion, sending shattered stones flying nearly 100 meters away. Meh! A piercing scream rang out from the direction of the main road. Oh no! I hurt someone? I thought in alarm. Although the effective attack range of this move was only over 20 meters, the debris propelled by the explosion was enough to injure ordinary pedestrians over 100 meters away on the main road. I couldn't help but feel anxious and rushed towards the main road. At the scene I saw 3 carriages parked askew by the roadside. One of the horses in front of a carriage had been hit in the head and died tragically. A coachman and a person dressed as a servant were standing by the carriage glaring angrily at me. 2 brothers, I'm truly sorry. Since I know I was in the wrong, I said humbly, I was practicing magic over there and accidentally hurt your horse. How much will this horse cost? I will definitely compensate you. Humph. Do you think money can solve this? The coachman said. This is our lad's favorite steed. Forget it, Jamie. This young master did not do it on purpose. You don't make it hard for him anymore. A gentle voice rang out as a girl in her 20s stepped out from the carriage. She was tall with skin as fair as snow and a head of long water blue hair cascading down to her waist. Dressed in a noble and elegant outfit, she was breathtakingly beautiful. For a moment I was stunned, not because I was attracted by her beauty. After all, I had met countless stunning beauties since my debut and had a strong resistance to them. But for some reason the girl in front of me gave me a very special feeling, as if she was familiar yet distant, completely different from Luna and Labasai. However, I couldn't pinpoint the reason. But Miss Jamie. Yes. Miss. I'm sorry, miss. I am Yingyu Medis, and I sincerely apologize for injuring your beloved horse. I know this cannot be compensated with money, but if you need anything I will do my utmost to assist you. You need not be so polite, it is a trivial matter, there's no need to take it to heart. She examined me for a moment and said politely, my name is Julia. I am here to transport a cargo for my father to Keton City. Just now Jamie was rude to you, please forgive him. Where the one who should apologize should be me, I hurriedly said. After a moment of silence Julia said, I have urgent matters to attend to in the city, so I must take my leave. Take care, young master. Miss, you are too kind, I will see you off. She ordered her servants to move the luggage from the carriage to 2 other carriages, then entered one of them and left. Throughout the entire time no one in the 2 carriages spoke. As I watched the direction in which the carriages departed, I suddenly recalled something. Right, the reason she attracted me was that she had a quality very similar to mine. What it was I couldn't say. On a day in May of the year 598 of the Holy Era, the Emperor of the Saint Demon Empire Yingyu Medis encountered a girl named Julia. Although their meeting was brief, it left a profound impression on both sides. However, at that moment Yingyu was unaware that this seemingly ordinary girl would soon impact his entire life. On May 20th, 598 of the Xingluan calendar, in the royal arena of Kaduan, Sister Luna, holding my hand at the entrance of the arena, asked with concern, Star, how do you feel? Are you confident of victory? I can't say I'm completely confident, but I believe I have an 80% chance of winning, I replied casually. No way. Sister Luna exclaimed anxiously, I need you to be completely certain. Alright, you'll be completely certain. In truth, I was well aware of Doliai's strength. Even if he possessed some secret weapon, he couldn't be strong enough to put me in mortal. In truth, I was well aware of Doliai's strength. Even if he possessed some secret weapon, he couldn't be strong enough to put me in mortal danger. My earlier claim of having an 80% chance was merely out of modesty. I hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Luna. Perhaps this is what they call caring leads to chaos. I felt quite touched. Young master, are you really okay? Should I go instead? Sasha whispered from the side. She had come with Luna. Since many people in the imperial capital owned Beastman slaves, she didn't attract much attention, but her beauty still made some noble young men drool. No. Absolutely not. I knew what she meant and quickly raised my hand to stop her, speaking firmly. I want this to be a fair duel regardless of life or death. I have no regrets. If you were to do that, it would be an insult to me. I understood Sasha's strength well. If she wanted to, it would be very easy for her to assassinate Dule without anyone noticing. However, my pride would not allow me to do that. I patted her shoulder and said, "Trust me." Facing my determined gaze, her face slightly flushed and she whispered, "Yes, young master." Then she stepped aside. "Excuse me, are you Starfeather, young friend?" A middle-aged man in military uniform walked over to me, greeting me warmly. He was tall and thin with a short beard and piercing eyes that seemed to see through me, exuding an aura of authority without being angry. "May I ask who you are?" "Father." "What are you doing here?" Zinir suddenly appeared from the side. She had originally come with Luna but had disappeared as soon as we arrived. I had just felt grateful for a moment of peace, but alas. "Oh, you are General Xiaolang. I have great respect for you," I said politely. He just call me uncle. My precious daughter often mentions you in front of me." General Xiaolang glanced at Zinir and smiled at me. "Who mentioned him?" Zinir pouted and said in a spoiled manner, "Father. You haven't told me why you came here yet." For such a big event, how could I not come and take a look? The name Starfeather Jest has long spread throughout the royal capital. Don't believe me? Look over there. He pointed towards the semicircular stands, which were already filled with spectators, nobles and commoners alike, a stark contrast to the few dozen people just a moment ago. Some were even shouting my name. I had thought it was just a duel between two people, but it had caused such a stir throughout the city. I couldn't help but smile wryly. I didn't expect to be so famous. "Of course," General Xiaolang said with a smile, "you have become a hero in the hearts of the common people now." "Not really. I haven't even thanked Uncle for saving Sister Luna yet." "What are you saying? I also disapprove of Martin's actions. You are all rare young people. Since my precious daughter met you, her personality has become much brighter," General Xiaolang said. "It's better to not be so bright." I muttered inwardly, almost saying it out loud. But Zinir seemed to sense it from my gaze and shot me a fierce glare. "His Majesty the King has arrived." Over 200 guards stood on either side, isolating the onlookers, as an elderly man wearing a crown walked over with several attendants. To his right was Rabasai and to his left was a proud man in his 30s, exuding an air of arrogance. I didn't expect His Majesty the King to come and watch. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly." General Xiaolang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "That old man is Preston V." I thought, then the man beside him must be Prince Cardi, who is determined to take my life at all costs. I couldn't help but glance at him. He was also examining me, and upon meeting my gaze he smiled at me, but I caught a hint of coldness in his eyes. What a sinister person! I marveled inwardly. Zinir pulled me and Luna forward and we bowed to the king one by one. "Are you Starfeather Jest?" Preston V asked me. "I have heard that your magic is outstanding. Don't let me down." "Yes, your Majesty," I replied respectfully. "Your Majesty?" A man in his 40s dressed as a civil official walked over from behind Preston V and said loudly, "I have a suggestion and I wonder if your Majesty could agree." "Oh, please speak, Minister Martin," Preston V said. So he is the powerful Marquis Martin, I thought. I wonder what kind of suggestion he will make. "Lord, the duel between my son and Starfeather is a private matter between the two of them, but since there are so many spectators, including nobles, and even your Majesty has come to watch, I believe if we don't set some sort of prize it would be a loss of dignity for our kingdom of John. So I request your Majesty to..." The Chancellor makes a valid point. "I declare that the winner of the duel shall be granted the title of captain and promoted to the second rank." Preston V said. We will comply with your Majesty's orders. Marquis Martin replied. In the Kingdom of John, one must achieve military merit to hold a position in the military. Although his son Dulé is a nobleman, he still holds no position in the military. Thus he strongly proposed this matter to increase his influence. Father, I believe this is unfair. A voice suddenly rang out. Oh! Rabasai, do you think there is any injustice? Your Majesty, I believe that Starfeather is just a commoner right now. Even if he wins, he can only be promoted to Viscount, while if Dulé wins, he could be promoted to Count. This seems unjust. So I request your Majesty to grant that whichever side wins can be promoted to Count. Rabasai said calmly. I see, but there has never been a precedent for a commoner being directly promoted to Count in our country. Preston V mused. But your Majesty. Let's do this, both sides take a step back. If Starfeather wins, he can be promoted to Viscount while also being titled Captain of 10,000. What does your Majesty think? Cardi suddenly interjected, clearly eager to witness the duel. In the Kingdom of John, although one cannot be promoted 3 ranks in a row, military positions are not bound by this limitation. If one is strong enough, it is not impossible to be directly promoted to general. Good. It's decided then. Preston V announced. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was silent. It seemed even Marquis Martin, like Prince Cardi, believed that I was doomed. Then I declare. A guard stepped forward and whispered something in Prince Cardi's ear. Cardi immediately said, Father, we have esteemed guests from the divine race arriving. Oh. Please welcome them. Preston V said. A stunning young girl in her 20s walked in, accompanied by 2 attendants. With golden hair and golden eyes, her figure was graceful, radiating a holy aura that gave people the sense of being able to admire from afar but not touch. I felt that her gaze was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall where I had seen her. However, judging by the aura she unconsciously exuded, her strength was definitely above mine, and even her 2 attendants had strength comparable to mine. Princess Alice of the Kingdom of the Gods greets your Majesty. She performed a courtesy. She was actually a princess of the divine race, the daughter of my uncle, the current god King Gas. After the god King Gas lost his powers 15 years ago, he passed the throne to his son Galan and secluded himself to seek ways to recover his powers. But what could the divine race be plotting by coming here? Although this princess should be considered my cousin by blood, due to my caution towards the divine race, I had no intention of regarding her as family. I merely glanced at her and then shifted my gaze elsewhere. However, I didn't notice that she was secretly observing me. So it is the Holy Maiden who has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Preston V said. What brings the Holy Maiden here? Your Majesty, you overstate it. I have just arrived in the imperial capital and heard that a grand martial competition was about to take place, so I came to watch, Alice said politely. Holy Maiden. Although I had guessed from her identity as a princess of the divine race that she was the current Holy Maiden, hearing the term in person still struck me significantly. Perhaps it was due to my background, but I seemed particularly sensitive to the term Holy Maiden. Star, are you okay? Sister Luna whispered in my ear. Since she was one of the few who knew my background, she had some idea of why I was reacting so. Oh, I'm fine, just a bit nervous. I quickly returned to my normal state. In that case, let's go to the stands together. It should be time for the competition. Preston V said, what do you all think? We will comply with your Majesty's orders. Everyone replied in unison and moved towards the higher seats in the stands. Standing in the 30-meter diameter martial arena, I felt a bit puzzled. Why hasn't that guy Dulé arrived yet? He proposed the duel but is late. Does he really think he has a sure victory? Just then, Baron Dulé Martin has arrived. A flash of purple light appeared and a fully armed knight rushed into the arena. It was my opponent, Dulé Martin. He was wearing a suit of purple, almost transparent armor, seemingly made of some kind of magic crystal, covering 70% of his body and shining with dazzling purple light. Is this the armor Carlos spoke of? I wondered. I wonder what special abilities it possesses. Starfeather Dis, I have been waiting for this day. Dulé gritted his teeth saying, I will tear you to pieces in front of everyone. I'm sorry, miss. I am Yingyu Medis and I sincerely apologize for injuring your the martial arts arena. Huff. Huff, what on earth is this thing that? After unleashing the flame thunder bomb I gasped. I had cast 6 high-level spells on Dulé in succession but they were all blocked by his peculiar armor. What astonished me even more was that his armor could actually absorb my magical power. Every time my spells hit his armor my magic power would be drawn away causing me to expend more than double of my usual magical energy with each attack. After a few exchanges I was left with only about 20 to 30% of my magic power. Additionally my left arm sustained 2 sword wounds with blood staining half of my sleeve. Haha, how's it going? Are you running low on magic power yet? Dulé sneered, you won't live to see another day anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you that the armor I wear is the legendary artifact passed down through generations of the royal kingdom of John, Blessing of Elements. What Blessing of Elements? I exclaimed surprised. Is this thing really real? When Carlos told me that Dulé obtained an item capable of resisting all magic I had thought of this name but it was purely a legend from ancient times never truly appearing for thousands of years. I never imagined it would end up in the hands of the royal family of John and now Dulé's. No, Blessing of Elements, an ancient divine artifact, was specially forged by the heroic King Ward who unified the Ailing continent during the mythological era to combat the evil magic King Kurbal. It is said to have received the blessing of the elemental god capable of defending against all magic. Indeed. Dulé said proudly, now you should understand I will repay the humiliation I suffered tenfold. Humph. I will not give up until the last moment, I said expressionlessly. Even though I confirmed the existence of this artifact, my unyielding confidence in my magic kept me from abandoning the thought of achieving victory through magic. If you can withstand my next attack I will give up resistance. Alright. You said it yourself and for that promise I will make your death a swift one. Dulé laughed heartily, viewing me completely as a dead man at this point. Moreover, due to the Blessing of Elements he did not even stop me from chanting my spell. Fiery Thunder Hell? I concentrated all my remaining magic power and unleashed the strongest attack within the composite spells I had mastered. Boom. 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 The ferocious explosion triggered by the thunder and fire nearly engulfed half of the arena, shaking the entire city of Kudun. Dulé remained motionless, watching the raging flames consume him. In the stands. Rake, what do you think about the outcome of this duel? Replying to the princess, my subordinate believes that the noble named Dulé has completely grasped the situation. It is only a matter of time before he wins. One of her attendants sitting next to her said respectfully. Huang, do you think so too? Alice turned to another attendant. The young man named Yingyu is indeed very strong. His power far exceeds that of Dulé. In terms of magical prowess there are hardly 7 who can rival him in the entire city of Kudun. Even among our divine race he can be considered a master. However, he has encountered the Blessing of Elements. No matter how much stronger he is, he cannot achieve victory. What does the princess think? Another attendant said. I do not share that opinion. Alice shook her head slowly. Why does the princess say that? Rake asked. Although his magic is useless against the Blessing of Elements, he has not shown the slightest hint of panic from beginning to end. I can see that he is not someone who would simply hang on. Alice stated. Does the princess believe he still has magic that could break through the Blessing of Elements? Both asked simultaneously. No. Before the Blessing of Elements any magic will be ineffective. Alice asserted. However, I cannot explain the specific reasons, but I have a strong instinct that he will win. Haha, I never expected the usually thoughtful princess to start believing in intuition now, Huang jokingly remarked. Alice chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying, and continued, moreover. When he last said, if you can withstand my next attack I will give up resistance. I caught a fleeting smile on his face that resembled mockery, like a tiger fixating on its impending prey. What? In the martial arts arena. Boom. 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 The explosion that lasted nearly half a minute finally subsided, revealing that the ground, which had originally jutted out over a meter, had been blasted down by 2 meters. Had it not been for more than a dozen mages setting up a defensive barrier around, even the spectators would have been injured by the flying debris. As the smoke gradually cleared, Dulay's figure emerged. He held the demon-breaking sword and walked towards me unscathed. He slowly raised the sword and sneered, "You have no way out now, prepare to die." Charging wolf sword. A blue aura erupted from his body and coalesced around his sword. With a powerful swing, a pure blue sword energy lunged at me, resembling a giant wolf with its jaws wide open. Due to absorbing my magical elements, his aura unexpectedly contained the essence of fire and thunder, causing this move's power to increase at least by double. I was about to be devoured by the giant wolf's jaws. It seems I ultimately cannot hide my trump card. Seeing the surgeon aura approaching, I bitterly smiled. Had I known this, I wouldn't have exhausted myself with magic. I never expected such a miraculous armor to exist, but I won't allow it to continue existing. Instant teleportation. I gathered my last remaining magic power and cast this space magic. It differs from York's teleportation array as it can only send a person up to 1 kilometer away, but has the advantage of being quick and efficient, requiring merely 2 very short incantations to complete. It is a unique skill of one of the 3 great magic generals, Scarlet Flame, and has hardly been used even by him, with very few ever witnessing it. However, not everyone can cast it. It requires a practitioner with exceptionally strong mental power and high internal energy cultivation, as its principle is to teleport the caster to a parallel space opposite the Eileen continent and then transfer from that parallel space to the target location. Ordinary physiques cannot withstand the extreme gravity of that parallel space. Just as the giant wolf was less than half a meter away from me, my figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage. The charging wolf sword struck the edge of the arena, sending dust flying, while I simultaneously appeared at the other side of the martial arts arena. Ha! Dulay was momentarily dazed, looking around for my trace. "No need to search, I'm right here," I said coldly, standing 7 meters behind him. "Oh." He was taken aback for a moment before turning his head. "You can actually use space magic? Impressive. But your magic power must be exhausted by now." He sneered. "Indeed," I replied expressionlessly. "With your level of magic, there are hardly any opponents for you in the Imperial capital, but unfortunately you encountered me, Dulay Martin, the one destined to take your life." The more he spoke, the prouder he became, even growing exuberant in the end. "Did you not say that after I withstood that attack you would give up resistance? Then prepare to die?" He raised his sword and charged at me once more, his speed unaffected despite wearing heavy armor. Facing his fierce swordplay, I did not dodge. Instead, I charged toward him at a tremendous speed, drawing the long sword from beneath my robe. Clang! 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 The 2 swords clashed several times in an instant. My strikes flowed like clouds and water, effortlessly countering his rapid attacks. I then countered with 3 heavy strikes, forcing him to stagger back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his footing. This sudden turn of events startled him and he stammered, "You actually know swordsmanship?" "Heh, did I ever say I didn't know swordsmanship?" I teased. "But you said you would give up resistance, right?" Perhaps still not recovering from the shock, he began to bargain with me like a child. "Yes, I did say that," I replied with a smile. "But it seems you have misunderstood my intentions." I truly found his naive innocence somewhat admirable. What I mean is that I will choose to attack." I charged forward instantly, stabbing out a flurry of 10 swords, a technique I employed when Carlos fought me that day. Seemingly elusive, blending reality with illusion, making it difficult to grasp. Dulay was so hurried that he couldn't even channel his aura before he frantically blocked my 10 or so strikes, but several others struck his chest. Clang! 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 Since I used little internal energy when striking, these blows did not pierce his armor, merely producing a series of ringing sounds. Yet they still startled him into a cold sweat, causing him to leap back 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing. I stood with my sword drawn, giving him a bemused smile as he regained his composure. "Ha! This is truly unexpected," Dulay chuckled coldly, not as dejected as I had anticipated. "As a magician you actually possess such superb swordsmanship." However, that is all you can do. This level of attack cannot defeat me. He gripped his sword with both hands, placing it before his chest, and unleashed a deep blue aura once more. The game is over, he said proudly, raising his sword to strike downward, sending a blue semicircular energy blade flying toward me. Clang! Just as that energy blade was about to strike me, a pure purple aura suddenly erupted from my body. With a casual diagonal slash, I shattered the energy blade. You are right, the game is indeed over. My eyes sparkled with determination as if I had transformed into a different person, exuding an unparalleled heroism as I coldly declared. I took a half step forward, similarly raising my sword to strike downward. The sound of the wind howled sharp and piercing as if thousands of horses were galloping. Even more astonishing was that this downward strike contained a domineering aura that looked down upon the world and glanced over the heroes. A pure purple semicircular sword energy shot back at Du Lei at twice the speed of before. In this dance. What? Is that purple crystal aura? How is that possible? He is a great swordsman. A great swordsman with the strength of a magic master? Aside from a few who understood my strength, the crowd was astonished, murmuring in disbelief. Even the composed list displayed a hint of surprise, let alone the two followers of the divine race. However, the most shocked were Xuan'er and Cuddy. Xuan'er was mainly astonished. Due to preconceived notions from our initial meeting, she had always believed my swordsmanship to be poor. Even after witnessing my exceptional magic later, she regarded me merely as a clumsy swordsman who knows a bit of magic, never imagining I would possess the strength of a great swordsman. Her expression fluctuated, changing several times, revealing her complex feelings. Cuddy, on the other hand, displayed not only astonishment but also hatred, disappointment, and the fury of a failed scheme. He crushed the silver goblet in his hand. Labis. That kid's swordsmanship was taught by you, he roared at Labis in frustration. How could that be? He is much stronger than me. If anyone taught him, it would be me. Labis feigned surprise, her face breaking into a brilliant smile. Isn't that right, father? Indeed, Labis is quite right, said Prester V. Cuddy. Do not yell at your sister. Yes. Cuddy's expression changed several times before he finally returned to his usual somber demeanor. However, his swordsmanship is indeed quite similar to Labis. Prester V thought. Who exactly taught him? Could it be? In the arena, a loud bang echoed as violet light erupted. Du Lei exerted all his strength to finally catch my formidable sword chi, but he was still shaken back, retreating to the edge of the arena where he barely steadied himself, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. How is this possible? You actually? You are not a mage, are you? How can this be? Du Lei gasped, astonished. Not just him, but nearly everyone in the arena wore a look of shock. While it is not uncommon for mages to have some martial skills, those who can master both to such an extent are few and far between, even among the divine and demon races, and even rarer among the human race. Oh, is that so strange? I said with a half smile. I forgot to tell you, my greatest expertise is not in magic but in swordsmanship. With a flick of my left hand, I pulled the right collar of my robe upwards, causing the robe to fall to the ground and reveal the blue and white outfit of a swordsman beneath. This was my first appearance in front of most people in a swordsman's attire, naturally giving off a fresh and invigorating impression. With a handsome yet slightly juvenile face and silver long hair, my imposing swordsman outfit unconsciously emanated a formidable aura. The faint smile that often graced my face added an air of mystery, starkly contrasting with the seemingly gentle and scholarly image of the mage Yingyu, making it even harder for others to fathom or guess. Du Lei seemed to be stunned by my aura, gradually regaining his composure after a long while. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and laughed loudly at me. Ha ha ha. Even with such strength, it might be too late for you to show it now. He pointed at my bleeding left arm. As long as I can hold on for another 15 minutes, you will become dizzy from blood loss, and at that time I will not allow an enemy stronger than myself to remain in this world. Others seemed to notice my injury as well. Some worried for me, some felt it was a pity, while some nobles began to shout loudly to please the Martin family. Kill him? Kill that despicable commoner? Lord Martin will surely win. Commoners do not deserve to become nobles. I felt no goodwill towards these sycophantic nobles who only knew how to curry favor and shift with the wind. Their shouts were like the wind passing by my ears, having no effect on me at all. I let out a cold laugh, and with a flash of white light on my left arm, the 2 wounds instantly began to heal, disappearing in less than 5 seconds, leaving Dulé no chance to intervene. Due to the speed of my holy magic energy operating significantly faster than any other type of true energy, I could cast light or dark magic faster than anyone else. What? Healing light? Dulé's smile froze, and the nobles on the stands who had been shouting were left agape, unable to believe the reality before them. Even a bishop could not cast light magic with such ease. On the stands, Your Highness, what is wrong? Lake cautiously inquired. It seems that when he cast healing light, I sensed a trace of light energy from him. Yali said solemnly. Isn't it normal for those practicing light magic among humans to have such energy? No. Ordinary humans must undergo training to possess such energy, but he is different from others. His energy seems innate, just like ours among the divine race. Yalis continued, how can this be possible? What? Our race is so rare that every member's information is clearly recorded within the clan. There cannot be an unknown divine race. Huang said in surprise. I only caught a glimpse for an instant. Perhaps I was overly sensitive, Yali said somewhat self-deprecatingly, as if she could not even be sure herself. But we must keep a close watch on him. Yes, both replied in unison. In the arena, I'm going to attack. Ignoring Dulé's astonished expression, I spoke casually, channeling my true energy to the limit, causing my external fighting spirit to surge instantly by 50%. Although I did not use the powers of light and dark, this violet crystal fighting spirit, nearly reaching the limits of a grand sword master, still possessed unparalleled might. In the blink of an eye, I was before Dulé, launching 9 strikes. The sword strikes appeared light and agile, yet concealed a fierce and forceful follow-up. After receiving the 3rd strike, Dulé's arm went numb from the shock, forcing him to grip the sword with both hands, but he only managed to block 6 strikes. The last 3 landed directly on him. The overwhelming internal force caused him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Without the protection of the blessing of elements, he might have already perished on the spot. I spun and delivered a kick, striking him squarely in the chest, sending him flying 5 to 6 meters before he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping, leaving him covered in dirt and losing face. Despicable commoner, I will not be defeated by you, I will kill you. Yeah. Dulé trembled as he stood up, frantically shouting, with deep blue fighting spirit erupting from his body once more. Perhaps it was his extreme anger that triggered his potential. His fighting spirit not only did not weaken due to his injuries, but actually increased several times. Magic release. Dulé raised the demon-breaking sword and muttered a few incantations. The blessing of elements immediately emitted a dazzling array of colors, and 5 massive magical energies surged forth from his armor like an avalanche, continuously converging on his body and sword, making crackling sounds. His aura suddenly multiplied several times. It felt as if the surrounding air had solidified. Behold my ultimate move, Hell Wolf Wave. He shouted loudly, pointing the demon-breaking sword at me. The energy gathered on it instantly transformed into a shockwave over a meter in diameter, shooting towards me with a myriad of colors. The power was so immense that it left me dumbfounded, and its accuracy left me with no means to it. Such a powerful sword technique combining 5 elements was not something Dulé, who had merely reached the level of a swordsman, could unleash. Even I could not perform such a move. I never expected the blessing of elements to possess such miraculous effects. Facing such a formidable sword strike, I had no choice but to brace myself, but could I withstand it? Not just me, but nearly everyone watching the duel had the same thought. Luna, Shasha and the others were even more anxious, their hearts almost in their throats. On the stands, humph, that fool Dulé finally used this move. How wonderful! A faintly sinister smile appeared on Cardis' face, mixed with a touch of smugness. Harming others will harm oneself. After he kills Xingyu, he will lose half his life due to backlash from the power. Humph. Such immense power is not something a clown like him should possess. He did not even consider why I lent him such a treasure. Initially thinking it would be a wasted effort, he unexpectedly found it was a twofold gain. His sense of triumph was beyond description, completely unaware that his fingers had unconsciously sunk into the table. In the arena, unable to use dark martial techniques, I had no choice but to take a risk with reversal of heaven and earth. I secretly channeled all my true energy, and the long sword in my hand emitted a purple sword light nearly 6 feet long. Reversal of heaven and earth. With one hand holding the sword, I made several arcs at an incredible angle, my movements graceful and fluid as if in a dream, shifting without restraint. The air in front of me began to swirl rapidly, with the purple sword chi forming a vortex over 3 meters in diameter, sucking in all nearby matter before ejecting it at an even higher speed. It seemed as though the very fabric of space and time around had warped, resembling a black hole that had appeared out of nowhere. Buzz! The Hell Wolf wave struck the vortex, producing a long muffled sound, finally stopping in front of me. As the vortex spun, the Hell Wolf wave began to swirl rapidly, forming a 5-colored energy sphere, its colors extraordinarily vibrant. However, the shockwave did not reflect back as anticipated. Although it had come to a halt, the overwhelming force had not been completely dissipated. My reversal of heaven and earth, powered by Violet Crystal Fighting Spirit, could still be shattered at any moment. What a powerful ultimate move! I thought to myself, if he possessed strength equal to mine, I might have already perished under this attack. However, that is impossible. I instantly summoned my holy magic energy almost in a single breath, without even displaying it externally. I injected it into the vortex in less than 1/10 of a second, and then immediately withdrew it, nearly undetectable to anyone. Yet this 1/10 of a second was sufficient. With extreme frequency, the holy magic energy instantaneously boosted the power of reversal of heaven and earth several times. As the airflow rotated, the 5 elements mixed within the Hell Wolf wave immediately separated due to different oscillation frequencies, forming 5 shockwaves of varying colors, their brilliance splendid, but each one's force reduced to 1/5 of the original. The greatly weakened Hell Wolf wave could no longer withstand the spiral power of reversal of heaven and earth, and was completely reflected into the sky. Boom! The 5 shockwaves collided in midair, bursting forth in a display of red, green, yellow, blue, and purple light, resembling flowers blooming in the sky, akin to a celebratory display of fireworks. Yet the radiant colors could not even be concealed by the bright sunlight. How is this possible? Dulé exclaimed in shock. My ultimate move, powered by a divine artifact, was actually countered by you despicable? Hehe, it seems you have run out of tricks. I said with a half smile. Now it's my turn to strike you. This time I will completely crush you. Humph. With the protection of the blessing of elements, you cannot inflict lethal harm on me, Dulé said loudly, though there was evidently a lack of confidence in his voice. Hehe, then let's see. I silently channeled my true energy, covering my entire body with Violet Crystal Fighting Spirit, preparing to unleash my final blow. Ah! What is that? Incredible! To easily reflect such a powerful shockwave, what technique is that? People in the stands were discussing among themselves. That's right. It seems to be reversal of heaven and earth, the signature move of the super sword Saint Sokka. What? Does that mean this Yingyu is? Several experienced swordsmen recognized the move and began to speculate on my identity. Did this young man come to the capital at your request? What is he to you? Is he your disciple or? His expression changed between joy and sorrow, occasionally revealing excitement. Did this young man come to the capital at your request? What is he to you? Is he your disciple or? His expression changed between joy and sorrow, occasionally revealing excitement that he could not hide. At this moment, the one paling the most was the second Prince Cardi. He had initially thought he could achieve 2 goals with one action, but now he watched helplessly as his plan fell through, as if he were about to reach the mountain's peak only to suddenly fall down, causing his heart to plummet. Crack! Although he tried to conceal his inner turmoil, he still pressed down on the table in front of him, causing it to collapse and splinter all over. Second brother, what is wrong? La Baisi asked from the side, her eyes flashing with a hint of mockery mixed with a touch of victorious joy. Oh, it's nothing, just a momentary lapse. Cardi replied with his usual calmness. This table is not very sturdy. Really? I was just asking, that's all. Lobisi chuckled, not noticing the fleeting murderous intent that flashed in Carda's eyes. In the arena, watch closely. I'm about to attack, I said expressionlessly. At this moment my body had already suspended several meters in the air, holding the sword in one hand, the tip aimed at Dulé, striking a bizarre sword stance. My silver hair fluttered in the wind, showcasing my grace and elegance. My cold gaze reflected the confidence and authority of a swordsman, combined with the unintentional display of an overwhelming aura. It embodied the demeanor of a master. I was like a celestial being. I danced lightly with the sword, and under the flurry of sword shadows hundreds of purple sword chi poured towards Dulé like delicate rain, reminiscent of fragrant winds brushing against willows or the soft drumming of night rain. Fragrant winds fall, leaves fly, and flowers bloom. Night rain travels through the air. Sword shadows cold was indeed Carla's signature move, the fragrant night rain sword. Dulé dared not be careless, vigorously wielding his demon-breaking sword to block and parry, executing his moves with extreme caution. However, how could the ultimate move created by a super sword saint be something he could decipher? Even I could only withstand 80 sword strikes. Although I could unleash over 90, I still made Dulé flustered and panicked. Clang, clang, clang. The swords clashed 40 to 50 times, producing melodious sounds. Each time Dulé blocked a sword strike, he was pulled wide open by the gentle force within my swordplay, but when he attempted to diffuse it with soft force, he was met with the ferocity concealed within the gentleness, numbing his arms and making it nearly impossible to grip the sword. In the end, he only managed to block half of my attacks, while the remaining dozens of strikes all found their mark on him. Under the storm of my assaults, the armor on his chest and left shoulder was shattered. Though I had no intention to kill him and withdrew each strike before it penetrated too deeply, he was still left bleeding profusely. The extreme pain caused him to lose his senses, plunging him into a semi-dazed state. Clang! Dulé could no longer hold on. The demon-breaking sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground while he collapsed unconscious. Ah! A wave of gasps rose again in the arena. Although many were unaware that the armor Dulé wore was the legendary artifact Blessing of Elements, its extraordinary defensive capabilities were evident to all. Yet it had been shattered by my swordplay. How could that not astonish them? Especially the few who understood the armor's origins were utterly shocked, revealing expressions of disbelief. However, some wise individuals knew that every armor has a limit to its endurance, and even divine artifacts are no exception. Once an attack exceeds that limit, it will shatter. Moreover, there was an even more crucial point. The Blessing of Elements was specifically designed to resist magic. Although its physical defense was excellent, it still fell far short compared to those artifacts specialized in physical defense. This was also the main reason Cardi grew concerned when he discovered I could wield swordsmanship. Dulé is heavily injured and unconscious. Yingyu is victorious, the referee announced loudly after checking on Dulé. Actually, it should be said downstage, as the ground had long been caved in by my burning thunder hell. Long live Yingyu! Long live Yingyu! The commoners in the stands shouted in unison. Even some nobles who had previously cheered for Dulé could not help but join in the fervor due to their overwhelming excitement. I raised my long sword high above my head, slowly surveying the surroundings, displaying an invincible hero's demeanor which immediately incited further cheers from the crowd. Luna, Shasha and others joyfully rushed towards me, welcoming me like stars surrounding the moon. Lobisi, due to her special status, could not be so forward, while Dulé was carried off by 2 soldiers on a stretcher for treatment. Shui and I had remained silent, quietly following behind Luna as we all ascended the stand. Haha. You really did it. It seems we old bones should retire now. General Charlang clapped me on the shoulder, smiling, completely disregarding the resentful gazes from Cardi and Martin. Uncle overpraises me. I merely won by luck, I humbly replied. By the way, why didn't you tell me earlier that you are the disciple of the sword Saint Sokka? General Charlang asked. Well, I hesitated a bit, as Carla's matter was not convenient to reveal to others. What luck? It was all because I taught well? York suddenly interjected, breaking the tension. I had thought this old fellow wouldn't show up. What? You dare to say that if it weren't for my knowledge of some sword techniques with just those few magic spells you taught, I might have been torn apart long ago? I pretended to be angry, but inside I was grateful for his intervention. Hee, that was merely an accident, just an accident, the old fellow chuckled awkwardly. Young Master Xingyu, His Majesty the King requests your presence for an audience. Katie, do you find something amiss? Pressed V frowned. Your Majesty, the divine artifact Blessing of Elements was forged by our royal ancestor the hero King Ward and has been passed down through generations of the John Kingdom. It is the proof that we are the descendants of the hero King Ward, the sovereigns of this continent. Now it has been damaged by Xingyu to such an extent. This is an ill omen for our John Kingdom. Therefore I believe. Indeed. Pressed V mused, however, in a duel blades are blind and it was unavoidable. We did not specify beforehand. Moreover, had you not lent it to Duri without permission, none of this would have happened. His tone grew stern by the end. Father, I also believe this is not Master Xingia's fault. Labbies interjected, and a king's word is law. Since you have publicly announced a reward for the victor, going back on it would damage your authority. Pressed V glanced around at the seated ministers and said slowly, My lords, what do you think should be done? The ministers immediately split into 3 factions. Except for a few officers led by Count Sharon, who remained silent, over half of the ministers, after secretly glancing at Marquis Martin and seeing no reaction, lowered their heads and said nothing. The remaining ministers looked at Katie and then spoke in unison, We agree with the second prince. This artifact is vital to our John Kingdom. For Xingyu to damage it, not punishing him severely, is already immense imperial grace. To reward him would be... Seeing this, a trace of anger flickered across Pressed V's face. He looked around again, but most ministers avoided his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. The old king shook his head inwardly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Father's second brother also bears responsibility. You cannot blame Master Xingyu alone. Labby said urgently. I know what I'm doing. Pressed V raised his hand to stop Labby, signaling her to be silent, then turned to Count Sharon. My lord, what is your opinion? Your Majesty, Count Sharon replied, I believe this artifact, though a national treasure with incredible utility in war, is ultimately just an object. Objects are dead, people are alive. An excellent general on the battlefield is far more valuable than a suit of armor. As the saying goes, 1,000 troops are easy to come by, but one general is hard to find. Your servant observes the situation across the continent, though calm on the surface, undercurrents surge. The vassal states grow restless, and Gaia and St. Karen are dissatisfied with the status quo, sharpening their weapons and feeding their horses. Our John Kingdom's military strength has always been the weakest among the 3 empires. Especially after the Great War 15 years ago, only 2 generals with sword saint or paladin strength remain, including myself. In recent years, those 2 nations have each gained 2 new paladin-level generals. Thus they now possess 4 and 5 paladin-level warriors respectively, far surpassing our kingdom. At this critical moment, our kingdom needs talent. He glanced at me and continued, Xingyu at such a young age has already reached such profound heights in both magic and martial arts. His future achievements will surely be boundless. Becoming a sword saint is only a matter of time. If our kingdom could acquire such talent, I believe everyone understands the immense role a sword saint with archmage-level strength can play in war. I implore your Majesty to make a wise decision. Well said. Pressed V clapped his hands. Among all ministers, only General Sharon dares to speak bluntly, truly considering the welfare of our John Kingdom. The rest only stir up trouble and curry favor for their own selfish interests. He swept his gaze over Prince Katie and Marquis Martin, both of whom lowered their heads. Does anyone else have anything to say? Pressed V asked. Though phrased as a question, his tone carried an undeniable authority, making opposition seem futile. Ever since the duel ended, I had sensed Pressed V's almost obvious favoritism toward me in his words. At first I thought it was due to his appreciation for talent, but as time went on I felt otherwise. Could it be because of Labby's? But that didn't quite make sense either, as it was impossible for her to tell her father about us, otherwise the royal trial would be exposed. But why then? My thoughts grew chaotic. Seeing no one respond, Pressed V continued, Since no one has any objections, I declare, Father, I have something to say. Katie suddenly stood up, interrupting the impending decree. Katie, what do you have to say? Pressed V asked, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Not only he but everyone present, including myself, could not fathom what counterargument he could devise at this moment. Katie cleared his throat, clenched his fists as if making a momentous decision, and declared loudly, "A nation has its laws, of family its rules. For a kingdom to be stable, rewards and punishments must be clear. As the saying goes, princes are equal to commoners before the law. I know I bear great responsibility in this matter. Therefore, to uphold the nation's laws, I am willing to accept severe punishment. I implore your majesty's approval." What? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Katie, a prince, would devise such a malicious scheme that harmed himself to destroy another. Because if even Prince Katie were to receive severe punishment for this, then I, a commoner, would be even more inescapable, likely facing execution. Yet Katie, by virtue of his princely status, could evade most of the punishment. Though it said princes are equal to commoners before the law, it's still different. What a venomous scheme! I marveled inwardly. I never expected this prince to harbor such deep malice toward me. He would rather suffer punishment himself to ensure my death. Katie, do you truly wish to do this? Pressed V asked in a deep voice. Yes, father, my mind is made up. I implore your wise judgment. Katie bowed. His gaze shifted to me, casting a gloating look. Father. Second brother is using this to settle a personal score. Labis could no longer contain herself, forgetting her status entirely, and shouted loudly. Ha! Katie sneered mockingly. Little sister, are you completely without selfish motives? Must I reveal everything? You. Labis' face turned pale with rage, unable to speak. As for me, the one involved, I was not as anxious as one might imagine. At worst, I could fight my way out. With Shashas and my strength, escape would not be difficult, and Luna could fly away through the air. But what about Labis? Could I truly abandon her? I could not. Setting aside my promise to Carlos, just her feelings for me made it impossible to let go. But what else could I do? I sank into deep conflict. I implore your majesty to make a decision soon, Katie urged calmly. Well. Pressed V seemed hesitant. Your majesty? This old man has a word to say, York suddenly interjected. Dean York, do you have any insights? Pressed V asked hastily, his tone revealing excitement and hope. He seemed more concerned about my survival than I was. York stroked his beard and said slowly, though the blessing of elements is severely damaged, it is not entirely beyond repair. What? Almost everyone present exclaimed in unison. No one could believe that such a severely damaged artifact could still be restored. Even I could not believe it. For divine artifacts are different from ordinary armor. They possess sentience, one might even say a form of life. In any discerning eye could see that the life within the blessing of elements had been destroyed by me. To revive it would require finding its creator or the descent of the element god. But that was impossible. Yet coming from York's mouth it compelled belief. For this old man, though fond of jokes in ordinary times, never faltered on matters of great importance. And with his prestige as the imperial capital's chief magician, he would never speak recklessly on such an occasion. Noticing the questioning glances from everyone, York said unhurriedly, as this old man knows, there is one thing in heaven and earth that can revive the blessing of elements. That is the five-colored mystic crystal. What? Five-colored mystic crystal? What is that? Pressed V asked. Dean, could you please explain? I also cast a questioning look at him, for I knew nothing of this treasure, not even its name. Hey, I'm sure everyone knows the origin of the blessing of elements, York said with a smile. It was forged by our dynasty's ancestor, the hero King Ward, by highly purifying the rare or amethyst, which has magic reflecting properties. However, its miraculous power stems mainly from the blessing of the element god, which granted it life. This life is the power of the five elements. Does that mean the five-colored mystic crystal possesses the power of the five elements? Labis asked. Indeed, the five-colored mystic crystal is a strange ore that has existed in heaven and earth since the dawn of chaos. It simultaneously holds the energy of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. There is only one in the world and almost no one has seen it. Legend has it that it was sealed somewhere in the Alan continent by the gods in the mythical age. No one knows where it is. I only came across its description in a certain ruin, York said. In that case it's as good as not saying anything. Shinya said angrily from the side. Shinya, do not be rude. General Sharon quickly admonished her, then turned and said, my daughter has been impertinent. I beg your majesty and Dean York for your forgiveness. Hey, it's nothing. A young girl speaks her mind, why would I mind? York said. But indeed I myself do not know how to find it. Is there no other way? Prest V said, disappointment evident on his face. Alas, in that case I can only... Your Majesty? Please wait. A melodious yet icy voice sounded from the side. Elise approached gracefully accompanied by 2 attendants. She lightly smoothed her temple and said calmly, I know how to obtain the 5-colored mystic crystal. Though it was not her first appearance, her peerless beauty still left many dumbstruck. Your Holiness, do you know where the 5-colored mystic crystal is kept? Prest V asked hastily. Indeed. Her reply was concise and clear, showing no fear of the king. Could you tell us? General Sharon said. This matter is of vital importance to our John Kingdom. I implore your Holiness. Well. Elise seemed hesitant. Your Holiness, if you have any conditions, please name them. I swear on my honor as king that I will not go back on my word. Prest V said. Your Majesty flatters me. Elise said. I do not wish to impose conditions, but that place conceals some secrets of our divine race which should not be known to too many. So. She deliberately glanced around. Prest V immediately understood and waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. On the main viewing platform, aside from the 3 divine beings, only 3 royal members, Marquis Martin, General Sharon, Dean York, and 4 or 5 civil and military officials remained. I was about to tactfully leave with my companions when Elise suddenly stopped me. Master Xingyu, this concerns you as well. Please stay. Perhaps this matter may require your assistance and that of your friends. She stared intently into my eyes as if trying to see through me. I pretended not to notice and turned to look at the king. Seeing him nod, I said politely, this matter arose because of me, how could I stand aloof? But I am merely a commoner of low status, unworthy to participate in such a secret council. You are too modest. With your skills you could earn titles and ranks anywhere. However, she glanced sideways at Marquis Martin and others, a trace of disdain in her eyes. Enough, let us get to the point. Please speak, Your Holiness, Marquis Martin said courteously. Though dissatisfied with Elisa's attitude, he dared not show any displeasure given her status. Actually, that place is not far from here, but it is underground and not easily discovered, Elise said. Do you remember the abandoned church outside the city? Your Holiness refers to the ruins of Dahlin Church 10 li south of the city. York said. Could it be? There is something hidden beneath. Far more than something hidden. Its underground scale is as large as half of curtains, Elise replied. And it is filled with mazes, traps, and countless mechanisms. If one ventures in recklessly, they may easily become lost. Traps and mechanisms? Labby said. That should not be too difficult for experienced adventurers. Not only that, Huang added from the side. Due to the 5-colored mystic crystal, that place has attracted a large number of magical beasts, many of which are high-level and extremely difficult to deal with. Once entangled by them, even 10 sword saints would find it hard to escape. From ancient times to the present, aside from our divine race, no one is known to have escaped unscathed. Let alone obtain the 5-colored mystic crystal. By the end he grew arrogant with an air of no one else but us, the divine race, matters under heaven. Such a claim immediately stirred discontent among those present. Though they said nothing out of politeness, I still heard a few muffled snorts. Seeing this, Elise shot Huang a glance and he immediately fell silent. Is there anyone here willing to go? Prest V asked. No one answered. Is there not a single person in my John Kingdom with such courage? The king grew somewhat angry. It was no wonder. Seeing the usually domineering generals shrink back at the first sign of real danger would test even the king's patience. Just then, Your Majesty, your servant is willing to go. General Sharon rose to his full height and clasped his hands to the king. Humph. Prest V said, at the critical moment only Minister Sharon truly serves the kingdom with loyalty. The rest of you have disappointed me greatly. Very well, it is decided. General Sharon will, Your Majesty, please allow me to speak. I knew it was time for me to step in. Rising, I said, please let me go in General Sharon's stead. What? You? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. From Elisa's words they already knew the danger of this journey where even a sword saint might not escape unscathed. Though I possessed the strength of a great sword master, I was still far behind General Sharon, a paladin. Volunteering for this mission was undoubtedly suicidal. Xingyu, do you truly wish to go? Prest V asked solemnly. Won't you reconsider? He seemed reluctant to let me go, and Labis was frantically shaking her head and signaling me from the side. Your Majesty, I said seriously, General Sharon is a pillar of the state commanding nearly a third of the kingdom's army. Should any mishap befall him, it would surely cause a great uproar and the Second Legion would be left leaderless. Moreover, given the current situation in the imperial capital, I believe Your Majesty would not wish General Sharon to leave. I deliberately emphasized the word situation and gave him a knowing smile. He immediately understood my meaning and shot me an approving glance. Conversely, I continued, I am but a commoner. If I fail, it will have no impact on the kingdom. Your Majesty can then send someone else. And since this matter began with me, I cannot stand idly by. I implore Your Majesty's approval. Well said. Whether you succeed in obtaining the 5-colored mystic crystal or not, if you return alive, I will entrust you with an important post, and the matter of damaging the artifact will be forgiven. Prest V said. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the meeting, Your Highness, why did you reveal that place to the humans? Huang asked from the side. I just want to make use of them, Elise said. That place is extremely dangerous. If we rush in recklessly, we will surely suffer losses. Besides, what they seek is different from what we seek. I am merely using them to scout the way and act as cannon fodder. Your Highness' strategy is brilliant, Lake said from the side. Do you think that young man named Xingyu will succeed? That is what I want to know as well. That fool Duri was unable to force him to use his full power. Let me see his true strength. A mysterious smile appeared on Elisa's face. Xing, are you really going? Luna asked anxiously on the way back. Haha, of course. Do I look like I'm joking? I said lightly. But don't you know how dangerous this will be? Luna urged. Moreover, those divine beings said that even those with the strength of a sword saint couldn't guarantee a safe retreat, and you. Indeed, my strength still falls far short of a sword saint. But some things aren't solved solely by power. What can't be overcome by force can be achieved through wit, I said gently. But I have a foreboding feeling. Luna hesitated. Sister Luna. I stopped, placed my hands on her shoulders, and gazing deeply into her gem-like eyes said, Sister Luna, I know you care for me, but the mission I bear will never allow me to act timidly. I once promised Grandpa Hill that I would become the strongest in the world. The best way to grow stronger is to constantly embrace new challenges. Only in life and death struggles can one maximize their strength. Moreover, this matter began because of me. How could I let General Sharon take the risk in my place? Luna's face flushed slightly, seemingly swayed by my words, but the thought of the dangers I would face made her hesitate again. Unable to find a reason to stop me, she could only tug at my hand, her eyes reddening, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing her cheerful expression, even my strongest resolve couldn't hold. Perhaps this was my Achilles heel. If there was one person in this world who could make me raise the white flag, it was Luna. Sister Luna, since you really don't want me to go, then I won't, I said softly. Yet in my mind I was already planning how to escape the imperial capital. Had I not agreed to retrieve the 5-colored mystic crystal, it would have been fine, but having given my word, backing out would show disrespect to His Majesty, even bordering on deceiving the sovereign. Even if Prester V had been partial toward me, he would never forgive me then. At that point, fleeing would be my only option. If I fled, Luna and Sasha would be manageable, but what about Robbie's? Would I really have to elope with this princess? At the thought of elopement, a bitter smile crossed my lips, for that word seemed a bit premature for me at this moment. At the thought of elopement, a bitter smile crossed my lips, for that word seemed a bit premature for me at this moment. Luna said after a long deliberation, though I'm glad I hold such an important place in your heart, if you're unhappy because you're accommodating me, then I won't be happy either. What I want to see is the always cheerful, carefree, and confident Xing. Sister Luna, you're wonderful. My joy was beyond words, and I couldn't help but kiss Luna on the cheek. Luna hadn't expected such a sudden move and was caught off guard, unable to dodge. Oh, how can you do this on the street? She said, blushing as she lightly punched me with her delicate fist. What? The street? I suddenly realized this and quickly looked around. Fortunately, no one was nearby, only Zunier and Sasha standing aside. The former turned her head away, blushing, while the latter watched us with a half-smile as if enjoying the show. This made Luna and me blush even more. You little minx, daring to mock me? I thought angrily. Since I've already shown my face before you, a bit more shamelessness won't hurt, hee. A mischievous idea suddenly struck me. Sasha, seeing how envious you look, could it be? You want one too? I said wickedly. I'm more than happy to oblige. Before the words faded, I had already drifted toward her like a gust of wind. Sasha was prepared and dodged aside with a flicker of her form. Naturally, I wouldn't give up so easily. I increased my speed and gave chase. Our strengths were roughly equal, and in terms of pure speed, Sasha was even faster than me. If we were fighting, I could exploit her attacks to find openings and catch her, but since she was purely evading, I couldn't even touch a corner of her clothes. Young master, since when did you become so naughty? Sasha laughed playfully as she dodged, as if returning to the mischievous girl I first met. I gritted my teeth in frustration and shouted at her, just wait till I catch you, as I pushed my speed to the limit. Sasha also accelerated to her maximum, and we flitted about the street like two insubstantial spirits. So focused were we that we failed to notice the crowd that had gathered around us. After half a quarter hour of pursuit, I finally discerned a rough pattern in Sasha's evasive maneuvers, basically an S shape and a reverse M shape. If I timed it right, even with her speed, I could catch her. Hee, let's see where you run now, I thought triumphantly. At that moment, Sasha was at a turning point in the reverse M. I calculated the timing and moved directly to the end of the reverse M. As expected, Sasha didn't change her route and rushed straight toward that spot. We collided head-on, and just before meeting, I opened my arms to embrace her. Yet when I held her, I was astonished to find that what I embraced was merely a shadow. Damn! It's the afterimage technique from ninjutsu. I exclaimed inwardly. I never thought she'd outwitted me from the start. Her movements had no discernible pattern, the S and reverse M were all faked. But by then it was too late. Due to my momentum, I continued charging forward with arms outstretched. Slap! Ah! I finally stopped after colliding with someone. To avoid embracing them, I instinctively pushed forward with my hands just before impact, and they met something soft. A scream followed, and I immediately realized I had grabbed the wrong place. But it was too late. I looked closely and saw that I had bumped into... Ah! Zunier! Why you? What are you doing here? I exclaimed, looking at the person I had inadvertently assaulted. But I immediately realized how ridiculous my question was. She had been standing there all along, and it was I who had bumped into her. However, an apology was too late. I could already see my fate in Luna's eyes from across the way. Idiot! Pervert! Thud! With Zunier's scream, my head received a merciless heavy blow. Though I could have dodged, I chose to endure the pain to help her calm down sooner. After all, I had offended her first. You dare bully me? I'll tell my father. Zunier said, torn between shame and anger, tears welling in her eyes. Ignoring Luna's attempts to stop her, she ran off in a flash. I could have stopped her, but what would I say if I did? Looking at the surrounding crowd, I could only smile bitterly. Xing, you've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. Having finally escaped the crowd, Luna said to me with a half-smile. Sigh, before one problem is solved another appears, truly misfortunes never come singly. I could only smile bitterly. How am I going to explain this to Uncle Sharon? Though I wouldn't mind having 2 more girlfriends, I absolutely dared not provoke a willful girl like Xingyu. What man would willingly accept a woman who opposes him all day? Unless he has a masochistic tendency. However, young master, I think Miss Xingyu is quite nice. She seems to have some feelings for you, and General Sharon thinks highly of you. Hee, you could. Sasha fanned the flames, looking unconcerned. Sasha. How dare you say that? I flared up, shouting at her. Have you forgotten that all this is because of you? This was the first time I had lost my temper with a woman by my side. Though I regretted it as soon as the words left my mouth, it was too late to take them back. Luna was stunned, and Sasha looked at me with an apologetic, pitiful expression, saying half resentfully, "Young master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Sasha will never cause trouble again." Ever since she left the Beastman tribe with me, she had been silently accompanying me, gentle and obedient. She believed everything I said unconditionally, almost to the point of blind obedience. Even now, despite being greatly wronged, she showed no sign of dissatisfaction. If initially I only took her along out of respect for Swift Wind, now I had unconsciously accepted and grown fond of her. If initially I only took her along out of respect for Swift Wind, now I had. Looking at them, I was filled with regret. How could I, for the sake of a joke, take out my anger on 2 girls who loved me so deeply? Was that still a man? I composed myself, took Sasha's hand, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you just because I was upset. I promise it will never happen again. Please forgive me, okay, Sasha?" I also gave Luna an apologetic look, and she responded with a knowing smile. "Young master, it was my fault. I was too mischievous." Sasha gripped my hand tightly, and tears finally rolled down her cheeks, but her expression showed that she had already forgiven me. Gazing at them, I felt immense peace in my heart. I silently vowed never to let the women who loved me suffer any grievance from that day forward. This was a vow I never broke in my life. Some called it my weakness, arguing that a successful ruler cannot afford emotional attachments. But I considered it my strength, for it made me different from other tyrants. It was because of this that, whether embroiled in the treacherous struggles for power or standing on a bloody battlefield, I retained a measure of innocence and benevolence. Even at the pinnacle of power, I was not blinded by bloodshed and authority, becoming a blood and iron emperor devoid of mercy. Some even said that with such a character it was a miracle that I could unify the continent. As a ruler, if one loses the most precious thing that distinguishes humans from other animals, emotion, for the sake of eternal power, then even if they become a successful authority, they are incomplete as a human. If forced to choose between power and emotion, I would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Star Emperor Yingyu Medis. "Alright, let these unpleasant matters pass," I said with a smile. "Let's head to the Earl's mansion first. Miss Xingyu is probably complaining about me to her father right now." "But, Xing, how do you plan to explain to Uncle Sharon?" Luna asked with slight concern. I pondered for a moment and said, "I'll just try to explain. If that doesn't work, well, deal with it after handling the 5-colored mystic crystal." My mood lightened, and I regained my usual cheerfulness, as if I could catch the sky if it fell. Luna and Sasha responded in unison. "Young Master Yingyu, please wait." Just as we were about to head to the Earl's mansion, a middle-aged man dressed as a military officer approached me. He wore a long sword at his waist, was of medium build, had short black hair, a slight stubble on his face, and his eyes emitted a dazzling light. It was clear that his internal energy cultivation was nearly at perfection. By internal energy alone, he had at least reached the level of a top-tier Grand Sword Master. Yet why had I never heard of this person? "May I ask, what business do you have?" I asked cautiously. "I am Shan, the personal guard of His Majesty. I have been ordered by the king to invite young Master Yingyu." He nodded politely. "His Majesty?" I said in surprise. Didn't I just return from him? If he had something to discuss, he should have told me earlier. Well, Shan seemed to have anticipated my question and replied calmly, His Majesty has important matters to discuss with you privately. The viewing platform was crowded and noisy, so it wasn't convenient to speak. Discuss privately with me? What could it be? If it's just about the 5-colored mystic crystal, there's no need for such secrecy. I racked my brains but couldn't guess what important matter it was. I decided to ask for specifics first. May I ask? What is it about? I inquired of Shan. I don't know the specifics either. You'll understand when you go, young master. Do I need to go now? Yes, Shan replied, his tone extremely polite but leaving no room for negotiation. I suspected that if I said no, he would forcibly escort me there. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure I could defeat him, and the current situation wouldn't allow me to refuse. Alright, please wait a moment. I turned to Luna and Sasha. Sister Luna, Sasha, you two go to the Earl's mansion first. I must go see His Majesty. He'll join you shortly. Very well, Luna said softly. Xing, be careful. I will, I replied. Sasha, take good care of Sister Luna. Yes, rest assured, young master. Under Shan's guidance, I entered the palace without trouble. To my surprise, not a single guard questioned us along the way. This made me reevaluate Shan's status. After all, even high-ranking officials like Marquis Martin and General Sharon couldn't move through the palace so unhindered except for direct members of the royal family. Young Master Xingyu, ahead is the imperial study, Shan said, pointing to a palace before us. His Majesty is waiting inside. Please enter on your own. All right, I replied. Following palace protocol, I unbuckled my sword and handed it to him, then pushed the door open and entered. The hall was empty, with only Prester V sitting alone on an ornate chaise lounge holding a goblet as if deep in thought. Your humble servant Yingyu Medis pays homage to your Majesty. I knelt on one knee 5 meters away from the king. Your humble servant Yingyu Medis pays homage to your Majesty. I repeated. Your Majesty? I was puzzled. Guards. Prester V finally spoke, shouting as he threw his goblet to the ground. Over 30 guards armed with swords rushed in, instantly surrounding me. Among them was Shan, who had just led me here. The traitor Xingyu plots rebellion and attempts to assassinate me. Execute him on the spot. Prester V declared loudly, with no hint of jest in his tone. Yes. With a unified response, over 30 gleaming long swords simultaneously thrust toward me. Faced with over 30 gleaming swords and blades, I remained utterly still, not even a hint of tension showing on my face as I calmly gazed at them, piercing toward my vital points as if they were nothing more than a multitude of grass sticks directed at my body. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. Finally, just before the sharp blades could pierce my body, they all came to a halt simultaneously. Are you not afraid that these swords will truly stab into your body? Finally, Prince Prester V could no longer contain himself and spoke to me, who was situated at ease in the mountain of knives and sea of swords. I extended 2 fingers to lightly touch the long sword pointed at my brow and calmly said, though the swords are sharp, the ones wielding them have no intention of killing me. Why should I worry? Oh. What makes you say that? Prince Prester V seemed intrigued by my words and inquired, waving his hand, causing the guards surrounding me to immediately sheath their swords and step aside. I slightly bent my body and respectfully said, if your Majesty truly wished to kill me, there would have been 2 prime opportunities. First, right after my match, when I was exhausted from the fierce combat with my strength nearly depleted, and the 2 major factions in the court intent on my demise. With just a little nudge from your Majesty, I would surely have met my doom. Yet your Majesty did not do so, or rather you have defended me at every turn, a fact any discerning observer could see. Indeed, and what is the second opportunity? The second would be outside the imperial study, I replied cautiously. If your Majesty were to set an ambush there with the strength of Master Xian, the great sword master, and the dozen or so great swordsmen, I glanced over the several guards standing to either side, I believe it would not be difficult at all to take me apart with a flurry of blades. However, your Majesty forsook that golden opportunity, instead leading me alone into the study to a distance of less than 5 meters from yourself. If I had any intentions of rebellion, I could have easily made a desperate strike before the guards entered. I believe that after witnessing my skills, your majesty should understand that even a sword saint would not be able to catch my desperate strike unscathed. Given your majesty's status, there should be no need to put yourself in danger just to lure me into a trap. Unless... I shifted my tone, unless your majesty has no intention to kill me at all and has merely set up this scenario to test me. However, there is one thing I simply cannot fathom. What is it? Prince Prester V asked, equally curious about my question. I cannot understand why your majesty is so certain that I harbor no rebellious intent. Even if I truly do not, when suddenly faced with danger, it is possible I might consider taking your majesty hostage to save myself. With your majesty's cunning, I am sure you have thought of this point, but why then do you take the risk of personally testing me? I expressed the doubt in my heart. Well, it is based on intuition, Prince Prester V said astonishingly, even causing me to doubt if my ears were faulty. For no one would believe that the king of one of the three great empires, the Kingdom of John, would risk personal danger based on mere intuition. What? Intuition? I exclaimed in surprise. Does your majesty also believe in intuition? Hee, Prince Prester V chuckled. Don't be so surprised. Although I don't usually place much faith in intuition, this time I am quite certain of it. As for why, let's wait until you answer my few questions before I explain to you. What questions do you still have, your majesty? I asked you to leave. Prince Prester V hesitated for a moment before waving his hand to dismiss everyone. The guards led by Xian all exited the imperial study. Now your majesty can finally speak your questions, I said respectfully once all the guards had left. What I want to ask is, what exactly are your reasons for seeking the five-colored mystic crystal? Before I could even speak, he continued, I think you should see that I have no intention of putting you in danger, and I also know that you weren't prepared to go from the start, otherwise you wouldn't have waited until General Sharung requested before speaking up. But this is also the part one find most perplexing. Your Majesty, I said, would you believe me if I said I did this for the Kingdom of John? Oh. What makes you say that? I believe your Majesty understands the situation within the kingdom better than I do, I replied. The First and Third Legions have both been swayed by the Prince faction and the Chancellor faction, and those truly loyal to your Majesty should only be the neutral faction led by General Sharung and the Second Legion. The imperial capital is currently in a very delicate balance. Once General Sharung leaves the capital, it will undoubtedly provide an opportunity for the other two factions to exploit, thus breaking this balance. At that time the Kingdom of John and your Majesty's reign could be at risk of being overthrown. What do you think, your Majesty? Your analysis is quite reasonable, Prince Prester V nodded. Your ability to grasp the situation in the capital so thoroughly in less than a month indeed marks you as a rare talent. However, if I say that I do this for the Kingdom of John, I think no one would believe it, right? I interjected. As soon as I arrived in the capital, I made enemies of the local aristocracy who all wished to see me dead. If I were to say that I have any fondness for this place, that would be impossible. I certainly wouldn't take personal risks for the Kingdom of John. Since your Majesty did not explicitly order me to seek treasure, I am more than happy to remain at ease. Indeed, you are quite frank, Prince Prester V remarked. In front of your Majesty, it's better to speak the truth than to fabricate lies for flattery if one wishes to live long, I said half-jokingly. Ha ha ha. Prince Prester V laughed heartily, repeatedly casting me looks of "You have captured my heart. So what exactly are you doing this for?" This. I couldn't help hesitating. The real reason I am doing this is for Lapis. Although she is also an excellent magic swordswoman, she lacks the ability to protect herself against cunning villains like Cardi and Martin. Whichever side gains power, she will not be tolerated. Though I could take her away when that time comes, I could never stand by and watch her home destroyed. However, I cannot reveal my relationship with Lapis at this moment. Just as I hesitated, Prince Prester V suddenly asked, "Is it because of Carlos?" What? I was taken aback by this question, but quickly understood, for even if Carlos concealed his identity, he could not hide it from those familiar with him, especially his father who raised him for 20 years. Perhaps when the Super Sword Saint first appeared his father already knew that Sokka and Carlos were originally the same person. How does your majesty come to this conclusion? Although I had guessed the reason, I still feigned surprise in my voice. Of course I recognized it from your techniques. Do you know who our ancestors in the royal family of John were? It must be the heroic King Ward, right? I replied. Correct. Our ancestor Ward was the strongest sword saint of his time and his sword techniques were unmatched. While most sword techniques have gradually been lost over the ages, a few sets of sword moves have been passed down through the royal family of John. The agile and swift swordplay you displayed in the arena is one of them. Nearly every member of the royal family can use it, but few can master it to your extent, Prince Prester V said. Oh, I see. I pondered. By the way, how old are you this year? Prince Prester V suddenly asked. 15, I answered honestly, though unsure why he was asking. 15. Prince Prester V mused, is your true surname really Dis? Why does your majesty ask that? I exclaimed in surprise. Answer my question. Of course it's true. Then what is Carlos to you? He continued to ask. He is my mentor in the art. I replied. Although I had only met Carlos once, the things he taught me in swordsmanship had greatly benefited me. It is not an exaggeration to say he is my mentor. Is he really just a mentor? Are you not his son? Prince Prester V retorted. What? How could your majesty think so? This time I was genuinely surprised, as I never expected him to think of me as Carlos' son. No wonder he has been so partial to me. Do you know that our royal family of John has a set of sword techniques that only the heir to the throne is qualified to learn? Prince Prester V said, that set of sword techniques is based on sword intent without fixed moves. Each generation of kings comprehends it differently and develops their unique sword skills. However, since ancient times no one has been able to surpass the star shifts of Ancestor Ward. Until more than a decade ago, the Prince of the Kingdom of John Carlos created a move that could rival star shifts, which is the reverse heaven and earth you have demonstrated. What? I was astonished. What does it mean that Carlos has imparted such an important move to me? I initially thought the reverse heaven and earth was merely a unique move created by Carlos, but I never expected it to have such a close connection to the royal family of John. According to Prince Prester V, it is essentially the royal seal of the Kingdom of John. Facing the fervent gaze of Prince Prester V, I couldn't help but be lost in thought. From what I have seen recently, this king does not seem very satisfied with his second son Cardi. He even seems intent on passing the throne to Lapis. However, Lapis is a woman and her gentle nature makes her unsuitable to be a ruler. From Prince Prester V's earlier behavior, it seems that his preferred heir to the throne is still the runaway eldest son Carlos. Indeed, in terms of character, talent, and all the qualities one should possess to be a ruler, the Super Sword Saint Carlos, known as the strongest of the human race, is incomparable to Cardi. Now, in light of Carlos' confirmed irretrievability, seeing his grandson return, one can only imagine the old king's feelings. I can say that acknowledging my father-son relationship with Carlos is equivalent to having one foot on the throne. As long as I perform excellently, becoming the heir to the throne is only a matter of time. This is undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for me. For if I could gain the imperial power of one of the three great empires, the Kingdom of John, it would greatly benefit both my restoration plan and the liberation of the Beastmen. The pursuit of one's career offers immeasurable support. It can even save me years or even decades of hard work. To say that I am not moved by this would be impossible. However, would I truly do such a thing? Of course not. While doing so may yield many tangible benefits, it would also cause me to lose many even more precious things. More importantly, it would create an irreparable rift between me and Labizi. Although it is said that great achievers do not fuss over trifles, I absolutely disdain the idea of selling my integrity for the sake of power. Whether you call it being unyielding or coveting beauty, I will never harm my beloved for the sake of power. I believe you have misunderstood. Although I have been favored by my master with the royal art reverse heaven and earth, that does not mean I am necessarily a member of the John royal family. You should understand that Master Carlos often acts unexpectedly. He may have taught me this sword technique for other reasons. And you should be able to see that I do not possess any characteristics that would represent a member of the John royal family. I pointed to my face and my head full of silver hair. Pleistocene V observed me closely for a while, seeming somewhat swayed, but he could not completely abandon his idea. He shook his head and said to me, although you look completely different from Carlos, your temperament is quite similar. Moreover, in our John royal family's genealogy there have been people with appearances similar to yours, such as my great-grandfather Pleistocene II, who was often mistaken for a demon due to his silver hair just like yours. Are you so insistent on not acknowledging me because of Carlos' instructions? Does he still harbor resentment towards me for what happened 15 years ago? He shook his head and said to me, although you look completely different from Carlos, your temperament is quite similar. Moreover, in our John royal family's genealogy there have been people with Although I knew exactly what he was referring to, I still wanted to understand the truth about the Demon Slayer War from more perspectives and more people. You also know about the Demon Slayer War. Pleistocene V was taken aback but quickly recalled something. That makes sense. Since he trusts you so much, he would certainly have told you the whole story. Your Majesty, forgive my boldness. From various perspectives I understand that you are not a tyrant who enjoys waging wars, but why did you still choose to send troops knowing the truth? This is also something Carlos has never been able to understand about me. Pleistocene V sighed deeply and continued, do you know the situation among the three great empires at that time? In truth, their relationships were not as calm as they appeared on the surface, especially 15 years ago when small skirmishes were frequent and large-scale battles could erupt at any moment. Each side wanted to annex the other two for lasting peace. However, no country was able to defeat the other two, mainly because the three great empires were of equal strength and none could defeat the others. Moreover, there was another reason that could not be ignored. No two nations were willing to genuinely ally together to confront the third country. Even if they occasionally sent troops to attack the third side driven by mutual interests, they would not truly put forth their full strength to eliminate it. Because no nation wishes for its ally to grow stronger after defeating the third party and then turn against itself, naturally they could not deal a fatal blow to the third party. This is also the main reason why the three great empires have maintained a stalemate for hundreds of years. Your Majesty makes a valid point, but how does this relate to the Demon Slayer War 15 years ago? It relates greatly. Pleistocene V replied, the divine race used this to force the three great empires to send troops. 15 years ago, on one hand they sent envoys to all three nations urging us to join and tempting us with benefits using the long-coveted Qiyun mine as a condition. On the other, they spread rumors that the other two countries had already joined the Demon Slayer Alliance. Although all three nations clarified that this was not the case, the leaders of our three nations did not believe each other, thinking it was a conspiracy to isolate themselves. For if the other two countries joined, the nation that did not would undoubtedly be isolated, even facing the possibility of becoming the public enemy of the entire Demon Slayer Alliance. Even if it did not become the public enemy of the Demon Slayer Alliance, it would still face the danger of being annexed by the other two countries due to the latter gaining control of the Qiyun mine. Thus our three great empires decided to join the Demon Slayer Alliance with the mentality of better to believe it than not to believe it. In truth, with the intelligence capabilities of the three great empires, how could we not know the truth of the matter? We were simply forced by the situation to send troops. I of course knew what he meant by truth, but I had not expected that the three human empires would have such unspeakable secrets. I had originally thought that they sent troops fully aware of the truth solely for the immense wealth of the Qiyun mountain range, not realizing that such a complex reason lay behind it. This left me momentarily at a loss for words. However, my hostility towards the three human empires had indeed diminished significantly, especially towards the John Kingdom, which evoked an inexplicable feeling within me, perhaps due to my relationship with Labizi and others. Your Majesty, you need not be too melancholic. I believe my master will come to understand one day. At this moment I could only say some comforting words formulaically. Sigh, he will never forgive me. Pleistocene V sighed and said he has long understood the reasoning, but he is a man of deep loyalty. He has always believed that the death of the Demon King and his wife was caused by me. Well, let's not discuss this any longer. Let's resolve the doubts between us instead. This old fox. I had thought changing the topic would suffice, but I didn't expect him to have such a good memory. It's truly troublesome. Must I reveal that I am the son of the demon King Yingyu for him to believe me? My mind quickly spun in 100 different directions, and suddenly I came up with a seemingly viable yet somewhat risky idea. Your Majesty, I believe you should know why I have a feud with Dule, right? I said softly. Of course, that's because of Labizi and Xuan'er, right? Pleistocene V said, to be precise it should be for Princess Labizi. I said firmly, deliberately emphasizing the 3 words Labizi. Oh. Pleistocene V's expression seemed to change as if he was pondering something. You mean? Your Majesty, I implore you to grant me a fair opportunity. I said earnestly. An opportunity? Indeed, an opportunity to pursue Princess Labizi. I stated my thoughts without hesitation. This is not particularly unusual, as there are countless people in the imperial capital pursuing Labizi. Adding 1 or 2 more is nothing remarkable. However, to express it from my mouth surprised Pleistocene V greatly, as it completely overturned his preconceived notion of me as the son of Carlos. For if I truly were Carlos' son, then Labizi would essentially be my aunt. Even if I followed Carlos' instructions and did not acknowledge Pleistocene V, it would be impossible for me to pursue my own aunt publicly. In such a case even Carlos would not agree. Pleistocene V seemed to be thrown off by my words, and after a while he asked me, has Carlos ever opposed your pursuit of Labizi? No, my master is very supportive of this matter. I blurted out. I see. Pleistocene V pondered. It seems I really guessed wrong. Although Carlos acts somewhat impulsively, he would not do such an absurd thing. He looked at me as if I were a monster and said in confusion, what kind of person are you? Others pursue Labizi for the sake of the throne, while you pursue her to abandon your claim to it. You should know that as long as you acknowledge your father-son relationship with Carlos, you would have an 80 chance of acquiring the throne of the John Kingdom. Yet you have willingly given up this great opportunity. It truly baffles me. Your Majesty, everyone's pursuits are different. I said aloud, for me being with my beloved is far more important than inheriting the throne. You truly share this trait with Carlos. Pleistocene V chuckled. However, to be worthy of the princess of my John Kingdom, you will need to demonstrate corresponding strength. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint you and the princess. I said respectfully. Then I shall watch your performance closely. However, I have considerable confidence in you, for you are the second person to pass my test. Pleistocene V said. The second? Who was the first? Xian. It was precisely because he passed my test that he rose from a commoner to become my chief guard and my trusted aide. I see. I said, realizing why I had sensed from the beginning that his status was extraordinary. By the way, when do you plan to set off? Pleistocene V asked. Tomorrow morning. No one responded. All I received were the astonished gazes of passers-by directed at me. However, my senses warned me that danger still lurked nearby. Boom! Another lightning strike descended from the sky, its power undiminished. This time I was prepared and easily dodged it. Yet the opponent did not relent in their assault. The crimson bolts of lightning continued to rain down upon me, ravaging the ground around me. The strikes came from above, making it impossible for me to discern the opponent's location from the angle of their casting. Meanwhile, they could attack me with impunity, placing me in a situation where I was destined to suffer from the outset. I can't let this go on, I told myself. While dodging the lightning, I strained to think of a countermeasure. After several more strikes, I finally devised a feasible plan. Lightning sphere scatter? I murmured a few incantations, and over 30 lightning spheres, each about half a foot in diameter, appeared around me. Under my mental command, they swiftly shot towards the crowd. The range of the attack nearly encompassed everyone. Ah! The onlookers gasped in unison, completely unprepared for such a wide-reaching spell, especially when it was directed at them. Even the one who ambushed me did not expect my ruthlessness. Lightning barrier? The opponent clearly did not want me to harm anyone and unleashed a defensive spell. However, this revealed their location. It was a figure clad in a blue cloak, their entire body covered in blue fabric except for their eyes and hands, making it impossible to discern their features or even their gender. But that was enough for me as I finally pinpointed my opponent's location. "You've fallen into my trap," I exclaimed, and the 30-odd lightning spheres immediately changed direction, flying straight towards them. In truth, I had never intended to attack anyone else, and my objective was solely to draw them out. Even if they disregarded the crowd, they could not possibly dodge my wide area spell without any defensive measures. The crowd may have concealed their movements, but it also slowed them down. Yet the lightning spheres did not strike their barrier as they had anticipated. Instead, they altered course just before colliding with the lightning barrier, and flew into the air. I knew the impact from the spheres colliding with the barrier would cause significant harm to the crowd. They seemed momentarily stunned, experiencing a sense of suspension as if they had pushed against a large stone with all their might only for it to suddenly vanish. Shui and I had remained silent, quietly following behind Luna as we all ascended the stance, covering over 20 meters in an instant. "Farewell," I said softly, my form undeterred as I continued to flee into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" The voice that followed was filled with fury, revealing itself to be that of a woman. But I could only discern that she was a woman. I watched as she muttered a few incantations, her entire body enveloped in a violet lightning glow. Almost immediately she surged towards me with a speed that surpassed mine by 50%, having the distance between us in an instant. It's Shadow of Thunder," I exclaimed in my heart, realizing that she was a high-tier magic swordswoman whose combat power had reached the level of a sword saint. Note: Shadow of Thunder is a technique that only a few individuals who have achieved the fusion of martial and magical arts can execute, allowing the caster's speed to increase dramatically for a short duration. Rather than merely a technique, it is a product of combining thunder magic with martial arts. Only high-tier magic swordsmen proficient in both can perform it. Lightning travels at the speed of light, it casts no shadow, and thus this technique is aptly named Shadow of Thunder, showcasing its incredible speed. "It seems I can't shake her off now," I thought, realizing that I would eventually be caught anyway. I might as well take the offensive and strike unexpectedly. Swoosh! I drew my sword, turned, and attacked. I felt as though time had frozen completely, defying the laws of physics, transforming from rapid movement to stillness without a hint of deceleration. Immediately after, I fused my body with the sword, dashing towards her at the same speed. She clearly did not anticipate my counterattack mid-battle, and due to her earlier anger she neglected her defenses. Though she tried to evade, my sword still grazed her left shoulder. The wound was not deep, but it had undoubtedly delivered a significant psychological shock to her. Seizing the opportunity, I launched a relentless assault while she was still reeling. She struggled to defend herself, managing to parry my attacks. Though she appeared somewhat flustered, she still successfully neutralized my offense. I had to admit that her skills were indeed superior to mine. If the roles were reversed, I would not be able to fully counter such a fierce and relentless swordplay while still recovering my breath. Though we both refrained from releasing our combat aura, her adaptability and sword technique proficiency were already a notch above mine. Who exactly is she? Among the few remaining sword saints on the Alan continent, there shouldn't be any women, I thought, astonished. However, the situation left me no time to ponder. After fending off several rounds of my assaults, she finally regained her composure, her jade wrist trembling with exquisite techniques. "Who exactly are you?" I pointed my sword at her and asked. "You don't need to know," she replied coldly. "Show me your true strength, or you will have no way out." She instantly summoned her combat aura, a silver white hue, precisely the white crystal combat aura that only sword saints possess. Though only at the beginner sword saint level in intensity as a magic swordswoman, it was quite impressive. Her overall strength was absolutely comparable to that of a mid-tier sword saint. To avoid unnecessary troubles, I refrained from unleashing my holy magic combat aura and merely released my purple crystal combat aura. "You think you can challenge me with this?" "Foolish," she sneered, her wrist flicking as several sword energies surged towards me like tangible force. I could not afford to be careless and gathered all my true energy to execute 5 sword strikes, each infused with the principle of using force against force. Hiss! Clang. The two sword energies collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Both of us staggered back several meters, but I retreated twice the distance she did. Had I not utilized my soft strength to mitigate some of the impact, I might have coughed up blood. The disparity in strength was glaring. Without giving me time to ponder, she charged forward, unleashing an even fiercer assault. She did not intend to win through brute force, but instead once again employed the Shadow of Thunder technique, blending it with her exquisite swordsmanship, raining down upon me like a tempest. I adapted to her attacks, responding with speed, and integrated the principles of using force against force that Carlos had taught me. Though it was somewhat challenging, I still managed to fully counter her onslaught without revealing my dark martial arts or holy magic combat aura. Yet I knew that if this continued I would eventually lose, because without the support of my holy magic true energy, many of my techniques would not unleash their full potential, rendering me unable to deal a fatal blow. Thus she had been in an undefeated position from the very beginning. Lightning Spirit Rift Slash, she cried out as massive lightning elements gathered onto her sword, merging with her combat aura, causing the blade to swell several times in size. Swish! Swish! She struck out 3 times with blinding speed. 3 purple sword energies accompanied by hissing electrical sounds surged towards me. These 3 sword energies were perfectly coordinated in angle and timing, nearly sealing off all my escape routes. I managed to awkwardly evade 2 of the strikes, but the third was unavoidable. I had no choice but to meet it head on. Flame Dragon Slash. I bellowed, unleashing my fiery dragon-shaped combat aura, but it was torn apart by her lightning-infused sword energy, which continued to charge at me after momentarily slowing down. I gathered all my combat aura and swept my sword horizontally, finally dispersing that sword energy. However, my arms were numb from the overwhelming impact and electrical shocks, making it difficult to lift them. It's time to show your true strength. She paused, watching my trembling arms, and said, if this continues you will lose even your last chance. Finally the opportunity has come. I thought ecstatically, saying aloud, since that's the case, let me show you my teleportation. I exclaimed softly, my figure vanishing into thin air right at that moment. She had expected me to unleash some ultimate move against her, gathering all her strength to prepare for my attack, never anticipating that I would employ such a technique. Her mistake lay in overestimating herself, thinking that I could not possibly escape in the face of her Shadow of Thunder technique, only to fall for my trick once again. As she gazed at the place I had vanished from, her eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing no sign of anger from being outsmarted twice. She murmured to herself, what an unfathomable person, able to assess the situation without resorting to reckless bravado. Although the method of escape was not very honorable. How if you could be so easily discerned by me you wouldn't warrant my attention. But, next time you definitely won't escape. She gently lifted her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that would compel anyone to gasp in awe. Had I seen her features, the extent of my astonishment would have far surpassed mere admiration. She softly chanted a few incantations, a flash of white light occurred, and she instantly vanished from sight, employing a teleportation spell that only a few magic masters could cast. Sigh. What a troublesome character. I murmured as I walked along the stone path not far from the Count's mansion. I almost had my true form forced out. Who exactly is she? Young master. You're finally back. We thought something had happened to you. Sasha suddenly appeared beside me, her tone tinged with anxiety. Hee, how could anything happen? I just encountered a minor inconvenience on the way back, I replied nonchalantly. Minor inconvenience? Yes. Let's talk while we walk, I said, briefly recounting the ambush I faced on the way while entering the Count's mansion. Don't be polite, you treat this place as your own home. General Sharung warmly welcomed us at the dining table. Due to time constraints we began lunch as soon as we entered the Count's mansion. At this point I had summarized my audience with the king, although I kept some details to myself. Luna and Sasha listened with great interest, while General Sharung occasionally expressed his amazement. The most notable among them was Miss Xuanyar. Although she had remained silent from the beginning, her occasional cold glances made me feel a chill, turning the previously harmonious atmosphere quite awkward. Miss Xuanyar, I admit I was in the wrong today, but I did not intend to offend you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. This was my first time speaking to her in such a lowly manner. Was her monotonous response. Sister Xuanyao, for my sake, please forgive him this once, Luna quickly urged, sensing the awkwardness. Indeed, we are not strangers, you'll let this minor friction pass, General Sharang added, displaying the demeanor of a venerable elder. Had it been someone else, I might have been torn apart by now. At this moment he was no longer the solemn and imposing general, but rather a warm and forgiving father gently persuading his willful daughter. However, Dad, how can you speak up for him? He bullied me in front of everyone today. How am I supposed to face others in the future? Not only did you fail to teach him a lesson, but you also. The battle-hardened general found himself at a loss when confronted by his precious daughter. By the way, uncle, I have another question for you. I quickly shifted the topic, sensing the situation was turning dire. Oh. What is it? Speak up. True to his experience on the battlefield, the old general was quite adept at adapting to changes. Uncle, do you know of any Sword Saint-level magic swordsmen in Kaduan City? I asked, ignoring Xuanyer's murderous gaze. Well, there are quite a few magic swordsmen, but very few have reached the Sword Saint level. Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult to attain both magic and martial skills to their utmost heights. Among the three great empires, the only magic swordsman with Sword Saint level overall strength is Lin Kai, the leader of the Magic Sword Legion of the Sacred Kalen Kingdom. However, in terms of pure magic, he only reaches the level of a great mage. As for Kaduan City, there are virtually no magic swordsmen who have truly reached the Sword Saint level. If I had to name one, General Sharang shifted his gaze to me, it would only be you. Is that Lin Kai a man or a woman? I blurted out. Of course he is a man, you can tell from his name. Xuanyao scoffed beside me. Yes, he is indeed a man, probably in his 30s. Why do you ask? The general inquired. That's strange today. I briefly recounted the ambush I had faced earlier. What? The magic swordsman you encountered was a woman. And she even released white crystal combat aura? General Sharang exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, and she also executed the long-lost ultimate martial magic technique Shadow of Thunder. I added. Well, it is already quite remarkable that you managed to escape her clutches. Who could she possibly be? There shouldn't be such a powerful magic swordswoman among the three great empires, much less a woman. General Sharang mused. How old was she? I didn't get a clear look. She wore a cloak the entire time. But from her voice she should be quite young. General Sharang fell into deep thought, seemingly trying hard to recall which young expert possessed such strength, but to no avail. He eventually sighed, perhaps. She is a recent emergence, much like the former Saken. Not all sword saints belong to the three great empires. There may still be many unknown experts hidden among the common folk. Not belonging to the three great empires? A thought struck me, could she be of the divine race? I recalled Yali's, as a princess of the divine race she should possess such strength. However, given her status, how could she expend effort to test my capabilities? I quickly dismissed that conjecture. Star. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Luna asked beside me. Oh. Am I in a daze? Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. I was just reflecting on Uncle's words, realizing there are so many experts in the continent. I need to work harder. I smiled awkwardly. Though they were still a bit skeptical, they didn't delve further. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's matters. Xuanya. I will gradually explain everything to her. I said, rising as the day was getting late. I won't worry too much. You young folks can resolve your matters yourselves, right? Don't you think so, my precious daughter? General Sharang said humorously, turning to Xuanya. She shot me a glare before entering her room. Sister Luna, Sasha, you should also prepare well. I will come looking for you tomorrow morning. Star, young master. Are you really allowing us to accompany you? The two exclaimed in surprise. Even if I disagreed, would you two stay put here? I said with a mix of teasing and helplessness. The latter shot me a pleased look as if to say at least you understand. The next day Luna and Sasha arrived at my residence early. It was supposed to be my turn to find them, but unexpectedly they came looking for me first. They had already prepared water and food, and I merely gathered a few tools that might come in handy before we left the apartment. Please report that Star Feather Disc seeks an audience with the Holy Maiden regarding the matter of the 5-color mystic crystal. I told a guard at the entrance of the Divine Race Pavilion. No need. A melodious voice sounded as Yalis emerged accompanied by 2 attendants. We are ready, let's discuss the specifics as we walk. So does this underground maze only have an entrance but no exit? Luna exclaimed in surprise after hearing Huang's explanation. At this moment we had reached the outskirts of the Darren Church ruins and were discussing related matters. That could be one way to put it, but it doesn't mean we can't get out. Saying it has no exit simply means that its entrance is one way. We can only enter from there but cannot come out from the same spot. To be precise, its entrance should be a one-way teleportation magic circle. At the end of this underground maze there are 2 one-way teleportation magic circles that can transport people inside to the outside world. Yalis explained from the side. So once we go in, unless we find the end of the maze, we will be trapped inside forever. That's correct. Yalis replied, moreover the maze is filled with numerous traps and conceals countless high-level magical beasts. I didn't completely withdraw either, she added with a hint of sarcasm. If you change your mind, it's not too late now. Hearing her say this, I couldn't help but hesitate. I could manage, but what about Luna and Shasha? Although they were not weak and Shasha was even comparable to me, they were still 2 girls. Did I really want them to accompany me on such a perilous journey that could potentially lead to no return? Suddenly a sense of foreboding struck me. I felt something dangerous might happen to them. Luna, Shasha, don't go in. Wait for me to come out here. I said seriously. Xing, why? Didn't you promise to let us accompany you? Why now? Luna asked, puzzled. Shasha also looked at me in confusion. Young master, are you afraid we might encounter danger? You don't need to worry, we can protect ourselves. No, this time it's different. I have a premonition that if you go along you will face unprecedented danger. Please listen to me and wait for me here, all right? I nearly pleaded. Young Master Xingyu, are you always this indecisive when it comes to your actions? Yalis said impatiently, her tone tinged with mockery. Indecisive? I retorted sharply, what do you know? You divine beings are born with immense power and of course have nothing to worry about. But what about those with weaker self-preservation abilities? Have you considered them? You. Yalis looked at me with an unusual expression as if pondering something. It seemed like it was the first time she had heard such an argument. Perhaps being endowed with great power by birth, she had never considered such matters. Princess Yu. Lake glanced at me and then at Yalis as if he would attack me the moment my lady gave the command. Forget it, Lake. Yalis sighed, maybe he's right. We divine beings only know how to solve everything with power and have never thought about those without power. Let them discuss it a bit more. I thought she would be angry, but unexpectedly this divine princess was quite understanding, and her tone when speaking to Lake gave me a sense of familiarity. But I had no time to think about that anymore. Luna, can you just listen to me this once? Xing. We've faced even more dangerous situations together. Luna glanced at the divine beings and said, are we really afraid of such obstacles? No matter whether it's life or death, I will stay by your side. A resolute light radiated from her eyes. I turned to Shasha, who wore the same expression. It reminded me of the time we encountered the divine General Leo. Yes, compared to that crisis, what did this minor obstacle count for? Besides, didn't I promise her that no matter what danger we encountered she would stay by my side? If we must die, let us die together, and besides we might not even die. I finally made my decision, feeling much more at ease. I raised my arms and gently placed my hands on Luna and Shasha's shoulders, saying in a soft voice, all right, no matter what dangers lie ahead, let us face them together. The 2 of them looked at me with immense happiness, completely oblivious to the presence of the 3 divine beings nearby. Young Master Xingyu, if you've made your decision, we can go in now. Yalis urged, and as she looked at us a hint of unusual emotion appeared on her previously calm face. Is this the place? I asked. At this moment we were already in a dilapidated warehouse inside Darin Church. Due to years of disrepair it was filled with cobwebs and dust, but it was quite spacious. What caught my attention most was the strong magical aura that permeated this place. I couldn't even discern which type of magical element it belonged to. Indeed, as long as we clear the dust here we will find the entrance to the underground palace, Huang said. Leave it to me, Luna said. Without reciting any incantations, a large amount of wind elements immediately gathered around her. Then those wind elements transformed into a swift wind spreading outward from the point where she stood. The wind was expertly controlled, raising neither a cloud of dust nor causing discomfort to those around, effectively pushing the dust on the ground away. In no time all the dust was pushed to the walls surrounding us. I couldn't help but admire the exceptional control the Wind Clan had over the wind elements. While many could perform such magic, few could do it as precisely as Luna did with just a wave of her hand. Moreover, she didn't use any incantations, gathering a large amount of wind elements purely through her will. That alone was something very few could achieve. I couldn't help but admire York's teaching style, having developed Luna's potential so much in just over half a month. What surprised me even more were the three divine beings, including Yalis. They had previously assumed that Luna was merely my subordinate, and that she had come here relying entirely on my protection, clearly not considering her strength. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, wondering how they would feel upon seeing Luna's black wings. A magic circle? I glanced down casually and saw that the dust had been swept away, revealing a circular magic circle with a diameter of over 8 meters. Finally found it, Yalis said. This is the one-way teleportation magic circle we mentioned. If there are no objections, I will activate it. Then it would be much obliged, Holy Maiden, I replied politely. Following her instructions, we all stood in the center of the magic circle. Actually, this magic circle is very easy to activate, but due to the extreme dangers within the maze, very few have dared to enter and try over the years, which is why it has gradually been forgotten by the world. Yalis took a half step forward and began to chant a very common teleportation incantation, as the sun and moon alternate time and space reverse. Magic circle of the other realm, heed my request and transport me to that domain. Begin. A brilliant white light rose from the ground, and we all simultaneously vanished from the open space. I didn't expect it to be so spacious here, though it's a bit dark and quite humid, Huang remarked casually. This is only the first layer of the maze, Yalis said. According to the records, there shouldn't be any high-level magical beasts here, but we must not let our guard down because... Everyone be careful. Something is approaching us, I said urgently. What is it? Lake asked. Due to the low light here, it was impossible to see beyond 5 meters, no matter how good one's eyesight was. I extended my index finger, and with a slight thought, a fireball with a diameter of more than half a foot appeared above my fingertip, perfectly suspended in the air. Though small, it emitted a bright light, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were daytime. Just a few Tabols. Watch me take care of them, Lake said. Note: Tabol, a low-level water-type magical beast about half a person tall with sharp teeth and capable of shooting high-pressure water jets. They are social creatures with a relatively mild temperament and do not attack other species unless provoked. Stop. I suddenly recalled something and quickly advised. However, it was too late. Lake waved his hand, releasing several light balls that pierced and killed those Tabols. This is bad, I sighed. Young Master Xingyu, you are being overly cautious. They are just low-level magical beasts, there's no need to. Lake said. Lake, he was right to stop you. Look. Yalis pointed to the right. Everyone followed her gesture and saw thousands, no tens of thousands of Tabols flooding in from the front and right like a black cloud. The sheer number of Tabols had a combat power that could definitely rival a well-equipped army. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This is exactly what I was about to say, Yalis sighed. Though this layer is filled with low-level magical beasts, their numbers are astonishing, and we have provoked them. Your Highness. My subordinate. Alright, no need to address each other like that anymore, I said leisurely, suddenly shifting the topic. Let's think about how to shake them off and find the entrance to the second layer. Flame Thunder Bomb. A fireball over a meter in diameter shot from my hand, landing right in the midst of the tables ahead. Boom. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Dozens of tables were instantly blown to pieces. Everyone follow me forward. Use magic attacks as much as possible. I shouted, Luna Shasha, stick close to me. Everyone had no time to respond and could only closely follow behind me, continuously casting large area attack spells. Boom. 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 With my magical attacks, hundreds of tables were blasted to smithereens. However, the situation was not optimistic, yet there were so many tables that we could not kill them all. Every time we killed one, two, or even three would take its place. We struggled hard to advance just a few dozen meters. But we had no other choice now. Our only option was to push forward with all our might. Although there was mutual distrust between us and the divine beings in this critical moment, we had to unite and fight with all our strength. During this process I gained a general Although there was mutual distrust between us and the divine beings in this critical moment, we had to unite and fight with all our strength. During this process I gained a general understanding of everyone's, although there was mutual distrust between us and the divine beings in this critical moment, we had to unite and fight with all our strength. During this process I gained a general understanding of everyone's, mainly the three divine beings' strengths. Lake and Huang were of equal strength, both warriors, and while they had some knowledge of holy light magic, their level was limited. They primarily relied on martial skills. From their still forming holy fighting chi, they seemed to be comparable to me, both nearing the level of a sword saint. However, that was only in terms of quantity. In terms of quality, there was absolutely no comparison to my holy magic fighting chi. After this bout of fighting, their true energy was evidently depleted by 70 or 80%, which could be inferred from their irregular panting. In contrast, thanks to my astonishing recovery speed with holy magic true chi, I still had over 60% of my energy left, alternating between magic and martial skills. However, on the surface I still pretended to look somewhat exhausted. As for Yali's, she seemed to have her concerns and had not drawn her sword, continually using magic attacks. However, during two critical moments she unconsciously released her holy fighting chi, pushing back the approaching tables, which was far purer than Lake and Huang's. In my view, she had undoubtedly reached the level of a sword saint. However, the recovery speed of holy fighting chi still couldn't compare with holy magic fighting chi. After this, in her fierce assault, her level of exhaustion was not much less than that of the two divine beings, and she continued to gasp for breath. Shasha's martial skills emphasized speed rather than power. She moved like a wraith among the tables, killing them with precision strikes from her short blades, taking them down in a single blow without exerting any unnecessary effort. Among them she had expended the least energy. However, because her skills focused on speed and her internal strength was relatively lacking, she still burned through a significant amount of physical stamina and was beginning to feel fatigued. The one in the worst situation was Luna. Born without martial skills, she could only attack with magic. After casting spell after spell, her energy was nearly depleted, and by the end she could only move forward with my support. Yet her few high-level wind magic spells had a wide range and had indeed eliminated quite a number of tables. There should be about a kilometer left. What? There's still half the way to go? But we've already exhausted ourselves quite a bit. I was surprised. Even though I still had 60% of my strength left, if we kept pushing like this, I wouldn't be able to ensure Luna and Shasha could return unscathed. I don't know the specifics either, I learned about them from recorded literature. However, continuing like this is definitely not a solution. Yalis looked at the two divine beings. While I dealt with the swarming tables, I was deep in thought about a good strategy to retreat. If we couldn't come up with a solution in a short time, we were almost at risk of total annihilation. Suddenly I spotted a 5-meter high boulder about 6 or 7 meters ahead, almost touching the top of the maze. Given its height, if we could get up there, the tables should not be able to attack us. A bold plan sparked in my mind. Everyone, do you see that boulder? I pointed ahead. Huang looked forward, puzzled. You want everyone to hide up there? Although the Tubulls won't be able to attack us there if they don't leave, we'll still be trapped here. You all go up and I'll draw them back to the way we came. I declared firmly. Then while they are retreating, you all rush to the entrance of the second level. How can that be? Luna was the first to retort. If you do that, won't you? She did not continue. I looked at everyone. Apart from Yali's, everyone showed different expressions. Some were worried and anxious, while others were admiring and astonished. It seemed they were all watching someone prepared to sacrifice themselves. I couldn't help but be surprised. Did she already guess my plan? But at this moment I had no time to think further. I smiled and said casually, "Don't worry. I'm not that great. I don't want to die so early. You all wait for me at the entrance of the second level. I have my own way to escape. However, you must release enough chi or magical energy that I can sense, otherwise I might truly not return." I made a gesture to Luna and Shasha that only they could understand, and they immediately reacted. However, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Luna and Shasha only worried about my safety, but unexpectedly the one who understood me best was the divine princess I regarded as my formidable opponent. "Alright, let's do as I say or we really won't have another chance," I urged. "Fine." Everyone cast spells together, clearing away nearly 100 Tubulls blocking the way, then covered each other as they climbed up the boulder. "You all try to hide your presence as much as possible. I'm going." I drew my sword, leapt down from the boulder, and unleashed magic and martial arts, quickly dispatching dozens of Tubulls. Seeing their companions killed, these single-celled lower beasts went mad and rushed toward me, neglecting the presence of the others hidden on the boulder. I cast several wide area spells in place to better draw them away and charged back toward our previous path. Those bloodthirsty Tubulls indeed obeyed, completely abandoning the people on the boulder and following me back. This time, being alone, I had no worries. I unleashed all the wide area explosive magical skills I had initially refrained from using to avoid harming my companions. Furthermore, with the addition of the powerful holy magic battle chi, the power of these spells increased dramatically, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. However, this did not mean they posed no threat to me, as even the mightiest tiger can become exhausted. Fortunately, my goal was merely to draw them away. Moreover, it had already achieved the desired effect. Because I could sense Luna and the others' chi had left the boulder and were moving rapidly toward the entrance of the second level. "Princess, what's wrong?" Huang asked concernedly, looking at Yali's, whose complexion had slightly changed. "Huang, did you sense that? It seems a previously unseen chi has suddenly appeared behind us, somewhat similar to ours but also a bit different." Yali's pondered as she moved. "Princess, you sensed it too?" Huang and spoke at the same time. "I thought it was just our illusion. There shouldn't be such a chi in the world, could it be? It might be a type of magical beast we've never seen before." Luna interjected, her expression somewhat tense, as she certainly knew where the chi Yali sensed came from. "Impossible. Although that aura is strange and it's not too far away, I can be certain that it is definitely not emanating from a magical beast. To be precise, it should be a person." Yali stared into Luna's eyes. The latter felt a wave of anxiety. "Everyone, we should stop discussing these irrelevant topics." Sasha, who had been silent, suddenly said, "We haven't completely shaken off the Tubulls yet. If we don't hurry to find the entrance to the second level, the young master may not be able to hold on. Yes, without his distraction the Tubulls will surely turn back to chase us. We shouldn't delay everyone because of this." Yalis chuckled lightly, clearly not fully convinced, but quickened her pace. Luna and Shasha exchanged glances and sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Haven't they arrived yet? If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. At that moment I was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Tubulls. Although I could unleash my full strength without restraint alone, the pressure I bore had increased several-fold compared to before, and my physical stamina was depleting rapidly. Even though the recovery speed of holy magic chi was several times faster than other types of chi, there was still a limit. In other words, my rate of consumption had far exceeded my recovery speed, and my stamina was now down to less than 20%. Flame barrier? I had cast this spell countless times already, and each time I used it I could barely hold on for long before being swept away by the tableau's overwhelming high-pressure water columns. However, I could still take advantage of the brief moment to recover some stamina. Just then, they've found the entrance. I exclaimed in joy as I felt that Yali's and the others' chi had suddenly intensified to a level I could sense, and they were stationary at a certain point. Clearly they were notifying me of their location. Thunderfire Inferno. I gathered my magical power and unleashed this powerful composite spell, instantly blasting apart the tableaus within a 20-meter radius, creating a large space around me. I focused my mind and accurately locked onto Yali's and the others' location. Teleport. My figure vanished abruptly. Young Master, you finally came back. Luna and Shasha exclaimed in delight upon seeing my sudden appearance. Yeah, that was really a close call. If you had taken a little longer to find the entrance, I might not have returned, I said half-jokingly. At that moment we stood in front of a magic circle emitting blue light, with Yali's and Luna standing together while Like and Huang guarded the surroundings with scattered corpses of magical beasts at their feet, clearly killed in their vent of anger. I never expected to be driven to such a state by these low-level magical beasts. Huang sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Even ants can kill a person in numbers. No matter how strong you are, facing hundreds or thousands of enemies many times your strength is futile. Huang, there's no need for such lamentation, Yali said. But this time we owe it to young Master Xingyu. Where? I took the risk to divert the magical beasts for my own safety, otherwise we would all be trapped by them, I said casually. Haha, young Master Xingyu is truly straightforward, Yali's remarked. But I really admire how you can utilize teleport so skillfully. As she spoke, a strange light flashed in her eyes, filled with admiration, seemingly hinting at some inexplicable anger, which gave me a sense of déjà vu. However, at this moment I was too eager to recover my stamina to delve into those thoughts. Luna, Shasha, how are you recovering? I've recovered quite a bit. After you left we were protected by those few, so we didn't expend much energy. Luna pointed to the divine beings. Shasha nodded simultaneously. Great, then let's prepare to set off soon, I said. Xing, have you fully recovered? Yeah, I'm ready to go at any time, I replied easily. Oh. We have only recovered 70%. His words quickly drew the attention of others, and Yali's and Huang also looked at me with astonishment, as if we have only recovered 70%. His words quickly drew the attention of others, and Yali's and Huang also looked at me with astonishment, as if they needed an explanation. I inwardly cursed myself for being careless, and I said, haha, I didn't experience any fierce battle. When I diverted the tableaus, I mostly evaded them with my movement techniques, so I didn't really expend much stamina, I hurriedly explained. That's right. With your strength you can't break through by brute force, Like nodded after pondering for a moment, clearly convinced by my explanation. Fortunately, he didn't understand my true strength. If he returned to the place where I had just fought, he probably wouldn't have believed my explanation. Fortunately, they didn't have the energy to dig deeper, including Yali's. Princess, is it possible to activate the teleportation array to the second level now? I changed the subject. Okay, I'm coming right now. Yali stood in front of the array and softly recited a few commonly known teleportation incantations. Suddenly a blue light flashed and a teleportation portal over 2 meters in diameter appeared in the center of the array, completely made of energy. Let's go in. Be careful. Just as I was about to step into the portal with everyone, I suddenly sensed an extremely powerful magical aura surging toward us, and I distinctly felt that it was emanating from that teleportation portal. Without thinking, I hurriedly pulled Luna and Shasha back, leaping more than 10 meters away. Yali's and the others sensed the danger and hurriedly jumped away from the spot. What a dense water element, Huang said with a serious tone. Not only that, but it also contains an aura of extreme cold, I added. They're starting to condense, Luna exclaimed. I saw the water elements gathering at an alarming speed, condensing until they formed the shape of a person. Its size was larger, over 3 meters tall. However, what alarmed us was not its size, but the extreme cold aura that seemed capable of freezing anything. Even from over 10 meters away we felt a chill running through us. What exactly is this? How is it that I can sense no trace of life from its form? Could it be merely a mechanism left by the ancient gods when they constructed this underground palace? I speculated inwardly, convinced that the others shared my thoughts. Yet what transpired next left us utterly astounded. Ice Peak, guardian of the water maze. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden domain I protect? It actually spoke in a cold masculine voice. Though its tone was peculiar, it did not, as we had imagined, attack us intruders without a word. I am Yingyu Medis, an envoy of the Kingdom of John. I have come to obtain the ancient divine artifact, the five-colored crystal. These are my companions. I briefly explained our purpose without introducing everyone by name, for I knew that what it sought was not our individual identities but the reason for our arrival. Since you know the five-colored crystal is a divine artifact of antiquity, you should understand it belongs to the gods and is not something mere mortals can possess. Unless you can prove yourselves worthy of wielding this divine artifact. As it spoke, the chill around it intensified, abruptly surging toward us with alarming speed. Its biting cold was several times fiercer than before. I knew this chill was deliberately unleashed by it, incomparable to the natural cold emanating earlier. Hastily positioning myself before Luna and Sasha, I released a protective barrier of battle aura while conjuring two flame barriers in front of the group. Yalis and the two Celestials also summoned their own battle auras to shield themselves. With a hissing sound, the chill collided with the flame barriers. The two opposing energies eroded each other, producing a prolonged resonance. The two flame barriers did not hold long before being breached by the enemy's cold. Yet that chill had been significantly weakened by my barriers and was ultimately blocked by our protective auras. Despite this, we felt no relief, for he had already launched another assault. With a mere focus of his mind, countless swords of ice materialized around him, hurtling toward us with the force of a thunderbolt. We had no time to cast magical barriers. All we could do was channel our battle aura into our weapons, dodging or parrying the swords that we could not evade. The three Celestials fared well, but Luna, innately unskilled in martial arts and unable to cast defensive spells in time, could only rely on Sasha and me for protection. Before long, however, she conjured a whirlwind barrier behind us. Though it could not fully block the flying ice swords, it significantly slowed their speed, and some were even knocked off course by the gale. This greatly relieved the pressure on Sasha and me. I felt somewhat puzzled if this assault seemed not particularly strong. In fact, it appeared easier to withstand than the previous chill. Could this be the limit of Ice Peak's power? It seemed too easy. And it did not match the imposing aura he exuded. Yet what followed shocked me profoundly. I discovered that my sword was coated in a thick layer of frost, and worse, this finely forged steel weapon showed signs of being frozen. Ancient texts had described that when cold reached a certain extreme, it could freeze any substance, including metal. But no one had ever achieved such a feat. Perhaps only the so-called gods could. Yet our adversary before us had done it, even if not to that absolute degree. He was perilously close to that level. Though formidable, it was utterly impossible for him to have approached the legendary gods. The ice swords we shattered did not vanish, instead they lingered as fragments suspended in midair, encircling us. His assault continued unabated, wave after wave of ice swords shooting toward us. All I could do was swing my longsword, relentlessly shattering them. Damn it! Huang roared, merging his spirit with his blade, charging at Ice Peak like a streak of fire. His opening move was a fierce blend of speed and power. Yet I sensed something amiss. Though his movements were swift, they seemed slightly sluggish, marred by unnecessary pauses that turned what should have been a flawless technique into one riddled with openings. And the closer he got to Ice Peak, the more his speed diminished. This starkly contradicted the prowess he had displayed earlier. Against an ordinary foe it might not matter, but he faced the inscrutable might of Ice Peak. When he was still 4 or 5 meters from Ice Peak, the latter waved his right hand mysteriously. 5 ice swords twice as large as the previous ones materialized out of thin air and shot toward Huang at double the speed. Huang swiftly altered his stance, shifting to the right. To us, his speed should have made evading those 5 ice swords effortless. But reality defied my expectations. As Huang sidestepped, his body faltered once more and his speed was not as fast as anticipated. As the saying goes, a miss is as good as a mile. In a duel between masters there is no room for error. In that instant of hesitation the 5 ice swords entered the range from which he could not escape. With a shout he swept his sword in a desperate attempt to shatter the incoming blades. Yet his arms faltered unexpectedly once more. He only managed to strike 3 of the ice swords while the other 2 struck his left arm and right shoulder blade. Blood gushed forth, but not for long, for the areas struck by the ice swords were instantly frozen, including the flowing blood. Huang knelt on one knee gripping his sword, his teeth chattering from the cold. The rest of us were stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. No one had imagined that Huang would be severely wounded before even engaging the enemy. What is happening? I wondered inwardly. Princess, beware. These fragments floating in the air. They slow my movements, preventing me from using my full speed. By then Huang had been escorted to the rear by Yalis and Lake, where he sat on the ground channeling his energy to expel the chill. Breathlessly he revealed the baffling secret. No wonder, I thought, gazing at the suspended fragments, even these tiny ice crystals are cold enough to slow one's speed. Has he truly reached the level where he can freeze any substance? How does he achieve this? Swoosh swoosh. Yalis testily slashed 2 sword chi strikes. Since close combat was impossible, ranged attacks with sword chi or magic were the only option. Ice Peak unhurriedly conjured 2 thick walls of ice before him. Due to the distance, the sword chi had lost much of its power by the time it reached the walls, and the ice's formidable solidity meant the strikes failed to even penetrate the first wall before dissipating. It seems sword chi is ineffective at this range. We'll have to use magic attacks, I said to the group. Foolish to attempt magic in the presence of my immense magical energy. Ice Peak spoke again. Before him materialized a massive orb of coalesced water elements brimming with an incredibly potent freezing chill. And it continued to gather and swell? Such formidable magical energy? I exclaimed. I glanced at Yalis and Lake, who nodded in understanding. Knowing none of us could withstand such a powerful magical assault alone, we resolved to face the coming onslaught together. With a hum, the energy orb finally ceased expanding. Yet its sheer size astonished us anew, for its diameter nearly filled the entire underground palace. Then, under Ice Peak's control, it hurtled toward us. Ordinarily we could have easily dodged it with our speed. But now, hindered by the floating ice crystals and its immense size, we had no choice but to meet it head-on. Raging flame tide. I roared as searing flames surged forward like towering waves, one after another. Wings of radiance charging strike. Holy blazing wave. Yalis and Lake each unleashed their signature moves. Boom. The 3 energies simultaneously struck the colossal orb, generating violent tremors that cracked several stone pillars over 2 meters thick in the distance. After the fierce collision, the 4 energies finally calmed into a stalemate, locked in a tug-of-war. Under my will, the raging flame tide surged like an avalanche, wave after wave, toward Ice Peak. The heat it generated was suffocating to those nearby. And due to their opposing natures, the raging flame tide not only hindered the ice orb's advance but also continuously eroded it. Lake's magic was purely impact-based. Though it could not disperse the massive orb, it absorbed much of its force, playing an indispensable blocking role. Yalis's magical prowess surpassed Lake's. Her wings of radiance charging strike combined immense impact with the advantage of light elements, rapidly breaking down the water elements that formed the orb. With our combined efforts, the massive energy orb was swiftly diminishing, on the verge of being shattered. Just then, not bad. I underestimated you, Ice Peak's icy voice rang out again. But this alone is not enough to defeat me. Ha! The chill intensified abruptly. The orb, already reduced by half, instantly restored to its original state, and its cold, now several times fiercer, nearly froze the magical energies we had unleashed. Yet we held on desperately, knowing that to give up now meant certain death. Though none of us knew how much longer we could endure. In terms of raw quantity, the orb Ice Peak had conjured was fearsome, but our combined strength should have been enough to suppress it. However, the absolute cold that could freeze everything left us defenseless. Though I still had a powerful hidden card, the Holy Demon True Chi. I knew that my unrefined sacred demon True Chi was no match for the extreme cold energy that had already reached its pinnacle. I could never comprehend how Bingfeng could emit such profound extreme cold energy with his strength. It was absolutely impossible. For a person wielding elemental magic, if they defy common sense and unleash magical energy beyond their control, they will inevitably be countered by the very elements they manipulate. In other words, with Bingfeng's abilities, he cannot manipulate water elements strong enough to generate such cold. If he forcibly emits such powerful chill, he will first be frozen by it. Even if he was comprised of water element energy, he would be no exception. Unless there is something else within him. The situation did not allow me to think further as the massive energy sphere driven by the extreme cold continued to advance toward us. Just then, sizzle, ah! Bingfeng suddenly halted his assault, freeing his hands to cover his left eye. The energy sphere, devoid of support from the extreme cold energy, was quickly dispersed by us. Sasha! Well done! I cheered. It turned out that Sasha had seized the opportunity while Bingfeng was fully attacking us, using her invisibility skill combined with her extraordinary speed to dart in front of him and stab his left eye with a short blade. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, she withdrew before Bingfeng could react. Ah! So hot! Clang! Sasha suddenly shrieked and dropped her short dagger. I instinctively looked at her. She was clutching her right hand, which had just held the blade, her face revealing a hint of pain. Her delicate palm had turned bright red from the burn, with many small blisters forming. Meanwhile, the short dagger on the ground was emitting wisps of white smoke, its blade glowing red as if it had just been taken from a furnace. Ha! The crowd exclaimed in unison. The disparity between this sensation and reality was truly vast, and no one would expect Bingfeng, who was surrounded by cold air, to have such intense heat within, capable of melting the metal that pierced his body. Suddenly a flash of insight struck me. Could it be that he was using the heat energy within him to counteract the backlash of the extreme cold? In that case, did he possess a massive collection of fire elements within him? It must be so. Concluding this, I finally reached a definitive conclusion. What a marvelous structure! No wonder he could emit such astonishing extreme cold energy. However, as clever as it was, his deformed dual structure had a fatal flaw that could not be rectified. Once one pole was disrupted, the other would inevitably lose balance and backfire, leading to his own collapse. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as a victorious smile crept across my lips, leaving others puzzled. Luna thought I was mocking Sasha for accidentally burning her right hand. Xingyu, Luna frowned slightly, speaking with some irritation. Sister Luna, where are you going with this? I chuckled helplessly. I'm happy because I've finally discovered his weakness. I gestured toward Bingfeng. Weakness? Indeed, and it is a lethal weakness. Moreover, I have already found a way to deal with him. I spoke confidently. Just wait for the show. Ignoring the astonished and puzzled gazes of the three deities, I clasped my hands behind my back and strolled toward Bingfeng with the utmost grace. At this moment, Bingfeng seemed to have regained his composure. He did not rage despite having one eye injured, and instead exhibited an unusual calmness. Such speed, such agility! Young lady, you are one of the few humans who have harmed me. Though it was due to my momentary carelessness. Bingfeng looked at Sasha and spoke slowly. Don't worry. There will be another one soon. I said confidently. Who is it? Bingfeng asked. Could it be you? Your strength is not much stronger than hers. Now that I am on guard, you cannot harm me. His tone was filled with confidence. With a flash of white light, his left eye, which had just been stabbed by Sasha, was restored to its original state. Indeed, he truly was an energy collection without a physical form. Ordinary physical attacks could not inflict substantial harm on him. I thought to myself. You are mistaken. To injure you, it relies not solely on strength but also on this. I extended my index finger and gently tapped my own head, speaking confidently. This time not only will I injure you, but I will also completely defeat you. My aura suddenly surged, enveloped in a layer of purple fighting spirit. Is that all? You are doomed. An energy sphere over half a meter in diameter formed in front of Bingfeng again. Evidently this time his target was solely me. Teleportation. As his energy sphere was not fully formed, I cast this teleportation spell and instantly appeared in front of him. Due to the brief time, Bingfeng did not even notice that I had reached his front, still gathering energy for the sphere. Of course I would not give him the chance. Reversal of the universe. I executed this technique of using force against force at close range, sending the unformed energy sphere rolling back, striking his head directly. The water elements infused with extreme cold energy collided with the fire elements containing pure yang energy, rapidly dissolving each other, ultimately resulting in a small explosion. Finally, the delicate balance within Bingfeng was shattered by me. Without the harmony of the fire elements within him, his extreme cold energy, which exceeded conventional limits, began to backlash against his own body. We clearly saw his water element body freezing, rapidly cracking with countless fissures. The cracks mercilessly spread until his body exploded, shattering into countless ice crystals, which further decomposed into water elements, merging into the air. Ignoring the astonished and questioning gazes of the crowd, I slowly sheathed my longsword and performed a backflip to return to Luna and Sasha's side. That's strange. How did you manage to easily obliterate such a troublesome character? After being tended to by my two companions, Huang, who had almost recovered, could no longer hold back his curiosity. It's simple. Bingfeng's strength is not as formidable as you imagine. He completely used a shortcut approach to gain the ability to manipulate extreme cold energy, which also brought him a fatal weakness. I briefly explained the principle behind Bingfeng's use of extreme cold energy. Thus he can eliminate a mindless sword saint but cannot defeat a great swordsman. I added at the end. Glancing at the three deities, I saw admiration and shame on their faces. Even the usually proud Yalis was no exception. Well said. Two voices echoed in unison as two energy orbs, one blue and one red, appeared where Bingfeng had vanished, consisting of water and fire elements respectively. Are you? Indeed, we are the original forms of the Bingfeng. You defeated the water spirit and fire spirit guarding this underground palace. Rest assured, after being defeated once by you, we no longer have the capacity to fight again. Moreover, you have passed this layer's test. Seeing that I was about to draw my sword again, they quickly added, as for why we are like this, I believe that Lord Yingyu, who understands our transformation principle, should be well aware already. Yes, indeed. I nodded in agreement. Now can we pass through? Please go ahead. The two voices responded simultaneously. No wonder they could coordinate so expertly. It turned out that the tone of the two people speaking was crafted from the same mold. However, you must be careful. Our other companions are not as good-tempered as we are. Once they start fighting, they will fight to the death. The two spirits spoke simultaneously as if their tempers were so amiable. Thank you for the advice. We will be careful. I replied politely. What? Are we going to split up so soon? I asked in slight surprise at a fork in the road, though deep down I couldn't wait to part ways with these three deities. At this point we had successfully reached the second layer and had traveled quite a distance. Fortunately, we had not encountered any obstacles. Yes, our purpose here is different from yours, so the routes we take will differ slightly. If you wish to obtain the 5-color mysterious crystal, you should take the left path while we will take the right. Yali said. Moreover, didn't you want to part ways with us earlier? She shot me a knowing glance, clearly having seen through my thoughts. Not at all, I chuckled awkwardly, my tone somewhat embarrassed. In that case, let's split up quick. Alright, please go ahead, young master. Yali said. Then we will go ahead first to see you later. I replied politely. I truly admire young Master Xingyia's intelligence and martial skills. I hope to spar with you one day, Huang said with a smile, though his eyes shot two sharp glints. Hee, definitely. I chuckled awkwardly again. Princess, weren't we supposed to part ways with them at the third layer? In fact, both paths ultimately lead to the same place. After we left, Lake asked in confusion. Isn't it good for someone to clear the way for us? Of course, Yalis giggled. Even if there are casualties, it won't be our turn to take risks. But I understand. Huang seemed to want to say something but was immediately silenced by Lake. Lake Huang, do you think I am sometimes too treacherous in my actions? Looking at the direction we were leaving, Yala's expression suddenly turned somewhat sorrowful and helpless, as if she had completely changed into another person. With a bitter smile she said, "Sometimes I even doubt whether those things were really done by me. I am increasingly unrecognizable to myself." "Not at all. The princess will always be pure and kind in our eyes," Lake and Huang comforted simultaneously. "Really? Alas. I feel like I am gradually being split into two people. Which one is the real me?" Xingyu said, "This level is the Wind Labyrinth, yet we've walked for so long and still haven't encountered a single wind-affiliated beast." Luna asked softly. By now we had traversed the second level of this subterranean palace for nearly 2 hours, yet not a single hazard had manifested, nor even the faintest trace of a low-tier beast. I too find it suspicious. Still, judging by the dense concentration of wind elements permeating the air, this level is indeed the Wind Labyrinth. I paused in thought before replying, "We must proceed with utmost caution. The architect of this maze would never permit intruders such as ourselves to pass through unchallenged." Indeed. Judging by distance alone, we should be nearing the end of this level. Perhaps another guardian like Ice Peak awaits us there. Shasha interjected. As we spoke we advanced another 40 meters, when suddenly a sharp gust surged from ahead, striking our bodies and whipping our robes into rustling billows that flared violently backward. The gale lasted precisely 20 seconds before ceasing, leaving behind the same eerie stillness as before. Moments later a gust of identical intensity swept forth once more, again lasting exactly 20 seconds before vanishing, as if governed by immutable law. "Master, the atmosphere ahead feels unnatural. He'll scout ahead first," Shasha said, darting forward, only to be gently restrained by Luna before she could take a single step. "Sister, you," Shasha murmured, bewildered. Due to my presence, Shasha addressed Luna as sister, though neither knew for certain who was older. I sensed something amiss in the airflow ahead. This rigidly uniform wind velocity defies natural logic. Do not advance rashly. Moreover, I detect an unsettling arrangement of wind elements ahead, Luna explained, then picked up a palm-sized stone and hurled it forward. Crack! The stone shattered midair into dust. "Ah!" All three of us cried out in unison. Even Luna, who had braced herself, gasped aloud, clearly unprepared for the wind formation's staggering destructive power. Cold sweat beaded upon my brow. We had nearly been reduced to pulp without realizing it, and I marveled anew at Luna's extraordinary sensitivity to wind energy. The winged people, hailed as children of the wind, truly lived up to their name. Shasha paled visibly. Had Luna not seized her in time, she would have been the first torn apart. "Xing, what do we do?" Luna asked, her voice edged with dejection. After several failed attempts, using both magic and martial techniques to force a path, we finally grasped the truth. This wind formation blocked every conceivable route, its strength far beyond mortal capacity to breach, at least not with our current cultivation. It appears this is no mere arcane array, but rather a mechanism-based construct. I mused aloud, yet if it is a mechanism, there must exist a way to dismantle it. Let us search carefully, there may yet be clues hidden in plain sight. Very well. Well, split up and reconvene here in half a bell. Luna said. Master, look here. True to her reputation as a master tracker and assassin, Shasha was the first to uncover a clue. She pressed lightly with her right hand upon a specific stone tile on the wall. The tile sank inward, and immediately a circular stone slab, nearly 2 meters in diameter, rose before us, etched with cryptic lines and faded inscriptions, unmistakably a map, or so we hoped. Shasha, how did you find it? I exclaimed, astonished. Nothing special, just knowledge passed down by our clan elders. Shasha replied, slightly embarrassed. Master, see how this tile's hue is duller than the others. It was clearly installed separately. You noticed that? I asked, incredulous. In this dim light, even engraved characters would be nearly invisible. Hee, master, you forgot we catfolk possess innate night vision? Even children know this. Ah, right. Perhaps I overlooked that. I scratched the back of my head, mildly abashed. Xing, perhaps recent events have left you overly tense, so much so that even basic truths elude your memory. Fortunately, Luna stepped in to ease my embarrassment. Haha, yes. Must be all the stress lately. I chuckled awkwardly. In truth, I knew next to nothing about such fundamentals. Admitting it outright would simply feel humiliating. Luckily, I dodged the question. Right, let's examine this map closely. I swiftly redirected the conversation. Both women assented readily, thankfully neither teased me. Xing, do you recognize these markings? Luna asked, puzzled. I can't decipher a single character. This appears to be the mechanism's schematic. I pointed to the circular slab. According to its inscription, channeling a precise flow of true energy into this surface will open a small spatial gate, within which lies the control device to deactivate the wind formation. Master, you can read these strange glyphs. Shasha gasped. How? These characters have never appeared anywhere across the continent. Indeed, Xing, how do you know them? Luna, who had been absorbed in studying the slab, now turned to me, genuinely curious. I'm not entirely sure myself. I simply looked at them, and instinctively understood their meaning. I answered, honestly bewildered. I wasn't withholding anything. The script was utterly alien to me, unseen and unheard of. Yet comprehension arose, not from study but from some ineffable intuitive faculty. Instinctively? Surely not. Luna voiced doubt, her trust in my interpretation wavering, until I slowly channeled true energy into the slab, and directly before us a 2-meter square spatial gate materialized out of thin air. 2 pairs of wide, dewy eyes, doubled in size, locked onto me in astonishment. Ah! It's real, they cried together. Xing, did you truly decipher those glyphs by instinct alone? Luna asked. Of course, I've never lied to either of you. I replied with sincere, guileless expression, though inwardly I remained as mystified as they were. Seeing this, Luna ceased questioning, and Shasha naturally followed suit. Master, what shall we do next? Shasha asked, turning to the matter at hand. Shasha, you and Sister Luna enter the spatial gate, activate the mechanism within, and you'll be automatically returned through this very portal. I instructed firmly. Xing, won't you accompany us inside? Luna asked. I must guard this slab. I explained, should this slab be damaged, those inside will be trapped forever. Moreover, this spatial gate requires continuous infusion of true energy to remain open. If the flow halts, reactivating it will only open a gateway to a different space, one containing another activation mechanism, but one that would trap whoever entered first. Among us, only I possess sufficient inner energy reserves to sustain the gate. Thus this duty falls to me, not out of self-preservation but necessity. We all understood no single person, however powerful, could disable the wind formation alone. If the 2 who entered failed to activate the mechanism and perished, the one remaining outside would likewise be doomed, unable to traverse the labyrinth and condemned to perish within the wind labyrinth. My decision served the greater whole, and how could I possibly wish danger upon the 2 people I cherished most? All right, Xing, well, activate the mechanism as swiftly as possible. You stay safe. Luna spoke gently, her understanding evident. Master, well, go in first. Shasha, protect Sister Luna, and watch yourself too. Yes, Master. Shasha replied obediently. Xing, I've grown much stronger, I can protect myself, Luna added, blushing faintly. I smiled, watching them step through the spatial gate. Sister, how long have we been walking here? Shasha asked, growing anxious. Nearly half an hour. Xing, he can hold the gate for little more than an hour. Luna's own anxiety matched Shasha's. We've already been teleported back 3 times, keep this up and... But there are only 3 paths, yet we've tried each one. It's impossible, none works. Shasha frowned in confusion. Wait, Shasha. Luna suddenly exclaimed, eyes alight with revelation. What if these 3 corridors shift positions? Suppose the correct path begins centered, yet our first attempt took the leftmost corridor, returning us to the start. When we chose the center path next, it may have shifted left or right, meaning all 3 attempts led us into wrong corridors, each time triggering teleportation back to the beginning. Ah, I hadn't considered that. Shasha cried, thrilled, then her face fell. Still, even knowing this, finding the true path isn't simple. Would need to enter the same location 3 times consecutively to identify the genuine entrance, and if fortune falters 5 attempts might be required. Yet given our pace and dwindling time 3 more trials are already beyond reach. Hee, you're worried about my speed, aren't you? Luna laughed softly, then whispered a brief incantation. A flash of white light erupted, and from her back unfurled a pair of jet black wings stretching 3 meters wide. Though ID long revealed Luna's true nature to Shasha, and though Luna herself had shared her history openly, this was Shasha's first glimpse of Luna's true form and she recoiled in shock. From any angle those obsidian wings exuded an unnerving, almost uncanny aura. Like the elves, the winged people were famed for their beauty. Though their lifespans were shorter, they possessed no aging phase. Upon reaching 30, their forms ceased changing, preserving youthful perfection until death. Blessed with pristine snow-white wings since birth, they earned the epithet earthly angels. Undeniably, Luna bore a face of celestial purity, truly exceptional even among elves and winged people alike. Precisely because of this, her black wings created jarring dissonance, evoking both serene grace and chilling dread. Perhaps only I felt no such dissonance, perhaps my demonic heritage, or perhaps the weight of prior affection muted the strangeness. Beyond initial surprise, I felt nothing, until over time those wings became as natural to me as breath itself. Indeed, were those black wings ever to vanish, that would feel profoundly wrong, though others would not share my perception. Ah! Sister, you? Shasha's eyes widened, lips trembling soundlessly. Shasha, what's wrong? Luna gently touched her forehead, concern softening her voice. Did my appearance frighten you? Her tone held quiet remorse. Oh no, nothing. Reassured by Luna's warmth, Shasha regained composure, then flushed with embarrassment. Having grown close as sisters over days together, she now regretted her startled reaction. Sister, I'm sorry, I just... Hee, don't dwell on it. Luna murmured tenderly. Truly, anyone seeing me like this for the first time recoils, even my own parents. Sigh. You bearing it so well is already extraordinary. Perhaps the only soul in this world unshaken by my true form, is Xing. At his name, angelic radiance softened her features, suffusing her with quiet joy. Feeling Luna's happiness, Shasha found herself drawn into its gentle current, wondering silently, might the day come when Master treats me as tenderly as he does Sister Luna? If so, I would gladly, and so lost in private reverie the 2 women stood motionless, while the tension sparked by Luna's transformation dissolved like mist. Oh no, look at us daydreaming, we have wasted so much time. Luna suddenly said anxiously. Yes, we should hurry and set off, sister. Luna suddenly spread her wings and soared into the sky, her speed rivaling that of Shasha, perhaps even surpassing it. Though this soaring flight lacks the subtle agility of the latter's movement technique, which is mainly suited for close combat, it clearly exceeds in speed during this nearly straight progression. If Luna's stamina is on par with Shasha's, then during such a movement it would not merely be a case of perhaps surpassing. Even the ultimate martial art Thunder Shadow mentioned earlier is purely a form of movement technique crafted for actual combat, emphasizing the subtle motions of dodging and repositioning. While it can erupt with extraordinary speed in a straight line, it cannot be sustained. One could say each has their own advantages. At this moment both girls unleashed their maximum attainable speed, darting forward like 2 shadows akin to 2 gales rushing past. Sister, look, we finally found the correct entrance. The scenery here is completely different from the previous places. Shasha said excitedly. Though it took 4 tries to succeed, we still have about 15 minutes, which should be enough. Look, what are those? Luna pointed at a wall, saying, these murals are so strange. They seem to be images of ancient gods. I heard the elders in my clan mention them, and they even showed me similar albums. Shasha explained with great interest, pointing out, Sister, look at these people, they are the legendary guardian angels of the celestial realm. Those 6 individuals are the 6 supreme deities with the highest divine power. Huh? Is there one more? No way. Luna responded with confusion. Oh, it seems this one was added later, but it looks like it has been here for several thousand years. Shasha pointed to the one on the far right. Suddenly her little mouth formed an O shape. Sister, look, this person looks just like the young master. But he has a 6-pointed divine mark on his forehead and his hair. Sister, what's wrong? She turned around to see Luna standing there motionless, her eyes fixated on the figure in the mural resembling Xingyu, lost in a trance. Sister, what's wrong? Shasha asked anxiously. No response as Luna continued to gaze dreamily at the person in the painting. Zixing, zixing. Luna finally spoke as if enchanted, repeatedly murmuring this unfamiliar name. Sister, can you hear me? Shasha shook Luna vigorously, trying to wake her up, but it had no effect. Could she have fallen under an illusion? But who is this Zixing she keeps mentioning? Shasha thought worriedly. This isn't a solution, it looks like I'll have to knock her out and take her away first. She raised her hand to press on Luna's sleep point. Sister, wake up. Shasha had already carried Luna a considerable distance before she felt safe to awaken her once they were no longer surrounded by those detestable murals. Luna groaned a few times as she awoke. Ah, Shasha, what happened to me? Where is this? Sister, you scared me. You were staring at that painting in a daze. No matter how I called, you didn't respond. I think you might have fallen under an illusion. So, seeing that Luna was fine, Shasha recounted what had happened. Did I fall under an illusion? I only felt a blankness in my mind, and then I didn't know anything. After hearing Shasha's account, Luna said, Sister, you kept calling out Zixing at that painting. Is that a person's name? Shasha asked. Zixing. Did I say those 2 words? Luna shook her head vigorously but still couldn't recall anything. Sister, don't strain yourself trying to remember. After finally bringing Luna back to her senses, Shasha certainly didn't want to stir up trouble again. Let's hurry and find the mechanism. The 2 girls accelerated again as they sped forward. Sigh, haven't they succeeded yet? I thought anxiously. As time passed significantly without any news, I finally began to lose my composure. Although the recovery rate of the holy demon true energy is several times faster than that of ordinary internal force, it is not without limits. To maintain this spatial gate, the consumption of my true energy was far exceeding its recovery. If Luna and Shasha do not return within a quarter of an hour, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, while I was fully exerting my energy, I had not noticed the 3 lurking figures that had appeared behind me at some unknown time. Your Highness, that kid seems unable to hold on for much longer. Should we? Huang said to Yalis, using the sound gathering into a line technique. To be able to perform such absolute skills, it is clear that his internal power has reached an incredibly high level. Let's wait a little longer. We shouldn't intervene until the last moment. Yalis also spoke in the same way. Your Highness, do you mean? I want to see just how long he can hold on. Yalis pondered for a moment and then said, don't you find it strange? What? Huang and Like asked in unison. With your level of internal power, how long do you think you can maintain this degree of spatial gate? Yalis said. Probably not more than half an hour. Huang and Like answered almost simultaneously. How long has he managed so far? Yalis countered. The 2 seemed to just realize this issue, almost exclaiming out loud. He has already held on for 3/4 of an hour. Before they could respond, Yalis quickly stated the answer. Moreover, looking at the situation, he seems capable of holding on for a while longer. This was completely inconsistent with the power he had demonstrated earlier. Even I could only maintain it until now. Even if he has reached the level of a junior sword saint, he should not be able to hold on for this long, and at his age it is impossible for him to possess the strength of a sword saint. Even the person who suddenly appeared 8 years ago did not become a sword saint until after the age of 25. Yes, if humans could become sword saints in their teens, then the titles of our divine and human races should be swapped. Like Sai. Unless he possesses some kind of divine artifact. Or someone is sacrificing their cultivation to transfer internal power to him. That is quite possible. Yalis said. Could it be that Sokka transferred his power to him? Sai Sokka's appearance has already added too many variables to our plan in the human world. Now his disciple, Your Highness, there's no need to rush. We still have some time before our plan and we will surely have the opportunity to uncover his trump card. Like said. If it still doesn't work by then we will have to, he mimicked a knife with his palm across his neck. Yalis understood his meaning without needing further explanation. Her expression slightly changed, but she quickly restored her cold and frosty demeanor. We'll talk about it then, in any case keep a close watch. She said noncommittally, her face betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if her subordinates were about to silence not a human but a lifeless piece of wood. Yes. In front of this capricious princess the two proud divine beings seemed to have little recourse other than words like, yes, and, as you command, suggesting a sense of, to serve a monarch is like accompanying a tiger. Note: after the divine and demon races attain holy fighting chi or dark fighting chi, the speed of true energy operation and recovery is significantly faster than that of other races. Even those who reach the level of sword saint only recover about 2/3 as fast as the divine and demon races. Sister, there are no other pathways left, it must be here. After an exhausting chase, Luna and Shasha finally reached the end of the passage. At this moment they found themselves in a hemispherical stone chamber with a diameter of over 40 meters. Aside from a 1-meter square iron box in the center, it could be considered completely empty. I think this iron box should be the mechanism along with this lever. Luna gripped the only lever on top of the iron box with both hands. Due to the pressing time she did not think much and pulled the lever inward. Virum, bang bang bang. After a few loud noises, 6 1-meter square wind vents suddenly appeared on the walls of the stone chamber and a large amount of free wind elements surged into the chamber at a high speed. After several seconds the influx of wind elements finally ceased, the 6 vents closed by themselves and the entire stone chamber was filled with high concentrations of wind elements. Immediately afterward a teleportation gate appeared above the iron box, towering over a person's height. Sister, it seems we succeeded. The wind elements here should have come from the wind array, which should have been dispelled. Shasha said happily. We shouldn't delay, let's quickly return through this teleportation gate. Want to go back? It won't be so easy. Are you from the Elven clan? How did you end up here? Luna wondered. The Elven clan, is it? I suppose so, but to be precise I am what you refer to as a zombie. Zombie. The two women couldn't help but shudder simultaneously. After all, being girls, they naturally harbored an innate fear of such things as zombies. However, I am different from the zombies, you know. I am not a deceased elf transformed into one, but rather an immortal elven warrior created by the gods in ancient times to guard this maze. My name is G. He gestured to either side and a small wind array immediately appeared in front of the portal, sealing it tightly. Though not large in scale, its strength was not to be underestimated. It was clearly a miniature version of that massive wind array that had just been broken. You! The two women exclaimed in unison. How is it? You should know the strength of this wind array. The only way to break it is to defeat me. G said coldly. In front of the two beautiful ladies he showed no compassion whatsoever. After finishing the last word his figure suddenly vanished. Sister, be careful. Shasha also vanished like a ghost. Ding 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 ding. The two moved like phantoms, flickering in and out of sight within the stone chamber, each overlap producing a crisp metallic clash. Shasha, I'll help you. Luna seized the opportunity and cast the wind-binding spell into the arena. Although this wind-binding spell affected the speed of both combatants, it seemed to have a greater effect on G. Whoosh! After another brief exchange, the figures of Shasha and G appeared simultaneously in the same spot. Aside from a shallow cut on her left arm, Shasha suffered no other injuries, while G was different. He bore several severe knife wounds on his chest and left rib with crimson blood continuously flowing out, which was indeed red. The most severe was a deep gash on his right shoulder, exposing bone, making it nearly impossible for him to lift his right arm. It seemed he had lost the ability to fight. Oh! You two actually coordinated so well? G seemed unconcerned with his pain, appearing more intrigued by Luna's precisely executed wind-binding spell. Little girl, how did you catch my movements? It's the dense wind elements around you which differ from those suspended in the surroundings. Luna replied. Had to be able to sense my actions through the elements. You are certainly not an ordinary member of the Wing clan. Ji glanced at the black wings behind Luna, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. Yet an attack of this magnitude cannot inflict substantial harm upon me. Suddenly 2 green lights flashed in his eyes and the surrounding wind elements quickly converged on his wounds, restoring his body to its original state in an instant. Is this his immortal body? The 2 women exclaimed simultaneously, realizing that the real battle had only just begun. Ji launched another attack. Curiously, as an elf with exceptionally powerful magic, he did not cast any strong spells but abandoned his advantage, relying entirely on his extraordinary speed to engage Shasha. Only when the distance between them widened did he release a few basic spells like Wind Blade that could be cast effortlessly, but of course they posed no threat to a master like Shasha. However, his extraordinary movement manifested the characteristics of wind, as if he had merged with the surrounding air, gliding gracefully through it. Faced with such extraordinary speed and a formidable opponent well versed in wind magic, Luna gradually felt at a loss. Aside from casting some auxiliary and healing intermediate level spells, she seemed unable to make much of a difference. Ji, now on guard, had become nearly immune to spells like the wind binding spell that could previously influence his movements. In terms of speed, Ji and Shasha were evenly matched, making it impossible for either to inflict fatal damage on the other in such a short time. Time flew by and gradually Luna and Shasha realized the problem. They were astonished to find that Ji not only used the surrounding wind elements to heal but also to restore his stamina. Shasha did not possess this ability. Although this dance-like combat did not consume stamina rapidly, prolonged engagement would eventually exhaust her. At this moment, Ji, relying on his immortal body, employed a reckless strategy of mutual destruction, almost completely abandoning defense. He only dodged or blocked when Shasha targeted his vital points, spending the rest of the time on relentless offense. This nearly unreasonable fighting style left Shasha feeling increasingly helpless, and she inadvertently received several hits. Although Luna was constantly casting healing spells to treat her, compared to Jis' abnormal ability to quickly heal using the surrounding wind elements, it fell far short. Moreover, while external injuries could be healed with magic, the stamina expended could not be replenished in a short time. What made them more anxious was that the portal ahead had begun to blur, fluctuating in size, indicating that the one supporting the portal was nearing exhaustion. Luna, Shasha, what's wrong with you both? Hurry back. Watching the portal that might disappear at any moment, I was filled with anxiety. The wind array had been dispelled a quarter of an hour ago, yet Luna and Shasha had still not returned. Could something have happened to them? I desperately tried to dismiss this ominous thought. However, as time passed, I had to admit this fact: they must have encountered trouble. However, with their combined strength, even if I exerted 10% of my power, I might not have had the upper hand. What kind of opponent could have put them in such a predicament? I had no time to ponder this, as my internal energy had been completely drained. It was the first time since breaking my seal that I had exhausted my energy so thoroughly. At this moment, what could I use to maintain the portal? Once it vanished, Sister Luna and Shasha would be forever trapped in that unknown space. After a brief hesitation, a 7-colored glow radiated around me, and the almost vanishing portal suddenly regained clarity, as if infused with new vitality. Your Highness! Huang exclaimed in surprise. He is actually burning his own life. How foolish! The wind array has clearly been dispelled, yet he still refuses to leave for the 2 companions who are likely already dead, even at the cost of his own life, Rake said mockingly. This is what defines humans, isn't it? No matter how powerful they become, they cannot escape the shackles of emotion. This means they will never become true strong beings, for a strong individual would never be swayed by emotions. Hmfar Kin would never make such a meaningless sacrifice. Nevertheless, those swayed by emotions often create some miracles we least expect. Your Highness, wouldn't you agree? Huang interjected, seemingly unconvinced by Rake's words. Yali said nothing, maintaining an emotionless demeanor, as if all that transpired had nothing to do with her. However, no one noticed that when she heard Rake's last sentence, a ripple appeared on her calm face, as if stirred by some long-buried and painful memory. In an instant she even revealed a killing intent that even the 2 gods could not perceive. Reversal blade dance of wind and splendor. In a critical moment, Sha finally unleashed her ultimate technique. Her figure expanded, suddenly transforming into 6 individuals encircling Ji in an instant. The 6 figures flickered in and out of visibility, hauntingly weaving around Ji, each seemingly alive, unleashing powerful blade chi from various angles, sealing off all his escape routes. In an instant, blood mist enveloped the area and dozens of wounds were carved across Jis' body, with half of his left arm severed. Spirits of the wind sleeping in the void, heed my plea. Transform into invincible wind blades and tear apart my enemies, wind blades scatter. Luna, of course, would not give him a chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of the moment Sha was pulling back, she quickly unleashed her long-prepared advanced magic. Under the dual assault of powerful magic and martial skills, Ji finally emitted a painful groan. The wounds on his body multiplied from dozens to hundreds. Under the dual assault of powerful magic and martial skills, Ji finally emitted a painful groan. The wounds on his body multiplied from dozens to hundreds, transforming him into a blood man. Ordinary humans would have likely perished from such severe injuries due to excessive blood loss, yet Ji merely let out a few groans. He didn't even fall to the ground. His eyes flashed with green light and the surrounding wind elements gathered once again to his injured areas, restoring his body to its original state in an instant, even repairing his torn clothes and severed left arm. It was as if he had never experienced a fierce battle at all. Faced with this opponent, a sense of helplessness surged within the hearts of the 2 women, and this feeling of discouragement spread through them like a tide. If the opponent were just an ordinary human, no matter how strong, they would have a chance to find his weakness and defeat him. But against an opponent with an almost immortal body, they found no opportunity to win. Hey, it's been a long time since I've tasted the feeling of pain. Glancing at the severed arm on the ground, Ji said nonchalantly, but with your level of strength you still do not qualify to defeat me. He slowly raised his right hand above his head and a small whirlwind immediately appeared above him, causing the surrounding wind elements to rapidly converge towards that whirlwind. As the wind elements were injected, the small whirlwind began to grow larger, and in an instant it transformed into a large tornado. The palm-sized object grew to the height of a person. However, it showed no signs of stopping, continuing to madly absorb the surrounding wind elements to strengthen itself. Little girl, you who are proficient in wind magic should be aware of the power of this technique, right? Ji stared intently at Luna and said, when it expands to fill the entire stone chamber, there will be no escape for you. Oh no. Luna understood his meaning. She didn't expect him to cleverly use the relatively small area of the stone chamber to employ this wind-based defensive magic Tempest Barrier as an offensive maneuver. The Tempest Barrier is the most powerful defensive magic of the wind system, creating a strong tornado centered around the caster. As long as the caster's magical power is strong enough, it can almost shred everything that approaches it into pieces. However, as long as one does not enter its range, they will not be harmed, so under normal circumstances it is merely considered a defensive spell. But in such a relatively small environment it was different. Once it filled the whole stone chamber, Luna and Sha would suffer heavy injuries if not be completely obliterated. What to do? Watching the expanding Tempest Barrier, Luna felt a surge of anxiety. At this moment the barrier had already grown large enough to envelop Ji entirely, making it impossible to sneak up to him and interrupt his spellcasting, while long-distance magic could not penetrate the barrier's obstruction. Even if they could break the Tempest Barrier before them, they still would not be able to inflict fatal damage on Ji, and sooner or later they would be worn down. Xing, are we really going to die here? At the brink of death, Luna's first thought naturally turned to her childhood sweetheart. At that moment, how she wished Xingyu could abandon the teleportation portal and continue onward. That way at least one person could survive. But she knew that with Xingyu's personality he would never leave them behind and escape alone. As long as she and Sha didn't go out, he would surely guard that door until he exhausted himself. Suddenly she felt something slightly vibrating at her waist. She instinctively glanced down, and to her surprise it was the Lu Feng, a blade she had almost never used. At that moment the Lu Feng seemed to be attracted by the surrounding wind elements, buzzing like a hungry tiger tempted by delicious food, desperately trying to break free from its sheath. Its vibrations grew increasingly rapid. Luna, somewhat puzzled, instinctively grasped the hilt and drew the Lu Feng from its sheath. In an instant a brilliant green light erupted. The Lu Feng emitted a glow that was 100 times brighter than usual without needing to infuse it with magical power. Could it be that the Lu Feng can automatically absorb high concentrations of wind elements? Luna speculated in her heart. Before she could finish her thought, the reality proved her guess to be correct. The Lu Feng was absorbing the wind elements in the stone chamber at an unimaginable speed, even drawing in the wind elements that Ji had directed to expand the tempest barrier. In an instant all the wind elements in the stone chamber were completely devoured by the Lu Feng. Without a source of magical power, the tempest barrier stopped expanding. This sudden turn of events left the three people present in shock. Even Ji bore an expression of disbelief. Luna and Shasha's faces, however, were filled with the joy of snatching life back from the jaws of death. Never did they expect that a small dagger could absorb such a massive amount of wind elements. Suddenly Luna had a flash of inspiration, raising the Lu Feng and thrusting it toward the tempest barrier. Miraculously, the Lu Feng not only did not get shredded but instead decomposed the tempest barrier into free-floating wind elements, absorbing them once more. It was simply 100 times more miraculous than Duliai's demon-breaking sword. In terms of its effect on wind elements, it was astonishingly similar to the Blessing of Elements. Wind Feng Sky Dance. Seeing his ultimate move being countered, Ji unleashed a high-level wind magic spell targeting none other than Luna. He finally realized that the true threat to him was the winged girl wielding the strange blade. Wind Feng Sky Dance. A flash of green light and Luna surprisingly unleashed this spell she had yet to master, and her speed and power in casting it were several times stronger than Jis. With a loud boom, the two massive energies collided and Jis' Wind Feng Sky Dance was instantly rebounded. Although he possessed extremely strong wind magic power that could significantly reduce the attack power of wind magic, he still suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, without those dense wind elements around, he could no longer heal as quickly as before. To his astonishment, Luna wielding the Lu Feng was now a completely different person. In terms of the power of the Wind Feng Sky Dance, it was actually on par with a Grand Archmage of humanity. Could it be? The weapon in your hand is the ancient artifact Lu Feng lost for 1,000 years. Suffering from the pain of his wounds, Ji spoke with a trembling voice. You can actually wield it. Artifact. Luna exclaimed. Although she knew this short sword was no ordinary item, she didn't expect it to be an ancient artifact. However, judging by the miraculous effects it exhibited earlier, it was certainly not an exaggeration to call it an ancient artifact. At this moment, Ji seemed to have lost his will to fight. He slowly said, the Lu Feng, like the five-color mysterious crystal, are artifacts sealed here by the gods long before the mythological age. Until 3,200 years ago, when it was taken by an ancient evil god and given to his beloved. Ancient evil god? Shasha curiously asked. Aside from the founding god Yeshus, aren't there only the 6 main gods we know of? Shasha seemed very interested in such legends. Indeed, no one knows where he came from. Perhaps he did not belong to our world at all. Yet he possessed power sufficient to rival the gods, while we so-called guardians appeared like ants in front of him. He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat vacant, seemingly recalling those distant memories. People usually refer to those unknown beings with extraordinary power as evil gods or ancient demons and the like. Do evil gods have beloved ones too? Shasha innocently asked. I'm not sure about that, but the girl back then was indeed his beloved. Perhaps that is what sets him apart from the gods. But later, he was destroyed by humans. Even now I still cannot believe he was defeated by humans. Even the 6 main gods working together would find it challenging to completely eradicate him. Yet in fact he was indeed annihilated by humans, completely obliterated. And his beloved, the previous owner of the Lu Feng, vanished with him. Since then no one has ever seen the Lu Feng again. Luna and Shasha listened intently, completely forgetting that the person before them was their enemy. When they heard that the owner of the Lu Feng had perished for the sake of his beloved, they felt an inexplicable twinge of sadness and loss. Perhaps when people listen to stories, they hope for a perfect ending to the love within, regardless of whether the protagonists are good or evil. Fortunately, Ji did not take this opportunity to launch an attack on them, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sai being a girl, she is inherently more sentimental and unexpectedly feels sorrow for a story older than mythology. Shasha, we can't delay any longer as Xing is about to reach his limit. Luna was the first to regain her senses. Oh, how could I? Shasha immediately assumed a fighting stance. However, their opponent, Ji, did not launch an attack as expected. He waved his left hand and the small wind array instantly disappeared. Meeting the two surprised gazes, he said slowly, "No need to fight any longer, you may pass." Because he knew that without his immortal body he no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Although surprise time was of the essence and they had no time to think further, the two swiftly entered the nearly disappearing space portal. When I saw two familiar delicate figures emerge from the teleportation portal, the joy in my heart was beyond description. On the brink of exhaustion, I didn't know where the strength came from as I quickly ran forward, hugging them both. Perhaps they shared the same feelings as I did, leaning against my shoulder, their slender arms wrapped tightly around me. The three of us embraced tightly, enjoying the joy of reunion after life and death. Only after hearing them recount their perilous experiences did I realize that my injuries could not be delayed any longer. Luna, Shasha, I believe this layer is no longer dangerous. You go ahead and find the teleportation exit to the next layer. I'll recover my strength here and join you shortly. Xing, don't you need one of us to stay with you? Luna hesitated to say. I would be even more worried if I told you to act alone. I forced a smile. I'll be fine, you should hurry. Alright then. Although unwilling, they ultimately did not go against my wishes. Watching the two girls' figures gradually fade away, I could no longer hold back and spat out blood. Is it worth it for him to do this? To avoid alarming his companions about his internal injuries, he actually risked worsening his condition by sending them away. In the corner, Rick spoke in confusion. Wouldn't it be better to have two people help him heal? Perhaps he doesn't want those two girls to worry about him. A hint of admiration flickered in Huang's eyes. Compared to Rick, he seemed to have a bit more humanity. Yali still remained silent, but a sense of emotional turmoil which she herself could not articulate unexpectedly welled up inside her. Your Highness, should we go around first? Huang asked softly. No, if we are discovered it would be terrible. Let's wait until he finishes healing and leaves before we go. Yali's replied. Understood. I don't know how long it has been, perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment for me. When I opened my eyes, what greeted me were two pairs of jewel-like glimmering eyes, their owner gazing at me with concern, a face filled with anxiety and care. Xing, you finally woke up. Sister Luna exclaimed excitedly. Did I not tell you to go ahead first? How come you returned so quickly? Looking at these two girls who shouldn't be here at this moment, I questioned in confusion. You still have the nerve to say that? You told us to leave and rest for a while before catching up, but we waited for you at the entrance for 3 hours without seeing you, so we had no choice but to return. As soon as we arrived here, we found you sitting there motionless, having spat blood all over the ground. Luna pointed at the two dried pools of blood on the ground, saying angrily, you sustained such serious injuries but stubbornly held on without telling us. What if something had happened? By the end of her words she was almost in tears, two clear lines of tears streaming down her rosy cheeks. Have I really been sitting here for 3 hours? I exclaimed in surprise. Not to mention, Sasha sighed from the side, we waited for you at the entrance for 3 hours and you still haven't woken up after returning here. Now another 4 hours have passed. Seeing the girls' looks as if they were about to devour me, I immediately swallowed the word long. I just suffered a little internal injury, it's nothing serious, and look, I'm fine now, right? I can't stand women's tears, especially Sister Luna's. In an attempt to seek help from Sasha, I found her surprisingly aligning with Luna against me, shooting me reproachful glances as if demanding an explanation. Sighing, I could only continuously comfort them in soft, gentle tones. However, my last sentence was sincere because at this moment I truly was fine. Not only was my true energy abundant surpassing the past, but I also did not experience the after effects that should have followed from burning a portion of my life, for after burning life not only does one's lifespan decrease, but one would also feel fatigue and lethargy for at least half a month. Perhaps it was due to the long lifespans of the divine and demon races, yet consuming a little life energy didn't seem significant. This was the only explanation I could come up with for myself. From now on you must not do this again. I promise. I promise. Under my various attempts to comfort and persuade, the two finally forgave me, but they still insisted I make a promise that such things would not happen again in the future. It felt as if it wasn't me who had just been injured, but rather them. However, I was genuinely touched, because if they were not concerned about me to this extent, they would not have made such moves. Not long after we left, 3 members of the divine race appeared in front of the stone slab. I didn't expect him to recover so quickly, appearing as if he had never consumed such a vast amount of life energy, Huang lamented. Even for our divine race, burning such a large amount of life energy at once would be unbearable. Your Highness. Strangely, Yali seemed to be completely unaware of the two's conversation, gazing intently at the stone slab, muttering to herself. What is it, Your Highness? Lake inquired. The inscriptions on it are in the ancient language of the gods, and I cannot decipher their meaning. Yalis pondered. Indeed, I don't recognize a single character. Huang looked at the stone slab and said if only Lord Rios were here, perhaps he could unravel its mysteries. Few can surpass him in this field of study. However, since last month, when he was sent by His Majesty to hunt down the remnants of the demon race, there has been no news of him. It seems he has vanished into thin air. His Majesty dispatched numerous experts to investigate for over a month, but they found no trace at all, Lake said. Could it be? Huang pondered. That shouldn't be the case. According to my father, all the upper echelon of the demon race perished in the war 15 years ago. Even if a few remnants still exist, none could threaten General Rios' life. Yali stated, moreover, the dragon race has no grievances with us, so they shouldn't. Your Highness, you seem to have overlooked someone. Lake suddenly said. Who? The demon general who mysteriously vanished before the battle at the Divine and Demon Temple 15 years ago, Hilvik. After enduring countless hardships, we finally arrived at the 3rd level of the temple. According to Yalis, once we pass this level, we can enter our final destination and find our objective, the 5-color mystic crystal. Although we did not know who was guarding the 5-color mystic crystal, what we were most concerned about at that moment was how to deal with the guardian of this level in the not-so-distant future. Since we entered this Earth's maze, all the magical beasts we encountered were of at least the high-level primary rank, meaning the weakest magical beast was stronger than the thunder beast we previously faced. Moreover, most were of the Earth type, boasting extraordinarily high defensive capabilities. Although they mostly appeared alone, they still took a great deal of effort to defeat. If even the pawn was that formidable, their leader was undoubtedly even more impressive. Fortunately, now without the surveillance of the divine race, I could unleash my strength without reservation. We're finally nearing the end. After jointly defeating a ferocious sand lizard, I said, slightly out of breath. Yes, if a few more of those things showed up, I would truly have been exhausted. Pointing at the corpse of the 5-meter-long sand lizard on the ground, Sasha lightly patted her soft chest and said, Shing, there's an open area ahead, let's go rest for a moment. Luna suggested. That's fine, I replied. It's crucial to maintain ample energy before the great battle. So we moved forward together. As we walked, I suddenly felt a faint magical fluctuation coming from beneath my feet. My heart sank, and I suddenly recalled the Earthstone eruption from the few Earth bears we had just dealt with. This is bad. I instinctively leaped up, executing a backflip to the left side, landing several meters away. Where I had just stood, 6 stone spikes over a meter tall had silently risen, sharp as blades. It seems there are no other people around. I thought to myself while in midair. I could sense no life force other than the 3 of us. Finally I landed, but my shoulder bumped heavily against a hard object. Fortunately, it wasn't sharp. I instinctively reached back to feel, and it turned out to be a stone pillar. How could I be so careless? I didn't even notice such a large stone pillar and ended up bumping into it. Huh. No wait. Just moments ago there was clearly no stone pillar here. I confirmed with a touch only to see Luna and Sasha desperately shaking their heads from over 10 meters away, their eyes fixed oddly on what was behind me. It was clearly a stone pillar. Not good. At that moment a sound like something breaking through the air came from above me. Sensing the change in airflow above, I couldn't help but leap forward in a hurry. Boom. Dust filled the air, and where I had just stood had transformed into a round pit over 3 meters in diameter and a meter deep. The creator of this pit turned out to be a massive stone pillar that had fallen from the sky. No. It should be said to be the arm of a humanoid stone statue. Looking up, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This so-called statue, or more accurately a giant made of colossal stones, stood over 6 meters tall with its legs nearly 4 meters long, the one I mistook for a pillar, and its arms over 3 meters long, the hardness of which goes without saying, with a pair of bucket-like large eyes shimmering with eerie yellow light. The direct cause of my cold sweat was that I sensed absolutely no breath of life emanating from it, to the extent that I had just had such intimate contact with it and mistook it for a stone pillar. Moreover, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it impossible for me to detect the extraordinarily thick earth elements radiating from it. Fortunately, I had just received a warning from Luna and the others' gazes, otherwise I might have been turned into a meat pie. Could it be the guardian of this level? I speculated, but the facts quickly proved my correct deduction. It spoke without a mouth. I truly did not know from where the voice came. I am the guardian of the Earth's maze Xuanwu. What do you seek here? The area ahead is a forbidden zone for the storage of artifacts. Without the permission of the element deity, no one is allowed to enter. Its voice was as stiff as the stone itself. Without any greeting, it struck hard, questioning our intentions. Of course, we came here to retrieve the artifact. Though I was seething inside, I still politely replied, we came here to seek the artifact, the 5-color mystic crystal. We apologize for the disturbance, and we hope you can be understanding. Is it possible for you to make an exception? I have said that the area ahead is a forbidden zone. Without the permission of the element deity, no one is allowed to enter. No way. The element deity has not shown herself in the Alan continent for 1,000 years. To obtain her permission is simply a joke. What if we insist on entering? I asked. Kill without mercy. As soon as the words left its mouth, its massive fist accompanied by a chilling gust swung toward me, moving astonishingly fast, appearing right in front of me in an instant, completely unrecognizable as the punch thrown by such a large being. With no time to dodge, nor did I want to, I gripped my sword with both hands, channeling my strength into my arms to slash horizontally at its fist. Clang! The collision of fist and sword sent me staggering back 6 or 7 meters before I steadied myself, nearly causing my sword to fly out of my hand. I was utterly astonished, despite not unleashing my fighting spirit during that strike, I had channeled my holy magic energy into my arms, and its power was enough to cut through gold and break stone. Yet its arms, seemingly made of stone, bore not a scratch where I had struck, left not even a sword mark. Such impressive defensive power. Is it a monster? I thought to myself. It left me no time to ponder, and my attack only caused it to pause slightly. I didn't notice when, but a massive stone axe had appeared in its hand. Of course, given its size, this axe could not be small. With a swing of its arms, it struck at me from a distance, sending a gigantic semicircular wave of energy flying toward me, accompanied by a roaring wind, its momentum astonishing. No. This is not some sword energy or fighting spirit. Its sword energy and fighting spirit are effects formed by martial artists expelling their true energy from their bodies. However, on Xuanwu I sensed not a hint of true energy. That cyclone was actually created by it with pure force. I dared not be careless, my figure flashing as I narrowly avoided it. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the stone wall behind me was blasted by the cyclone, creating a deep fissure several meters long. What incredible brute strength! Darkness meteor slash. Of course, I would not merely dodge. Given its extraordinary defensive capabilities, I unleashed my most powerful move. Moreover, I infused nearly all of my holy magic energy into it. Xuanwu armor. It did not swing the axe for defense without any buildup of energy or incantation. It cast the ultimate earth-type defensive magic, the highest in physical defensive capability among all defensive magics. Its already colossal stone body was enveloped by a layer of nearly imperceptible stone armor covering over 90% of its body. Swish! Dozens of gray sword energies instantly struck the Xuanwu armor. Though the Xuanwu armor possessed nearly absolute defense against physical attacks, how could sword energy mixed with both light and dark magic be compared to simple physical attacks? Light and dark inherently have the ability to decompose matter, and their combination in this regard far exceeds that of the former. Under the strikes of my high-frequency oscillating powerful sword energy, the Xuanwu armor began to crack, more and more fissures appearing until it was finally completely shattered by me. However, it had still served its purpose because it absorbed nearly 90% of the power of the dark meteor slash. Although the remaining 10% of the sword energy could severely injure any flesh and blood creature striking it, against Xuanwu's body, which was harder than iron and stone, had no effect whatsoever. Taking advantage of the brief moment after my full-force strike, he launched a frenzied assault against me. It was still the same unremarkable slash, yet as a flesh and blood being I dared not be the slightest bit careless. Even with my aura protecting me, being struck by such monstrous strength would crush me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. My figure darted through the surroundings like a phantom, desperately evading those fatal slashes capable of ending my life. The walls around us were already in a state of disarray, riddled with cracks from his strikes. It seemed his stamina was endless, showing no signs of slowing down. During this time, Luna unleashed nearly 10 magical attacks on him, all of which returned without effect. Just like a fierce tornado can uproot a massive tree or shred it to pieces, it could not budge a giant stone mountain in the slightest. The immense and solid body of Xuanwu was a nemesis to wind magic. The advanced wind magic cast by Luna using flowing wind could only slightly hinder his movements. Sasha's martial arts focused on speed and accuracy, yet against an opponent as solid as Xuanwu, who had no weaknesses, her attacks were utterly ineffective. Xuanwu didn't even bother to use Xuanwu armor against her attacks. Now I was the only one with a chance to inflict damage on him, but whenever I unleashed my ultimate moves like Dark Meteor Slash, he would always deploy Xuanwu armor to negate most of my attacks. It seemed that the earth element within him was inexhaustible. Even after casting Xuanwu armor over a dozen times, there were no signs of magical fatigue. It was as effortless as a great mage casting a light spell. Moreover, he would occasionally catch us off guard by casting earth magic spells like Earth Spike and Earth Blade beneath our feet, significantly hindering my movements. If only I could seal his magic. I thought to myself, if I could prevent him from using Xuanwu armor even for an instant, I could deliver a fatal blow. Right? While I can't completely seal his magic, I can make it impossible for him to summon the earth element temporarily. If that's the case, just wait and see, big guy. I shattered his Xuanwu armor once more, but this time I didn't give him the chance to cast it again. Dark Kiss. The moment Xuanwu armor shattered, I swiftly unleashed this long-prepared dark magic. This spell is quite similar to the Holy Light spell, Curse of the Gods, utilizing high-frequency oscillation to cause disruption to magical elements within a certain range in a short time, including the elements within the human body, rendering anyone within this range unable to cast any spells in an instant. Though it was only intermediate dark magic, to be able to cast it immediately after unleashing a powerful move like Dark Meteor Slash without any pause is something I believe no one else could achieve apart from me. Only by relying on the extraordinarily fast speed of holy magic could such a chain effect be realized. Xuanwu armor. He called out his signature dish again, but this time his follower, the earth element, did not obediently serve it up. Just as he wondered why Xuanwu armor didn't appear on him, I unleashed Dark Meteor Slash once more. With this strike I left no room for escape. I harnessed all my power, and the uncontrolled aura that leaked out from me created several cracks in the ground beneath my feet. A full-force strike, a strike without regret, a strike meant to kill. Under the might of my overwhelming sword, aura cracks finally appeared on the immense body of Xuanwu, spreading rapidly like a plague until his body began to shatter. Though you are not the strongest, you are the only one in thousands of years who has completely defeated me. These were his last words. Looking at the pile of rubble below, or rather the remains of Xuanwu, I felt a myriad of emotions. Had it not been for my sudden and unorthodox strategy, it might have been us lying here. If I were merely a pure warrior or mage, even at the level of a sword saint or a great mage, I would not be able to defeat him, for such a strategy could only be executed by someone who has trained both magic and martial arts to an extremely high level. Stop daydreaming. Sasha has already found the portal to the treasure vault. Luna pulled me back to reality. It turned out that while I was daydreaming, Sasha had found the entrance to the next level ahead. Oh, okay, I replied, taking Luna's hand as we walked toward the portal. Meanwhile, we finally reached the sword tomb. That lightning dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. I almost had to use a forbidden spell. Yali said, slightly out of breath. Indeed, had it not been for your highness' quick thinking, we... By the way, your highness, are you really determined to obtain that thing? Huang asked with some concern. Of course, if I had not already made up my mind, how could I have taken the risk to come here? Like interjected from the side. But once you obtain it, your highness will. And besides, that person has already said that only those with a resolute mind can pass the test, given your highness' current condition. Don't say any more, I will have my own plans when the time comes. Yali seemed a bit anxious. Right now the most important thing is to pass this final test, otherwise we won't even have a chance to leave here alive. By the way, your highness, do you think we might encounter that Xingyu in there? Huang suddenly asked. Probably not, although the final illusory realm is interconnected with their strength, they should not be able to pass through the earth maze if the lightning dragon here is already difficult enough to deal with, and the challenges there should be similar to here. But never mind, whether they pass or not has nothing to do with us. Yalis interrupted their debate. Alright, I'm going in. After a moment of silence, Yalis finally stepped into that space that simultaneously filled her with curiosity and fear. Why? Wasn't my initial goal to use the magical beasts here to eliminate him who might become a future rival? Yet why does my heart wish to encounter him inside? Could it be that I... Woo-woo. What's wrong? Yalis, did your brother bully you? No, my brother treats me well. It's Father Emperor who forces me to learn martial arts. What's wrong with learning martial arts? Isn't your brother always following Father King to learn? But mother, I don't like killing. My brother said learning martial arts is for killing. That day he followed Father King's orders and killed an orc. That person so pitiful, I could feel the fear in his heart truly. That means my Yalis is a good and kind girl. It's alright, you'll talk to your Father King. Really? Thank you, mother. How could I bear to see my little Yalis do things she doesn't like? My Yalis will definitely grow up to be a great beauty, so kind-hearted she will surely find her own happiness. Mother. Wake up. Father King, please save mother. Sigh, your mother is already beyond help unless... Sigh. I am powerless too. Woo-woo, mother, don't die. Yalis, as a member of the divine race, you must have awareness. Pick up your sword and kill this lowly slave. But father. Yes. Blood. This person was killed by me. I killed him. From that day on I became numb, following Father King every day to learn those magical arts and martial techniques that I once detested, along with his so-called intrigues of power. With astonishing talent, I quickly became a standout among the younger generation of the divine race. At the same time, I inherited Father King's coldness and wisdom. By the command of Father King, I traveled across the continent using my power and influence to eliminate and dismantle any forces that might threaten our race's divine plan, and to kill anyone who dared to resist us. Gradually I became a bloodthirsty Azura, at least that's what those I killed believed. Yet is this really what I wanted? I cannot be sure myself. Childhood memories, my mother's words, often strike against my already cold heart. Thus I took on another persona, Julia. After easily passing through the last teleportation gate, we finally arrived at our final destination, the so-called treasure vault. It wasn't as I had imagined, filled with countless treasures and curiosities everywhere. After all, it is a treasure vault. But it gave off a dreamlike, surreal feeling. The walls were constructed of countless translucent multicolored magic crystals, with each pair of adjacent crystals exhibiting different colors, radiating a gentle and serene glow that seemed to stretch endlessly. Even the ground was paved with a light blue crystal, and although the area was not particularly spacious, only about 10 meters square, it didn't feel cramped at all. Instead, it imparted a sense of vastness, as if one were walking through the boundless universe under a magnificent starry sky. Of course, what attracted my attention the most was the fist-sized oval-shaped stone floating in midair. It constantly changed between 5 colors: yellow, green, blue, purple, and red, emanating magical energy of 5 different attributes, and I couldn't even estimate how many magical elements were contained within it. My intuition told me that it was exactly what we had been searching for, the 5-color mystic crystal. I slowly channeled my true energy into my right arm, and a protective layer formed from battle chi immediately enveloped my entire arm. Because I knew that such a treasure would never be placed here without any barriers, there must be some strong magical barriers or traps surrounding it. However, to my surprise, my arm met no obstruction as I reached in. Could it really be this easy? Nevertheless, I opened my fingers and reached for the 5-color mystic crystal. Yet what happened next nearly made me drop my jaw, for not only did my hand not touch it, but it actually passed right through the center of it. Could it be that the 5-color mystic crystal I saw was merely an illusion? But it was clearly radiating an astonishing amount of magical energy. As if to confirm my illusion, I withdrew my arm and reached out again. There's no need to waste your effort, that won't work. A magnetic voice suddenly rang out, and I turned to see a woman who had appeared at my side without my notice. She floated off the ground surrounded by a mist-like aura, making it impossible to discern her features. It gave a feeling of a mirage. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? I instinctively took a step back and asked in a low voice. That question seems to be one I should be asking, young man. But I know your purpose for coming here. As for me, I am the guardian spirit of this temple and the maintainer of the order within the realm of illusions, mirror. Realm of illusions? Yes, to obtain the divine treasure you must first pass the divine test. The 5-color mystic crystal is sealed in another dimension. Although you can see it and even feel its presence here, you cannot touch it. The realm of illusions is a small parallel space created by the elemental god to assess whether you possess the qualifications to hold the divine artifact. Only when you are certified as qualified will the 5-color mystic crystal automatically return to your dimension, said Mirror. How do I get certified? I asked. Mirror pointed to a door on the wall that is the entrance to the realm of illusions. As long as you can exit through that door within the allotted time, you will have passed the test. Where is the exit? Of course, it's still that door. I will open it shortly and it won't close for half an hour, but she seemed to see my doubts and added, don't think you can just turn back and exit after going in. That's impossible. Once you enter that door, the surrounding space will reverse and automatically teleport you to the other end of the realm of illusions. But don't worry, this realm of illusions is not very large. The journey back from its end will take less than a quarter of an hour, and there are no troublesome magical beasts inside. Well, you will know once you go in. What if I fail to pass the test within the allotted time? I suddenly asked. Then you will be trapped in the realm of illusions forever. And your friends will never be able to leave this temple either. Mirror glanced at Luna and Sasa and said, I believe you should have been aware of this when you entered the temple. Of course, I will definitely pass the test. I turned to Luna, and Sasa looked deeply into their eyes and said, wait for me. Nodding twice, they didn't show much worry, but instead gave off a relaxed feeling and even wore expressions of happiness. Because they knew that if I failed the test, they would also be trapped here with me. I suddenly recalled a serious piece of advice from Old York. If a girl is willing to face death with you in a moment of crisis, it means she loves you to the point of no return. If that girl considers dying alongside you a form of happiness, then cherish her with all your life, for many people will not encounter such good fortune even in several lifetimes. Cough cough, I won't have such good fortune, so make sure to seize it, kid. I remember at that time I had just recounted the scene of Grandpa Hill's duel with Leos, and he was moved when he heard Sister Luna insist on living or dying with me. I was truly fortunate to have two such girls by my side. Thinking of this, I became even more resolute in my belief I would not let them die young alongside me here. I would pass the test and bring them out safely. I would dedicate my life to their happiness. An astonishing aura involuntarily radiated from me, as if any obstacles before me would become insignificant. After returning them a reassuring smile, I finally stepped into the realm of illusions. By the way, just as I was halfway through, Mirror suddenly said to me, for thousands of years many who have failed the test have been trapped in the realm of illusions. Some of them may even still be alive. Although the chances of encountering them are slim, I must warn you, do not do anything out of the ordinary. Those who have not passed the test are absolutely not allowed to leave. That's the rule. Got it, I replied casually and walked into the realm of illusions. Perhaps I was too focused on how to pass the test, so at that moment I did not pay attention to Mirror's words, failing to notice the implication within her statement. However, this slight oversight nearly led me to make a mistake I would regret for a lifetime. This was an incredibly quiet space devoid of wind, light, or sound. It was as if there was no path beneath my feet. I once tried to use a light spell to break this stifling atmosphere, but I failed, for in this space all magic lost its efficacy. Although a person of my martial cultivation possesses night vision with nothing around, the only existence was the endless darkness. All senses had lost their effect here, as if my eyes were covered, my ears were blocked, and even most of my sense of touch was mercilessly stripped away. The only thing I could feel was my own body. For a normal person, staying in such a place for a day or two would likely drive them insane. Yet my legs did not pause for a moment, for I knew that as long as I kept walking I would surely reach the... Suddenly, the scenery around me changed. It was no longer pitch black. Countless bizarre sights whirled around me like a revolving lantern, with strange trees, diverse human faces, and vividly colored flowers, mixed with various strange sounds I had never heard before, all rushing towards me. In short, everything that could be seen, heard, and could stimulate my senses appeared in that instant. Then, just as magically, everything vanished. Once again the quiet, dark, monotonous environment returned. And so it went, repeating several times until my senses began to spiral into confusion. Suddenly, the scenery around me changed again, completely different from the previous chaos: a blue sky, towering trees, orderly and harmonious buildings, and even bustling pedestrians. For some reason the scene here seemed extraordinarily familiar, yet I couldn't recall where I had seen it before. Young man, standing in the middle of the road in broad daylight is not a good idea. It's easy to be hit by passing carriages. An old man suddenly pulled me aside and said, "Huh? There was actually someone talking to me? Was this not an illusion?" I felt a bit confused. "Excuse me, old man, where is this?" I asked tentatively. "Young man, you're from out of town, right? This is the capital of the Demon God Empire, Long Night City." Long Night City? The capital of the Demon God Empire? Didn't it turn into ruins during the demon-slaying war 15 years ago? What, could it be that I have returned to the past? My thoughts became somewhat chaotic. "By the way, old man, what year is it now?" "Of course it's the year 598 of the Holy Lunar calendar," the old man replied. 598. I haven't gone back to the past, but Long Night City should be ruins by now. Sigh, the young people nowadays really are getting more confused, not even remembering the year and speaking nonsense. Seeing my expression, the old man shook his head and suddenly seemed to see something novel. "Ah, Your Highness Yingyu, what are you doing here?" he asked in surprise upon seeing my face. "Old man, you even know my name?" "Who wouldn't know the name of the Crown Prince?" "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" the old man asked with concern. "Crown Prince? What?" I was shocked again. "Your Highness. So you're here." At that moment a familiar voice rang out from behind me, nearly bringing me to tears with excitement. I turned to see a tall general standing behind me, accompanied by several demon soldiers. That general was Grandpa Hill. Grandpa Hill? Didn't you already? I swallowed the words that were about to come out. Wasn't Grandpa Hill already dead? But why, right? Grandpa Hill, what do you want with me? I asked tentatively. Oh, how could you forget such an important matter? Isn't today your coming of age ceremony? Your grandfather King Gas specially sent your cousin Princess Lilith Jest to congratulate you. The divine race. Aren't they our enemies? And didn't King Gas declare war on my clan 15 years ago? I said in surprise. What enemies? What war? Grandpa Hill asked in confusion. 15 years ago when King Gas learned about the situation with you and the Queen, he gladly agreed to their marriage and personally presided over the wedding. Now the Demon God Empire and the Kingdom of the Gods are the closest allies. Although I subconsciously felt that what he said was drastically different from the facts in my memory, just as I was about to raise another question, a nerve in my head seemed to be touched by something, causing my thoughts to become fuzzy, and I couldn't distinguish between what I saw before me and what was buried deep in my memory. Your Highness. The King and Queen are waiting for you in the Great Hall. Lord Gale and Miss Sasa have also arrived. Let's hurry. Grandpa Hill urged. Fully immersed in this world, I obediently followed Hill towards the Divine Demon Hall. Xing, you have finally returned. Quickly meet your cousin Princess Yalise. A middle-aged man wearing a crown looking very similar to me said. My subconscious told me he was my father Yingyu. Xing, today besides holding your comingafage ceremony, your father will announce a major event to the nation. It's about you. About me? I mechanically asked. Mother, what is it? Of course it's the announcement of your marriage to Yalise. You two will be married this time next year. Married? Me and Yalise? For some reason I felt that something was off. It seemed like I was supposed to marry someone else, but I couldn't recall that person's name. Yes, you two are childhood sweethearts. It was you who asked me and your father to facilitate this marriage, don't you remember? Childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts. Wait. Wasn't my childhood sweetheart Sister Luna? Yes. It's Luna. Suddenly it felt as if my head had been struck heavily and my thoughts became clear again, all memories rushing back to me like a baptism. No, you are not my father and you are not my mother and Grandpa Hill, they have long since passed away. You are all fake. My golden eyes shot out two sharp glints. With a wave of my hand, two streams of energy spread outwards, causing the faces around me to gradually blur, ultimately disappearing along with the scenery. The space twisted again, no longer Long Night City, no longer that chaotic marketplace, nor that maddening darkness. What appeared before me now was a long corridor made of crystals with a faint light shining from the far end of the corridor. It couldn't illuminate everything, but it allowed one to see the path ahead. It turned out that everything earlier was an illusion created from my dreams. I had dreamed many times of my grandfather agreeing to my father's and mother's marriage, of no demon slaying war, no destruction of the demon race, of Grandpa Hill still being alive, and of living happily under my father's and mother's care. This realm of illusions was constructed using this dream to create a fictitious world. It first numbed my nerves with a cycle of light and dark, then trapped me with this dream. If I had not seen through this illusion, I would have been forever lost in this beautiful dream. However, it overlooked one point. While I fantasized, I had also asked myself many times whether I would still meet Sister Luna if that war hadn't happened 15 years ago. If she were absent from my life, would I be happier than I am today? In other words, Luna could not possibly appear in the dream it constructed, yet this dream could never be complete. And such an incomplete dream could never cause me to be lost forever. Sister Luna, thank you. Since I had seen through the illusion, there were no more obstacles ahead. Just as I gathered my true energy and prepared to rush towards the exit at full speed, a faint aura suddenly startled me. It was the aura of a person. Though weak, I could sense that the person was nearby. Following the direction of the aura, I finally caught sight of its owner about 10 meters ahead. It was Yalise. The holy maiden of the divine race, Yalise. She lay motionless on the ground, her breathing extremely weak. How did she end up here? Could it be another illusion? But that was unlikely, the illusion had clearly been dispelled. I confirmed by gently squeezing her delicate hand, feeling its softness and warmth, which was undeniably real. It seems that she had also fallen victim to an illusion. Although she had ultimately broken free, she had exhausted all her strength and collapsed here. If she was undergoing some test like me, then in her current state she would absolutely not recover in a short time. So should I save her or not? To be honest, I didn't have much affection for this exalted holy maiden, although we had a certain familial connection. That trivial kinship had long been washed away by the deep-seated hatred between our two races. If I saved her, I might create a formidable enemy for myself in the future. Killing her? Though I don't consider myself a righteous person, I disdain such a despicable act of taking advantage of another's plight. At this moment it seemed the best choice was to neither kill her nor save her, leaving her to fend for herself. But if I did that, she would surely die here. Recalling the moments we fought side by side when besieged by Tabor, I felt a bit lost. Without her help I probably wouldn't have reached here. Although she had used me considerably well, I'll help her this once, and afterward we'll owe each other nothing. I gently placed my right palm on her back, and a surge of true energy immediately flowed from my palm into her body. Looking at her gradually strengthening aura, I couldn't help but feel muted a sigh. It seems I really had some feminine kindness after all. I wondered what kind of change today's kindness would bring to my future. Before she could wake up, I quickly withdrew my arm, then with a swift motion disappeared into the temple's shadows. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, perhaps we will indeed become rivals, even facing each other with weapons, but at least for today we are still friends. This was the last thing I said before leaving her. However, I failed to notice that she was gradually waking up. Am I not dead? Yali slowly stood up from the ground, touching her forehead. Although her head was still a bit dizzy, the feeling of being utterly drained had vanished. Just as she felt her consciousness was about to completely dissipate, a strange energy miraculously surged into her body. This energy bore some resemblance to her divine race's unique true chi, yet it also carried a hint of darkness. Oddly enough, her body not only didn't reject it but embraced it instead. Under its guidance, the once dispersed true chi and magic power began to coalesce once more, granting her on the brink of death a new lease on life. Although her physical strength had not fully recovered, it was more than enough to support her in walking out of this illusion. But where did this strange energy come from? Alas, no matter, it's best to leave here first. Congratulations, Your Highness, for passing the trial of the illusionary realm. Seeing Yalis emerge from the illusionary realm, Huang and Light congratulated her. Yalis responded with an acknowledgement and shifted her gaze to the guardian spirit Xian, who looked just like Mirror. Clearly she was not prepared to disclose the detailed circumstances within the illusionary realm to her two subordinates. May I ask, have I passed the trial of the gods? Yes, although it was somewhat convoluted. You were the first to emerge from here, so you have passed the assessment, Xian replied. Then, Yalis did not ponder the implications of Xian's words. Her only concern was whether she could obtain the coveted divine artifact. Since you have passed the trial, you are qualified to obtain the divine sword Kangri. However, there is one thing I must inform you about beforehand. What is it? The divine sword Kangri, also known as Heart Sword Kangri, lives up to its name. If you wish to wield it, you must merge your soul with its sword spirit, and they shall remain united until death. The reason this sword is called Kangri is that while it grants its master immense power, it also causes them to lose one ability. I have heard of this matter, but what exactly is the ability I will lose? Yalis asked calmly. Well, this is both good and bad. It will alter your physique. All magic will have no effect on you, which means that from now on, no matter how serious your injuries are, you will be unable to heal them with magic. What? Ignoring Like and Huang's astonishment, Xian continued, however, at the same time other attack and barrier type magic will also be ineffective against you. There is no gain without loss. Think it over. No need to think. Yalis said decisively. Since I am here, I have long resolved to obtain Kangri at any cost. Very well then. Xian waved her slender hand, and the Kangri along with its sheath embedded in the wall suddenly flew before Yalis. At the same time, a golden light shot from the light golden gem embedded in the hilt, piercing into Yalis' forehead. After a slight fluctuation, the divine sword finally recognized its master and fell into Yalis' hands. Congratulations, successor of the light divine race. Now your soul has initially merged with the sword spirit of Kangri. As your soul further integrates, you will gradually gain more power. Now allow me to open a portal through space-time to send you back to your own world. Thank you. What are you doing? Seeing Mirror slowly walk towards the mechanism at the entrance of the illusionary realm, Luna exclaimed in alarm. I am going to close the exit of the illusionary realm. Mirror replied emotionlessly. No. Do you know what you're doing? If you close this place, the young master will be trapped inside. Sha leaped in front of Mirror, anxious. There is still half the time left. It's not a matter of time. Mirror explained, your companion has already passed the trial but violated the laws of the illusionary realm by saving someone who should have been trapped there. That person had already exited the illusionary realm through another exit before him. Therefore, according to the laws here, he must replace the one who did not pass the trial. However, since he has passed the verification before this as his companions, you may leave with the 5-color mystic crystal. Mirror waved her delicate hand and the 5-color mystic crystal floated before Luna while a portal appeared in front of her. However, he must stay. No. We will not leave him behind, nor will we allow you to seal this door. Both Luna and Sha said simultaneously. Don't do anything foolish, you cannot stop me. Seeing the two women take a fighting stance, Mirror said coldly, yet her feet did not pause at all. Wind Fang Heavenly Dance. Reversed Blade Wind's Chaotic Dance. They finally launched an attack against Mirror, striking out with full force. However, a strange occurrence happened. Sha's attack passed through Mirror's body without any hindrance, dealing no harm whatsoever. Yet Luna's Wind Fang Heavenly Dance somehow reflected back. It was like hitting oneself in a mirror. Oh no! Luna was the first to sense something was wrong and hastily unleashed a whirlwind wall, but it still couldn't fully block the counterattack of Wind Fang Heavenly Dance. As a result, just after they clashed, both women suffered severe injuries. My body is made of energy, purely physical attacks cannot harm me, and your low-frequency magical attacks will simply rebound back at you. With a casual wave of her hand, a surge of energy erupted, causing both women to cough up blood on the spot. Such astonishing power. I believe even the guardians from the previous layers combined would not be her match. Luna and Sha felt a rush of anxiety. At this rate, even delaying her would be exceedingly difficult, let alone. Finally, Luna drew out Flowing Wind once more. Flowing Wind? Mirror looked slightly surprised but quickly regained her composure. If you can fully harness its power, you might truly compete with me, but right now, you're far from it. Why go this far? If this continues, you will die. Watching Sha, who was barely conscious and clinging to her left leg, Mirror said with a hint of confusion. I won't let you harm the young master. Unless you kill me. Cough cough. Sha stubbornly said, but coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood again. Countless light orbs and ice projectiles struck Sha again. Faced with such a stubborn girl, Mirror's hand felt a bit weak. She found herself reluctant to unleash those vicious spells upon her. In that case, let me end your suffering. Stop. I finally appeared, but what met my eyes was a heart-wrenching and maddening sight. Sha lay on the ground covered in injuries, already in a semi-comatose state, yet still clutching Mirror's left leg tightly. And Luna lay on the opposite side, lifeless, her fate uncertain. What is going on? I suppressed the madness threatening to overwhelm me and asked Mirror, though my voice trembled with extreme anger. You should ask yourself. You didn't heed my warning and saved that girl from the light divine race, violating the laws of the illusionary realm. I must confine you there. But your 2 companions wouldn't let me do that, so you killed them? I shouted in fury. Indeed. My existence is to uphold the laws of the illusionary realm, and anyone who obstructs my enforcement must be eliminated. Ignoring my rage, Mirror spoke slowly. Although she was already in a half-dazed state, Sha still sensed my arrival, thus loosening her grip, finally allowing Mirror's left leg to regain its freedom. Laws. For the sake of your so-called laws, you treat others' lives like a game. My fury was beyond containment. I felt as if my blood was boiling and the sacred magic true chi within me surged like a wild horse, rampaging through my meridians, threatening to break free at any moment. Die. Finally, with a loud bang in my mind, I completely lost my sanity. Countless magical attacks flew towards Yingyu, bombarding him, yet they had no effect whatsoever. At that moment Yingyu resembled a demon from the heavens, completely ignoring the attacks directed at him. He was knocked down and sent flying several times, but stood back up as if he had sustained no harm at all, like an undying zombie. No. Even zombies do not possess such tenacious vitality. Seeing Yingyu charging at her in a frenzy, Mirror finally felt fear. If the person before her was simply ignoring pain due to madness, she was absolutely confident in killing him. However, there were no visible signs of injury on him, meaning her magical attacks were utterly ineffective. Originally she should have held the advantage in this situation, so why had it completely reversed at this moment? Suddenly she noticed a layer of silvery gray aura surrounding Yingyu, faint yet present, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. However, the situation left no room for her to think further, as the opponent had already thrust his finger mimicking a sword toward her chest with lightning speed. Whoosh! Two figures crossed paths. As usual, the opponent's attack once again passed through her body, but why did she feel a hint of terror? Because this time she felt pain, unbearable pain. Just like a flesh and blood human being pierced through the heart by a sword, she experienced it for the first time. Watching her body gradually disintegrate around her chest, Mirror finally understood something, but it was already too late. Extreme Sky Battle Chi? Could it be that you are? As she spoke, her entire body disintegrated and dissipated into the air. In the split second before Mirror completely vanished, I miraculously regained my sanity. Aside from feeling a bit sore, I had no discomfort, and the towering rage had diminished significantly. Did I do this? As I looked at everything unfolding before me, I said to myself. But why did I have no recollection of what had just happened? Ah no. The illusionary realm had exploded due to Mirror's demise, and the entire temple began to collapse. I quickly thought, leaping to where Luna and Shasha lay, grabbing them under my arms and flying out through the portal at the fastest speed I could manage. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst through the portal, pushing us out several meters before we hit the ground. We had finally returned to the surface, back to our own world. Simultaneously, an object the size of a fist fell into the grass beside me. It was the 5-color mystic crystal. However, I was too distraught to pay attention to such things. Luna! Shasha! Wake up! One healing spell after another flowed from my hands, directed at them, yet there was no response. I took a deep breath, as if finally gathering the courage to confirm the result I both longed to know and feared to know, reaching my hand to touch Luna's delicate cheek, and beside her nose, cold to the touch, no breath. Luna was dead, truly dead. Just yesterday we were having dinner and playing together, and now, thinking back on all the moments with Luna, my heart felt as though it were being shredded. I could almost hear the sound of my heart breaking, my entire being numb. I suddenly understood the meaning of walking corpse. I was nothing but a living corpse now. Cough. Cough. Suddenly a familiar coughing sound reached my ears. It was Shasha. She was not dead. I felt as though I had grabbed onto a lifeline and saw a glimmer of hope for life. Shasha, how are you? Are you feeling better? I turned around, holding Shasha tightly in my arms and letting her lie flat against my chest, asking with concern. Young master. Cough. Cough. She slowly opened her eyes, calling my name, but then coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood, her breath extremely weak. I hurriedly placed my hand on her back, slowly infusing my true chi into her body, but she stopped me. Young master. It's useless. I know my condition best. My life has already been nearly exhausted. No, Shasha, I will definitely heal you, you won't die. I held her more tightly and said loudly, Young master, people ultimately have to die. Don't be sad for me, as long as I can see you're okay, I am content. She strained to lift a hand, gently stroking my face. Young master, this is the first time you've held me like this alone. I feel so happy. Shasha wants to stay in this moment forever. Her consciousness began to disperse. Perhaps everything before her was merely a fleeting reflection. Shasha, it was I who harmed you. If it weren't for me, young master, my sister and I are willing. We have never blamed you. I think if it were you, you would do the same. Her breath grew weaker. A sharp pain pierced my heart and I couldn't help but shed tears. Sasha, you won't die. I want to hold you like this forever. I vowed to give you happiness. Young master. Are you crying? Sasha wiped away a tear of mine with her finger, touching it to her lips, murmuring, "This is the first time Sasha has seen you cry, and it's for me. Sasha is so happy." Before she could finish, her head softened and leaned against my shoulder, forever fading away. No. Why? Why do the ones I love leave me one after another? Sister Luna is like this and Sasha is the same. When I finally understand how to cherish them and want to bring them happiness, they do not give me the opportunity. Who exactly harmed them? It is not Cuddy who forced me to seek the five-color mystic crystal, nor Jing who inflicted fatal injuries on them, but rather, me? It was I who harmed them, my compassion, my indecisiveness, my infatuation. If I had saved Alice in the void, they would not have clashed with Jing, and perhaps the three of us would be happily walking the road back to Kudun City right now. What was I trying to achieve by saving Alice? Was it truly to repay her a favor so that we would not owe each other anything in the future? Perhaps this is just an excuse to comfort myself. The real reason may be something I cannot even clarify. Suddenly, I thought of a strange question. If Alice were not a stunningly beautiful girl but just a man who could become my formidable rival, would I still save him in that situation? I dare not answer this question. Am I really that pathetic? Did I save her just because she is a beauty? Is it to showcase my gentlemanly demeanor? Or is it to satisfy my so-called hero saving the beauty vanity? And it is precisely because of these trivial things that I indirectly caused the deaths of two closest and dearest people. No. I will not let them die like this. If someone must die, it should be me. Finally, I set aside all my burdens and made the most correct decision for myself. Father, Mother, please forgive your unfilial son. I can no longer fulfill the mission of reviving the demon empire. Perhaps I am truly unfit to be an emperor. Elder brother Jifeng, I can no longer fulfill the alliance between our two clans. Grandpa Hill, I can no longer uphold the promise to you. If I cannot even protect the lives of these two girls before me, what use is it to become the strongest person in the world? Labbies, I am sorry. Goddess Korea, the source of life for all things in the world, please open your compassionate and generous heart, listen to my plea, and grant me the life force to reverse the laws of heaven and earth. With my soul as a medium and my life as a contract, let the vitality of these two people before me be revitalized once more. Tears of Cecilia, the reversal spell. My hands simultaneously formed light golden seals, pressing them against the cold foreheads of Luna and Sasha. Two torrents of life source slowly flowed through my hands into their bodies, increasing in speed. I felt my energy swiftly being drained, as if every cell in my body was rapidly withering and aging, yet there was not a trace of pain on my face. Instead, a genuine smile emerged, because I had already sensed the gradually warming temperature of the two. Finally, I lost consciousness. What happened, Your Highness? Just as I lost consciousness, three members of the divine race walked out from behind a crumbling wall, and the one asking the question was Lake. It turned out that the portal had sent us to the back of the Daring Church. Due to my earlier emotional turmoil, I failed to notice that three people were hiding not far behind the wall. He actually cast the reversal spell, Alice said with a hint of excitement, as if her heart had been greatly shaken. The reversal spell? Forgive my ignorance. I have never heard of such magic, Lake whispered. But why is Your Highness so surprised? Because casting the reversal spell on two people at the same time is equivalent to suicide, Huang said from the side, clearly understanding this spell somewhat. Ah. Lake was taken aback, seemingly incredulous. But when he bent down to check my breath, his eyes widened in shock. Because at that moment I had already lost all breath and was no different from a dead person. The reversal spell is also known as Tears of Cecilia. It was created over 2,000 years ago by a divine race woman named Cecilia. Strictly speaking, it should be classified as magic of my divine race. This woman named Cecilia met a talented young general from the kingdom of Kina by chance. They fell deeply in love, and Cecilia even gave up her divine status to marry him. Later that young general was unfortunately killed in battle during an expedition. Cecilier was heartbroken holding her lover's corpse and crying for a day and a night. It is said that her tears formed a stream reviving two ancient trees on the verge of dying. Of course, this is an exaggeration by later generations, but she ultimately moved the gods, and the life god Clarea appeared to teach her a wondrous spell that revived her lover. From then on, this spell was passed down through the world and was named Tears of Cecilier due to its tragic and touching story. However, no one has used this spell since then, and therefore very few people remember it. Then why is that? Because no one is willing to give away half of their life to another. Tears of Cecilier is not a profound magic, it is similar to many transmission techniques in the world today. It simply transfers one's lifespan, and each time it is cast, the amount of lifespan transferred must be half of the total. So casting this spell on two people at the same time is equivalent to. No wonder. Lake looked at me, who lay breathless on the ground as if I were a monster. This spell was created by my divine race, and the first person to use it after its founder turned out to be a human. If I had known this spell at that time, my mother would not have. And my father, who is skilled in magic actually. Alas, your mother is beyond cure unless. Sigh. I am also powerless. Remembering my father's vague words from back then, Alice finally understood something. Father, is a lifespan of 200 or 300 years really that important to you? Alice once again showed an unexpected excitement, unintentionally slamming her palm against the low wall. The already unstable crumbling wall was knocked down by her with a large crash. Your Highness. You. Huang and Lake were both shocked, for the princess, known for her calmness and decisiveness, had become so agitated that she was almost out of control, which they had never witnessed before. Sorry. I lost my composure. Perhaps it was due to the tension in the void. Alice quickly returned to normal, but there seemed to be something more in her beautiful golden eyes. Of course, this subtle change did not escape Lake's eyes. He suddenly realized that if this young man, who could evoke such a great emotional response in the princess, could survive, he would surely bring unexpected changes to the princess and even the entire divine race in the future. Slowly he drew his sword. Lake. What are you doing? Huang exclaimed, blocking Lake's sword that was about to pierce my chest. Alice's icy face revealed a hint of murderous intent. Your Highness, this person is young yet possesses such unfathomable strength. Such talent is extremely rare even among our race. Given time, he will surely become another Sokka, perhaps even surpassing Sokka. If we do not take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him, he will undoubtedly become a great threat to our race in the future. Lake urged anxiously. Hearing his explanation, Alice's expression softened slightly. Lake, you must understand, while our divine race values strategy and even resorts to unscrupulous means, we also have our own principles. I disdain to engage in such despicable acts of taking advantage of others' misfortunes. I do not wish for my subordinates to do such vile things. Moreover, even if we do not kill him, he will find it difficult to survive. She deliberately emphasized the word subordinates, making it clear to Lake the relationship of positions between them. Yes, your Highness is right. I was disrespectful just now. Lake hurriedly replied respectfully, then. How should we deal with these three people? I have my own plans regarding this matter. You may leave for now, Alice said, but her tone left no room for doubt. But, with a flash of white light, Alice completely transformed into another appearance. Except for her skin tone and figure not changing much, all other features underwent a significant transformation. Her face became slightly thinner, her eyes were a light purple, and her long water blue hair gently cascaded down to her waist. She was none other than Julia, whom I had met before. At that moment, not only did her appearance differ greatly from before, but her temperament also underwent a fundamental change. If Alice gave off an impression of being cold and untouchable, then Julia at this moment was polite, approachable, and made one feel like they were basking in the spring breeze, evoking a desire to get closer to her. Uncles, a gentle voice spoke. Julia said softly, I will take care of this place. I will be fine. By the way, could you two uncles get a carriage for me? Lake and Huang exchanged wry smiles. The princess, who had just been so stern with them, had suddenly transformed into a refined young lady in the blink of an eye. Yes. I am at your service. Then I will trouble you two uncles. Please be careful. Yes, thank you, miss. For your concern. After exchanging wry smiles again, the two divine race members finally flew away. After an unknown time, Sasha finally woke up. Am I not dead? This was the first question she asked herself upon waking. Immediately she noticed that Luna was also lying beside her on the grass, breathing evenly as if she were asleep. Great sister is also fine, but how do we survive? We clearly are ready. Although it was somewhat strange, being alive was indeed something to be grateful for. With a whimper, Luna also woke up. Sister, you are awake. Sasha raised her hand and helped Luna, who was about to sit up. Ah. Sasha. Sister, we are both alive. That's great. Sasha almost cried tears of joy. What about Xing? The young master? After I woke up he wasn't here. I will go look for him. He should be nearby, Luna said. She was certain that Yingyu would never abandon them regardless of whether they were dead or alive. No need to search, he is over there. A gentle voice rang out as a girl dressed in a gown with water blue hair cascading down to her waist walked over. Who is this, sister? Luna was surprised. She had only been focused on her joy and hadn't noticed that someone was standing not far away. My name is Julia. I passed by Darren Church a little over 3 hours ago and saw you three unconscious by the roadside, so I brought you here. Julia said gently. Upon hearing this gentle and kind girl, both Luna and Sasha unconsciously felt a fondness for her. When they heard her mention that she had brought all three of them, their worried hearts immediately calmed down. Yingyu probably went nearby to look for food. However, Luna did not notice that this girl before her showed no surprise at her pitch-black wings. Thank you, Sister Julia, for saving us. Luna and Sasha are truly grateful. You are too kind. I have met young Master Yingyu as well, and even if we were strangers I would not stand idly by in such a situation. By the way, do you know where he is over there? You can go check for yourselves. Julia pointed to a large tree 10 meters away, her tone somewhat heavy. Without waiting for Julia to finish, the two girls dashed toward the large tree. Xing, young master? Upon seeing Yingyu lying under the tree breathless, Luna and Sasha were both shocked. Especially Sasha, who remembered that her young master had been fine just before her death. Had a powerful enemy appeared again? But why were she and Luna completely unharmed? Xing! What happened to you? Wake up! Luna cried out, her voice choked with tears. This time the roles were reversed and it was Luna who was frantically casting healing spells on Yingyu. Meanwhile, Sasha knelt beside him, desperately channeling her true energy into Yingyu. However, the situation remained the same and there was still no sign of improvement. There is no need to waste your effort, don't you realize the changes in your own bodies? Julia said. In fact, Luna and Sasha were not completely oblivious, they had just been focused on Yingyu. Now hearing Julia's words, they quickly examined their bodies internally and found that the life energy within them was not what they had previously possessed, but rather was richer and more abundant. It felt as if they had undergone a complete transformation. Note: understanding and perceiving one's life energy is a fundamental course for all high-level mages and warriors, as many powerful spells and martial arts are based on activating the Buddha's potential. Moreover, some extremely powerful spells and martial arts require burning one's life potential to cast, while certain forbidden techniques or spells may even require burning one's soul power, just like the Void Soul Shatter cast by Hill. Except for the divine demon and dragon races, the life potential of other races is quite similar in quantity, but the life forms of the elf and dwarf races have the characteristic of steady flow, resulting in longer lifespans. The strength and vitality of the divine and demon races are much stronger than those of other races, and their lifespans are also significantly longer. This is not only due to their unique physiques, but also because their life energy is several times greater than that of other races. Therefore, after Yingyu cast the reversal spell to share his life potential equally with Luna and Sasha, their life potential had greatly increased compared to before. Seeing the slight change in the expressions of the two girls, Julia continued, he cast the reversal spell, transferring his life to you both. Unfortunately he himself. It was no wonder that I who should have died inexplicably came back to life. It turned out that he saved me with his life. The earlier joy of being resurrected was completely erased by this cruel reality. Instead, what replaced it was endless pain and sorrow. Xingyu rescued me from the abyss of death with his life, yet he plunged himself into another even more painful abyss. This was the most genuine reflection of their feelings at that moment. For them, they would rather die themselves than let anything happen to Xingyu yet at this moment. Miss Luna? What are you doing? Seeing Luna forming light golden seals with her hands, Julia hurriedly stopped her. Don't you know that the life energy transferred cannot be used to cast the reversal spell? I actually forgot. Luna dejectedly lowered her hands. With the last shred of hope shattered, Luna fell into complete despair. She bent down, numbly embracing Xingyi's corpse, murmuring, Xing, you are so despicable. You promised to stay with me forever, yet you left me alone in this endless pain. I will not let you have your way. She slowly pulled out Lu Feng and aimed it at her chest. Are you insane? Julia grabbed Luna's right hand that held the dagger, her voice urgent. How could you do this? If you die, won't all of young Master Xingyi's efforts have been in vain? Sha. Why didn't you stop her? If the young master is gone, then Sha doesn't want to live either. Sha will share life and death with the young master. Seeing the same resolute expression on Sha's face as on Luna's, Julia felt a throbbing headache. At this moment she simply could not comprehend this seemingly mad and foolish behavior of Luna and Sha. Why am I even bothering? Julia thought to herself. If they want to die, let them die. But why do I? Things are not as dire as you imagine. Unbeknownst to them, a middle-aged man in a blue shirt had appeared 5 meters away. None of the 3 women present, except Xingyu of course, had even sensed his existence. Julia was startled. Within a 10-meter radius no living thing could escape her perception, yet this middle-aged man had silently approached to within 5 meters without her notice. If he had intended to ambush her, then. May I ask who you are? You are Mr. Owen. Luna recognized him first. This middle-aged man was none other than Owen, the owner of the weapon shop in Curtain City, who had gifted her the flowing wind. Miss Luna, I am delighted you remember me. It seems I arrived just in time. Owen's tone was reminiscent of an old scholar. You jest, sir. I dare not forget your generous gift of the sword that day. Luna said politely. You just mentioned. I said he can still be saved. Owen pointed at Xingyu lying on the ground. Before Luna could ask further, Julia interjected, young Master Xingyu has no signs of life. May I ask, sir, why you believe he can be saved? When Owen first arrived, he hadn't paid much attention to Julia. Now hearing her question, he turned to look at her. But as he clearly saw Julia's features, he was taken aback. So similar. When I first met Ying and Lilith was dressed exactly like this, with such similar features and hair color. Suddenly his expression shifted slightly. Recalling the rumors about the Divine Clan in recent years, he seemed to understand something. He cast a meaningful glance at her. Why are you here, miss, at this time and place? I believe your father would not be very pleased if he knew. Julia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This man's words clearly implied that he had guessed her identity. Yet this identity of hers was known only to her father, brothers, and a few close confidants. She smiled faintly. If you, sir, would keep this secret for me, I would be eternally grateful. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Luna and Sha. Owen naturally understood the implication of this secret. Julia hoped he would both keep silent about saving Xingyu and refrain from revealing her true identity to the others. In truth, this Owen was none other than Owen Magri, the close friend of Yingyu that Swiftwind had mentioned. Furthermore, when the divine and demonic clans concealed their racial traits, they assumed only one form, meaning their appearance when incarnated as humans was entirely determined by their original features. Owen was one of the few in the world who had seen Lilith's human form. And according to rumor, the current Holy Maiden Alice bore an uncanny resemblance to Lilith from that era. Thus he naturally deduced Julia's identity. I shall naturally comply with your request, miss. However, I also have some private matters to discuss with the two family members of our young friend Yingyu. I wonder if you could grant me the same courtesy. Owen said. Julia smiled knowingly, then slowly walked away, not stopping until she was over 40 meters distant. Seeing Julia was far away, Owen lowered his voice and said to the two women, "Did you know that there are still 2 unbroken seals within his body?" The 2 women nodded, but Luna suddenly asked, "Mr. Owen, how do you know that there are 2 seals inside Xing?" "Because I was also present when his parents placed the seals on him," Owen replied with a slight smile. Owen, Shasha murmured the name repeatedly. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her and she exclaimed joyfully, "Could you be the Mr. Owen Magri that Big Brother once mentioned?" "Hee, you finally guessed it," Owen said with a laugh. "When I last saw you, you were not yet 6 years old. Now you've grown into a graceful young lady." It's a good thing I arrived in time, otherwise that fellow Swiftwind would never let me hear the end of it." Sha's pretty face flushed. She knew Owen was referring to how she had nearly died for love just moments ago. Fortunately, Luna changed the subject. "By the way, Mr. Owen, about the seals inside Xing. Since young Master Xingyu and that fellow Swiftwind are like brothers, you two may as well call me Big Brother Owen," Owen said with a smile. "The god sealing mark within him differs from ordinary seals. It not only seals the host's magical power but also seals away a portion of their life energy. Therefore, if we can forcibly break through the second seal, we can restore his vitality. But Grandpa York said that the second seal can only be unlocked with one's own power," Luna said. I cannot completely unlock it. However, if I use magical power to temporarily force it open for a moment, allowing the sealed life energy to flow into his body, he can be temporarily out of danger. Moreover, that sealed energy contains far more life potential than he originally had. If he can unlock the seal in the future, he could even possess a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary demons," Owen said. "There's no time to lose. I will break the seal for him now. You two stand guard for me." "Understood," Luna and Shasha replied in unison. The thought of saving Zingia's life filled them with immense joy. Owen slowly raised his right palm, silently intoning a few incantations. A pale yellow energy sphere instantly materialized in his palm. Though small in size, the concentration of earth elements within it was astonishing. The energy sphere continuously absorbed the surrounding earth elements, increasing its density. Luna had witnessed York's power before. He was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of a grand archmage. Yet, judging solely by the magical might Owen displayed in creating this energy sphere, he was undoubtedly a match for York. However, Owen was at least half York's age. How had he managed to cultivate to such a level? At that moment, the energy sphere had finished coalescing. Owen's expression shifted slightly and the sphere detached from his palm, rapidly shrinking in the air to the size of a fingernail. It then drifted slowly towards Xingyu until it vanished into his brow. "Damn!" Seeing Owen withdraw his palm from Zingia's head with a deeply furrowed brow, Luna and Shasha asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Big Brother Owen?" "The strength of that second seal exceeded my expectations. I channeled all my magical power and could only keep it open for less than 2 seconds. The energy released in such a short time may not be enough to..." Suddenly he sensed a faint fluctuation. His expression shifted and he placed his palm back on the crown of Zingia's head. He was astonished to find that this insignificant amount of energy had actually stimulated the true chi within Zingia's body. Initially, due to the depletion of life energy, the holy demon true chi had ceased to circulate. With the addition of that trace of energy, the holy demon true chi began to circulate once more. At this moment, the holy demon true chi seemed to sense its master's precarious state. It autonomously reverted to the state it was in when the first seal was unlocked, forming a rapidly spinning vortex within Zingia's body. Feeling as if his own vitality was being drawn away, Owen swiftly withdrew his hand from Zingia's. Now Zingia's entire body seemed to have become a vortex, rapidly absorbing energy from the surroundings. It even felt as if the energy from Owen and the two women was about to be pulled in. Owen quickly erected a barrier shielding the three of them. He realized that if he didn't, the life potential of all three might be drained completely by this bizarre vortex. Sensing the anomaly, Julia approached from a distance and was startled by the unprecedented spectacle. Feeling as if the energy within her own body was about to be drawn away, she also erected a barrier just like Owen. She cast a questioning glance at him, but his face also showed bewilderment. By now the area within a 20-meter radius seemed to have been drained into an energy vacuum. Yet the vortex continued unabated, absorbing energy from even farther afield. Suddenly an object the size of a fist rose from the ground. It was the five-colored mystic crystal. It was radiating the energy of the five elements at an astonishing rate, and the destination of all that energy was none other than Yingya's body. Heavens! He's even absorbing the energy from the five-colored mystic crystal. The few present exclaimed in their hearts simultaneously. It was difficult for them to imagine how a single body could contain such immense energy. However, things had progressed to a point beyond human control. The energy absorption grew faster and faster until finally, after nearly draining all the energy from the five-colored mystic crystal, the vortex subsided. Owen quickly rushed to Yingya's side, wanting to see what had become of his body after absorbing such a colossal amount of energy. Yet upon examination he discovered that Yingya's life potential and magical power had only returned to their initial state, not multiplied geometrically as he had imagined. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him. He extended his probing senses to the two seals. The second seal was unchanged, but when he examined the third seal he finally understood. Thus the energy from the five-colored mystic crystal, after being drawn into Yingya's body, immediately resonated with the god sealing mark and was sealed away. Otherwise Yingyu would. Thus the energy from the five-colored mystic crystal, after being drawn into Yingya's body, immediately resonated with the god sealing mark and was sealed away. Otherwise Yingyu would have been in grave danger of exploding from within. However, because the energy within the third seal had multiplied several times, it would be exponentially more difficult for Yingyu to unlock it. He might even spend his entire life unable to do so. Owen was well aware of this, but he did not tell Luna and Shasha. Partly this was because Julia was present, but the main reason was, in his view, this could be a trial for Yingyu. If he truly possessed the qualities of a supreme powerhouse, he would surely be able to unlock it with his own strength. When that time came, he would gain power several times greater than originally anticipated. Seeing the questioning looks from the three women, Owen fabricated a benevolent lie. Thanks to the five-colored mystic crystal. However, it seems this energy did not remain in his body. Apart from a small part that helped restore his vitality, most of it has dispersed back into the surroundings. What a pity. So the young master is all right? Shasha asked hastily. But he will need to sleep for a while before waking. Owen said. I should also take my leave. Big brother Owen, won't you wait for the young master to wake? He would be overjoyed to know of your relationship. Shasha said. No. We will meet one day, but the time is not yet right. Owen said. Also, don't tell him I was here. And please keep what happened today a secret. This last remark was clearly directed at Julia. Rest assured, sir. I will not speak a word of this. Julia said earnestly. And I ask that you, sir, keep my secret as well. It's a deal. Owen said. Suddenly he walked over to Julia, looked her deeply in the eyes, and said in a voice only she could hear, as an elder to Yingyu, I have one more piece of advice for you, princess. I hope you will not have too much contact with Yingyu. It would be for the best for both of you. However, what he saw was a hint of doubt and a nonchalant expression on Julia's face. He could only shake his head helplessly. Then he softly intoned a few incantations. A magic circle appeared before him and he vanished from the sight of the three women. Xing! You're finally awake. A cheerful voice reached my ears. I turned my head. A girl was sitting by the bedside, tightly holding my hand while I lay comfortably in bed. I squeezed my eyes hard, trying to see her face clearly, but my vision was as if shrouded in mist. I could only make out her general outline. However, from her voice I was certain she was not any girl I knew. You. Im Lin. Could the fever have addled your brain? How can you not even recognize me? She freed one hand and gently placed it on my forehead as if checking my temperature while her other hand still firmly held my left hand. What fever? You were severely weakened after defeating the Nether Dragon and slept for 3 whole days and nights running a high fever all the while. I was so worried. The girl said. Oh. Although her words were somewhat baffling, I was still eager to hear more, so I mumbled a vague reply. Xing. I have great news. Because you defeated the Nether Dragon and saved everyone, Father has finally agreed to let me marry you. I'm so happy. From now on we can be together without a care in the world. She affectionately rested her head on my chest. A strange sensation washed over me, so familiar, so intimate, yet it also felt incredibly distant. I couldn't help but feel a surge of profound, unforgettable longing. Why? I don't know her. So why do I feel this unforgettable emotion? I rubbed my eyes again, trying to see her face clearly. Just then my head was struck heavily, everything before me blurred and gradually faded away. I slowly opened my eyes. 2 angelic faces came into view, so familiar, so real. 2 pairs of gem-like eyes were fixed on me, filled with concern and anxiety. Xing. You're finally awake. Sister Luna exclaimed joyfully. If the carriage hadn't jolted just now, the young master might have continued to sleep soundly on your lap. Shasha giggled from the side. Sister Luna. Shasha. I was now lying with my head on Luna's lap, the clatter-clatter of the carriage wheels sounding in my ears. Oh. So it was all just a dream. But why couldn't I shake that strange, wonderful feeling? Ahem. A light cough interrupted my thoughts. I then realized there was another person in the carriage. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and sat up. Focusing my eyes, I saw it was Julia, whom I had met once before. Her hair flowed like water, her eyes a pale violet. She was looking at me with a faint amused smile, as if mocking me for having just refused to get up from Luna's lap. Miss Julia? Why are you? I couldn't fathom why she was inexplicably riding in the same carriage as us. Right, I remembered casting the life transfer curse on Luna and Shasha. Since they were both sitting here safe and sound, the spell must have succeeded. But if the spell succeeded, I should have died. So why was I perfectly fine? Xing, we were all unconscious by the roadside. Sister Julia rescued us. Luna seemed to read my question and explained. Oh. The realization dawned on me and I quickly said politely, "Thank you, miss, for saving the 3 of us." "You're too kind, young master," Julia said with a smile. "It was a trifling matter not worth mentioning. I simply brought you all into the carriage as a convenience. I believe anyone else would have done the same. Regardless, Xingyu will always remember your kindness." Young master, you should remember the kindness of these 2 sisters instead," Julia said with a charming laugh. "While you were unconscious, she glanced at Luna and Shasha and stopped abruptly. Luna gave her an embarrassed smile, then said to me in an unusually serious tone, "Xing, I forbid you from ever doing something so foolish again. If you do, Shasha and I will die right before your eyes." I looked at Shasha, her expression was equally earnest. I promise I won't do that again. But you must also promise me not to do anything foolish either. I scratched my head and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how did I wake up? That was thanks to this 5-colored mystic crystal, Shasha said. While you were unconscious, it suddenly emitted a tremendous amount of energy which flowed into your body. And then flowed back out. After that you were fine. Shasha winked at Luna behind my back. Isn't that right, sister? Oh. Yes. It's just a pity about this ancient divine artifact. We went through so much trouble to get it, and now it might be useless. Luna said with a slight pause, then casually took out the 5-colored mystic crystal. Indeed, its luster had dimmed considerably, yet the magical energy within it was probably less than 1/10 of its original amount. Although I felt their explanation was somewhat incomplete, it no longer mattered to me. Because at least we had all survived. Sister Luna and Shasha were by my side safe and sound, and I was unharmed, able to savor this moment of warmth. By the time we arrived in Keton City, the sun was almost setting and we didn't expect to have been out for an entire day. We got off the carriage, said a brief farewell to Julia, and then headed towards York's residence. Seeing Luna and Shasha looking a bit reluctant, I chuckled and said, "Sister Luna, it seems you and she got along quite well. Too bad I forgot to ask her for her address." "Hehe, you must want to know, young master," Shasha giggled. "Should I chase after her to ask?" "No need, we've only met twice and I have no feelings for her at all." I quickly defended myself. "That's not necessarily true. Oh, I see that Sister Julia is quite concerned about you. While you were sleeping soundly in the carriage, she was asking about you the whole time," Luna said. Shasha added mischievously, Yes, young master, you may not have feelings for her, but you can't guarantee that she has none for you. As the ancient saying goes, it is the most difficult to repay the kindness of a beauty. I wonder how you will repay Sister Julia for her grace, young master. Sure, don't forget you two are also beauties. I intentionally looked at them with a teasing grin. Hehe, then let me first repay the kindness from you two beauties. Thus we ended up in a playful ruckus. Of course, I was just enjoying a bit of verbal sparring, especially in the middle of the street. It seemed they had already seen through my cowardly nature and they did not back down from my verbal attacks. Amidst our laughter we arrived at the home of Old Man York. "Oh, you all came back so quickly. I thought it would take you 3 or 4 days to return." Old Man York seemed quite surprised by our efficiency. Looking at me comfortably lying on the sofa, he said, "Hehe, judging by your looks you didn't encounter any trouble, did you?" Of course I could tell that his latter remark was sarcastic. Seeing his expression as if he was sure we had suffered quite a bit, I felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Hehe, although we encountered quite a few troubles with this young master personally taking action, isn't every problem easily resolved?" York immediately pretended to be about to vomit, shaking his head and looking around in a comical manner. He inquired others, saying, "Luna, I heard there's a guy called this young master recently in town. Have you seen him?" Luna and Shasha both burst into laughter at his antics while I feigned indifference. Hehe, if I got angry, wouldn't that be letting this old fellow think he had succeeded in his schemes? I pulled out the 5-colored mystic crystal from my pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Old man, take a look at this." After taking the 5-colored mystic crystal, York carefully examined it in his hand. Could it really be the 5-colored mystic crystal? Of course, could it be fake? I chimed in. It's just that the magical energy contained within is not as powerful as I imagined. York pondered. Because most of the magical energy inside has been absorbed, Luna glanced at me and explained. What? Absorbed? York nearly jumped off the sofa. Yes, Luna said, thanks to it Xing was able to save his life. She then meticulously described the entire incident. Of course, it was the version I knew. What a pity such immense magical power has been wasted like this. After hearing Luna's account, York sighed, but if this kid had truly retained such immense energy within him, he might have exploded from it long ago. Even with the robust physique of the demon race, he could not contain such massive magical energy. However, I must say this kid's foolishness is quite admirable. Even I, this old man, cannot help but feel inferior. Little girl, you have an eye for talent. At this point he jokingly glanced at Luna and Shasha. I of course knew he was referring to how I used the fate reversal spell to save Luna and the others. Afraid the two girls would nag about it endlessly, I quickly shifted the topic and excitedly recounted the journey of overcoming obstacles. However, about how to defeat Mirror even I couldn't explain clearly, and Luna and Shasha, who were already in a half-dead state at the time, could only be clueless. Even though York had many doubts about this part of the story, he couldn't deduce a good explanation and had to let it go. Grandpa York, with so much magical energy lost from the 5-colored mystic crystal, can it still be used to repair the blessing of elements? Luna finally asked the question we had been worried about. You don't need to worry about this. The energy required to repair that armor does not come from the magical energy contained within the 5-colored mystic crystal, but rather from the source of that energy, which is the power of the 5 great elements. Grandpa York, with so much magical energy lost from the 5-colored mystic crystal, can it still be used to repair the blessing of elements? Luna finally asked the question we had been worried about. Problem. York said, however, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, we will say that the magical energy of the 5-colored mystic crystal was lost during the repair of the blessing of elements. You must not mention that you absorbed the magical energy from the five-colored mystic crystal to anyone. Understood, I replied. How long will it take to repair the Blessing of Elements? The damaged Blessing of Elements is with me. Actually, with the necessary materials it won't take long to repair it. I estimate it will be ready by tomorrow morning. York said, tonight the three of you will stay with me. Tomorrow morning Xingyu and I will take these two items to the palace. Whoa! I suddenly sat up in bed, glanced at the sky and saw it was just dawn, so there should still be more than 2 hours before the time to get up. Strangely, I had that strange dream again. In the dream it was still that peculiar girl, but just when I wanted to see her face clearly I woke up again. Damn it. I tried to lie down again but could not fall asleep. Forget it, morning is approaching anyway, I might as well go out for a stroll. Where to go? Old man York should still be busy repairing that armor, so I won't disturb him, I'll just wander about. I casually walked to the balcony on the second floor. There was actually someone sitting on the bench, a slim silhouette with purple hair. It was Sister Luna. I quietly approached her and sat down beside her. She seemed startled for a moment but soon realized it was me and leaned gently against me. Xing, can't you sleep either? Yeah, I just had a strange dream and after waking up I couldn't fall asleep again. I replied. Me too. Luna said softly. I noticed her gaze seemed a bit distant, as if she were looking far away or reminiscing about the dream she just had. Did she also dream of becoming another person like I did? If I asked her she would probably tell me. However, I didn't want to do that. Since she hadn't initiated telling me, she clearly didn't want me to know. Everyone has their own privacy, even between two deeply in love people it's impossible to have no secrets at all. I do not think it's deception or disloyalty to a lover, rather I believe it is quite normal. If one were to demand that the other keep no secrets at all, it would be better to just change one's gender and marry oneself. Xing, do you believe in reincarnation? Luna suddenly asked. Oh. Well, maybe. For this question I had always been half believing. Although after meeting Fian I was convinced of the fact that the soul does not perish after death, whether one can be reincarnated I still could not determine. However, after experiencing yesterday's life and death change, I understood a principle. Rather than racking my brains to speculate about those illusory things, I might as well wholeheartedly grasp the happiness in front of me. I said sincerely, no matter what the past and future hold, I am grateful for this life's arrangement that allowed me to meet you. Me too. Luna said affectionately. Her dreamy gaze seemed to gather again and she leaned more closely against me. Xing, can you hold me like this until dawn? I embraced her fragrant shoulders, my cheek gently resting on her silky hair. Feeling her warm body temperature and the alluring fragrance of her maidenhood, my heart did not rise with a hint of desire, rather it felt incredibly peaceful and warm. I didn't know when, but I heard the sound of even breathing beside me. She had actually fallen asleep. Her expression was so serene, like a kitten sleeping in its owner's arms. An unprecedented feeling arose in my heart. This was the first time Luna had shown such a delicate sleeping posture in front of me. I remembered when I was unable to sleep as a child, she would hold me like this to help me drift into dreams. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of affection, gently taking off my outer coat and draping it over her, holding her still without moving. Gradually a sense of drowsiness washed over me, and before I knew it I too peacefully fell into a dream. Old Minister York, along with Xingyu, pays respects to your majesty. You too, no need for formalities. In the morning, under York's lead, I took two treasures into the palace. Luna and Shasha, due to their status, were not allowed to enter, so they stayed at York's house waiting. Your Majesty, Xingyu has fulfilled his duty and has retrieved the five-colored mystic crystal. Moreover, last night, with the power of the five-colored mystic crystal, this old minister has successfully restored our royal treasure, the Blessing of Elements, to its original condition. However, the magical energy of this five-colored mystic crystal has been depleted by more than half. After York finished, he gave me a glance, and I immediately presented the two treasures. King Prestvi inspected the Blessing of Elements closely. A look of joy appeared on his face. As long as the Blessing of Elements is restored to its original state, I will be very pleased. As for the five-colored mystic crystal, while it is a treasure of heaven and earth, it is not something I must have. Director York, to thank you for restoring the blessing of elements, this five-colored mystic crystal is given to you for research purposes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Looking at York's ecstatic expression, I couldn't help but admire King Prestvi's tactics. He knew that the five-colored mystic crystal was of little use to him, so he rewarded it to York, aligning with his interests while also saving a considerable expense. Because York restored the blessing of elements, it should be considered a great merit for the John royal family. If he were to be rewarded separately, it would certainly be a significant expense given his status. This is truly a win-win situation. I believe Old Man York has already been happily chanting "Long live our king" in his heart hundreds of times. Xingyu, your servant is here. You have indeed not disappointed me. I have said that as long as you can return safely, whether or not you successfully obtain the five-colored mystic crystal, I will no longer hold you accountable for damaging the blessing of elements. Now not only have you returned safely, but you also retrieved the five-colored mystic crystal and restored the blessing of elements. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The blessing of elements was damaged because of me. Obtaining the five-colored mystic crystal is merely my duty. How could I dare to claim credit? Well said. In that case, according to our previous agreement, I will appoint you as a Viscount, grant you the title of Grand Knight, and bestow upon you a manor in the east of the city as your Viscount's residence. Additionally, I will reward you with 5,000 gold coins for your daily expenses. King Prestvi said. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint your expectations. Your servant still has one matter that has yet to be clarified. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Viscount Xingyu, please speak. My military rank is Grand Knight. I would like to know which army corps I will be assigned to. I finally brought up the question that had been on my mind. In the John Kingdom, apart from the local armies governed by various territorial lords and the less than 20,000 royal guards led by Xin, the main military strength is concentrated in the three major army corps directly under the central command. Each army corps has around 100,000 soldiers. The first corps is led by the renowned Imperial General Kahl, responsible for guarding the western borders, which is adjacent to the St. Kailan Kingdom. Kahl is one of the two remaining Holy Knights in the John Kingdom and a newly inducted Holy Knight after the demon-slaying war, representing the core strength of the Second Princess faction. The second corps is led by General Shalang, also a Holy Knight and a key figure of the neutral faction, responsible for guarding the imperial capital and several important towns around it. General Shalang is one of the two surviving Holy Knights from the three great empires during the demon-slaying war, excluding the Sword Saint, and survived because he was ordered to remain in the capital at that time. The third corps is led by General Yushi, who is affiliated with the Chancellor's faction, responsible for guarding the southern borders of the Gaia Kingdom. Although Yushi has not reached the level of a Holy Knight or Sword Saint in personal cultivation, he is known to be the most cunning and strategic among the three generals, a famous strategist in the John Kingdom. Now that I hold the rank of Grand Knight and have been appointed as a Viscount, it is impossible for me to be assigned to the Royal Guards with just over 20,000 men, thus I will naturally be assigned to one of the three major army corps. Considering the current situation of the three major army corps, I am very likely to be assigned to the second corps, which is also what I hope for internally. Of course, working under familiar faces is easier. However, the reality was beyond my expectation. I was just about to mention this. From now on, you will be under the command of General Yushi in the third corps, and when there are no battles, you will remain in the imperial capital waiting for my orders. King Prestvi's words were shocking. What? I was actually placed in the third corps under the Chancellor's faction? Seeing the gloating expressions of Chancellor Martin and Prince Cardi, my heart sank. However, I soon realized King Prestvi's intentions. By placing me, his trusted aide, in the third corps, he was indeed trying to contain the power of the Chancellor's faction, wasn't he? Although this role comes with certain difficulties which would invisibly give Marquis Martin many opportunities to deal with me, isn't this also a good opportunity to hone my political skills? Your servant obeys. Your Majesty, just give the command and I will dedicate my all, even to the last drop of blood, to repay your Majesty's kindness. I deliberately emphasized Your Majesty to indicate that I had already understood His Majesty's intentions. Good. King Prestvi seemed quite satisfied with my performance. As long as you can achieve remarkable successes in the future, I will ensure that you rise swiftly, enjoying high positions and ample rewards. His last two sentences naturally informed me that as long as I could perform outstandingly, he would do everything in his power to elevate my status in the Third Corps to maximize the division of the Chancellor's faction's power. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you wish to command? I asked respectfully. Nothing else for now. Go check on your manor. The 5,000 gold coins will be sent directly to you. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave now, I said, then walked with York towards the palace gates. By the way, there will be a banquet tonight in the palace, and Lapis will also be attending. Be sure not to miss it, King Prestvi suddenly said as I was nearing the door. Yes, I replied, but inwardly I was shocked. If he simply wanted me to attend, he could have just given me an order. However, he deliberately mentioned Lapis, clearly acknowledging our relationship in public and making this relationship apparent. Indeed, his words immediately caused quite a stir in the grand hall, with officials throwing various glances at me, some jealous, some envious, and others believing I was likely to become the son-in-law and casting me favorable looks. I silently chuckled to myself, quietly following York out of the palace. Xing, are you really going to serve the John Kingdom? When we reached a secluded spot, York suddenly asked me in an unusually serious tone. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course not. However, I don't think there should be any major conflict between the two, right? I replied casually. The demon race has our own lands to recuperate. I have no need and have never thought of incorporating lands from other countries into our territory when restoring our nation. I believe my ancestors thought the same way. But won't your actions today contradict your initial desire for revenge? Grandpa York, do you really think I would classify all humans as targets for revenge? I suddenly retorted. York lowered his head and pondered for a while before saying, however, as the king of the demon race, there seems to be no need for you to work hard for the John royal family. Perhaps, but I have my reasons for doing so. Reasons? Just doing something for Lapis. I said with a smile. Moreover, I am not yet mature enough in terms of both strength and mentality, so I'll consider this as my training. As I spoke, I continued to walk forward. Kid, it seems the Emperor treats you quite well, gifting you such a luxurious residence. It's far grander than my old man's house. Standing in the lobby of the Viscount's mansion, York stroked his slightly singed gray beard and said, you're always doing those bizarre experiments at home. It's a miracle the house hasn't collapsed yet. How can you talk about grandeur? I chuckled and teased him. At this moment we were in the Viscount's mansion, the residence bestowed upon me by His Majesty Prester V. When I first arrived here, I was indeed taken aback, as its opulence far exceeded my expectation. The lobby alone spanned 70 to 80 meters with exquisite wall tiles and ceilings, and the floors were made of polished marble. The interior was furnished with all sorts of amenities, and besides the 2 master bedrooms, there were also 6 or 7 guest rooms. Although this scale couldn't compare to Uncle Shalang's general's mansion, it was still much more impressive than York's residence as the head of the Holy Light Academy. Of course, York often conducted those bizarre experiments at home, so his living environment couldn't be expected to be too pristine. However, for me, a newly appointed Viscount, this reward was undoubtedly a manifestation of the Emperor's immense favor. Not at all. York chuckled as he stroked his beard and asked, Xingyu, when are you planning to move in? I paused for a moment and replied, how about today? After all, there isn't much to move, and it wouldn't be right to keep bothering Sister Luna and Sha at Uncle Shalang's place. However, before that I needed to inform Uncle Shalang at the General's mansion. When I brought the 2 girls to the General's mansion, it was already close to noon. Luna and Sha were naturally very happy about moving into the new home, as no matter how good it was to stay elsewhere, it couldn't compare to their own house. It's young Master Xingyu. After the morning court, the general went directly to the Internal Affairs office. The butler Max, who welcomed us, said, You can sit for a moment while I go fetch the young lady. A few minutes later, Zunier sleepily walked down from upstairs, dressed in a light green robe. Her fiery red hair was tousled around her neck and her eyelids were slightly swollen, clearly indicating she had just woken up without time to groom herself, appearing adorably lazy. However, she seemed to possess a unique charm. Compared to her usual spoiled and willful demeanor, Zunia appeared even more endearing now, perhaps due to a hint of delicate beauty. Shua. I stood up and called out a word, but I didn't know what else to say. Since the last incident, things between us seemed to have become strange. She no longer bickered with me like before, and while I should have been quite pleased about this, I found it hard to feel happy. Whenever I faced her, I felt a deep embarrassment, unable to confront her as comfortably as before. Perhaps I had always regarded her as a tomboy. You guys are back, Zunia said, slightly lowering her head, not responding with the grunt I had expected. I gave a noncommittal response, standing awkwardly unsure of how to continue the conversation. Fortunately, Luna kindly intervened, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Zunia, why did you just get up? Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. Zunia replied, it's just that. Max interjected, Miss was very worried since you left. She stayed up in the living room all night after not seeing you return last night, only falling asleep this morning after hearing young Master Xingyu had returned to the palace. Ah. She actually stayed up all night here? Luna and I exchanged glances, feeling deeply apologetic. Last night I had been in a hurry to deliver the multicolored crystal to York, so I forgot to come here to reassure her, and I never expected. I'm sorry, Zunia, actually we came back last night. Luna said with deep regret. It's okay, I already know, Zunia said softly. Actually, I had some insomnia last night, so it wasn't entirely because of you. However, anyone could tell that this was a deliberate excuse to reassure us. Staring blankly at Zunia before me, I suddenly felt that this usually willful and headstrong girl was not as hard to accept as I had imagined. She had many admirable qualities that we did not possess. Hey! What's wrong with you? Don't look at me like that. Seeing my unusual expression, Zunia suddenly said, cough, I admit that a small part of the reason I couldn't sleep last night was because of you, but don't misunderstand. I was only worried about Sister Luna and the others, not a bit about you. And don't think that I have forgiven you. I pretended not to hear her words and continued to stare at her, stepping closer to her. She blushed as I gazed at her, retreating step by step, saying, Hey! Stop! What are you trying to do by looking at me like that? I suddenly stopped speaking sincerely. I just wanted to see why our Miss Zunia has suddenly become so adorable. Then, before she could shyly ask, is that true? I added, could it be that a ghost has possessed you? Wow! It's so hot. I suddenly felt the temperature around me had risen several degrees, and upon closer inspection the source of the heat was Zunia's eyes, which had ignited two balls of furious flames. You, go die. Following that, the sound of furniture being smashed and a person's pig-like scream echoed from the general's mansion. What? Sister Luna, are you moving out? After Luna revealed her intentions to Zunia, the latter exclaimed in surprise. Yes, His Majesty just gifted Xing a mansion, and it wouldn't be right to keep troubling you all. Luna explained. But if you leave, this place will become desolate again. No one will eat with me, no one to talk to. Oh, I just can't bear to see you go. Zunia pouted at Luna. Hee, even though we won't live here anymore, we can still come to visit you often. Besides, when you feel lonely, you can come to play with us. Really? That's great. As if waiting for this response, Zunia said cheerfully, but I'm just afraid someone won't welcome me. As she said this, she intentionally shot me a sideways glance. Not at all. Miss Zunia, you flatter me. I quickly covered the bump on my head and said, Miss Zunia's visit to my humble abode is indeed a great honor. How could I harbor even the slightest annoyance? You're quite perceptive. Zunia replied. Looking at her expression, it seemed that if I had shown the slightest sign of displeasure earlier, I would soon find myself with several bigger bumps on my head. Alas, who told me to have made a mistake back then? As a result, as soon as the Viscount's mansion opened for business, I had gained an additional frequent visitor, but I had also gained a free mover. Otherwise, Sister Luna's clothing and luggage would be enough for the three of us to carry. Hee. In the evening, I donned a brand new formal dress and strolled to the Guangla Palace where the banquet was being held. Due to my unique appearance, anyone could see that I was Viscount Xingyu, so I faced no obstacles along the way. However, my graceful demeanor and suave actions attracted many admiring glances from young ladies and noblewomen. Following Luna's suggestion, neither she nor Shasha accompanied me. There were two reasons. First, they didn't like such purely social events and were unwilling to endure the visual harassment from the lecherous old nobleman. Second, if they came, I would surely find myself in a sandwiched situation. Although Labby's had already explicitly stated that she wouldn't mind, it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. After all, Labby's was the princess of a country. If I were to embrace both her and Luna from the start, it would undoubtedly make me seem overly arrogant, and Laba's suitors would surely tear me apart. Therefore she and Shasha stayed at the Viscount's mansion, and Zunia also skipped the banquet under the pretext of keeping Sister Luna company. "Oh, Viscount Yingyu, please follow me." Guided by a male attendant, I walked along a crimson carpet into the Guangla Palace. Upon entering the main hall, I found myself in an even more expansive area. Countless elegantly dressed nobles stood by long tables covered with white tablecloths filled with exquisite food, toasting and greeting each other. At the far end of the hall stood a row of musicians engrossed in playing elegant and light court music. Surrounding the hall were beautiful female attendants, one hand holding trays of drinks while the other held a white napkin neatly. I felt dizzy. What an impressive scene! What a luxurious banquet! Although I had entered the palace more than once, I had never seen such extravagance before. Just as I was secretly admiring, a crisp voice reached my ears. "Excuse me, are you Viscount Yingyu?" I looked closely and saw a handsome man in his 30s, tall and well-built, with golden hair and blue eyes exuding an air of confidence. He held a tall wine glass in his left hand and greeted me politely. My heart skipped a beat. This person has extraordinary internal strength. Although he concealed his power, it couldn't escape my notice. From the aura he radiated, I could tell that his strength was definitely several times greater than that of Dule, who claimed to be the first swordman of the royal city. Even I, in my current state, would not be his match. "That would be me," I replied politely. "May I ask how to address you?" "I am Xianyuan Wuji. I've heard of your esteemed name for a long time, and seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation." He was actually the legitimate son of the late Grand Marshal Xianyuan Hao of the Kingdom of Zhan and the current head of the prestigious Xianyuan family in the imperial capital. No wonder he was so remarkable. Xianyuan Hao was a friend of Prester V in his youth, the commander of the 3 armies of the Kingdom of Zhan and the only one in the country with a ducal title. He was killed in battle during the Demon Slaughter War 15 years ago. Before dying, he advised his descendants to abandon politics and pursue commerce, no longer participating in military affairs. His legitimate son Xianyuan Wuji succeeded as the head of the family at a young age, gradually withdrawing the Xianyuan family's power from the court and turning to business. With his astonishing talent, he rose to become the wealthiest person in the Kingdom of Zhan within 15 years. Although the Xianyuan family has never entered military or political circles due to their strong economic power, they still hold considerable weight, being awarded the title of second-class Earl by Prester V. It is said that both Prince Cardi and Marquis Martin have tried to win him over multiple times but have not succeeded. However, out of respect for Xianyuan Hao's prestige during his lifetime and the relationship between the Xianyuan family and Prester V, they have not dared to persecute him. With this in mind, I couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for Xuanyuan, the head of the family before me. "You flatter me, Xianyuan. I am but a mere warrior. How could I deserve such praise?" "Young Master Yingyu is too modest," Xianyuan Wuji smiled. "At a young age you defeated Baron Dule, who is known as the first swordman of the royal city, in front of so many people. Your name has spread throughout the entire royal city." I smiled and said softly, "Although Baron Dulei's swordsmanship is remarkable, he is at most a second-rate character in the imperial capital. Even relying on the power of a divine artifact, he cannot enter the ranks of first-rate masters. Defeating him does not make one a hero. His title of first swordman of the royal city was merely obtained through his father's influence. If it came to a real fight, many capable masters in the imperial capital could easily take his life. I believe the head of the Xianyuan family is among them, right?" Xianyuan Wuji's eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he hadn't anticipated my ability to see through his concealed strength. His expression brightened and he laughed heartily. "No wonder you are the first master of the human race and the disciple of the sword Saint Sokka. Young Master Yingyu has remarkable insight. Finding someone who can see through my little tricks is rare in the entire city of Kaduan. Based on this alone, I can conclude that your true strength is certainly not limited to what you displayed in the arena. I have loved martial arts since childhood. If it weren't for having promised my father not to engage in combat again, I would truly wish to spar with you. Haha, if I were fortunate enough to spar with the head of the Shenyuan family, that would be the greatest joy of my life. I said loudly with no hint of insincerity in my words. For some reason I subconsciously felt a sense of inexplicable fondness toward this person. Shenyuan Wuji seemed to share the same sentiment, as if we were old friends meeting after a long time. Before I knew it, we were chatting as if we had been friends for years, discussing everything under the sun. Our titles shifted from Young Master Yingyu and head of the Shenyuan family to Brother Yingyu and Big Brother Shenyuan. Young Master Yingyu. Just as Shenyuan Wuji and I were deep in conversation, a cool and melodious voice reached my ears like an orchid in an empty valley, like a snow lotus on an icy mountain. Shenyuan Wuji paused for a moment, then looked at me with a knowing glance and said, "It seems the Holy Maiden has arrived." I apologize for my rudeness. It seems the princess is here to find young Master Yingyu. I shall take my leave. Brother, I will visit your residence another day. Big brother, take care. Young Master Yingyu, you don't seem very happy about my arrival, Yali said with a hint of a smile after Shenyuan Wuji left. Tonight she wore a pure white evening gown that complemented her graceful and elegant figure, with skin as pale as jade, resembling a goddess carved from white jade. However, it was strange that the two tails beside her did not accompany her. Nonetheless, even so, the suitors still kept their distance, not daring to approach her. Perhaps it was due to her special status and that proud expression. But what caught my attention the most was that her power seemed to have significantly increased since the last time we fought together. Could it be that she had some fortuitous encounter in the temple? Not at all, not at all, I chuckled awkwardly and said, "On the contrary, I am delighted by your arrival. How could I possibly feel any displeasure?" In truth, I was somewhat afraid of getting too close to her, as the longer we spent together, the greater the chance of her discovering my true identity. If she found out my identity, the consequences would be dire, especially for someone like me whose power was not yet fully developed. Yalis fixed her gaze on my eyes, still wearing that enigmatic smile, and slowly said, "But I feel that when you're with me, it seems you're much more guarded than friendly." Your Highness, you jest. I'm just an ordinary recent noble, hardly anything in your eyes. There cannot be any antagonistic energy between us. How could I possibly guard against your Highness? I feigned panic as I spoke. At this point our conversation had attracted a lot of attention, and the crowd seemed quite surprised by the favor the Holy Maiden was showing me. Although Yalis has been sent to other countries more than once, it seems that only those of the caliber of Prince or Prime Minister have the qualifications to converse with her. Yet at this moment, not only was she actively talking to me, but more accurately, it seemed like the Holy Maiden was unwilling to let go of me, who was eager to escape. Seemingly oblivious to the surroundings, Yalis pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "May I ask who young Master Zingia's master is?" Your Highness seems to be asking a redundant question. I'm sure everyone present knows who my master is, I replied casually. Yet I felt puzzled as to why she hadn't mentioned anything about the temple. I think you should understand my meaning, Yalis said slowly. Your techniques reversing the universe and diminishing the rain sword, although taught by Senior Sokka, your usual attack methods and styles are entirely different from his. It's as if Senior Sokka was eager to pass on his skills, teaching you halfway through. Her words indeed stirred up quite a commotion, and the onlookers began to discuss this matter. I was secretly shocked, but quickly devised a strategy to respond. Your Highness, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, a dragon's offspring does not necessarily become a dragon, and each has their own preferences. Each disciple taught by a master is different. I believe that the best mentor does not simply require their disciple to completely inherit their martial arts style unchanged, but rather guides them according to their talents and characteristics, allowing the disciple to create a martial path more suited to themselves while inheriting the master's ultimate skills. Do you agree, Your Highness? I borrowed her words, mimicking her tone quite well. Yalis paused slightly and said quietly, "Young master is indeed eloquent. I admire your ability. However, there is one point. Although Senior Sokka has reached the realm of celestial beings in swordsmanship, he has very little research in magic, and one could even say he knows nothing about magic at all. Yalis paused slightly and said quietly, "Young master is indeed eloquent. I admire your ability. However, there is one point. Although Senior Sokka has reached the realm of celestial beings in swordsmanship, he has very little research in magic, and one could even say he... May I ask how your master Senior Sokka was able to teach a prodigy like you who excels in both martial arts and magic?" She deliberately emphasized the word master, her gaze fixed on me as if determined to uncover my true identity tonight. Of course I wouldn't fall for that easily. I locked eyes with her, retorting sharply, "My master has a wide circle of friends, among whom are many magic experts who have imparted much profound magic to me, without whom I wouldn't be here today. I have more than one magic teacher. Your Highness wouldn't want me to list them all, would you?" "You exaggerate, but there are few who are qualified to teach you magic on the Alan continent, and there are only a handful with the title of Grand Mage among the 3 empires." "Your Highness," I interrupted her, "I think you should know that true experts are not necessarily those who are well known. Many magic experts who live in the countryside may possess the level of a Grand Mage, but do not necessarily hold the title of Grand Mage. Just like my master, if it weren't for him suddenly challenging various experts 8 years ago, how would the world know that there was such a super sword saint in existence?" Although my explanation was quite reasonable, Yalis still wouldn't completely abandon her initial thoughts. She pondered for a moment, her lips moving slightly as if she was about to say something. Suddenly a loud voice resounded, "His Majesty the King has arrived." I saw Prester V walk into the hall with several ministers and guards smiling, while Labis and Cardi stood on either side. Perfect timing. I breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve, casting a barely perceptible victorious smile toward Alice before turning to greet my beloved king. The surrounding nobles and ministers had perked up, their expressions turning reverent as they prepared to welcome His Majesty's arrival. The orchestra had also paused their playing. "Your subject Yingyu Medis greets your Imperial Majesty." I bowed, taking the opportunity to observe Lapis, who was resplendent like a celestial maiden. I noticed she was gazing back at me with a mix of surprise and shyness. My heartstrings stirred faintly. "Rise, Minister Yingyu," Prester V said gently. "Tonight's banquet is purely for entertainment. Everyone need not stand on ceremony." He signaled to 2 attendants beside him and then seated himself at one of the tables. "Let the feast commence. His Majesty wishes everyone a delightful evening," announced a servant. The music swelled once more and the hall grew lively again. People gathered in small groups, sharing amusing anecdotes, or took to the dance floor with their partners. Of course there was an exception, me. I neither knew how to dance nor was acquainted with those present. While Xianyuan Wuji was already surrounded by several noble ladies, he certainly had a way with women. Thus I could only sit dejectedly in a corner sipping a drink made from some unknown fruit. Suddenly I felt 2 burning gazes boring into my back. Turning my head, I saw Lapis seated beside Prester V, her bright watery eyes fixed on me as she earnestly signaled, with her gaze brimming with expectation. Oh no, was she hinting for me to invite her to dance? I knew nothing of dance or music. Besides, among her countless suitors, wasn't there a single one who would ask her? Glancing at those around her, I understood at once. No wonder she had clung to her father's side since the banquet began. It was to deter her suitors. She was gentle by nature, incapable of kicking away those clingy bees as Snow did, nor could she don the frosty expression that kept admirers at bay like Alice. This was quite an effective strategy. What a clever girl, I mused. Yet despite my admiration, I had no idea how to dance. If I went up, I'd only invite ridicule. But she had hinted first. If I refused, I would surely wound her pride. I found myself caught in a dilemma. Alas! Such good fortune would have been a supreme honor for anyone else, spurring them to rush forward. For me, however, it was nothing short of a calamity. Seeing my hesitation, Lapis mistakenly thought I hadn't read her intention. Her brows furrowed slightly as if she were engaged in a fierce internal struggle, her fair cheeks alternately flushing and paling. Finally she clenched her fists tightly as if she had made up her mind and glided gracefully toward me. Master Yingyu, would you care to dance with me? Standing before me, Lapis spoke timidly, yet a hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. It was over. I had become the center of attention in the entire hall, with countless varied gazes locked unerringly onto me. A princess requesting a dance with a gentleman was a uncinematic marvel, and her taking the initiative to invite one was a once-in-a-century wonder. Countless self-assured gentlemen present had been rebuffed when inviting the princess to dance, and now she herself had. And her actions had clearly received the emperor's tacit approval. There was no escape. Steeling myself, I rose, bowed gracefully with a standard courtly salute, and said politely, "I am deeply honored by your highness' favor. However, I am utterly ignorant of dance steps and rhythm. I beg your indulgence for any missteps." I gave her a helpless smile. Her lips moved slightly as if she finally grasped my predicament. But since matters had come this far, we had to look forward. She smiled and extended her right hand. "It's fine, you'll learn with practice. I'll teach you." Yet as she offered her hand, she shot me a playful glance. Oh no, was she planning to take revenge for my earlier insensitivity? Bracing myself, I lightly kissed the back of her hand, then took her left hand and led her toward the dance floor. At that moment, the only thing I knew was where a gentleman should place his hands while dancing with a lady. As for executing those exceedingly intricate steps, I was utterly clueless. Fortunately, dozens of couples were already dancing, so even if I made mistakes, they might not be noticed by those outside. However, when Lapis and I assumed the starting pose ready to begin, we realized the other dancers had quietly retreated to the sidelines, leaving only us on the entire floor. My plan to slip by unnoticed had failed. "Master Yingyu, be careful," Lapis whispered with a smirk. I'll be fine." Though I didn't fall, I stumbled through clumsy, awkward steps, sweat beading on my forehead. Lapis had taught me the routine twice, but I still couldn't grasp it. Even years later, I couldn't fathom why I could master profound magic and martial arts with ease, yet those simple natural dance steps eluded me completely. Lapis, well-versed in dance, guided me with elegant movements, but the combination was like a swan dancing with a gorilla. Simply avoiding stepping on her feet consumed all my energy. Thankfully, my first lesson in martial arts had been controlling force. After learning Carlos Reverse Heaven and Earth, I had honed the art of power management to perfection. So even when I accidentally stepped on Lapis' foot, I would lightly touch and then redirect the force, preventing her from even noticing my heel had visited her instep. I wondered what Carlos would think if he knew I was using his teachings for this. "Lapis, am I being a nuisance?" I asked in a low voice, grimacing. "Not at all. I'm enjoying the dance," she replied, her face radiant with a smile. She seemed genuinely delighted. But what would those outside think? They must be laughing, I was certain. And indeed, the gentlemen and ladies off the floor were in high spirits, whispering among themselves in small groups. "This Viscount Yingyu can't dance at all. Exactly, he has no noble bearing. Why would the princess favor him? Don't flatter yourself. If not him, would she choose you? He may not dance, but his looks and demeanor are top-notch. Humph. What use is a pretty face? He's a disciple of Sword Saint Sokka. Can you beat him? True. Maybe the princess just enjoys teaching others to dance, hee. Some even foolishly thought, no wonder she turned me down so many times, she only likes teaching people to dance. If I'd known, I'd have pretended not to know either." I nearly fainted again. "Lapis, how much longer is this piece?" I whispered. "Hee, we're only halfway through," she giggled, subtly steadying me as I nearly collapsed. Finally the dance ended. Amidst the crowd's varied stares, I returned to my seat with heavy steps. Lapis naturally sat beside me, chatting about yesterday's labyrinth adventure. Perhaps her invitation was just a pretext to sit with me. This of course drew jealous glares from her many suitors directed at me. But I was long accustomed to such things. As we chatted animatedly, a gloomy voice interrupted. "Viscount Yingyu, you seem quite close with my little sister," said Prince Cardi, holding a wine goblet. "I underestimated you managing to obtain something like the 5-colored mystic crystal." "You flatter me, your highness." "It was mere luck," I replied indifferently. A sharp glint flashed in Carda's eyes as he laughed, but becoming the consort of the John royal family won't be so easy. Don't you agree, little sister? He revealed murderous intent. Lapis' expression flickered. She was about to speak when suddenly, Cardi, what are you doing here? Prester V appeared beside me. Cardi, I won't interfere with your arrogance in court, but remember this, don't use your political tactics against your sister. Of course, father, you misunderstand, Cardi said, his face stiffening. I just came to greet my sister and Viscount Yingyu. That's best. Remember, she is your sister. Yes. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With a bow, Cardi walked away. Prester V glanced at me, about to speak, when a palace guard rushed in hurriedly and whispered something in the emperor's ear, causing his expression to shift slightly. Sean, take some men and follow him to have a look. Yes, your majesty. Meeting Lapis and my questioning gazes, Prester V smiled. It's nothing. Continue enjoying yourselves. Then he returned to his seat. Suddenly a sound of something shattering came from the ceiling, followed by cement. The roof was unexpectedly shattered with 4 large holes. 3 gray gas masses fell from the openings and exploded in midair, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall in a cloud of gray smoke. Screams and shouts erupted, creating chaos. I casually pulled La by C behind me and began to sense the energy around me, searching the surroundings. 7 masked figures in green attire suddenly descended from the roof's openings, charging towards the seat of His Majesty Prester V. Protect His Majesty? A minister shouted loudly, and immediately about 10 guards surrounded Prester V at the center. The remaining 30 or so guards rushed towards the 7 assassins. Of course, due to the smoke, only a few experts, including myself, could see these events clearly. More than 2/3 of the attendees at the banquet were civil officials or female relatives. Most military officials like General Shalon could not attend due to busy government affairs, and those who did come were mostly unarmed. In times of crisis, protecting their families naturally took precedence. Martine, Cardi, and others had long vanished before the assassins arrived. Finally, the two sides clashed. The skills of those assassins were extraordinarily high, each possessed at least the strength of a sword master. Their terrifying aspect lay in their ruthless determination to injure their foes and their incredibly swift movements. In the initial clash, 5 guards fell to their swords. I was secretly alarmed. Those fallen guards were all killed with a single strike. 2 guards even collapsed simply from a cut to their shoulders, indicating that their weapons were laced with potent poison. Due to an over-reliance on the palace's defense system, there were not many guards arranged in the banquet hall. While those palace guards were indeed selected warriors, they were far inferior to the assassins, each of whom had sword master level strength. Moreover, the fog greatly hindered their senses and movements. Although each of them fought bravely, vowing to protect His Majesty at the cost of their lives, they were still no match for the assassins. In an instant, all 30 guards were down, while the assassins suffered only 2 serious injuries. Perhaps out of fear of the deadly weapons, after the guards fell, only 3 military officers rushed forward, but they were quickly entangled by 3 assassins. Although their skills were significantly superior to those of the assassins, escaping the clutches of these desperate criminals in a short time proved impossible, leaving them to helplessly watch as the remaining 2 assassins charged towards Prester V. Meanwhile, the nobles, who usually flaunted their power and constantly proclaimed loyalty to His Majesty, cowered in the corners shouting "Protect His Majesty," yet remained motionless. Perhaps some were merely watching the show? Although Prester V was no ordinary person, as the Emperor of the Empire, his life was tied to the rise and fall of the nation. He absolutely could not engage with these desperate criminals. Even a slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Father! La Bai Si exclaimed, seizing a long sword from an unknown noble and rushing towards the battlefield. I quickly pulled her back, snatched the sword from her, and said softly, "Leave it to me." Then I charged towards the battlefield. Before I could catch up with the 2 assassins, they were repelled by an invisible wall. It turned out that while the guards were entangled with the assassins, a minister guarding Prester V had completed a spell and cast a high-level holy light defensive magic holy barrier. I felt relieved, as I hadn't expected there to be a bishop-level cleric beside His Majesty. The holy barrier could only be cast by clerics of bishop rank or higher. While clerics could only cast recovery and defensive holy light magic, they still possessed invaluable auxiliary abilities. For instance, the Holy Barrier, although the most basic among high-level holy light spells, had a defensive capacity that could rival ultimate defensive spells of other attributes. Moreover, it had the significant advantage of providing high defense against both physical and magical attacks unmatched by defensive spells of other attributes. The two assassins repeatedly crashed into the barrier but could not penetrate it. "His Majesty is startled," said the minister. "Thank you, Bishop Norris, for your timely assistance, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." "Not at all, I am merely doing my duty," Bishop Norris replied respectfully. At this moment I had seized the opportunity to catch up with the two assassins, employing various tactics to confine them firmly within a 4-meter radius. With no worries from behind, the 3 military officers grew bolder in battle, forcing their opponents to retreat step by step. The situation was completely under our control. Just as we prepared to further clean up the aftermath, an incomprehensible powerful aura surged into the hall. 2 guards who should have been stationed outside stumbled in, and as soon as they entered they were beheaded by 2 incoming sword energies. A geyser of blood shot up over 2 meters high, staining the surrounding walls and floor red. A chorus of gasps immediately followed. At some point a tall woman in a black cloak had stood in the center of the hall. Her long jet black hair cascaded down to her waist and her face was obscured by a ghastly green mask, leaving only her figure to identify her as a woman. However, what astonished me most was the killing intent she unconsciously radiated, as if it had taken on a tangible form, freezing everything around her. At that moment she could only be described in 2 words: eerie. Everyone, including the 3 military officers, was stunned into silence by that almost tangible killing intent. What a strange aura, what an astonishing killing intent, like a reaper from hell. Regardless of her skills, that almost tangible killing intent was enough to sap her opponent's will to fight. "Commander," one of the assassins, initially flustered by my pressure, called out in delight. I didn't expect there to be a bishop here." A cold voice echoed, chilling enough to make one shiver. "You all step back, if the next matter will be handled by me." "Humph. A mere holy barrier won't be able to stop me." "Understood." The nameless assassin, who had already ceased fighting, quickly retreated behind her. "May I ask who you are and why you seek to assassinate our king?" "You need not inquire. Just know my purpose for being here," she responded. In an instant, pure white fighting spirit erupted from her, a sign only a sword saint could possess. In her hand appeared a pale blue longsword shaped in an extremely peculiar manner, as if made of ice crystals. "Ah! White crystal fighting spirit, she is a sword saint!" someone exclaimed in shock. I secretly compared her with the 2 sword saints I had battled before. While her aura might be slightly inferior to Carlos, she was undoubtedly stronger than the mysterious woman who invoked Shadow of Thunder. Moreover, her almost tangible killing intent was something the former 2 lacked. "Your Majesty need not worry, even a sword saint would find it far from easy to break this holy barrier in an instant." Bishop Norris replied confidently, "Circene's reinforcements are on their way. Even if she possesses tremendous abilities, she won't be able to harm His Majesty in the slightest." "Humph. Talk about living to see that day." The woman scoffed coldly and charged towards Prester V and his entourage. When she was still 6 or 7 meters away from the holy barrier, she suddenly halted, floating in midair, and executed a backhanded horizontal slash. Though it was merely an ordinary horizontal slash, to me it appeared as a ferociously powerful sword move. The purple-blue sword energy she unleashed was of a sharpness I had rarely encountered in my life. In my memory, only Grandpa Zur had ever displayed such fierce sword energy, as Carlos and Leah's sword styles were not purely based on raw force. "Not good," I silently exclaimed, instantly unleashing my purple crystal fighting spirit, summoning all my strength to slash out a wave of sword energy to intercept her purple-blue sword energy. Clang! Although my sword energy hesitated for a moment, it still struck the holy barrier, causing it to shatter like a broken mirror. Bishop Norris was jolted back several steps before regaining his balance. Had it not been for my strike absorbing some of the force, he might have been severed in 2. That woman glanced at me with slight surprise. When she recognized my face, a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. I of course did not notice this and took the opportunity to position my sword protectively in front of Prester V and his entourage. Be careful, Viscount Yingyu, the weapon in that woman's hand is the long-lost artifact Demon Blade Frost. Bishop Norris gasped behind me. Demon Blade Frost. No wonder her sword energy is so fierce. With her skills she shouldn't be able to wield such a powerful sword energy. It must be due to the aid of a divine weapon. But I thought, wasn't this divine weapon rumored to have fallen into the hands of the leader of Blood Shadow Azura? Could she be? My heart sank and cold sweat began to bead in my palms. Just recently, while chatting with Xianyuan Wujin, he had mentioned that Blood Shadow was a mysterious mercenary group that had risen in the Alan continent over the past 2 years. Although small in number, they possessed astonishing combat power, rapidly becoming the top mercenary guild within just 1 year. Their leader, known as Shadow Azura, was exceptionally cruel in action, showing no mercy to enemies, and wielded the long-lost demonic weapon Demon Blade Frost. It was said that no one had ever seen her true face, and no one knew her true strength, as all who had fought her had perished beneath her sword. There was even a rumor that she was the only person second to Sokka among the human race. If the rumors were true, I would have no choice but to unleash all my holy demon true chi and utilize my dark martial arts to withstand her onslaught. However, doing so would be tantamount to revealing my identity and making myself a target. But if I retreated, those behind me would likely face certain doom. I found myself once again in an awkward predicament between a rock and a hard place. As she raised the frost once more, I could only steel my heart. Using dark martial techniques in such a situation would only lead to a quicker demise. The only strategy left was to delay time using the sword techniques taught by Carlos, though I wondered if the sword moves based on the purple crystal fighting spirit could hold her off until reinforcements arrived. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She made no move, merely locking her gaze firmly onto my figure. She remained motionless like a lifeless ice sculpture, creating an illusion that made me feel as if there was no trace of chi emanating from her. I was taken aback. This was the first time I had encountered such a situation. Ever since mastering the technique of sensing enemy traces through chi, no cunning opponent had escaped my perception. Although during my first encounter with Shasha she had managed to elude my senses with her incredible speed combined with invisibility, I ultimately discovered her presence. But this woman before me stood solidly in front of me. Could it be that she was truly made of ice? Suddenly a surge of overwhelming killing intent struck me like a thin line, and I felt my mind momentarily scatter, causing my fighting spirit to diminish. She struck with her sword, the air filled with the sound of breaking through as frost transformed into myriad streams of light sweeping towards me like a tidal wave. Her sword moves appeared to be vast and imposing, like a general dominating the battlefield, yet I engaged in battle with her, distinctly felt an indescribable strangeness within her seemingly fierce sword intent. My long sword clashed with her frost dozens of times, and with each clash I felt as though my momentum diminished slightly. Suddenly a chill struck my chest as frost broke through my layers of sword formations, leaving a 2-inch gash on my right chest. A sharp pain shot through my head and blood gushed out. However, this extreme pain jolted my consciousness, and my scattered fighting spirit began to coalesce once more. I let out a loud roar, gripping my sword with both hands and delivering a horizontal slash with unprecedented speed and power. She did not meet my strike heedingly. Instead, frost swiftly tapped my sword blade and she retreated back to her original position. We once again faced each other in a standoff. I was astonished that this woman before me had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, turning killing intent into reality to lock onto her opponent's consciousness, causing her adversary's fighting spirit to diminish significantly even before the fight began. Thus, even if her opponent's true strength surpassed hers, it was highly likely that they would be unable to unleash their full battle power and would fall to her. Had it not been for the jolt of pain that revived my senses at a critical moment, I might have already become a soul beneath her sword. In truth, her earlier assault was not particularly strong, yet perhaps for her it was merely a test of her capabilities. Yet I nearly lost my life under the influence of her killing intent. If this continued, she might not even need to unleash her full strength to effortlessly take my life. But I would not allow such a thing to happen. I cast aside my distractions, embraced the essence, and suddenly my heart became as tranquil as still water, re-entering the state of clarity I had attained when defeating those invisible assassins. After the harrowing experience in the underground maze, both my cultivation and mental fortitude had significantly improved, though I had yet to realize it. Although I had not reached the realm of the Shadow Azura where illusion becomes reality and intent kills, I was not far off. At the very least I would not be affected by her kind of state again. This time when her almost tangible killing intent brushed against me, it merely glided past like an encounter with a lifeless stone pillar, completely failing to lock onto my chi as it had previously. She looked at me in disbelief, seemingly surprised by this sudden change. Yet she did not exhibit the slightest hint of discouragement. Suddenly she unleashed her chi and assumed a rather bizarre sword stance to attack me. It was the long-lost martial art of reverse flow slash. Although her strikes were not particularly fast, they were unlike anything conventional in martial arts. Each sword came from an unbelievable angle. The power of her moves might not rival that of the dark martial techniques from the demon race, but they were certainly sharp and tricky. Moreover, with her internal strength having reached the pinnacle level of a sword saint, I found every move I made to counter her extremely challenging. Although I managed to parry most of her attacks, I still bore several cuts from the overflowing sword energy. I could say that this battle was the most I had ever been injured since my debut. Yet my opponent remained unscathed. Even though I knew she was a sword saint, my male pride still left me feeling somewhat vexed. Cutting fragrance in the night rain sword, I shouted loudly, shifting from defense to offense, unleashing the ultimate technique taught by Carlos. Hundreds of sword energies shot towards her like rain in a slanting wind. Dance of the Moon sword technique. She did not raise her sword for defense, instead unfolding her sword stance to attack me using the ultimate move created by the female sword saint Marcia a century ago. In midair she danced like a celestial being from the moon, her form exceedingly graceful, while her sword energy flowed towards me like pure moonlight, making it hard to believe that this was a killing technique capable of sending a person to hell. Boom! A series of dull sounds erupted as hundreds of sword energies finally collided, creating a powerful wave. The residual impact of their clash shattered tables 20 meters away, even causing the muscles on my face to be scraped as if cut by a knife. Had it not been for my fighting spirit protecting me, I might have already been disfigured. Though somewhat disheveled, she flawlessly received my ultimate technique. Apart from her white cloak being slightly torn by the overflowing sword energy, her clothes remained entirely undamaged. In contrast, I had suffered at least 7 wounds from her sword energy, with 2 being dangerously close to my bones, far more serious than the previous minor injuries. My entire formal attire was stained red with blood. Damn! If I had used the holy demon true chi, I would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. I let out a grunt, accidentally aggravating my wounds, and stumbled slightly. Ah! Rabies exclaimed, rushing over without hesitation to support me. Star, are you alright? In her moment of panic she even used a term of endearment that was inappropriate for the occasion. I'm fine, just step back for now, I forced a smile and said. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed through the hall as General Charlang entered, leading 7 martial officers. I never expected that a grand palace would allow several assassins to run rampant. Are you mocking me that the kingdom of John has no one? He pointed his sword sharply, sending several powerful sword energies slicing towards the Shadow Azura. She did not respond, instead leaping backward for over 10 meters, standing side by side with the 5 assassins. Another series of hurried footsteps approached as Sean led nearly 100 guards rushing into the hall, protecting me and Prince Prester V in the center. Your Majesty, the fire has been extinguished. I apologize for my tardiness in rescuing you. Please punish me, Your Majesty, Sean said with a sense of guilt. It was I who fell into the enemy's trap. What crime do you bear? Prince Prester V spoke softly. I never expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly. This ends here. Retreat according to the original plan. The Shadow Azura said coldly. Want to leave? Not so easy. Sean raised his sword. Is that so? The other side scoffed, casually tossing out 3 smoke bombs, enveloping the area once more in smoke. The 6 of them shot up into the air, flying out through the hole in the roof. Where do you think you're going? I shouted loudly, following closely behind. General Charlang lead 500 guards to assist Viscount Xingyu. Sean will lead the men to guard this place. Prince Prester V commanded. Understood. I never expected you to dare chase after me alone. The shadow Azura suddenly stopped and turned to me. Why wouldn't I dare? I also halted 10 meters away from her, letting out a cold snort. As soon as they exited the city gate, the 6 of them scattered in different directions. I was solely intent on reclaiming the humiliation I had suffered today, so I followed their leader. From our recent encounter I realized that while the Shadow Azura possessed extraordinary skills, she was still far below Carlos. Her overall combat power could at most match that of the female magic swordsman who had attacked me last time. It seems that her reputation as a top talent among the human race, second only to Sarka, was merely exaggerated. If I unleashed the dark martial arts with all my strength using the holy demon True Chi, I might not necessarily lose to her. Moreover, most of my injuries had been healed by Sean's arrival, with about 70 to 80% recovering. Although the 2 deepest wounds could not be fully healed in a short time, they were not a significant issue. A glint flashed in her eyes as she said lightly, compared to those useless people, you are indeed much stronger. However, I will not let go of the one who made Blood Shadow fail for the first time. It's mutual. Having made me suffer such humiliation, how could I let this matter rest with you? I pointed at my blood-stained evening gown and said, but before that, could you tell me the reason for the assassination of our king? All 3 emperors of the great empires deserve to die. Oh, you don't have a grudge against all 3 emperors, do you? I said in surprise. You don't need to know that. Just worry about yourself for now. She truly resembled a piece of millennia-old ice. Then fine. I shook my head helplessly and slowly raised my long sword to my chest. But before that, my figure suddenly vanished, appearing at her left side. At the same instant, my long sword swiftly pointed towards her face. Taking advantage of our conversation, I secretly activated instant movement. She was taken aback, raising her sword to block, but was already too late and could only retreat as fast as she could. Smack! Though she avoided my sword's edge, the overflowing sword energy still grazed her face, causing her grotesque green mask to shatter in 2 and fall to the ground. A gasp escaped his lips. What an exquisite face! Her beauty surpassed even that of Luna and Labby's. Who could have imagined that the Shadow Slayer, famed for spilling blood without hesitation, was in truth a peerless young woman barely past her 20s? At that moment I found it impossible to reconcile this vision with the ruthless assassin I had known, so stunned was I that I stood frozen in place. It was not that I lacked resistance to beauty, but rather that this maiden differed utterly from any woman I had ever encountered. Her allure was singular, mature yet touched with youthful innocence, icy yet softened by subtle tenderness. Strictly speaking, her beauty bore resemblance to Yalitha's. Both were icebound beauties, yet they diverged profoundly. Yalitha's coldness was forged by circumstance, her chilling elegance sprang entirely from her unyielding temperament. This girl before me, however, possessed an innate primordial frost. Her very smile could freeze the soul. To draw a metaphor, if Yalith were a rose veiled in hoarfrost, then this girl was a lotus carved from glacial jade. Frost may melt, the rose beneath remains warm, passionate, yet jade ice never yields, for its essence is perpetual cold. You. Seized by fury at my audacity, her voice trembled. You need not have died, but now that you have beheld my face, I cannot permit you to linger in this world. Even her features shifted, her raven black hair turned silver white, matching mine, and her pale blue irises darkened into obsidian. Framed by that flawless frost-pale visage, she resembled an exquisitely crafted doll, now imbued with deeper, more enigmatic allure. She was a demon race cultivator, and among the rarest of high-tier demons. Only demons possessed black eyes, most bore black hair, yet only the elite few manifested silver-white locks. Silver-white hair did not guarantee demonic lineage, but any demon bearing such hair was unquestionably of the highest echelon. As I marveled, the aura radiating from her body underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, shifting from pure white to a sinister abyssal black, pulsing outward with palpable darkness. This was none other than Dark Chi, the unique cultivation energy exclusive to demons. Suddenly a name surfaced in my mind, yet before I could utter it she lunged forward, sword raised, denying me even a breath to speak. Though still distant, her blade's killing intent pressed upon me like a mountain, compressing my chest until breath failed me, its ferocity doubled from before. Wait, I must speak. I recoiled sharply, desperate to halt her advance. Humph, regretting your fate. Too late. She did not relent, in fact she surged after me with greater speed. Her blade flickered like winter frost blooming into countless shimmering blossoms, her technique uncannily mirroring my own flying star sword art, clearly belonging to a branch of shadow martial arts. No two cultivators possess identical aptitude or insight, thus even identical sword forms unfold with distinct intent and variation, differences magnified exponentially with cultivation level. Knowing concealment would cost me my life within mere exchanges, I unleashed my inner energy, holy demonic chi erupted from my body, igniting blinding sword light as the flying star sword art flowed forth, instinctively effortlessly dispersing her assault. My sudden transformation startled her. She halted at last. So you concealed your true strength. Who taught you this sword art? Though she recognized the shadow martial art, my hybrid holy demonic chi, neither holy light nor shadow, prevented her from identifying me as a demon. Even I was astounded. Previously, whenever I unleashed holy demonic chi, luminous and shadowy energies would ripple visibly through space. Any opponent could sense the dual elemental essence within my chi. This time no such fluctuation occurred. The light and dark elements within my chi had fused seamlessly into a novel unified force. So complete was their integration that even I failed to perceive the ambient magical resonance of light and shadow. A surge of elation filled me, for henceforth I could wield holy demonic chi openly, unshackled by fear. That, madam, depends. Might you first reveal your identity? Ever cautious, I refused to disclose my own until hers was certain, even if she were of the demon race. Your life hangs in my grasp. Do you truly believe your current strength can overcome me? Clearly she too refused to unveil herself first. And she spoke truth. Her power now neared that of a top-tier sword saint. At my present level I could only match her in her humanoid form, not defeat her in her full awakened state. I had not expected her to resort to coercion. Perhaps I am no match for you, but I am no craven who surrenders to intimidation. I declared it, voice resounding with iron resolve. The demon race revered martial valor above all. Honor and dignity outweighed life itself. In the Great War 15 years prior, they chose mass annihilation over surrender. No demon prisoner was ever taken by the Demon-Slaying Alliance. Should I yield to her dominance now, even if she proved to be the one I sought, my cowardice today would forever tarnish her perception of me. Is that so? Then witness how easily I compel your true form to emerge, Moonshadow Void-Cutting Sword. Her sword seal flashed, dozens of devastating blood auras erupted, wreathed in soul-chilling darkness and converging upon me with terrifying precision, akin to the dark meteor slash, though lacking its razor-edged ferocity. I dared not hesitate. I unleashed my strongest technique to date, the dark meteor slash. Two near-identical supremely violent techniques collided. The resulting shockwave was inevitable. Their intersecting auras detonated into an energy sphere 8 meters wide, gouging a semicircular crater deep into the earth below. My blade, having clashed nearly 100 times against her frost-bloom sword, was left jagged as a though my technique held marginally sharper edge. Our disparity in cultivation depth proved insurmountable. Despite holy demonic chi's superior quality over dark chi, its quantity paled before hers. She sustained only a shallow gash on her left arm, while I bore 7 or 8 fresh wounds across my body. My left shoulder nearly pierced clean through, blood welling profusely. Yet I remained capable of fighting on. My heart lurched. This woman appeared scarcely 5 or 6 years my senior, yet her cultivation was staggering. Judging by her displayed prowess, she ranked second only to Sokka among humans, though she was of course no human at all. Could I, given another 5 or 6 years, ascend to her level? I harbored little confidence, or perhaps, owing to her demonic nature, her true age far exceeded appearance. If so, she might not be the one I sought. Then who was she? Unbeknownst to me, she too wrestled with astonishment. Who is he? How does he know the dark meteor slash? Only His Majesty and Grandfather Hill are supposed to wield it. Grandfather Hill once taught me fragments of it, but I was too young to master it fully, so I reconstructed it as Moonshadow Void-Cutting Sword, yet it remained imperfect. His execution of the Dark Meteor / however bore the unmistakable mark of authentic transmission, who taught him. His Majesty perished 15 years ago, could it be Grandfather Hill? Ah, Grandfather told me when he sent me fleeing that Grandfather Hill had escaped Lonely City the day before, carrying the infant Crown Prince. Could this youth truly be the Crown Prince? Yet I sensed no trace of light or shadow energy upon him, though his features aligned loosely with memory. Grandfather had explicitly stated the Crown Prince inherited both luminous and shadowy magics. If he were not the Crown Prince, revealing myself prematurely would plunge me into peril. Alas, how then should I proceed? I remained unaware that the deeper fusion of light and shadow within my body had masked my true nature, robbing her of the very clue needed to recognize me, thus sealing our fateful near-miss. Thus we stood locked in silent mutual suspicion for nearly half a quarter hour. Finally, unable to endure the suffocating silence, she opened her mouth, only to freeze mid-word as hundreds of torches flared in the distance and ahead of them surged an aura rivaling her own, racing toward us at breakneck speed. Danger! Uncle Sharang approaches with reinforcements. My pulse spiked. Trapped here, even her formidable skill could not ensure escape. Go, now! Delay and escape becomes impossible. My voice remained calm though sorrow coiled tightly within. You will spare me? She uttered, utterly astonished. She knew full well though I could not best her, delaying her was effortless, and should my allies arrive, especially a sword saint matching her strength, her capture would be inevitable. I offered a faint smile. Though I know not who you are, I refuse to see you fall into their hands. Yet how will you account for releasing me? I shall manage. Without hesitation I raised my sword and drove it deep into my right chest. A sharp hiss, then crimson gushed forth violently. Clutching the wound I sank to one knee. Agony drenched me in sweat, but not a single groan escaped my lips. Ah, you! She recoiled in shock, then grasped my intent, yet hesitated, rooted to the spot. Go, now! I commanded urgently, blood already seeping from the corner of my mouth. But you... Her gaze softened, no hostility remained, only rare tender concern, the gentle side of a woman long hidden. Fear not, I struck with precision, I shall not die. Go, hurry, too late and all is lost. Blood loss blurred my thoughts. Yet my timing was flawless. General Sharang's party would arrive just in time to save me. She cast me one complex lingering glance, her cheeks flushing faintly. Thank you. She murmured softly, then leapt away in the opposite direction, vanishing into the night within moments. Relief washed over me. Recalling the look she gave me as she departed, I knew, whether or not we were each other's long-sought kin, we would never again cross blades. Footsteps drew ever closer, my consciousness dimmed, then dissolved into darkness.